This Hello, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 here at the Pokémon World Championship 2026. We are here with your pre-show before the action gets started. Of course, I've got some amazing representatives here from every single game being represented here at this amazing world in San Francisco. I'm Evan Hashimoto, joined by, with VGC, Sierra Dawn, with the full legal names, and then for TCG, Emily Forson, and then, of course, Caleb Peng, who's going to be doing all of my Unite stuff because he knows the game better than me. Well, we've got so much action going on here. Actually, a lot of you have done Unite. I made that joke earlier, but we've got so much action that has happened over the past few days. I mean, of course, players and teams coming from all across the world, and it's been so exciting to watch, but we're only, I guess half-ish through the entire tournament. Already we've seen so many upsets and some great wins, so I'm going to go one by one and kind of ask you all, first of all, what is your big takeaway so far now, being partway through this event and seeing what's going to come into the future? So, Sierra, VGC.
I mean, first off, for the Pokemon video game, the biggest takeaway from the get-go is this has been a really tough tournament. We have had so many of our previous world champions get knocked out in phase 1 of the competition, which I mean, you come to World, it is the best of the best. Some people have to drop along the way, but I think we were really hyping up this repeat champion, and we do have a couple of them still in the field, but it's looking tricky. The other one, too, with our current regulation, M/B, it's all been about this Mega Charizard, right? But we have seen that even though it's really at the top percentages, it's not necessarily all of the top teams. We've gotten to see Mega Dragonite by Yuya, which has been incredible. Justin Tang with his Mega Delphox and Mega Blastoise. NJ and Carrie D'Ortona with Megastar Raptor and Raichu, just showing that there is a lot of innovation in different Megas that really could rise to the top.
Yeah, of course, it's so exciting seeing, of course, the new game and all the new formats, and there's just so many things being changed. But Emily, how about TCG? What's the takeaway?
Well, you can't talk about the Pokemon trading card game without talking about the big bad Dragapult EX, which of course is here in full force. But honestly, not as much as people would expect at the World Championship, only sitting at 43.2%. A lot of players actually thought that this deck would actually be above 50% for this tournament. But all the way at the top of our Swiss Phase 1 is going to be Brent Tonneson from Australia, who is currently undefeated 8-0 with Dragapult crushing hammers. So there's a couple of variants of Dragapult that can be played, but it seems like Brent has actually really locked down just the most consistent list and where you really just don't want to take risks here in the World Championship.
It's you either want to take no risks or take every risk, right? Because it's the chance here. But of course, with Pokemon Go, how's it feeling?
Definitely. So a big takeaway here is our two grand finalists, Pokémon and Beelzeboy, are still in the running to make another grand finals appearance. They were top two for a reason, and Beelzeboy, reigning world champion. We've never, speaking of repeat world champions, we never had a world champion repeat ever as well in our 5th year. So still early on, but it really might happen this year. Meanwhile, Pokémon, the finalist that finished 2nd last year, has gone on 5 straight championship Sundays in international worlds combined, which is absolutely insane stat line. And he's looking to try to make it back in the grand finals and finally win that world championship that he's been going for. So that could be a super exciting one, especially if they get that rematch. They had a rematch at NAIC that was super close, and I'm sure it's on the back of both their minds that they might face off again in day number 2 and maybe even championship Sunday.
All right, well, that actually is a great segue into Unite, because we've got a lot of players that are former champions, world champions, but a lot of them have been eliminated. You know, they moved on to other teams. We've got our previous reigning world champion as well that's having a little bit of a tough time. But the real takeaway here that nobody expected is people who have never been the world champion, which is Europe, right? We've had Japanese champions, we've had American champions, we've had a LATAM champion most recently, but Europe has qualified with 1 extra spot through like kind of a big qualifier at UIC, and all 4 of their teams have made it to day number 2, which I believe is the first time that's ever happened, and they are looking extremely good. So they've made it up to like 2nd place at Worlds, they made it to the grand finals before, but they've never quite been there. It's just been one of those regions. This might be their year, so everybody's really looking towards Europe, but we still have basically every region present in day number 2, so anything can really happen with Pokemon Unite. It's looking very exciting, but of course there have been some amazing moments that have happened already, and I think we want to each kind of highlight one of them that's happened so far. So in, of course, the Pokemon video game, any big moment?
Oh, I highlighted 2.
Oh, okay.
We had to highlight 2. But starting off, talking about the fact that we can have a repeat world champion, I wanted to highlight for Shohei Kimura's match, our 2023 Pokemon World Champion. Looking back at this match too, he was going up against our, okay, we got the clip switch, but we'll start with this one first. So we're switching the points. We're talking about the unique Pokemon. We'll come back to Shohei in a second. I wanted to highlight Carrie's team and Carrie as a player, because Carrie has been someone who has really stepped up throughout this year. He is reigning regional champion, and when we're looking at a couple of these unique megas, he has 2 of them with the Staraptor and the Raichu, but it was really this Hizui and Arcanine that stole the show. This has been a Pokemon that hasn't necessarily picked up on so many teams, but really made so much impact. But this is what I was talking about. Shohei Kimura going up against a Japan national champion in Hiroshi Onishi, and this was such a great match. Shohei now sitting at a 7-1 record. We had very similar teams, with Mega Charizard being one of the dominant teams going into this tournament, and how Shohei piloted it was such a, we know that he's so skilled, but to see it again in such confidence display was really like, wow, if this is just a preview of his matches, he's gonna go all the way. Like, it was incredible.
it's such a big stage to be able to show something like that on. And yeah, now since, of course, Pokemon video game had 2 clips, now that means Unite gets 0 clips, unfortunately. They took it away from us.
I'm sorry, that's just how it goes.
That's just how it goes. No, no, we'll have one later. But for the trading card game, of course, this is, I mean, a gigantic tournament. Any moment that you wanted to kind of showcase?
Well, there's plenty, right? And I think for a lot of players that may be tuning into the Pokemon trading card game for the first time, they may not know this, but we've had a whole expansion set that has been released in between NAIC and the World Championship. But of course, it is going to be Brett Tonneson on the right, piloting that very straightforward, very consistent Dragapult. He even ran out of ways to get Dragapult in the end, and then Dragapult's best friend, Monkey Dory, coming in with the Mind Bend, with that ability, Adrenabrain, being able to move 3 damage counters over, and then taking the win from here. But honestly, this is my favorite moment of yesterday. Mateusz, who actually got top 8 at Worlds last year with Dragapult, I believe, is piloting Alakazam. Now, the most popular stadium that we actually have in the trading card game these days is Team Rocket's Watchtower. It shuts off the Dunsparce, but he actually paired it with Dusknoir. So it's definitely a very tricky way to make the deck, but he knows exactly how to trip up the rest of the field.
That's another 2 clips. I think you're actually out of clips now.
Yeah, they're actually they're not even gonna let me finish this segment. They're just gonna take me off stage immediately. No, I love the fact too that when we talk about all these games together, which is not, we don't get all that many opportunities to, it just sounds so ridiculous to hear 2 Pokemon paired together that it's classic. You're like Dragapult and Dragapult's best friend Monkey Dory. Like, looking at that from other games' perspectives, it's like, what? That's wild. And then you think, like, maybe I should play a trading card game, Crime Round was good at it for a while. I want to play that. But of course, we can't ignore Go. I think they might have taken away your clip too, because they're so greedy. They have too many clips.
We'll see if there's a clip or not. We don't have Monkey Dory in the game yet for Pokemon Go. We do have Dragapult, which someone actually tried to bring last year for World Championships and quite worked decently well. But we are in our 5th year, and I feel like the skill level for this game has gone to an all-time high. It's going higher and higher, as this is Emmy Weedle, one of our former world champions, against the 2-time Thailand champion in their first matchup on the winners finals. Winner goes to day number 2 on that winner's side. Loser might even get knocked out tournament. But look at how close this is, down to the wire. Both players having like 2 or 3 Pokemon left with red HP bars, only a fraction of percentages of health. And you can see in the very end, it comes down to the final second, simultaneous knockouts. Just really highlights the skill level of the game too. That's a half second that they had to, tie on that very moment, and that's exactly what happened. But we've seen that in so many of our matches throughout, and these players, like, they're so tuned into the game that they kind of are anticipating each other's anticipations, and that's kind of how Go has been this year. And so I say every world champion every year is just better and better than the previous.
It's, I mean, it's so cool, especially with games like, of course, I love video game, love TCG, but, I feel like our games are a little bit newer, right, as far as things go competitively. So it's really, really cool to see the players level up more and more as time has gone on. And that's actually what my clip is, which is, if anybody out there is not familiar with Pokemon Unite, I think this is such a great clip to kind of show how amazing the game is, like how strong the movement is. This is Haruto, one of the best players in the world coming out of Japan, pulling off one of the best jukes that we have ever seen. They're going to be on the Lucario, and they're going to be chased around. So you should be able to see them kind of in the top right there, juking an entire team, 1v4. They managed to go escape into the Kyogre pit. They're escaping the entire team. They managed to teleport backwards using Bone Rush right here, a huge juke, and they waste the entire time of Root Dignitas, which was considered one of the best teams in the world, looking to win this entire tournament, but they actually got eliminated on day number 1 in a big upset. And part of it was because of this, but there are just too many good teams, so
breaking ankles over there.
Yes. Oh, I mean, such an amazing juke. That's going to be an amazing clip for all time. So if you haven't checked out Pokemon Unite, that's kind of the movement that you can expect from it. So I mean, amazing moments already from all of these games. It's been such an amazing half of the event so far, or I guess maybe 1/3 if we're considering Sunday as well. And of course, there's so many amazing things out here in this actual venue. I cannot believe how huge it is. There's so many things to do. I feel like I've I don't know, caught like 10% of it. I feel like you were.
Yeah, I tried to go for a wander and I'm like, all right, I'm off for a couple rounds. Surely I can see everything, right? You start getting out to the convention floor and it just goes as far as the eye can see. And there's still so much more. I looked at a map and I'm like, this doesn't even scratch the surface. It is just incredible how much love there is for Pokemon, how much love has been poured into the event, and so many things going on. So hopefully we have the opportunity today, but as the competition ramps up, I don't know.
Yeah.
Honestly, to build on Sierra's point, I really feel like there's something here for a Pokemon fan of any level. Even if it's your first day, if you've been with the series for years, you really can just find something for you. I know there's musical performances outside. There's a whole outside stage. Pokemon XP happening for the first time. For me, my favorite thing that I've seen so far is that life-size Venusaur, Blastoise, and Charizard made out of Lego.
The
It's
Lego.
so cool.
Ridiculous. Yeah, I trying to get a picture with that. Have not been able to yet. Do you have a favorite thing, real quick, before we move on to the next thing?
I mean, yeah, I don't think I've, similar to Emily and probably everyone else here, maybe haven't had the full time to experience all of it.
Or
But
any.
from all my friends and competitors that have gone to this event, even just after first day, they're like, yeah, I didn't know what to expect from the Pokemon XP side of things, but all of them, for everyone them said, it's blown their expectations away, right? And it's just, if you're a fan of Pokemon, you love Pokemon, it's the perfect place for you. If you're on the fence about Pokemon, you'll probably fall in love with Pokemon after this weekend. So many great reasons to come out to these World Championships, and no better way to celebrate it than the 30th.
Oh, absolutely. But of course, I want to make sure that everybody at home doesn't feel bad as well. So of course, there are things that every game is giving out for just for watching, which unfortunately I've been missing because I've been here, so I actually haven't had the streams open. But we'll sort of talk about what our games are kind of giving away. So let's start with the Pokemon video games. Sarah, if you have anything knowledgeable about what's actually being distributed for the Pokemon video games.
We're giving away so much. I don't know which order the graphics are going to fly, but we're giving away swag in-game if you want the World Championship shirt. As well, we got to make sure that your style is matching your Pokemon, and you have the opportunity to pick up the 2026 Worlds Incineroar. Incineroar's everywhere now for VGC. It's kind of taken over. Whether you love or hate Incineroar, it has taken over. It is here. It is one of the strongest Pokemon. Opportunity to grab that there. And this is the shirt I was talking about. Enjoy Worlds 26. Again, enjoy Worlds 26. Write it down. Take a picture. Don't ask 10 million times in the Twitch chat. Enjoy Worlds 26 and you can get that hat and shirt.
All right, I need a pen. Production, can you bring me a pen so I can write that code down, please? Or otherwise, I'll just ask in chat later. No, I'm just kidding. And of course, we have so many different things for so many games. I agree. I was like, I don't know what's going to come up first, but for the trading card game, we'll see what they bring up. There we go.
Honestly, you talk about swag in Champions. You can also get your swag in the Pokemon trading card game live as well. I personally love the jacket. Looks like a half leather jacket, half Letterman, which is really sick. But of course, players love to customize their deck boxes as well. So you can find all of your world swag right on your screen. But the longer you watch the Pokemon trading card game, the more things you actually get unlocked. So in order to get all of this swag that you see right here, you have to actually watch for 60 minutes. But if you only have time for 30 minutes today, you can actually get 6 packs of Pitch Black. So once again, that is our newest set that we have in the Pokemon trading card game. I personally love watching a regional stream on the side to make sure I'm always opening packs either in person or online.
There's so much stuff here that I genuinely cannot read that text from here. I'm going to be honest. So this is a nice giveaway. Pokemon Go. Let's see what you're giving away. We've got so much stuff. I feel like we got to zoom through this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'll just quick highlight. You get Elite Charge TM, super exclusive resource that you can get for watching up to 60 minutes. Also, more importantly, you get the world champion from last year, Beal's Voice Tinkaton, that he used his stats on the Tinkaton, and more importantly, he even gets an exclusive background just on the Tinkaton. Really cool to have. And of course, we got the Pokemon Pikachu XP, you can see in the space outfit, as well as the champion Pikachu spawning in the game right now, so you can get it if you're opening game. So open up a game, play it, and you also get a fresh avatar shirt as well you can do. And you know, no big deal, but I might have gotten the shiny Pikachu with the space, costume yesterday. So, but hey, you could be like me if you just open up a game and play it.
Everybody up here is greedy. They're bragging about the shinies, getting multiple clips.
We got so much good stuff. What does Unite got?
I know. Yeah, Unite, of course, has some really actually amazing things. Depending on how long you watch for, you get an exclusive logo sticker for the event, or at 30 minutes, you get to an exclusive license art for Pikachu, which is very, very cool. And then you can actually get a license for one of the Pokemon from the World Champion Team Peru last year, what they won with, if you do watch for 45 minutes. So some really nice stuff. And of course, just be sure to watch all of the streams for each of these if you want to be able to get some rewards at home. And I mean, just watch all your favorite players play, because we are getting so close now to starting day number 2. I know it's been an amazing day 1 so far. And of course, as a reminder to everybody, this is all leading up to a huge championship Sunday in the Chase Center, the arena. I mean, we got a little sneak peek of it. It is incredible. It is going to be a show like I think no Pokemon fans have ever watched. So of course, we've got 4 amazing games. Be sure to watch all the broadcasts. We're going to have a really tough time today, I think, deciding who will be moving on towards that special championship Sunday. So thank you from all of us. We're going to be moving on very soon as we get sending it over to our start for day number 2 here at the Pokemon World Championships 2026. We'll see you all playing soon.
start of a new day, looking out on a new adventure. No one knows where the road will take us. Ready, set, 'cause now it's time to go. Maybe we can finally see who we're meant to be. Every step of the way tells a story. Every challenge to show us who we are. Now we ride side by side to glory. Together you and I will touch the stars. And then we'll do it all over again. Cause even if we lose our way, we'll always say, here we go. Here we go again. And it's even better than last time. Here we go. Here we go again. Memories last at a lifetime. It's a new day, do it our way. With all our friends, here we go again. Look around, see familiar faces. All of us on a path to the unknown. Standing tall on the edge of greatness. See you when we're walking victory road. And then we'll do it all over again. Cause even if we win the day, we'll always say, here we go. Here we go again. Memories last at a lifetime. It's a new day, do it our way. With all our friends, here we go again. Here we go. Here we go again. Memories last at a lifetime. It's a new day, do it our way. With all our friends, here we go. Here we go. Here we go again.
Hey everybody! Welcome to day 2 of the Pokémon World Championships and Pokémon XP! Yeah. We are absolutely delighted you decided to spend your days in the Bay enjoying oh so sunny San Francisco, California. What a day that we have in store. I'm Gabby Durden, and after a strong start to yesterday, I'm back to keep us on track towards Championship Sunday and the culmination of all the fun surrounding Pokemon XP. Have you seen the skate park? You get a chance to? Yeah? It's cool, right? Okay, I'm gonna have to go check that out. It's wild. You know what else is wild? The fact that we are going to know our finalists across all of the divisions by the end of the day. Some of which will be crowned world champions when we take over even more of the city by unleashing the power of Pokemon in the Chase Center. Today is about our trainers. Across Pokemon Champions, the trading card game, Pokemon GO, and Pokemon UNITE, our incredible competitors are ready to battle for glory. And I'm curious, who are you cheering for? Let's see, who did I write down in my notes yesterday? Oh yeah, and Pokemon VGC trainers Yuya Wakasugi, Justin Tang, and Stefano Greppi. They look like they have the best shot at Championship Sunday, but we'll see how things shake out once we get into Top Cut. The Pokemon TCG competition has been unmistakably fierce. But Brent Tonneson, Henry Chow, and Rune Hermans, they really hope to hold on to yesterday's momentum, and I know a lot of people agree that they can. In Pokemon GO, I mean, not gonna lie, I'm keeping my eye on Beelzeboy, as well as Potaman and ME Weedle as they tap their way through the bracket. And finally, for Pokemon UNITE, we've got Peru UNITE, Reject, and Komai ready to put up a fight. Am I right? Who's gonna shine bright in the Championship Sunday arena? Well, I'm stoked to find out. How about you? As as we've mentioned, the Pokémon World Championships are only half of the fun we have this weekend. Pokemon XP is in full swing. And whether you're tuning in from home or you're here with us in person, there is something for everyone. Later on, make sure you check out the Pokemon XP panels featuring Pokemon GO, LEGO, and Jimmy Paul. Those will be live on the Pokemon XP channel. You don't want to miss it, so this would be the time to add that to your schedule. And while I have your attention, can we take a moment to recognize all of the people that make an event like this possible? Join me in thanking the phenomenal staff, judges, production crew, and everyone working behind the scenes to bring the Pokemon World Championships and Pokemon XP to life in San Francisco, California. See, the Pokemon community truly is something special, and it's because each and every one of you is part of it. Okay, that's enough from me right now. We have a day 2 of the Pokemon World Championships to get started. Let's get into it. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Gabby. I agree with a lot of what was said. That video, Joe, that video at the start gets me hyped. Shout out to everyone making these events happen. These are great events. I have one problem with what Gabby said. I'm afraid you're going to be missing those panels because we have a full day of Pokemon TCG action. We are not leaving the Moscone Center today until we have our finalists set. Joining you for the first couple of rounds today, it's going to be myself, Ross Gilbert, and the lovely Joe Bernard. I think yesterday was good, Joe. Like really high hopes for today.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, we've already had Heartbreak and Heroics. That's what phase 1 of the competition is all about, but that tension dials up even more today. No mistakes allowed. We've got to have flawless runs for a lot of these players if they want to book themselves into the asymmetrical top cuts after our last 4 Swiss rounds of the day today. So you can't have a misstep. Players are already feeling pretty good. They've already achieved their 16 match points or better from that phase 1 of competition. So they're already feeling confident in their deck choice. They're feeling like they're in the groove and they have to start making a push now.
Absolutely. By my calculations, and this is not official, I cannot stress that enough, we've got like 143 players-ish here in day 2, but they're not all even. Brent Tonneson comes in with an 8-0 record, 24 match points. Whereas your lower ranked players, the players who kind of scraped in with a minimum record, 5-2-1, 16 match points. That gives Brent basically 3 extra wins over the players, and there's only 4 rounds to be played, so players like Brent at the top, they don't have that much to do. Win or 2 and they will be in, whereas the players at the bottom, they're going to have to go 4-0 and maybe even hope for a little bit of luck. It is not even, records carry over, and it is a top 8, but you mentioned asymmetrical top cut. The way that works is, we look at how many match points the 8th place player has. Anyone that's tied with them, up to 16 total, will go into an asymmetrical top cut to earn their way into top 8, and then from there, full knockout elimination.
Yep, there's the knockout eliminations going on today, but also players who are going to try and achieve other prizes on the line, because there's a lot of cash you can earn, as well as other great prizes this weekend, Ross.
Oh yeah, you might not make it top 8, but you get top 32, $5,000. Oh no, I bubbled top 8. I ended up, losing in the asymmetrical top cut. Oh wait, I still go home with $10,000. That is not too shabby, but of course, if you end up in the Chase Center tomorrow on that stage with victory in your hands, you will also have $50,000 in your hands as well. That is a pretty sweet prize pot.
So let's see who's closest to the top right now as we have our player standings as we go into this phase 2 of competition. As you mentioned, Ross, Brent Tonneson, he's a player that got top of the leaderboards over the last couple of years. Didn't get it this year, and he's taken that personally. He's on a rampage right now with Dragapult on that 8-0 record. We also checked in with Henry Chow on the stream yesterday. He's on a 7-0-1 record. He's no longer playing with Gardevoir. He's tossed that away. His new best friend is Dragapult, and you can see why. He's on a great run again.
It is working beautifully. Rune Hyman's there, 7-0-1, as well as Tianri Rong. Those are the players we're really looking at who have a very literal leg up in the tournament because they've just got more match points. But look at names like Alex Szymanski, Nina Eisenblatter, Natalie Miller, Mateusz Laskowicz. There's so many. Diego Casaraga, our 2017 world champion. Like, I'm naming all these amazing players, and I'm still missing people, Joe.
Yeah, Diego, not only a world champion, multiple top 8s as well. The fact that he could be once again looking at a top cut would be absolutely exceptional. And Rune Hermans, as you mentioned, a bit of a boogeyman in the room. He's on that Crustle. Not many players have made it far into the tournament with that archetype, but now Rune is up there. He's surrounded by a lot of interesting matchups. Someone like Brent would be quite a free win for him because he really doesn't have any good attackers to deal with that Crustle itself. And there's also a lot of the Alakazam archetype. That's been an undercurrent story from our phase 1 of competition. There's players like Diego, there's Mateusz, there's Alex Szymanski. A lot of these top players are rocking on these strong records, these Alakazam decks. Some of them will have very easy answers to the Crustle matchup by having Dedenne and the recycle of that enhanced hammer. However, a number of these Alakazam players have cut that card, meaning that Rune could potentially have a free run into our top cut.
Absolutely, it's a very matchup-dependent deck. A couple of other players we're highlighting here. Brennan Kammerman, often going toe-to-toe with his twin brother Owen on the European leaderboard, and Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, who of course is one of our players to watch for the weekend, sitting there with a 6-2 record. Actually got a chance to chat with him and a few other people before we even started on Thursday, so hopefully we'll get to see that at some point, but certainly a player to watch. Arnie Karjala as well, just so many phenomenal players. Like every one of those players on the screen right now, Joe, I'm looking at going, oh, I wouldn't be surprised if they won Worlds.
No, I mean, we've seen their faces up there before because they've been champions or in top cuts. And I also want to take a look at the meta for Phase 2. We know that in Phase 1, Dragapult was 43%. How did it convert? Well, look at that. It seems like other archetypes has Dragapult's number, Ross.
It does, but let's not sleep on the fact Dragapult is still doubling up any other deck. Dragapult is still #1 by a huge margin, but you're right. And you look at some of these other decks coming through, things like that Tiamat Gogapon with Lily's Clefairy, things like End Zoroark, things like Crustle. These are decks which traditionally you would play if you wanted to play not Dragapult, but you wanted to cover your Dragapult matchup. So the format is, as I was kind of expecting coming into, no, Dragapult's by far the best deck, but then after that, it's what's good against Dragapult.
And this is what's interesting to me. It's the inverse of the NAIC. Dragapult was the most played deck, but then it absolutely dwarfed everything else coming into Phase 2. It feels like our top players have found archetypes that aren't Dragapult, so they don't have to contend with those mirror matches, they don't have to worry about flipping coins of Crushing Hammer. Sure, a number of our players are still going for that approach, but it's great to see all of these other archetypes in the field still having a good shot into the Dragapult matchup and also being able to compete against the rest. It feels like from that Phase 1, the Mega Excadrill has kind of fallen off that little bit. It was already less popular than many expected. It was 4% of the field in Phase 1, but it seems like Crustle has sort of crept its way into this meta here, and it will make things a little bit more spicy for Phase 2.
It will indeed. Crustle, of course, it's a very underwhelming Pokemon in terms of attacking, but it blocks a lot of these decks with its ability. So the deal essentially is, you play the right deck, you have a lot of quite easy wins. You play the wrong deck, you have actually quite a lot of crushing losses. It is not a deck that goes toe-to-toe in a traditional sense. It's not going to win a back-and-forth prize race against many decks at all. So a lot of players, you know, you pick Crustle, you hope you get the good matchups, and apparently we have a bunch of people here that have. And generally speaking, with these kind of decks, the longer you go in the tournament, the more of the decks you're expecting to see you see, that could end up shaking out as we get further on here.
Yeah, Rune Hermans is the player on the best record for Crustle right now, but it won't take much for some of these other Crustle pilots to have that sort of destiny run. They can have 2 or 3 matches go their way just by instantly knowing that they're in a really strong position, that if their deck flows as it should do, it should breeze through some of the other competitors. So it wouldn't surprise me if more of those started to rise to the top, just based on what's out there in the field right now.
Get ready for the possibility of Crustle mirror matches, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see them when we come to them. Got to also give a bit of love to Slowking now. I know there's a bunch of you watching at home who love Slowking, who love using it on the ladder on PTCG Live. It is in some ways a bit of a fan favorite deck, especially with the addition of Metagross recently, which has given it that really strong damage, you know, 300 damage from one attack. So Slowking, another one to look out for. 11 people playing it in the room. It's got some decent matchups, so I don't know if it's necessarily the favorite going into today, but there's some of them hanging around.
Yeah, there are some strong players there. I think Brennan Kammerman, no surprise, he's already won a tournament with this archetype over the last few months. I think he's on the best record of Slowking right now. Let's see how the Phase 2 meta shapes up compared to our cast predictions. I think I'm going to be hiding for this one, Ross, because mine have not gone to plan so far. I tried to back the Pitch Black expansion. I said that both of these new cards can target Dragapult in a couple different ways. Mega Excadrill, really high damage output, a lot of hit points, the potential to heal your way out of a 2-hit KO. I thought that would be really problematic for Dragapult. Now, I will admit that it has a bit more of an awkward time against some of the other single prize strategies that could sometimes be a wrench in the works, but I did think that Mega Extra Drill had a good chance against at least our top deck in the room, although it's not had a great Phase 1 to Phase 2 conversion. Then Hide and Sneak. It's been hiding so well that it's almost invisible. It's imperceptible to the human eye. It has really not done much this tournament at all.
He is hiding very well for my picks. Now, I went Lily's Clefairy X. Basically, my picks were kind of, I wanted to show the metagame. Lily's Clefairy is the anti-metagame pick, the anti-Dragapult pick, and I do believe whether it's in its own kind of box of Mega Kangaskhan or whether it's popped into things like Slowking or Hide and Sneak, I really thought it was going to be pivotal. And Crispin, I picked Crispin because I think in the format right now, fully in context, it deserves to be up there with cards like Boss's Orders and Lily's Determination. I think it is that impactful of a supporter card. Dragapult plays it to make sure they can get the energy when they need it. Anti-Dragapult decks play it. There are so many Pokemon in the format, like Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon, for instance. You know, even Lily's Clefairy itself, that don't really work unless you can accelerate that energy with Crispin while searching out another one, get that double attachment during your turn with the energy guaranteed. And this is my way of basically saying to the community as a whole, can we start recognizing, everyone knows Crispin is good, no one's saying Crispin's bad, but can we start talking about it as the metagame defining card that it is? I am so bullish on that card.
You're going to hear throughout the weekend that we're going to be saying they need to Crispin this turn. If they can't Crispin this turn, they're going to have a useless turn. They're going to have a turn off, essentially.
Orders.
Right, exactly.
And I mean, Ethan is winning the caster predictions. I'm going to let you guys at home decide how much credit he gets for picking the probably best 2 decks in the format. But we could have done that too, to be fair. I was in the dock before Ethan to get my predictions in. I could have had those predictions, so Ethan has absolutely nailed the predictions here. Chip doing pretty well. Tealmask, Ogerpon and Slowking, pretty good picks. Not the only person with Slowking.
No, Slowking was popular between all of our casters, Emily there and Pablo. Pablo admitted in the analyst desk yesterday that he was much happier with his choice after seeing how well Mateus did as well, because he's also backed that Alakazam deck in there. Slowking, I think, definitely has the power level. You know, it can yoink some of the best attacks in the game for a fairly cheap, discounted cost with its Seek Inspiration effect of an attack. So I do think that one is a nice puzzle piece. You know, we showed it off with Ross Hawthorne at the NAIC, turned plenty of heads with that deck. So I think Slowking definitely going to be popular. Zam in there, yeah, I think Pablo's quite happy that there's Mateus backing it right now. Amy took the bold choice, the Festival Grounds, hoping that we could see some Festival lead action. We know that this gains so much from the new Gladian's Final Battle edition coming into this expansion, but it does still have to dodge and weave those Dragapults. There are still some of them still out in the competition, but they still have to try and avoid what is the most popular deck in the room.
And about 1/3 of your games today, you should expect to be Dragapult. But we've got some goodies for you this weekend. We've got some distributions over there on Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. So look, go and watch for 30 minutes, 6 booster packs. That is a booster pack every 5 minutes. That is good maths. I will do that. 45 minutes, maybe you get your Mega Zera or EX playset. Couple of special illustration rares, couple of double rares, and that is a card I am high on, Joe.
Okay.
And then if you keep watching, it just keeps getting better.
Yeah, the World's Crate is there for you. You can get all your swag. Look at that Pikachu jacket. You gotta be wearing it. You gotta
I want that in real life.
Yeah,
Joe.
Exactly. I know. There's so much here. And if you're a follower of Pokemon Pocket as well, you can get 24-pack hourglasses. That's going to save you a lot of time. You just got to watch for 30 minutes to earn those hourglasses. You can get a ton of boosters in. Restart your collection if you dropped off at Pocket anytime. It's so easy to jump back in. And I saw out yesterday on the stage on Rayquaza Road, there's lots of gameplay of Pocket going on as well. So if you're enjoying the TCG, not quite knowing how to follow along at times, get yourself onto Pocket. That's going to be a perfect jump start for you into the trading card game.
Hey, they revealed a Fuecoco EX for Pocket yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I am very excited about that. Dual-type cards, and the Mega Mewtwo first ever dual-type card. 24-hour glasses, if anyone needs to know, that is 2 booster packs. So what we got, we want to hear from you guys. You're going to hear from us all weekend. That's kind of what we do. That's why we're here. But we want to hear from you. Hashtag Pokemon XP, hashtag Pokemon World in all the usual places on X, on Instagram, YouTube /Play Pokemon. Tell us where you're watching, with whom you're watching. Show us pictures of your pets with whom you're watching, because we know a lot of you are watching with your pets. They always are, Joe.
Oh, they have to be. But also, tell us who you're rooting for. We're seeing a star-studded cast of players have made it through. Yes, we did see some players dropping out of the tournament from Phase 1. Heartbreak for Tord Reklev, players, you know, one of the players that everyone wants to watch. He was on a 5-0 start, ended up at 5-3. So Titans have already fallen here. But there's still so many great, talented players out on display today. Let us know who you're backing.
Yeah, let us know who you're backing. Let us know where you're watching. Let us see your setup. Tell us anything you want to tell us. We are going to be checking all of those social posts all weekend. Right now, however, we are going to be checking in with our first game of the day. We can't go straight there, though, because it would be frankly irresponsible if we didn't tell you about the format first.
Let's dive into the format for the Pokemon trading card game at the 2026 Pokemon World Championships. The best trainers from around the globe are here to compete for their share of a $2 million prize pool and the coveted title of Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling head-to-head in a best-of-3 Swiss round format. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold. When Swiss completes, the top 8 trainers and up to 8 additional trainers tied in 8th place advance into an asymmetrical single elimination bracket until only 2 finalists remain. These final 2 trainers in each age division will compete on Championship Sunday. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion. Let's get this tournament started.
Let's get this tournament started. Let's get day 2 started here in San Francisco in the Bay Area at the Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships 2026 with a fantastic matchup. We've got Callie White, we've got Natalie Miller, we have got ourselves a big basics box deck, we have got ourselves a Dragapult deck, and we have got an absolute treat for you to start off the stream. Good players, good decks, and I think a pretty good matchup, Joe.
An awesome matchup to see. As we know, this basic style box archetype was the winner at the NAIC in the hands of James Kowalski, his homebrew archetype. Callie's got a new build that she's backing right now with a little bit more of the Teal Mask Ogerpon shoved in there, but is still leaning quite heavily towards that Lily's Clefairy EX, which, as we know, will be so impactful against that Dragapult.
Well, here's the question, Joe. You play Lily's Clefairy EX, it's a great counter for Dragapult. Is that enough to swing the match on its own?
Well, it's a huge threat. It's a great start for you. But what's interesting about Natalie, she's playing the Dustoir package, so that can be a great way for you to Curse Blast your way around Lily's Pearl, for example. Because there's only 190 hit points on the Lily's Clefairy EX, you can try and use your Dustoir to take 130 damage and then place 6 counters on the Lily's Clefairy itself, whilst also using your highest damage output, the 200 damage output swing from Phantom Dive onto other Pokemon at the same time. So Natalie's going to have to time her actions very cleanly here. She has some great gusting potential with Moltres into Teal Mask Ogerpon. She has Hand Disruption at her disposal. She's not rocking any of the Team Rocket's Watchtower to shut down the Kangaskhan, but it looks like we're seeing liftoff here. The fist bump from both players, and I think we're getting into our first turn of the game pretty soon here.
We are suspiciously close. Swiss round 9. Here we go. Day 2, round 1. Round 9 overall. Natalie Miller, Callie White. Let's get rolling with Teal Mask Ogerpon attaching an energy, using that Teal Dance that draws a card while also allowing you to attach an extra energy. And we're going to be looking for energy attachments, and we're going to be looking for big, basic Pokemon.
Yeah, finding knockouts in any means necessary is really what Callie's list is all trying to perform here. Ideally, she can look to weave in the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. As we know, Torrential Pump is so effective at taking out multiple lower hit point Pokemon, and that's really what Natalie's deck is filled with, because she will be trying to evolve up into multiple Stage 2 Pokemon. And starting off with this Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, not too shabby at all. This is not only a great attacker, because it is a very solid grass-type Pokemon for some certain type coverage in the field, but it's a key acceleration option for you because there are 4 copies of Energy Switch within the deck. Peeking at those prize cards, the A-Spec Prime Catcher, not ideal for Callie, having it in the top right of her prize cards. She's also got one of those 2 Lily's Clefairy in the prizes, but fortunately she is doubled up, so she will still have access to that card. And she also has the well-rounded damage output of 1 Raging Bolt EX in her list as well, so she should have a few opportunities to still reach KOs as this first Ultra Ball resolves, finding that Mega Kangaskhan EX, a key draw engine piece of this deck.
That's what you're going to be looking for. Get it in the active. It lets you draw 2 cards. There's very few Pokemon that are basic that will let you draw 2. This is one of them. We've doubled up on the Meowth as well. That's in the prizes. But there is a second one in the deck as well. So we've attached an energy. We're now going to bench that Latias. That gives free retreat to all of your basic Pokemon. That lets you put your Mega Kangaskhan EX in the active. And you can draw 2 cards with Run Errand. And it looks like we're going to be immediately getting a Rescue Stretcher back, using it to attach a Grass Energy, and then just passing over to Natalie. The order of the day here, get them basic Pokemon down.
Absolutely the case. I really like the early Night Stretcher from Callie there. Getting the energy stashed on Mega Kangaskhan sets yourself up for a Crispin to at least launch some pressure next turn, even without much else help from the draws that you can acquire here. But Natalie kicks things off with a Buddy Poffin. It's exactly what you want to see with this archetype because she's playing a ton of low hit point basic Pokemon. The more Dreepy, the better is normally the policy for this Dragapult deck because it really gets rolling when you are able to use multiple Recon Directive. And the fact that she prized a couple Buddy Poffin makes it even more fortuitous that she was able to find one in that opening hand. Also a little warning shot there for one of those Crispin in the prize cards. Very often when you're facing up against this big basic style archetype that has easy means of KOing Dragapult EX cleanly, it's so important to keep track of your energy acceleration options so that you can continually Phantom Dive, because that's what you're going to need in this matchup.
Yeah, there are 2 in the deck, but you're right. 1 being away means that you've got to find that one. There's no Meowth in the deck. You wouldn't generally play that in Dragapult, so that is going to potentially make things a little more awkward. We're filling out the bench. We've got a Dreepy and we got a Duskull.
That's an indication of a really strong hand, right? If you're grabbing only 1 Dreepy from this first search.
Usually a good sign.
Yeah.
Of course, you're going to get a Dreepy, so you can evolve up into Dracloak next turn, and that's got that Recon Directive. Let's look at the top 2 cards of your deck, and you get to draw 1 and bottom deck the other. Building up into that Dragapult that for 2 energy does 200 to the active and allows you to drop 6 damage counters wherever you like. Speaking of good hand, Joe.
Yeah, she had a couple. Yeah, she had a couple more Dreepy in hand as well, so we will be seeing even more basics coming into play. And the early Moltres, this is such an interesting choice from Natalie. It's so common in the hammer-based builds of Dragapult, but seeing it in the Dusknoir build shows that Natalie was respecting the Mega Excadrill matchup, but in turn really helps out against tackling that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX to change a prize race up so that she can maintain a single prize board during this game.
Absolutely. For just a single fire energy, it does 110 to an EX, 20 to a non-EX, double with weakness. That is going to go up to 220. That's pretty good maths when you're against the Teal Mask Ogerpon this week.
Absolutely the case. As action passes back over to Callie, Natalie not prioritizing Budu in this instance. She may not have had a means of retreating this Duskull either, so instead is going to prioritize just setting up the board with as many Dreepy as possible. As we see the Run Errand coming in from Callie to see a couple additional cards. There was already Crispin in hand from the previous turn, so she can begin to launch some rapid-fire combos here.
The good news is you're not going to have to flip for rapid fire combo 200. We'll just get that Duskull. Here is that Crispin you promised us, Joe. You get to search your deck for 2 different types of basic energy. One gets attached and the other one goes into your hand. But of course, you're allowed to attach 1 energy per turn. So a lot of the time, you really just search both, attach both, and then you've got your double attachment rolling. Worth noting, however, that you could instead put it to hand and then just manually attach it with the ability, I should say, to Teal Mask Ogerpon to draw an extra card, but you will need an extra energy or an energy switch in a moment so that that Mega Kangaskhan can be attacking.
And because Callie is using that Raging Bolt in her list, she has 5 different types of energy in the deck to try and make that Crispin work as best as possible. An early Area 0 coming into the hand is a pretty good option, actually, when you have a 300 hit point Kangaskhan as your early game attacking threat. If you can take a hit from this Kangaskhan, then use Area 0 and Chen Pao to remove this Pokemon from play. That can be a means of gaining 3 turns during the game. So this rapid fire combo, it's only a single prize KO. It's not the full pressure you would have liked from a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, but it's still putting a lot of questions over to Natalie here as it does turn over to her turn.
I like that very much indeed. Yes, of course, your Area 0 Underdepths will allow you to have 8 bench Pokemon. You could then play Chen Pao to remove it, at which point you're only allowed 5 bench Pokemon. Any extras need to be removed, and if they just happen to be heavily damaged free prize giving up Mega EXs, well then all the better for it. Looks like we've got our first Dracloak of the game here. That is going to give Natalie access to Recon Directive to draw more cards. And I don't want to be greedy, Joe, but I think Natalie probably wants 2 more Dracloak this turn.
And it's an interesting promote of the Moltres. I wonder if that's an indication of what's already available in hand. If he's going to try and... Ooh, there's Boss's Orders as an option now.
That just came out of the Recon Directive. You could boss up that Teal'c Gogapon if you're feeling a little bit cheeky.
She may just need fodder for Ultra Ball in this hand, though. Looks like she does take the energy, and that will indeed be fodder. Going to have to remove one of those Crushing Hammer and a Psychic Energy. I think we are going to need a Meowth to fix this hand. I believe the Pheasantipity EX was in her prize cards, so it is going to be a last-ditch catch into the Lily's Determination to get a fresh 8 cards here. Natalie continuing to prioritize that setup as best as possible. But in the same instance, even just getting a prod in early with Moltres could be really useful here. Fighting Wings, not just good for being a type coverage threat, could easily put pressure onto this Kangaskhan, setting it up for a Phantom Dive. So these 8 cards, if we're able to access Fire Energy, could really put Natalie in a good spot.
No, I think you make an excellent point there, Joe. Yeah, 110 might get a 1-hit KO on a Teal'c Gogapon, but it's still a decent chunk of damage against any EX, and when you're playing a deck like this where you've got damage coming down with your Dusknoir and you've got Dragapult hitting the active and the bench, you know, there's a lot of damage flying around. Getting damage on the board is good. Do we see a Fire Energy?
Psychic,
I don't see a Fire Energy.
Ooh,
do you,
a couple
Joe?
of Psychics. Ooh. No, not quite for Natalie. Is there even... Well, there's 1 Ultra Ball, so we can access 1 more Dracloak here. You definitely want to evolve up a second one. It's build without any copies of Rare Candy. Instead, Natalie has those 4 Crushing Hammer in addition to the Dusknoir line. So she's really shoved a lot into this list, similar to the Justin Newdorf build that we saw over the last few tournaments. You're going to see the discard of the Jamming Tower. That is Natalie's only Stadium card. And that's being removed now to grab a second Dracloak. It would be far too vulnerable for a 0 Rare Candy list to sit with just 1 Dracloak in play. Too vulnerable for a Torrential Pump to really ruin your day here. So the second one was mandatory. It's the bare minimum from that 8 card, Lily.
No, absolutely right. You want to make sure you've got an option for Dragapult next turn. So if if Natalie wants to attack with a Moltres this turn, she has to hit a Fire Energy off this Recon Directive. Do we see one? We don't. It's a Dusknoir, I believe, that is the choice off of there. So that means we're not going to be seeing the Moltres attack. There will be no Fighting Wings. It's an attachment to a Dracloak on the bench, and then a pass. Probably not the turn she was hoping for.
A little bit awkward for her. As she only plays 2 copies of Night Stretcher in the deck, you have to try and weave that in later on in the game if you want to have the nice uptrade 2-for-1 into the Teal'c Gogapon. But as things go, it's still a reasonable enough sponge. You still want to protect your Dreepian Dracloak that little bit more. I really like the Ultra Ball from her at the beginning of that last turn as well, so that she could stash and prepare herself for a potential Rose's Encouragement supporter, which is already in hand. Action back over to Callie, though, who's got her run errand in. Does have access to Boss's Orders. Could be an easy way just to take out either the Meowth for an easy 2 prize cards and just try and race as quickly as possible whenever you're facing down Cursed Blast Pokemon. It may feel unintuitive to go onto an odd prize map, but then you're essentially just diffusing the Cursed Blast itself. So we'll see if Callie wants to go more aggressive here or wants to prioritize more board setup.
I think if you knew that a Crispin was prized for Natalie, you'd be very tempted to go and take that only energy off the board.
Right.
But of course, you are expecting Natalie to have access to at least 2 Crispin here. But you're right, there's options with Boss's Orders. Right now, we have got enough energy on both the Mega Kangaskhan EX and the Teal'c Gogapon to launch attacks if we wish. We're just eyeing up all of these options. We've got an Ultra Ball, we've got that Gem Power, we've got a Boss.
It really comes down to how much prep can we do before taking our next prize, because now Natalie has seen a decent amount of cards with her last Lily. She has a couple Recon Directive already on the board. You have to start expecting that Natalie will have reach towards her A-Spec, that unfair stamp. So Callie really wants to build a board that has some safeguard against hand disruption. So getting the early Raging Bolt down and even stashing an energy onto it this turn really will allow Callie to have a much easier time of taking out a Dragapult next turn. I think this is a very solid choice because she currently has access to that fighting energy, so that's a really nice play for her.
And this is your big bad of the deck. This is the one that can stretch up and take big 1-hit KOs on that Dragapult. Here comes the Boss's Orders. Where's it going, Joe? You've got to be quick.
I feel like it's Meowth. It could easily be Dusclops or the Dracloak with energy, though. I think it's like a ton of great options here.
Oh,
it is going to be the Meowth. Yeah, I feel like when there's Curse Blast in the mix, you want to make it punishing for the opponent. You want to make it very difficult for Natalie to weave it in, if ever. So it is going to be a 2-prize KO. Callie goes down to just 3 prize cards remaining, and she's even able to pick up a Lily's Clefairy from those prize cards, which could be quite handy. And now we have to start seeing some action from Natalie. Her hand is not great. She's really reliant on the next couple recon directive to get her anywhere.
At least you do have 2 of those to use, but you talk about the prize map. Essentially now, a single Curse Blast means a Dragapult KO will win the game. Oh, the next card was
next card.
The Fire Energy that she needed so badly. It's a Jamming Tower and a Darkness Energy. Jamming Tower gets taken. Second Recon Directive does give Lily's Determination, and with 0 prize cards taken, that will give Natalie 8 new cards as she evolves up into a Dust Noir, benches a Dreepy, and attaches a Fire Energy to the active. Lily's Determination for 8. We're looking for a Dragapult so we can start actually throwing some damage around.
Dragapult at the very least. If we can also find Crushing Hammer in combination with Unfair Stamp, suddenly you could be getting yourself back into a good position. Natalie may also try and hold on to the Unfair Stamp that little bit longer and basically say that I've evolved into Dust Noir, but I'm not actually going to use this card. I can't really do it. It's too risky for me. And instead, we'll just try and force Callie through 2 Dragapult EX for the remainder of these prizes.
It's a very awkward decision, but you're right. Essentially, you either use a Dust Noir or you make your opponent KO a second Dragapult. We'll see where Natalie comes down.
There is not much in this hand, Ross.
We've got a Badoo, we've got a Boss's Orders. I'm not seeing a Dragapult.
Completely whiffed Dragapults.
There's no way towards it. We're both having we can see the hand better than you can at home
She's
right
conceded.
now. Isn't there? And there's a concession. Callie White is going to take game 1, 1-0 up with this Mega Kangaskhan, Lily's Clefairy box deck. Natalie cannot get a Dragapult, cannot recover, and Callie takes game 1.
A very calm, collected win there for Callie. The list honestly didn't do anything super impressive. It just kind of went through the motions and just started swinging with rapid fire combo. There's much more scary cards that could have come out in the list for Callie. So to get a nice win under the belt early has to feel good, knowing that they didn't even have to resort to any Clefairy or Wellspring Oakapon tactics. There's even more threat for Natalie in this next couple games where she's a game down right now with that well-disciplined concession. She's given herself a good amount of time to try and bring this back though, Ross.
She has indeed, but you're right, that whole game, it was just attaching and, attaching to Mega Kangaskhan and building up your bench. Here we have a quick look at the replay. Here's the first KO on the Duskull, and it's just, your Teal'c Gogapon's been sitting on the bench drawing cards. Mega Kangaskhan's attacking. We see the Boss's Orders onto the Meowth to go and get a KO there for 2 more prizes. But Callie never really swung with anything else. It was just setting up other attackers just in case, drawing cards for Teal'c Gogapon, and swinging with Mega Kangaskhan. And when Natalie whiffed the Dragapult off of that Lily's Determination to 8, that was a point where she said, yeah, I'm not winning this game, let's go to game 2.
Yeah, the big basics deck definitely keeps you honest, because if it has anything, it has draw power at its side. It's always got those early game run errands. It has the Teal'c Gogapon chipping in at times as well. So you're constantly getting a lot of card advantage from the very beginning of the game. As we see the fist bump getting into this game number 2 then in our Swiss round 9. Natalie kicks things off with the Moltres in the active, which is actually pretty solid. And I like the adjustment to choose to go first in this instance. It's pretty clear that you don't want the big basic deck to get free run errand draws or free energy attachments. Both of those things are pretty scary for you. And in this instance, already on the first turn of the game, Natalie has found Fire Energy to Moltres. So immediately, she's asking more questions than she did in that first game.
It already seems like it's going better than last time. You got the energy on the Moltres, you got a Dreepy and a Duskull on the bench. We've got a Poker Pad coming down here, which is going to allow you to go and grab something else if you so wish. But you seem she probably does at this point. And then in the hand, we've got a Dragapult there, stashed for future turns if you need it. I mean, is it second Dreepy? Oh, no. I believe
that's
that
the
was.
Search. We've used the search now. So it was for one of each of these basics. An action over to Callie now. Having the perfect start with that Kangaskhan already in the active spot, meaning we can run errand for 2 additional cards. Also already spotted an Ultra Ball in that hand for Callie.
2 energy off the run errand, one of which is the grass energy, nice for your Teal'c Gogapon. So, we've got an Ultra Ball. We need some more Pokemon coming down. I think I see a Pheasant Dipty in the hand. That's not doing much yet. So it's going to be an Ultra Ball straight away, and that's going to go and search for, presumably, your Teal'c Gogapon. That is often the first one you go for here, because that gives you a draw engine to work with.
Well, I'm thinking Meowth, Cyrano, get the gang. I think we can get the squad going this turn. That could be pretty good.
Turn 1 Meowth sounds kind of fun. You're right, Cyrano searches for free Pokemon
Oh, there's
EX.
2 in the prize cards, Ross.
Oh, no.
Think again.
There are only 2 in the deck, I'm afraid, so definitely not Meowth for Cyrano.
Not that play, then. Instead, it's going to be a second copy of Kangaskhan searched.
Not ideally what you're looking for here, but like you say, sometimes your prizes unfortunately do not do you any favors. For what it's worth, both Rescue Stretcher as well hiding in the prizes for Callie. That is something to keep an eye on. It is a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon in the end.
All right, okay. It means that Callie indicates that she also has a fairly strong hand, basically saying that she will attach to it this turn, find a way towards Latias EX in addition to Crispin next turn, start firing off some torrential pumps.
Well, that seems to be the plan with Lily's determination. Crispin is actually already in hand, and Latias is in hand as well.
Yeah.
So you've actually got everything you need already ready to go. There is an energy, and looks like we're actually going Crispin this turn. So we got a water to hand, we got a psychic being attached. So this is pretty nice turn one from Callie here.
Yep, telegraphing the play, but ultimately Natalie does not play Shaman, so she can't really do much about the line of play that Callie's already setting up here. That's the beauty of it.
No, and there's no hand disruption outside of an unfair stamp, which can't be used unless a prize was taken. So you know it's coming, but you can't do much about it. There's your attachment for turn. So we had the attachment from Crispin. We benched the Latias. So Natalie knows it's just an energy attachment next turn and the play's coming, but what can she do about it? Not much. So we pass back to Natalie here. It's going to be a crushing hammer. This could really help. Hope for a heads. I have no idea. I can't see.
It's still spinning. Everyone just stares at the dice.
Oh,
there
it's
it is.
a tails. So it's a Lily's determination here. Going to get a new 8 cards. That could have forced another Crispin next turn.
Absolutely could have. So that's a big whiff already for Natalie. And if you're wondering why Callie did not attach water energy for turn, that's exactly why. She's respecting the 4 crushing hammers that Natalie has. So she was stashing that 1 copy of water. That's the only attack costing energy that you require. Otherwise, it's colorless energy on that Wellspring Mask. So you have to have a water attached. So Callie with a strong adjustment early on in this game number 2.
And there's only 1 in the deck, and both your Rescue Stretcher are in the prizes. Going in the Vader would have gone. There is a Dracloak, second crushing hammer. Here we go. It is a heads this time. So one of those energy is gone. It is a psychic energy. That makes things a lot more difficult.
That's a huge relief, Ross, because there's only 1 Dracloak right now. And even the Recon Directive, no access to Buddy Buddy Poffin, even Pokepad, or even just a regular Dreepy. Again, this Lily's determination has not been great for Natalie. We're seeing a fire energy now attached to the Duskull. At the very least, we can use Fighting Wings here, but Natalie has to be terrified of the torrential pump that could come down.
Oh, we saw the top there now. There's no access to Crispin right now. Have a look at the 2 cards. It's an Ultra Ball. You can Ultra Ball for Meowth and use Meowth to go and get Crispin and then retreat and absolutely decimate this board. That is an option if you want it.
You've got to go for it. Leaving Natalie with only a Duskull here would be huge. Ultra Balling away.
You don't think about this, do you? You just go for this.
You have to go for this.
This should end the game, right? Like if this goes well enough, that is going to give you such a huge advantage.
Yep, there's Meowth. Last-ditch catch. Let's grab Crispin. We already know that the water energy is in hand for Callie, so she will grab a grass energy to the hand whilst accelerating a lightning energy, and can then manually attach for the turn water onto that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon.
And that is going to give a KO on both the Moltres and the Benchtra Cloak. Lily's Clefairy goes and hits the board. Free retreat using Latias's Skyliner. And here we go. KO on the Moltres and a KO on the Dracloak, leaving Natalie with just a Duskull and a Fire Energy. That is a bad board right now. Lily's determination for 8. We need to see from Natalie here just a big, big board rebuild, because Callie is still pressuring a lot.
The good news for Natalie here is that if we can weave in Budu, there shouldn't be a way for Callie to actually get another torrential pump in. So trying to have that little bit of breathing room all comes down to re-establishing some item lock here, in addition to some Dreepy. Natalie yet to see any of her Buddy Buddy Poffins, so she has good odds of finding multiple basics here from these 8 cards, although we've said that a few times so far in this set, and none have come.
Hasn't worked yet.
Dreepy?
No.
What is happening?
There's no Buddy Buddy Poffin in hand. There is a Dreepy, which is nice, but I'm not seeing any Buddy Poffin. I'm not seeing any Ultra Ball. We see a Monkey Dory come down with Darkness Energy attached, and I think, you just retreat into that just because it's got more HP. That's it.
Exactly, because now you have to play around Energy Switch plus Crispin that could reload. It would also require a Teal Mask Ogerpon, but you could get a second torrential pump out of nowhere here.
That would
so
be
good awareness from Natalie to defend against that. I don't think Callie's hand is that strong to get her into a position like that, though.
No, and you need to draw cards. That would be retreating into Kangaskhan, but then you wouldn't be able to second retreat to get that. So I think it is asking a lot this turn. So Cyrano comes down. We know there's going to be no Crispin. We're just going to go and search for 3 Pokemon EX, one of which is going to be your Teal Mask Ogerpon, which of course will then give you more draw. We've got a second Meowth if we want it in a moment to go and get ourselves another supporter. And is there a third one we want?
She's going to definitely thin something, even if it's just an additional Kangaskhan. It's whether she values having the extra option of this Raging Bolt potentially to the hand, or if she just wants maybe fodder for future Ultra Ball.
Looks like it's
going to be another
Kangaskhan.
Yeah, I think this is a building turn. You don't even need to launch an attack here at all. Even just stashing 1 energy onto Clefairy seems so intimidating. Where Natalie, once again, we have to stress, no rare candy in the list, so has to slowly build up Dragapult over multiple turns, even slowly building up the Duskull in multiple turns, as we see 1 additional draw here from Teal Dance.
That is going to be a Crispin. So next turn, we could be seeing a pretty big one next turn. We are going to retreat into the Kangaskhan so you can run errand and draw 2 more cards. Can we stash an energy on the Wild Ogerpon this turn?
We could. There have been 2 Crushing Hammer played, but if another is used and gets heads, then it feels like you're, again, sort of without a strong play. I think I prefer it a little bit more onto Clefairy in this instance. And
well,
there it is.
Looks like Callie agrees with you. There's the energy on the Clefairy. And it's a little bit of a threat at this point. A lot of the time, of course, you don't really want to bench Clefairy too early. It's only got 190 hit points, but the game's going really well. There is your evolution into your Dusclops there as we go back over to Natalie here. We're going to see a rescue stretcher to grab a second Dreepy onto the bench. And it is going to be another Lily's Determination, still for 8, because Natalie is sitting there still with 0 prize cards taken. And she's got to be thinking at this point, like, one of these is going to hit in a minute. I'm going to finally start drawing what I want.
Surely.
It's got to happen.
She has had such a tough time. 8 cards sounds like a huge amount, but every time Natalie has fallen short with these draws. She did spend a Night Stretcher there for an additional Dreepy as well, but that's already with 2 Fire Energy and one of her Moltres, well, her only Moltres in the discard pile, so that's also sort of a window shutting for her. Just have the safety net of additional Dreepy. She has finally found Buddy Buddy Poffin at the very least here.
And 2 Ultra Ball as well. So we're finally starting to see that Pokemon search coming out of the deck. And hopefully she can start building that board like she wants to. Because right now we are still in a situation where we could see some really awkward plays if Callie keeps going. Natalie, it's a board building turn. Here we go. There with the Buddy Buddy Poffin. At least 1 more Dreepy. Is there a 4th? Is that greedy?
Well, I would if I could. I don't
think there is one there towards the back of the deck if I saw it properly.
Unless she has access to Pheasantipity EX this turn, perhaps, might be something on her mind.
Absolutely.
Just going to grab 1 Dreepy right now. Pheasantipity actually in the prize cards right now.
Oh, probably not coming out.
Probably not. But nonetheless, she has to try and build a board position where she has just few of these Pokemon towards the end game. She doesn't want to just fall prey to a Torrential Pump. She wants to force Boss's Orders or Crispin combinations, force a supporter combo out of Callie late game, rather than having some of these vulnerable hit point Pokemon later, as we do see the 1 Recon Directive.
There's a Meowth, and I think it's a Lily's... No, it's not. It's a Pokepad, sorry. Yep. The Pokepad is going to go back to the bottom of the deck. And it's 2 Pokepads, so there was no decision to be made, it turns out. We do see a Duskull coming down. That explains why there wasn't another Dreepy searched out. Natalie really wants access to those Duskull.
Yeah. I mean, the clock is ticking, though. You know, Callie already taking 2 prize cards. You assume she'll take 1 this turn as well. At the very least, she could even take 2 this turn. Things line up in her hand. Like, the window is shutting very quickly for Curse Blast.
Well, here's Run Errand to go and draw 2 cards. Always nice to start with that. See your options for the game. Does look like we've got a Mega Kangaskhan. And was it a Raging Bolt? Yeah, Raging Bolt and Mega Kangaskhan come out of the deck here from the Run Errand. We are going to play that Area 0 under depth. So for the first time this game, 8 bench spaces have been opened up.
And I think a very simple turn here for Callie would be finding Boss's Orders on Drekloak. If she can attach to her Clefairy again this turn, just take out the only other Stage 1 Pokemon. Here it is, Night Stretcher for 2nd Psychic Energy. That even safeguards you around a hammer, and there is Boss's Orders in the hand. You have to assume Callie will continue to target down these engine pieces for Natalie.
Well, it is going to be a Boss's Orders onto that Drakloak on the bench. Quite obviously, we retreat with Skyliner to go and get your Lily's Clefairy in the active, and then we can just swing for, I'm not counting it, it doubles up. It's easily enough to go and get a KO. So let's take that one out, and now, with 3 prizes down, your opponent kind of wants to give you prizes with Dusclops and Duskmar, but they can't really do that very much. And this is becoming very, very awkward for Natalie. At this point, does Callie know Natalie's not playing Rare Candy at this point?
Oh, for certain. She's been playing around Crushing Hammer, and no list can fit all the Crushing Hammers and Rare Candies and Duskmar. It's just impossible, Ross.
There's no space.
There's no space. Callie playing around the Hammers beautifully, targeting down and punishing the fact that there are no Rare Candy.
And that
now
means
3 prize cards up. Natalie yet to launch much of an attack outside of the Moltres. She can at least come back with a Crispin now, and Mind Bend is set up. Perhaps some Confusion flips will be her only means of getting back into this game. She has to buy turns somehow here.
That does well. I mean, we've seen this as far back as the North American Internationals back, and I think it was 23 when we commentated it, Joe. That was when Monkey Dory burst onto the scene, and hey, Mind Bend can buy you turns, absolutely. 60 damage plus Confusion, make your opponent flip in order to get an attack rolling. Could we get another Dracloak here? Oh, hello!
How's this for a play? 60 damage from Mind Bend, plus 130 from Curse Blast. It does put Callie down to 2 prize cards, but your board is all single prize Pokemon. This would be a way to clear the Lily's Clefairy off the board, whilst also limiting the hand size for Callie, who now has to find more Crispin, more Energy Switch to even have any sort of attacker lined up for the next turn.
Because you're taking 2 of the free energy off the board as well. I like your thinking here, Joe. Unfair stamp, as I like to say, unfair by name, unfair by nature. But that is the very point of a card. It's an A-spec for a reason. So 5 cards drawn for Natalie, only 2. It's a boss and an Ultra Ball. But it's energy that's going to be most needed. Here comes a Recon Directive. It's an Ultra Ball. Was it a Dracloak? Because that's what I'm really looking for.
Badu and Ultra Ball.
Yeah.
You could also just Mind Bend this turn and hold on your Curse Blast, because you don't want to give your opponent both Flip the Script and Run Errand. You're giving them so many cards. So yeah, I like just the 60 prod here. It still sets up the same line of play, but you're also limiting the draw in this instance.
Well, back over to Callie. You draw 1 card for turn. It is a Meowth, so that's going to go and get you towards a supporter card if you want one. But you can, of course, free retreat with your Latias here into a Mega Kangaskhan. Does look like that's what's being eyed up here. And then you can run errand to draw 2 extra cards. We're eyeing it up, but we're not doing it yet.
She has what in hand right now? Just a Meowth EX. So
Looks
again,
like that's
can
the
go
play.
hunting for a key supporter card. Is it going to be another Crispin here, perhaps? Yes, it is.
Have we been counting the Crispin? Is that number 3?
I feel like that's 3.
It feels
Got
like
through
3.
a few. Either way.
There is obviously a full for this deck runs on Crispin so much.
Can he have access to Energy Switch here?
Oh, I love this
arrow.
play. What's going on, Joe? We see Crispin onto Fez. Why is there a Crispin onto Fez, Joe?
Because we are trying to knock out that bench Dracloak once again. There it is, Energy Switch in hand for Callie. We saw this play so effectively at the NAIC, and history is repeating itself. Cruel Arrow getting back into the equation, taking out Dracloak. Continuing to limit Natalie's options here. Callie White goes down to just 2 prize cards remaining.
And there's not going to be a Dragapult next turn. It is impossible with no Rare Candy in the list. And I think what we've seen here is Callie just going, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that I'm taking out all of these Dracloak. That is all that's really important. It's not about how many prizes I take. It is about cutting off your access to Dragapult. Another Lily's Determination for Natalie, which is still drawing 8 cards.
That's not where you want to be if you're Natalie. She has no more hand disruption left in the deck either. The only means of disrupting this board is either via Confusion or Crushing Hammer coin flips at this stage, Ross. So she's going to have to really hope that these Crushing Hammers can pull through in this instance, because there's a number of threatening attackers in play right now for Callie.
Well, there's 1 Crushing Hammer in hand. Oh, is it 2? No, it's 1 in hand, but then problem is you can just reattach. Because Cruel Arrow is fairly underwhelming, free energy 100 to the bench. But there's no downside. There's no discard energy. There's no you can't do it next turn. It is just 100 to the bench, which gets a Dracloak. And there's only 1 on the board for Natalie. So, I mean, unless you can stop the Cruel Arrow in some way, it's just going to happen again.
Ooh, Natalie hoping for help from prize cards here. Takes out the Lily's Clefairy, and I think now she's saying that the 50-50 of Confusion is her best chance to survive the next turn here. She will just rely, she's taken 2 energy out of play with that Lily's Clefairy KO, but now Callie with 1 prize card remaining can take out essentially any of these Pokemon to close the game. Natalie is banking on a coin flip at this stage in our Swiss round 9.
We might see coin flip for game next turn, Joe. I'm sorry, that sounds pretty exciting to me. I kind of want to see a coin flip for game right now. It's going to be a buddy-buddy poffin for Natalie. Going to be searching out nothing,
Nope.
more just hand finning. You get to the point where there aren't enough basics in your deck, so you play it just to get it out of your hand.
And there it is,
going to be Mind Bend.
The last defense for Natalie Miller. Will it be enough? Callie does now have access to flip the script, so we'll be able to see a few more cards here. Has access to the glass trumpet. There could be some key energy acceleration as well. Let's see the 3 cards.
Looking for energy switch. We're looking for...
Cypher Maniac should be access to the game here, as we will be able to retreat into a Kangaskhan.
Oh,
there's
there
Prime
it is.
Catcher.
We retreat, we gust, we KO, we win. Callie White takes the game 2 games to 0. Latias enabled free retreat, at which point you can use your Prime Catcher to gust a Pokemon from the bench while switching the Pheasant Dipsy back to the active, and that means we are good.
Wow. What a commanding victory for Callie White. She's had a fairly understated season, but let's not forget she had a 4th at regionals into a 2nd place. So she had a great season last year, a little bit less so this season, but enough to make it to the World Championships. And once again, on the main stage at the World Championships, she's making it count with this big basic toolbox. She made it look so easy there, Ross.
How often do you see these players who are good players and they've not had these biggest results, or it's been a couple of years, but they're good enough to get to Worlds, and if you're good enough to get to Worlds, you can have these runs. Let's see how it all played out here, right back to the beginning of Game 1 with that energy acceleration, and Game 1 was very straightforward. Get energy on Kangaskhan and just swing and take these prizes. We saw a boss's orders to KO the Meowth for 2 prizes, but it was just get some energy on the Pokemon on the bench while swinging with Kangaskhan, and Natalie never drew a Dragapult, and that was the end of the game.
A huge whiff from Lily's determination, and that actually kind of continued as we see this massive torrential pump. Natalie whiffing from Lily's determination, anybody pop in, any access to additional 3P. So in the mid-game here, Callie continues to charge through prizes. Natalie had the most valiant defense possible, using a really smart means of Mind Bend to force Pheasant Dipsy. Callie with another great answer here. And then Natalie, the best case scenario for her was denying a cruel arrow. That was all it took to close out this final prize.
Absolutely it was, and really with the Prime Catcher, it was actually the switch that was the most important, because Pheasant Dipsy can attack the bench, but you needed to retreat and then switch it back into the active to essentially remove the confusion. That is what the Prime Catcher did, and that is how Callie went to a 2-0 victory, going to an 8-1 record. Not bad going.
Yep, grinning ear to ear, and you can see why. That was light work. There was no stress there throughout the entire set, really. She put the pressure on, she never let up, and that was a really smooth way to make it to an 8-1 record, putting herself in great stead for the rest of these Swiss rounds.
It's always fun when you can play a Dragapult and your opponent never gets a Dragapult
That's nice.
in the entire match. It does make your life a lot easier, you know, as you get through the game.
Your whole deck is built to target Dragapult. You're expecting them to come into play at some point, but in this case, Callie was able to just get around it the entire set.
No, absolutely. Well, it looks like we're going to have a bit of a chat with Callie. I mean, yeah, we've just seen her win. Why don't we now hear about her talking about her win? And don't worry, we've got Amy on the case.
Thank you so much, guys. Of course, we're here with Callie, who just won our feature match with a wonderfully constructed deck with plenty of attackers. Now, Callie, can you explain to me why you chose this deck specifically for the tournament?
Well, I played like hundreds of games with Dragapult. I just like don't vibe with the deck very much. I played it a lot last season, so I was like, I'm just gonna play Raging Bolt. I like Mega Kangaskhan a lot, so yeah.
Is that one of your favorite Mega Pokemon?
No, I just like the card. Like I like having consistency on a basic is the main thing.
Honestly, it's a deck builder's dream, right? Having that on the basic. So honestly, I don't blame you. How many Dragapult have you faced so far? I've got to ask.
I played against 5 and I beat them all. My only loss is Alakazam, so.
Oh man, did you come up against any of the Alakazam with those dusk lines in?
No, my round 1 was my loss. It was to a Rabsca Alakazam.
Ooh, spicy. Well, I think that it's safe to say you've gone through every trial and tribulation. You've jumped through every hoop Dragapult has to show for this event, and you've done an amazing job thus far. Can you tell the audience at home just a little bit about your preparation for the World Championships and how you got here to this amazing record on the stage?
Well, I mainly just played a bunch of games on live, but I switched to Raging Bolt last week, so it was all a Dragapult. But, I mean, I played Raging Bolt to NAIC, so I have some experience on it, so, yeah.
Honestly, that's sometimes the best way, just going in with something you're super prepared with and something you vibe with. I think that's really important. Do you have anyone who helped you prepare for the event?
Yeah. I'd like to shout out my friends Gwen, Rosie, Annie, Catherine, Liv, Brayden, and yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much, you guys. I'm absolutely astounded, and you made it look so easy. Have you had that kind of calm composure through the whole of the event, or is there any moment where you were like, I don't know if I can do this?
Well, I mean, I've been calm all event. I mean, hitting Alakazam around Ronan was a little bit tilting, but aside from that, yeah, I've been just playing Pokemon.
I love it. I love it. Your cool composure inspires me because I'm a bit of a nervous bird whenever I'm playing. So thank you so much for joining us, Callie. We're going to throw it back to the casters and get torrential pumping into the rest of this event.
Could not have said it better myself, Amy. Always nice to hear from players after a win like that. And you know, you can see what it means to the players to be at Worlds and to get that win on stage. How many players do you talk to who like, I just want to be on stream, I want to get on stage, I want to have that experience?
Yeah, some people really embrace that experience, and that's what our top players do. They've probably been on the stage one or two times before, but still you just get to let your shoulders down and say, yeah, I deserve to be here. I'm beating the best. I can do it. I can make it through the rest of the tournament. That's always a great feeling to have when you're coming off that victory. And for Natalie, losing that set, she has to look back at that and say she missed a lot of pieces along the way there. She's not going to let that shake her. Sometimes, as we know, Pokemon can be a cruel game. You just whiff pieces along the way and you felt like you never really got rolling. So she's hoping to wipe that one off and hope to come back stronger in the next few rounds.
No, agree entirely. You know, there are very few games I find where you can actually say, well, you know, it wasn't my fault. I think that might have been one where it wasn't Natalie's fault. You know, even things like missing that Dragapult in game one where you were finally getting ready to start launching some attacks, you know, missing those Buddy Poffins in game two, you know, using Lily's determination to 8 multiple times and still never hitting them. I mean, it was one of those games, but Callie took advantage of it beautifully.
Yep, she never let up. Great pressure from that big basics archetype. It's such a strange deck, Ross, because the fact that you can just throw in so many basic Pokemon, you have all this energy acceleration, you have all the energy switch, you can justify so many strange cards that it's never really been truly defined. Especially at the NAIC, seeing Kowalski's list with the 4 Dusk Ball and just crazy counts of all of these Pokemon. He sort of redefined what it meant to be this sort of big basic style box. I think a lot of our players this weekend have pivoted back towards Teal Mask Ogerpon, in part because of the respect for End Zoroark, but having that E-switch combination around the board just gives you so much flexibility.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got to play Mega Kangaskhan. It's Pokemon drawn a basic. Too good. And you've got to play Crispin because you're playing weird and wonderful attackers, a ridiculous energy line. Crispin is the way it makes it work. After that, I would say probably Lily's Clefairy because of how big Dragapult is. And then it really is just dealer's choice at that point. After those 3 cards, it is, what do you want to try and beat? Well, we've got 2 other players who are thinking about what they want to try and beat. That's right. We've got a feature match to bring you from this round as well. So let's go and join in with some more Pokemon action, because frankly, 1 game around is not enough for us.
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be more big basic action as well. Nathan Spry is going to be on big basics, but a slightly different build. He's coming up against Henry Thompson, who is on a sort of controlling Alakazam with the Flutter Mane start, which is actually a pretty nice option for Henry here to try and shut down the draw power of active Pokemon. So already shutting down the Teal Dance, and as we know, Mega Kangaskhan has to be in the active position to use that run errand. So a really good lead for Henry, just by circumstance. This is mostly a tech card to help out against the Festival lead matchup. So has to be happy to see that one, and has an early game Dawn after Nathan really just had an attached pass to kick the game off. But that's actually a low-key, still fairly scary attached pass, because Nathan is playing one crucial tech card in his big basic build. That Iron Crown EX is in his deck. That's a Pokemon that can use Twin Shuttles to deal 50 to 2 Pokemon, and that's enough to deal with multiple Abra. So even though there wasn't much on Nathan's side of the board, he's still actually threatening a potential monster turn next turn.
All we would need would be that Iron Crown with an energy switch and a Crispin. Here comes Dawn grabbing a basic and a stage 1 and a stage 2. That Flutter Mane turns off all abilities of active Pokemon only. So here we do get the Dunsparce coming down, we get the Abra coming down, we've got ourselves a Pokepad to go and search another Abra, it looks like, so building up our bench full of basics very nicely indeed. Can we get a little bit more working? It's an energy on the Abra, pass to Nathan. And I know it's not that likely, Joe, but if an Iron Crown did come out here, devastating.
It would be absolutely devastating. Let's see. Right now, I think our only draw power is via this Crispin, because we can grab a Grass Energy to the hand and use the acceleration on the bench to draw +1 card. So it's far from where we want to be. There's also still Torrential Pump on the table for Nathan. It doesn't have to be Twin Shuttles in this instance, because there is currently no Shaman on the board protecting those basic Pokemon. The key reason why the Iron Crown is looked towards is because it ignores the effects of Pokemon, so it gets through even Shaman. But in this instance, any attacker will do for Nathan.
It is pretty good.
Yeah.
So here we get it. Now this is the attachment from Crispin, and this is the attachment from your Teal Dance. So the attachment for turn is actually still available here. That was just to draw an extra card. So from that extra card, did we get something we can use? Attachment for turn still live.
It was just a Kangaskhan. It would have been beautiful, but for the Midnight Fluttering shutting down the key engine. So action is back over to Henry. He can use a Buddy Buddy Poffin to fill out the remainder of his bench. Looks like it's going to be another Abra in addition to a Dunsparce.
No mucking about here. Free Abra, 2 Dunsparce. That is pretty much what you would want. Abra evolves into your attacker, Dunsparce evolves into your draw engine. What more do you need? Well, Rare Candy into Alakazam might be what you need, and that is going to draw 3 cards because of the ability Psychic Draw. We evolve into the Dunsparce, and that means you can use that ability to get a runaway draw to get another 3 cards, just for good measure. This is very nice. We've just saw 6 cards drawn. We've got an ability there, and we've now got the attack from Alakazam, which is potentially on board.
Yeah, can we access an energy card here? That might be one of the missing pieces. Possibly a Hilda would be a good option this turn. But no access to energy, so no attacks being launched with Powerful Hand. But Henry is quite content leaving Midnight Fluttering where it is. Looks like Nathan is forced into a Boss's Orders line of play just to access more draw power, pushing the Fluttermane to the bench so that we can see 2 cards here. Far from ideal, just a pass again for Nathan.
So you got the 2 draws, but after those 2 draws, you just passed right back. Now we've got an Abra in the active rather than a Fluttermane. We're going to draw 3 more cards with the Dunsparce with that runaway draw. And
we're counting.
Get that off the board.
We're counting the hand.
We counted. How many cards, Joe?
Not enough just yet. There's
How many do we need? Sorry,
yeah,
more clear.
Well, we need 15 in the hand to be able to reach that KO.
Well, Hilda's going to help. That's going to go and get yourself an energy and a Pokemon.
Look at this.
And it's the Enriching Energy. This is a combo we've seen a lot. What you do is you attach Enriching Energy, you draw 4 cards. You evolve up into the Dunsparce. You then put it all back into your deck. You draw 3 more cards with the Dunsparce, but you protect the Enriching Energy by putting it back into your deck. You draw 7, and you don't leave your A-Spec Energy in harm's way. Here we go, drawing 4.
It's a big draw. We can still draw towards Air Balloon, so we can still attack this turn, either via Rare Candy into Alakazam, or by finding an Air Balloon for this Abra.
We've just drawn 7 cards. Let's hope there is an Air Balloon. That would be fun.
Yeah, more Kadabra potentially to evolve as well. We have a lot of reach here towards our routes. Reaching into this Kangaskhan would be a crazy turn.
I think more Dunsparce.
Yeah, before the Enriching, I think I counted 12 cards in hand. We have just played a couple down, though, after going up with the Enriching.
I've not been counting.
I think that's 15, but I think we might need to play cards out of hand.
We don't currently have an Alakazam.
We might need to evolve into Kadabra to +1 and then use Air Balloon. Oh, it's a Rare Candy.
That's -1 +3, so that's +2 in total. So now we should just need, now we evolve into Kadabra, play 1 from hand, but you draw 2, so there's a +1 in hand. Surely by now you've drawn a way to get Kadabra out the active.
There it is. Even the Nighttime Mine as well.
And it is a KO, 3 prizes on the Mega Kangaskhan. How many cards in hand? I don't know. Enough.
15.
It might be exactly, actually.
It was exactly because we were able to play down the Nighttime Mine, so that's pretty nice.
Can we see those prizes again quickly?
No, it wasn't the prizes.
Okay. For the minute there, I was very, very confused. Okay.
Now, I'd be confused if there was 7 basic energy in an Alakazam list.
That was part of my confusion, honestly.
Either way, it looks like Nathan has his back against the wall. This Alakazam is running away with the game. Glass Trumpet can accelerate to our Mega Kangaskhan EX. We have a Crispin as well, but but we need to have some sort of hand disruption alongside all of this. You can't just send another Kangaskhan into the line of fire.
No, because if it gets KO'd, that's the game over. They give up 3 prizes each when they are KO'd, so not something that you really want to risk unless you can combine it with some kind of hand disruption.
Yeah,
there is special red card.
Yeah,
there's only one, actually.
Exactly, so it's now or never for Nathan. Needs to not only put himself out of harm's way with this Kangaskhan, there's actually the red card already in hand for him.
Okay.
Teal Dance comes in.
There's a draw. That was not attachment for turn, remember. We've got an energy switch, so the energy isn't going to be a problem. There is the energy switch, so now we've got enough energy. We're going to retreat into the Mega Kangaskhan. Do not forget to play special red card.
Going to see the run errand first. A couple of pieces. Serendipity comes in. Three more cards. But really, this is the last stand already for Nathan. It's only been a couple turns of the game, but we're already in panic territory. When you leave your 3 prize Pokemon in the active, and you know that Alakazam has the capacity to reach, you're really just hoping that this one disrupt can be big.
One saving grace here is that we got 2 Alakazam and 1 Kadabra on the board, which means less draw from your Alakazam line. Here comes that special red card. That is going to put Henry down to a 3-card hand. Bearing in mind it was a 15-card hand. It was going to be 16 when he drew for the turn. The game was already on the board. No, sorry, he would have needed a Psychic Energy. That would have been it. Here is the KO onto the Alakazam. We put a Dunsparce in the active, and now Henry's job is very simple. Build up your hand. Dawn is going to go and get a stage 1, a stage 2, and a basic. Stage 2 should be Alakazam. The stage 1 should be the Dunsparce. Basic Serendipity. That is actually between those 3 Pokemon drawing 9 cards.
That's a draw 9 at least this turn.
And we could still, well, no, we can't enriching energy.
We could use another Dunsparce though, so it would just be just the 9 cards right now. Let's see what else we can do from this hand.
There's no Wondrous Patch, so
no.
There's not going to be a way to attach enriching energy this turn yet.
And that's why we're seeing the promote of Fluttermane. Henry, very aware that doesn't want to waste Alakazam in the active position if it's not taking a KO.
Absolutely.
So instead we'll defend it on the bench here. We'll continue to evolve up and use Flip the Script. So he's building that hand quite nicely. Could use Enriching Energy this turn just to grow that hand size a little bit more if you're content to not attack here. Even attaching to the active at this point could be reasonable.
I really like playing Enriching Energy now because if you play a Psychic Energy, it is kind of saying to your opponent that they can then go and hunt that energy down. Right. Whereas Enriching Energy, even if they hunt it down, it's still drawn the 4. And that's if you can't get it off the board when you play it. So, we've got a bunch of cards in hand. We're working towards 15. That seems to be the game plan here. We do have an Enriching Energy, but there's also a Telepathic Energy in hand. Looks like we're going to play the Telepathic onto Alakazam on the bench. Save the Enriching Energy for next turn. We pass back to Nathan, but does feel like Henry might have this next turn.
Well, the hand size has grown to such an amount, and Nathan has no way to slow it down. But can he pivot into a 2-prize Pokemon at this stage and make life awkward? Possibly even Cruel Arrow could be useful here if we have energy switches, but with the Midnight Fluttering also shutting down the run error, Nathan has no access to additional cards and picks up the options.
Oh, here we go, and it seems like that's already over. There's no way around it, no way to disrupt the hand, and unfortunately, if you can't disrupt Alakazam's hand when it does that, you don't win the game then, Joe.
Yeah, Alakazam is such a threat in this field. It seems like such an interesting approach to take to this tournament where, in theory, on paper, it had that awkward Dragapult, but so many players are going back towards that controlling package with multiple Nighttime Mine and Hammers and Dedenne and Elgyem and these sorts of pieces. If you make the Dragapult turn into a fairly favored matchup, whilst also farming the likes of these big basic matchups. These are your bread and butter matchups.
Oh,
you love seeing these low hit point multi-prize Pokemon that have 1 or 2 disrupts at most during the game. That's where Alakazam is going to have a field day. So you can see why it's the top of our tables this weekend.
Absolutely. Yesterday we saw Mateus having that game where he was playing around the hand disruption so well, never giving his opponent a chance to use it. Well, here we saw the other side of the coin. We saw even when my opponent hand disrupts, I can rebuild my hand. We good.
Yeah, already have just so many ways to draw into cards. One thing gets you into another and you cascade back into a huge hand. We're actually going to go into that game too, as we did see that early concession from Nathan, so we will get to see another one and see how things can go. He did have a pretty slow start in that game number 1, and most of the time, his best case scenario is going to be putting on pressure early with these spread Pokemon.
That is always a fun plan. Or Mega Kangaskhan sees a Genesect in the active this game, which means you're not turned off by Fluttermane, so you can already start building in a way you just couldn't back in game 1. We've got an Ultra Ball coming down, and that is going to go and search out a big basic Pokemon of your choice, which a lot of the time is that Teal Mask Ogerpon, which you can attach energy, draw extra cards, works as a nice little engine. I mean, we just saw Big Basics win the previous game, and now we're seeing the real weaknesses of the deck.
Yep, that is certainly the case, but let's admit that that random start of the Fluttermane just really hindered this engine entirely.
Oh, that was huge.
Yeah, so now we get to see it on a little bit faster of a tempo as we have the run errand into the Teal Dance. We do have manual attachments that can be stashed somewhere. In this case, it will be the Mega Kangaskhan, but as we know, energy switch shenanigans are all over this deck. So trying to maybe pivot into a different attacker could be very handy, but it is the early Buddy Poffin from Henry. So we'll get to work on finding some early Abra, possibly Dunsparce as well, if he also has access to that telepathic psychic energy on this turn. He could end up with a really wide board of basics.
Yeah, that telepathic psychic energy is so good. You attach it to a psychic Pokemon, it gets you 2 more psychic basics. So Buddy Poffin combined with that can get you 3 Abra plus something else that you want that is non-psychic. It is a Dunsparce coming down as well. So there's probably access to more Abra in that hand somewhere.
Yeah, you'd have to think so. That's why Hilda is such a strong supporter in this deck, because not only is it good for grabbing your evolution pieces throughout the entire game, it also turns into a turn 1 consistency supporter via access to telepathic. In this case, though, Henry is shuffling up the hand. Does he have any more means of going back into the deck, or just does he have more Abra physically available? There you go. Okay,
oh,
so he has 2 in hand.
That will help to explain why he felt comfortable going to get a Dunsparce. Now we pass back to Nathan with 3 Abra and a Dunsparce down on the bench. We immediately, see the run errand coming down, and that means that we are drawing 2 cards, or Nathan is drawing 2 cards, and that is going to help out. Meowth hits the bench, and that goes and searches a supporter card. Is it Crispin? Do we have a better play? Oh, it's Serrano.
Be the Cyrano, yeah. We are instead going to grab multiple EX Pokemon. Could even be a Sob this turn, wouldn't be too bad. Try and trap this Genesect, as a lot of the time Alakazam only uses Air Balloon to retreat their Pokemon. So even just getting that little prod of 20 could set you up for a Torrential Pump on the next turn, whilst helping you grab that Skyliner from Latias EX so you can at least move your Mega Kangaskhan.
Well, it looks like we're going for a Meowth to go and get a supporter in the future, and it is going to be that Latias, and it's going to be that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, so might well be Torrential Pump coming next turn. Could it be Sob coming this turn? I mean, you seem to like that play.
I like it. It sets up the Genesect to then be knocked out on the next turn as well, because it has 110 hit points. So that 20 would be pretty valuable. I'm pretty sure there's only 1 energy switch in the hand right now, so I don't think we can make a big Torrential Pump play straight away. Where's this energy going to go? Instead, it's going to go on to Kangaskhan. We do have 1 E-switch, so we could... Oh, just the pass.
So if you pass on with E-switch in hand, you could have energy switched onto Kangaskhan and attacked. Wait.
It's just a pass back from Henry. Henry's
going to say,
4.
that was a whole turn. You pass, and then you just drew a card and passed back. Now, this is where we start seeing some combos. Cypher Maniac's code breaking lets you search your deck for any 2 cards, stash them on top of your deck. But you got to make a Kangaskhan in the active, it draws 2 cards. So because Kangaskhan is in the active, Cypher Maniac's code breaking is just search any 2 cards.
And in that instance, you instantly grab them, and that's going to mean a great turn for Nathan here. Picks up a second energy switch, and it looks like it might be Pheasantipity getting into the equation. Cruel Arrow could be getting right into this mix. Double energy switch off the Mega Kangaskhan to power up this Pokemon. And we're going to get aggressive.
So it's not the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, it is a Pheasantipity. Second game in a row for us, Joe, that we're seeing Cruel Arrow coming out. We got Jamming Tower, and it is the only Dunsparce that you're going after.
Wow.
And it seems like that's actually already game 2. Henry goes, if I can't have Dunsparce, I don't want to play this game.
I think it's a really disciplined scoop, and you see that from the best players. When you know you're in a favored matchup, and you've got that weak hand, you think, why would I let the clock run down here and get myself into a tying position? Let's pick it up, knowing that I have lots of time to conclude that game number 3. So I think that's a really good choice there.
No, I agree entirely. And again, I think what you said was really important, their favored matchup.
Yeah.
If you're in an unfavored matchup, sometimes a tie is going to be your best result. So just lose slowly after winning a game. You know what? Why not? But if you're in a favored matchup, yeah, give up on game 2 if it starts looking bad, because you're so sure that game 3 is going to go in your way. And the thing is, although you had your Alakazam, with your 1 Dunsparce down, it's just your hand was going to build so slowly from there.
Yeah, it would just be really awkward, especially lacking those early attachments as well. Trying to move the Genesect would be a bit of an issue. Nathan there, he wasn't going all out with like pressure. He wasn't going crazy with Torrential Pump. He said, you know what, if my opponent's just drawing nothing for a couple turns, I can just continue to Cruel Arrow and pick apart the board. Really nice disciplined option.
I mean, hey, if it works, it works. And I really like the fact that he left the Genesect rather than going after it with something like a Torrential Pump. Just went, I don't think you can move that right now. And if you can't move that, like, you know, we've seen this for years in the Pokemon TCG. If there's an immovable Pokemon in the active and you can sit there going after the bench, it creates insurmountable pressure on your opponent.
Yeah, it's one of those things where oftentimes you throw that Pokemon as the sacrificial lamb, and if the opponent goes, I've got a way around this, it makes it even more awkward for you. So that's always a strong element to try and identify during the game. In the big basic deck, it can spring attackers out of nowhere all the time, so you always have to keep those odd lines open.
Absolutely, and I really like decks like this big basics deck. I like having options. I like being able to go, well, in this particular circumstance, this is going to work. Hang on a second, this happened. That opens up this line of play. And it feels like for a long time, Pheasant Dipty's Cruel Arrow was underused.
Right.
And it feels like in the past kind of 6 months maybe, and certainly at some very big events, we've seen players go, this is a really underrated attack. And in the right circumstance, I can just leave Pheasant Dipty there taking prize after prize, just win the game.
Yeah, we do have a number of like setup style decks that takes a number of turns to get into the game. Even if they play Rare Candy, they need to have so many pieces fall their way to actually capitalize on their stage 2 attacking Pokemon. And if your opponent knows it's 2 or 3 turns to get something done, you can buy a turn back with a Cruel Arrow. It's a prize and a turn of no pressure back to you. That's why it's so strong right now.
And you know, we saw in the previous game where Callie was using it against Natalie going, you need to get through your Dracloak to get into your Dragapult. You're not playing any Rare Candy. And if you're only going to have 1 Dracloak on the field at a time, well, yeah, Cruel Arrow. And I'm going to force you to evolve 2, knowing that only 1 of them is going to survive just to get towards your stage 2 attacker. And that always feels really bad.
Yeah, the big basic stuff is having a good tournament run right now. A lot of top players at the top tables with it. There are some Alakazams that they have to dodge and weave or find a way, like we saw there, to get through awkward matchups. But I do think it's got a decent chance of making it into our asymmetrical top cut. But Ross, it's time for your favorite time of the day.
Oh, this is
the thing you've been excited for all morning.
I've been excited. I'm gonna say this, and it's gonna sound hyperbolic, and I believe this to be true. I don't think there is a single person in the Pokemon community that likes card reveals as much as I like card reveals. And if you're familiar with my work, you will know that is not a hyperbolic statement. And we have on September the 16th a very exciting set releasing. 30th Celebration is set to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Pokemon. And it turns out, what are we going to do? Have a world stream and not reveal some cards from 30th Celebration? No! So let's show you some cards from 30th Celebration.
Hello everyone, I'm Kyle Pukasukovic. I'm on the product development team for the TCG at TPCI, joined here by Chip and Azul. And today we're going to take a look at some of the cards from the Classic Collection from the 30th Celebration expansion. One of the first ones we can take a look at is this Magikarp.
Yeah, it's a very cool card. I remember when this card initially got revealed during the Scarlet and Violet era of the game, just the general excitement around it. It's beautiful, and seeing it now in this new 30th anniversary style with this golden border makes it pop so nicely. And I mean, an iconic Pokemon as well in Magikarp, one of the original Pokemon. So always love to see that getting some love.
And very emblematic of one of the innovations of the Scarlet and Violet era, the introduction of those illustration rare cards. This is very much an embodiment of what that new art style kind of represents and that new kind of card rarity. Azul, we also have maybe a throwback a bit more to the past, maybe the mid-2000s or so, with this Dark Tyranitar.
Yeah, the Dark Tyranitar looking super good in its new gold border, of course, and I think for competitive players, a big throwback, had a lot of success back in the day. Most commonly comes to mind is Ross Cawthon's second place at the World Championships in 2005, right? So a lot of history in the competitive scene with this one.
Yeah, Ross Cawthon only player to qualify for every World Championships to date, and that's kind of where his legacy began, was with this card right here. And we'll also bring it to this Lugia that's from the Aquapolis expansion, going even further into the past. You can really see the gold border on this one, and it's affectionately referred to as like Crystal Lugia due to its crystal type Pokebody. One of the first Pokemon that, if you attach different types of energy to it, can change types, and its attack costs represent the different types it can turn into as well. And I think just a very iconic card as well, very striking artwork. And that brings us to one more, and we haven't revealed yet. And so for the first time, we will officially reveal, drum roll please.
Base set Pikachu brought back here for the 30th Anniversary Classic Collection. I mean, what a callback, right? To the very first expansion for the Pokemon TCG. Artwork done by Arita-san, of course. Just totally iconic. Love to see it included.
Yeah, Azul, do you get any memories seeing like the original Pikachu artwork for the TCG?
Yeah, I mean, I remember having the original card way back in the day. I don't even remember how long ago it was now, but it is really cool to see it represented once again here in the 30th anniversary set.
Yeah, and once again, these are just a few of the 30 cards you'll see in the Classic Collection in the 30th Celebration Pokemon TCG expansion. But we also have some more cards to look at as well. We'll get a glimpse into what the future of the Pokemon TCG might be like with some of these futuristic rare cards illustrated by Yoshiraten. And we have a couple different ones here. Some you'll find in the 30th Celebration expansion, such as this Mew EX and Mewtwo EX. And some you'll find in an ultra premium collection product, such as these Pikachu EX.
Yeah, I mean, I think there might be infinite possibilities for the Mew because, of course, its ability allows it to utilize the attacks of any of your benched Pokemon, as long as you have the necessary energy required. So this is going to be a card I'm very excited to see what the community can come up with when they get their hands on it.
Yeah, and also a card that, like, as new cards come out in years to come, it'll be a card that you'll always come back to as a potential option. It is so versatile in the ways you could potentially use it.
Yeah, very fitting for Mew, of course. Over the years, we've seen lots of different Mew cards in the TCG be able to use all sorts of different attacks, and always feels like there's some way to use this kind of card. It is on the low end HP for a Pokemon EX with just 160, but being able to use pretty much any of the attacks of any of your Pokemon, hey, there's probably a use for that somewhere, right?
Yeah, we'll find a home.
Yep, and then we can also shift our attention to the Mewtwo EX. You know, we have a shift here. We kind of have a split of day and night. Mew representing the day theme, and Mewtwo representing the night theme. Mewtwo EX has this photon bullets attack. Chip, what do you see in here?
Yeah, I mean, Mewtwo, of course, another iconic Pokemon. Spread potential, always very good, you know, targeting down multiple Pokemon with just one single attack. Has a lot of potential, softening things up to be easier KO'd by a different Pokemon perhaps, or using Photon Bullets turn after turn after turn can really build up a lot of damage in play. Potential board wipe scenarios, multi-prize turns. I love cards like this.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, much higher HP than the Mew EX as well. 230 HP. Azul, do you see any potential here for Mewtwo EX?
Yeah, I think might be missing a little bit of energy acceleration for the Psychic type right now, but with the spread attack, you never know what you're going to be able to combo that with to be able to make things awkward for your opponent, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can shift our attention over to these Pikachu EX cards as well. You know, Pikachu, one of those Pokemon that is frequently featured as a Pokemon EX, even though it's not a fully evolved Pokemon. We'll start off with the Day Pikachu EX with the Pika Pika Parade attack. Chip, what do you see in here?
Yeah, so a very powerful effect, being able to throw a ton of Pokemon into play. Normally these call for family style attacks bring out 1, 2, very rarely 3 Pokemon. This one allowing you to just fill your board with basic Pokemon. We see players utilizing that A-Spec Precious Trolley currently in the metagame from time to time when they want to do that. Now, if players want to use a different A-Spec in their deck, they have an option to still pull a bunch of powerful Pokemon out. And there are so many powerful basic Pokemon in the game right now. Throwing a Mega Kangaskhan, perhaps a Latias EX into play right away doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, and Azul, we'll take a look at the Night Pikachu EX with the Zip Zap Frenzy attack. You see any fun combos you can pull off with this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is once again, I feel like similar to the Mew EX, almost limitless potential, allowing you to accelerate any number of basic energy into play from your hand. We do have the Energy Surge Pro A-Spec in the format still, so that'll be a very cool combination. Similar to the Mew, lots of potential, and lots of future potential, I think, is like the big ones for these two.
It's got an amazing look at these futuristic rare cards, and you know, we have 30 years of Pokemon. We're celebrating how far we've come, especially with the Pokemon TCG, and taking a look towards what the future might hold as well, getting a little glimpse with these futuristic rare cards. And it's exciting to see what we have here, and we'll continue to see what the future holds for the Pokemon TCG.
Oh, thank you very much, chaps. I have a lot of reactions to that. One thing that comes to mind, that Dark Tyranitar never won Worlds, but in 2005, Takuya Yaneda came second with it, and that was the year that our analyst friend Pablo actually got third at the World Championships with the Nidoqueen deck, with which it won.
It did win.
It won. I apologise. I'll figure that one out in a second. I also want to point out that Mew. Oh, that Mew copying attacks. Things like the Golok that they revealed, which is going to be coming around in Delta Rain. 2 energy, 300. Oh, but it's got an ability that says you've got to have 10 cards in hand to attack. Mew doesn't have that ability, Joe. It can copy the attack.
Yeah, and I just think the Mew and Mewtwo, both of those EX Pokemon being basic Psychic types, we've seen that combined with Lily's Clefairy and Latias EX, the fact that these Pokemon can take advantage of telepathic Psychic energy, they can take advantage of Wondrous Patch, they can take advantage of the Fairy Zone from Lily's Clefairy. Instantly, these cards could be a hit if we can build either a sort of basic toolbox that is predominantly Psychic type that we know will be good against Dragapult, or if they just splash into these decks as tech cards.
Seems good. Jeremy Moron, of course, was the 2005 World Champion with that Nidoqueen deck. My apologies, that took me a moment. We saw the Magikarp, which of course has catapulted Shinji Kanda into superstardom as a Pokemon trading card game artist. Who doesn't want that Lugia from Aquapolis?
Oh my goodness, I love those crystal type Pokemon. You know, we call them crystal types. They're not actually officially crystal Pokemon. They're like colloquially known, but you can see why. They are just such gorgeous artwork Pokemon, and getting the Lugia that was out in Aquapolis originally is so awesome to see. As someone who loves to play older formats, I'm so happy that we get lots of playable cards through the years as well. It definitely saves us a bit of a headache of acquiring these cards for ourselves and enjoying those older formats.
When I was much younger, I opened base set Pikachu from many packs. When the base set first came out, there was a local game store near me. I opened many Pikachu. I hope to repeat that in September. Right now, however, let's turn our attention to the World Championships in 2026. Let's see some notable pairings. You can see we're going to be looking at Henry Chow against Jackson Ford. But oh my word, Diego Casaraga against Arnie Karjala. That really jumps out to there. There's some good matchups, Joe.
Yeah, and there's a couple of those Crustle out there as well. It's not only Rune Hermans now, it's also Satoshi. So Crustle is also rising to the top. Brent Tonneson still on that flawless record, 9-0 right now. Coming up against Callie in the next round, who we just saw on the broadcast. Callie's going to be trying to fight for another Dragapult in Brent. Let's see if she can keep on her winning ways. I'd love to see Diego Casaraga up there as well. But we have our notable match, so let's head over to the stage as our players are already getting set up.
Let's get rolling here. Round 2 of day 2, round 10. Overall, these players are fighting for that space in the asymmetrical top cut. You need to be in 8th place or have a record tie with a player in 8th place in order to get into that asymmetrical top cut, and that will still be played today. By the time we leave this venue, we will have our finalists set for the Chase Center tomorrow. Right now, 3 rounds remain in this phase 2 of the tournament, and Henry and Jackson is going to be a Dragapult mirror match of sorts, because this is not the same deck, Joe.
Yeah, Jackson sort of made a name for himself. You know, he's already a regional champion and has had lots of great results over the years, but most recently at the NAIC, he was innovating this Dragapult Blaziken EX build because he had Secret Box within his list that was quite unconventional. Interestingly enough, he's pivoted back towards Unfair Stamp this weekend, but nonetheless, he is still so happy piloting this archetype. Blaziken EX has recently gained lots of popularity thanks to the fact that it is a fire type in its own right, so it can help deal with a Mega Excadrill deck that has come out in Pitch Black. But at the same time, anytime you can weave in energy acceleration gives the Dragapult deck so many more opportunities to not only chain attacks with Phantom Dive, not being so reliant on Crispin, but at the same time weaving in Monkey Dory for Adrenabrain on top of the fact that you have Phantom Dive to give you even more control over the board.
Here come the prizes. Let's see where we're going. One Dragapult for one side, one Dracloak for either side. Nothing, oh no, one of each for Jackson is a little bit sad.
Yeah, but there are Fire Energy for Henry as well. As you normally rely on Crispin to accelerate, that could be a little bit troublesome as we get through the stages of the game. Not ideal for either player, really.
Not perfect, nothing dreadful there. There are still 2 Fire Energy in the deck for Henry, but you're right, it is not ideal. We have players, we have a stage, we have judges, we have prize cards. All we need now is a nice friendly fist bump to get us rolling here in round 10. Everyone seems ready. Players are chuckling.
They're cracking up right now. They're very relaxed, and who wouldn't be on unbeaten runs so far at the World Championships. 7:02 records for both of these players. We did get to catch Henry on stream yesterday with a very unique build of Dragapult with Dust Noir, because he is of course playing Patrat in his list, and I think this might be a matchup where that tech card can shine.
Did not do anything yesterday. Here are our opening Pokemon. Here is our opening fist bump. And we are rolling here with Swiss round 10 from San Francisco at the Pokémon World Championships. Badoo start for Henry Chow and a Dreepy start for Jackson Ford.
Both these players rocking that Dragapult EX, so they have a very similar goal in that they will be trying to get as many Dreepy and Dracloak established in those opening stages as possible. Not only is that helping you work towards your key attacker, but it's also giving you access to more card advantage via the Recon Directive. But both players also have that side quest of the other Stage 2 Pokemon within their deck list. Henry going to be relying on the Dust Noir, Curse Blast giving him even more damage counters to play with, whether it's going all in on the active with Curse Blast so you can KO a Dragapult in one hit whilst sacrificing one of your prize cards in the process, or whether you want to target down key bench Pokemon, either with Dust Noir or with Dusclops in combination with Phantom Dive counter placement. That means you can take out multiple threats at once.
Well, we are seeing Henry setting up here. We've got a Dreepy with an energy. We pass back over to Jackson. And I have a question for you, Joe. We got 3 rare candy in Jackson's list, 0 rare candy in Henry's list. Do we think that could be relevant as the game goes along in terms of big splash turns?
It certainly does. In the opening stages, both players will look to use Badoo, so it's unlikely it's going to allow Jackson to have like turn 2, big springboard attacks or whatnot. But during the game, as we get into a Phantom Dive versus Phantom Dive off, if you can find a position where Torchic is safe, can evolve instantly into a Blaziken, that could allow you to have lots of burst acceleration. So as the game progresses, those rare candies could still be influential.
Absolutely. As a reminder, Blaziken's main function here is the ability Seething Spirit, which lets you attach a basic energy from your discard to one of your Pokemon once per turn. It solves the 2 energy awkwardness of Dragapult. It's not going to be a phenomenal attacker in this matchup, but it is going to work great in terms of energy acceleration. It's basically Dragapult's attack, but you don't get to put 6 damage counters on the bench, and you can't use it next turn. Fairly significant downswing.
Pretty nice hand for Jackson with 3 of those Pokepad in the opening hand. It's not quite as useful as just having access to Buddy Buddy Poffin. You're having to grab these pieces one at a time, and it means you have less Pokepad as you progress through the game. But it's pretty nice to proactively play all of these, seeing as though Henry is already showing that Badoo in the active position on his side of the board. So getting that early Dracloak stashed for next turn is already really handy.
And you just saw a little bit of a grimace there from Henry going, oh man, you've already searched out Dracloak. My whole point of Badoo was to stop you. Here comes Crispin. My caster pick, I'm feeling really good about that one, frankly. I mean, it's a pretty easy caster pick. And just to be clear, no regrets. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. But we are getting a Fire and a Psychic Energy. What else would we get in a Dragapult matchup? One of them is going to go to the hand. One of them is going to be attached to a Pokemon. And that is going to give Jackson a couple energy to get rolling with nice and early.
Yeah, I really like this play from Jackson. Hold that Dracloak for next turn. I think he's also holding on to Lily's Determination. So he knows that he can shove 1 energy onto the active Dreepy just to get a retreat into his own Badoo and start this Itchy Pollen war. As we know, Jackson does have a couple Monkey Dory in his list. They can be really influential cards when you're trying to Itchy Pollen versus Itchy Pollen one another.
Absolutely. Can we see a Patrat coming down? Well, here we go. The Badoo War. well, they got 30 HP and they're doing 10 each. But for them, this is as real as it gets, Joe. And we now have no item cards. It's going to be an itemless card game for a little while as Henry plays a Judge.
Yeah, both players opting to have one copy of Judge within their deck. So Henry saying that, hey, I already have access to one Recon Directive, so I'm effectively seeing 6 cards here. If I can limit Jackson just down to 4 and use Itchy Pollen this turn, maybe I can gain an advantage that way. Because as we know, Jackson was already holding on to a Dracloak. Henry's trying to disrupt that straight away.
And I really like this. Your opponent proactively went and got a Dracloak with the, with a poker pad, and Henry goes, well, have fun. It's now back in your deck. One-off Judge, great time to use it. Here comes a Recon Directive. Ooh. Its Unfair Stamp goes back to the bottom. That's not going to be useful for a couple of turns. Lily's Determination goes to hand. Duskull evolves into Dusclops,
look at this.
who immediately goes and gets a KO on poor old Badoo. And that is first prize to, well, both players actually, because that was a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, trading 1-for-1. Just having confirmation here of what's going on, as players have both stopped play for a little while. But it is a Fire Energy now coming into the prizes for Henry, and a Darkness Energy coming into hand for Jackson.
And now Jackson's got to promote something. He's going to be that 3P with an energy on.
Ooh, Henry, he just took fire from the prize card, so he could get in with a headbutt now.
That's what I was thinking, and now you're giving up the energy on the Dreepy, because that headbutt is going to be enough to go and get a KO if you want to. Dragon Headbutt, 2 energy, 70, and that Dreepy only has 70 HP. The math works out perfectly.
It's so tempting, but with 3 red candy in Jackson's list, I think Henry just wants to sit back. It's a big sigh of relief for Jackson, though. Can evolve into Combuskin and will now get the chance for 8 fresh cards from Lily's Determination. Things could have got really out of control if Henry went super aggressive, but also he could have fallen prey to a high roll hand from Jackson. So Henry going to slow things down that little bit, accepting the fact that he's made it difficult for Jackson to get his own item lock re-established. Jackson does have 8 cards here, who will now start looking for some Dracloak.
And maybe it is just a case of, well, I'm going to have items, you're not going to have items. That one prize, it's not going to be worth it. But Fezandipty is going to go and grab 3 with Flip the Script. It's going to be an Ultra Ball, an Energy, and a Rescue
Stretcher. There's a lot of items here, Ross. There's a lot of items. It's just going to be a knockout with Petty Grudge.
Well, that does enough damage. Doesn't do much.
Sorry, the bite attack.
Bite for 40. Even the first attack, I think, might have done it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We got the KO, and now we've got a Dracloak in the active. Henry's hand is a Boss's Orders and a basic energy, Joe.
I think there's a Lily's poking out there as well. This is the Recon Directive, those 2 cards.
Oh, thank goodness for that. Okay. His hand was off to the side for a second. I got a little bit terrified. Okay. Then I'm slightly less terrified.
Yeah, I think we're going to be in a slightly better position than that. Henry just really debating that Recon Directive. Oh, was he debating? I think he was debating the Boss's Orders because he could push this Dreepy to the bench and then take out multiple threats all in one turn, but it would leave him with a Dragapult and nothing else, and you would fall prey to an Unfair Stamp pretty quickly if that was the case for Jackson. So again, Henry going for a safer route, going to Ultra Ball, find another Dracloak, and then we'll see a fresh hand after attaching an additional energy to the bench. Henry is really nicely up on energy attachments right now, as if he can find a Dragapult EX, he will be removing Jackson's only energy from play and continuing to go, well, even back on this prize race.
That was a perfectly played hand. You Ultra Ball for a Dracloak, attach an energy. Lily's Determination for 6 with an empty hand. Can we get stuff through? Oh, okay. Not a great
Unfair Stamp.
Unfair Stamp. Oh,
he did suffer a KO last turn. Your buddy was knocked out. Has also flipped the script. It's going to see
too
a
early
quick Night
for an
Stretcher.
Unfair Stamp?
Going to weave in the Duskull while we can. And it is going to be the Unfair Stamp launch straight away here from Henry Chow. He's hoping to see from these 5 cards that Dragapult EX or an out to it.
And I think it really helps getting the Fezandipty down before playing the Unfair Stamp, because now, essentially, instead of drawing 5, you're drawing 8, while your opponent only draws 2. And worth noting that that board, yes, you got the Fezandipty down if you're Jackson, that's fantastic. But outside of that, it's a Combuskin, a Dreepy, and a Dreepy. That is not a great board, depending on the draws from this Unfair Stamp. So there's 5 for Henry, but bear in mind there's 3 more coming.
Oh, there you go.
They flip the script.
Dragapult EX already found.
That's nice. And a Buddy Poffin to go and get some extra basics.
I really like the choice from Henry to re-establish Duskull this turn as well. You know that you've just Unfair Stamped your opponent down to a low hand size. You're really not in much threat of a follow-up Phantom Dive from Jackson. So seeing 2 Duskull now, Henry's really just trying to make the board as dangerous as possible for Jackson. He wants to lock out the opportunity for any additional basics to evolve up into Dracloak.
Here comes Flip the Script for free, and a very important note, Duskull is a rare Pokemon you're playing here, which will just be KO'd by the residual damage counters from a Phantom Dive. No other damage needed. Right now, you think they're safe? I agree with you. Let's see them get evolved before it becomes too bad. Speaking of being evolved, here comes a Dragapult into the active. Seems like we're going to have a rescue stretcher coming down. What are we going for?
I think we're just going to re-establish a Dusclops just in case Jackson goes back into a pivot towards Budew, because Henry is really not expecting much of an attack at all coming back from Jackson. Pretty much the best case attacker Jackson is likely to perform would be getting a Blaziken EX, seeing as though it can half power itself up.
Yep.
But not much beyond that. So Henry thinking maybe Jackson's going to pivot back to Budew for return. Let me use these item cards quickly, as we are going to see the first Phantom Dive of this set. Taking out the active. Now, where does Henry want to place these other damage counters? I like not putting 6 all in one place here, especially when you have access to multiple Dusclops. So it is just going to be 5 onto the Dreepy, whilst floating 10 damage onto a Pheasantipity EX, so you can set that up for a Phantom Dive later.
Yeah, 10 on the Fez is absolutely standard, brings it down to 200 HP, which is Phantom Dive territory. We saw Henry actually searching out a second Dracloak as well last turn, really protecting from that potential. But we see a Dreepy being searched out by Jackson. That is going to be hitting the board. And from here on, this is where those potential rare candy splash turns could, with the right draws, come in handy. There's 3 for the Pheasantipity. It's an energy. I didn't see the other 2 cards.
Well, there's Blaziken EX. I think there's energy and Boss's Orders in the hand. I think Jackson might be forced into, this trying to slow down Henry in any way you can. You can get 1 Seething Spirit in here from Blaziken EX. There's going to be a Psychic Energy attached to the bench. And just action over to Henry. This could be a turning point turn, Ross. There's the potential for multiple Dusclops coming out onto this board. We could see a lot of prize cards coming down here.
And we could wipe potentially all of those Dreepy off the board. That could be absolutely huge. Blaziken is not as good an attacker. So Henry, show us what you've got. We're searching out Dusclops.
It could straight up be game here, Ross. If we have access to 2 Dusclops, we can retreat our Pheasantipity, Curse Blast the active, Curse Blast the benched Dreepy, Boss's Orders up the Pheasantipity. That's 4 prize cards.
That is 4 prizes. Very well put there, Joe. This could be the final turn of the game if Henry gets the cards he needs to get. We've already got some of the pieces. There is Dusclops. We will need 1 more of those and a Boss's Orders and a pivot. There is 50 damage onto the bench Dreepy from the Curse Blast. We're not there yet. We need Boss's Orders and we need a pivot. I think that's about all we need.
Yeah, Meowth.
And that is it.
Orders.
Boss from the Meowth. And that is a 4 prize turn for Henry Chow. Dreepy goes down. Dreepy goes down. Pheasantipity goes down. Henry goes up. 1 game to 0.
Really nicely performed there from Henry. I love to see the acknowledgement of when to weave in these Duskull. That's a harder skill than it looks, to be honest with you, Ross, because it has that vulnerable 60 hit points. There are situations where it's going to be a massive liability for you. But Henry weaving in 2 Duskull on the turn where he used the unfair stamp and took out all the energy from play meant that he could create a crazy board state on that next turn of the game. Henry knows how to cash in on these ghosts.
Absolutely he does, and that was masterfully played. And that's what you see from the best Dragapult players. They set these up. 1 damage counter on a Pheasantipity so you can Phantom Dive it is easy. Everything else is not. Let's go take a look back at that game. So Henry here, it was the early Curse Blast onto the Budew. That was when Henry really turned into the aggressor, giving up a prize to take out the Budew to get his items back while locking his opponent. Yes, Jackson got the return KO with a bite onto that Budew, but this put Henry really in the driver's seat. We had that early Judge, which made a big deal. We had the unfair stamp, which helped. Henry was really playing a lot with hand disruption here, and then we saw this 4 prize KO. It was a Dusclops onto a Dreepy, and then you gust the, you Boss's Orders of Pheasantipity into the active, 200 to that, 20 damage onto each of the Dreepy. Where does the extra 20 damage go? I mean, it has to go on Blaziken, but no one really cares because at that point the game is already over.
That was such an intriguing opening couple of turns from both players. It's rare that you see Dusclops into Budu, and then it's even rarer to see a Bite KO onto Budu. In some ways, that actually came back to bite Jackson, honestly, because then he got hit with an unfair stamp the following turn.
We're already into game 2 here, Joe. While that replay was finishing, the players were starting the game, and once again, I'm seeing a little bit of deja vu. We got a Budu from Henry, and we got a Dreepy from Jackson, and actually, it looks like Jackson is telling Henry to go first, and he's starting off with a Buddy Poffin for a couple of basics. Why would he do this, Joe?
It's very common for the the Dragapult players to choose second, simply so that you give yourself those additional outs with Lily's Determination to see more cards, because really it's the more the merrier. The more Dreepy you can find turn 1 is great, and having extra access to those other basic Pokemon is still really important. So you're basically saying to your opponent, if they're forced first, can they find as many Buddy Poffin as possible in the first instance? And even if they do use a Poffin, hopefully they're only getting 1 or 2 Dreepy down. Now, in this case, it's not working out great for Jackson because there's already a lot of basics that Henry has access to. But Jackson can at least be content that he has access to potentially 8 more cards on his first turn of the game, just because this supporter card gets access to so many cards in those opening stages. It almost guarantees you a decent setup.
So basically, it's just trying to make sure you have the better turn 1 because you have access to a supporter and your opponent doesn't. Well, unfortunately for Jackson, Henry did get 2 Dreepy, 2 Duskull, doing the active and an energy attachment. That's pretty much all you want. Having said that, Jackson's got a Dreepy. Energy attachment is not the right energy, unfortunately. But we have a Budu, we have a Torchic, and now we have a fresh 8 cards, there we go, from Lily's Determination he can use to try and really get rolling.
I'm already super excited about this game number 2 because it looks like both players are going to have really strong board setups here. If this Lily's Determination grants access to more basic Pokemon, I think we're going to be in for a thrilling game 2 here. And there is a Buddy Poffin coming out for Jackson Ford. So he will be able to grab even more Dreepy in this instance. And yes, he will be able to retreat this active Pokemon to initiate that Itchy Pollen and at least try and limit the outs for Henry. But I know he's also sat on a monster right now. He's already got Dracloak and his own Lily's Determination in hand. So Jackson doing the right thing in choosing to go second to give himself the best outs into this game. But Henry happens to have had a crazy opening hand himself.
Yeah, both players absolutely rocking their first couple of, their first turn. Jackson here is just about to get Dreepy number 2 and Dreepy number 3 to go with the Torchic and the Budu. So both players, like you say, setting up to have potentially very, very strong turns. And we saw back in game 1, these Dragapult versus Dragapult matchups, there is real opportunity to outplay your opponent and pull off well, what they're not looking for. Energy attachment, therefore, gives the retreat to Dreepy. It's a Budu in the active, and it's going to be an Itchy Pollen. But first, we're actually going to rescue Stretch to that energy back. Itchy Pollen, no items for Henry, but he does have a Dracloak and a Lily's Determination to 8.
Yeah, that's not bad. So even under this item lock, you're going to see 10 cards. And Henry now looking for those stage 1 Pokemon, no doubt. I wonder if in this instance he will continue to do what he did in that game number 1. As soon as he found his first Dusclops, he immediately wanted to blast through the Budu, and he has that opportunity again. I wonder if it was context dependent or if he thinks this is a strategy to employ against every Dragapult player. No Dracloak or Dusclops so far, and no help from the Recon Directive either, so it's a moot point in this instance. Henry's going to have to take things slower.
Unfortunately, there is no out to a Dusclops. We do have a Fire Energy for the Dracloak. You could KO the Budu here. I don't think you're going to, but technically you could if you wanted to. We're probably just going to see an Itchy Pollen, slow the game right down. Remember, Henry is a player who is not playing any rare candy, so evolution up through Dracloak becomes absolutely vital, and it is just an Itchy Pollen, 10 damage on the Budu, but far more importantly, there will be no items from Jackson this turn.
Which is pretty unfortunate because he has a lot of strong items in his hand right now. Was relying on just this one Recon Directive, but it did find Monkey Dory. And thanks to the Night Stretcher last turn, now Jackson might have an opportunity to heal his Budu and actually take a knockout with Itchy Pollen here. This is a great choice from Jackson because you get to take that early prize and you're not concerned about the unfair stamp coming back to you.
I absolutely adore this move. 1 damage counter from your Badoo to theirs, and then they've got 20 damage. You got no damage. Itchy Pollen for 10 actually therefore takes the KO. But Henry does get the Dragapult rolling now, so we can start using Phantom Dive. You kind of want to get the Badoo out the active, though.
Yeah.
200 does seem a little bit too much.
Yeah, that's why it's a big decision for Henry. He has a couple ways of doing it.
Here's the boss.
Yeah, he could have used Dawn and once again Curse Blasted the Badoo to KO it, but instead he says, I want exactly this to cloak. That's the thing that I'm concerned about. I want to try and force Jackson into having multiple Rare Candy and Crispin or whatever else to get any Phantom Dive back to me. So let's take out that Stage 1 Pokemon and initiate this prize race.
I like this very much. Got the Badoo as well with that residual damage. Very important, did not leave any damage. Put all 6 on the Badoo, because with that Monkey Dory sitting on the bench, that damage can come back to you if you leave it floating. Not as a position you want to put yourself in. Here comes an Ultra Ball, getting rid of a boss's orders, and...
This is an ugly discard, honestly, Ross.
Yeah.
Can get rid of Fire Energy right now, but I think we're going to have a Rare Candy plus Dragapult, and now we're going to go Meowth for Crispin, so we can come straight back. Jackson with a well-identified line of play. This is what can happen when you don't lock out the items. We have Rare Candy Dragapult, and we have the unfair stamp to boot. This is a big comeback turn for Jackson.
This is great. I was just about to start talking about the fact that, yeah, he got the Dragapult, but you needed to use the Meowth, and it was all a little bit awkward. And then he dropped Unfair Stamp, and I'm like, nah, he good.
That's a lot better. Yeah, you got to feel good about that. And oftentimes, the Dragapult mirror match can be defined by which Dragapult player hits into the opposing Dragapult first. I feel like that can be a huge swing in games, because then you can dictate your Phantom Dives throughout the game that little bit more easily while the opponent is scrambling for more Crispin and more attachments. Jackson should have a good way of making life difficult for Henry here.
And it is worth noting there's no Dracloak on Henry's side of the board. There is no draw power to save him after these 2 cards. So there's no Fez, and even if there was, there's no KO coming this turn. Oh, this probably will be on a Duskull, to be fair. But there's no Fez and Dipty to draw. There's no Dracloak to draw. Henry's going to need something off of these 2 cards from the Unfair Stamp and the 1 card drawn for turn, because it's looking a little bit rough right now for Henry.
It's quite tempting to take out a Duskull because of the threat of Curse Blast, but I actually do quite like trying to put a lot of damage onto this Dreepy. If you put at least 3 damage counters onto a Dreepy, that's a nice threat that you can represent here so that you can try and take it out over a couple of turns. There's no way for Henry to knock out Jackson's Dragapult in 1 hit because he doesn't play Rare Candy for Curse Blast. So you could go for a line where you just say that you can attack twice, punching this Dragapult 2 times, and also targeting down that Dreepy.
And if it's free on the Dreepy, even if it evolves up to a Dracloak, it is going to be in range. No, I like your thought process there, Joe. Very well explained. Even if it evolves, it's not being Rare Candy, so the only Dracloak is getting evolved up. But Henry knows it's not going to last any more than 1 turn. 200 goes onto the Dragapult from Phantom Dive as well. But if you're Henry here, I mean, you've got to get some Dreepy down. Surely you've got to start preparing for life after this Dragapult and this Dracloak.
It may be a difficult life. Ooh, the Moltres might be one of the few Pokemon he considers here, as he can use Phantom Dive and then maybe like Curse Blast and Moltres his way through the active Dragapult.
Could be an option just to get rid of it.
It's going to be Badoo coming down, and Jackson's choice of not taking out a Duskull here has paid dividends, as the Recon Directive did access that Pheasantipity, which is not online right now. Jackson playing amazingly in this second set from a tough position. A lot of pressure from Henry early on. Oh, and Henry's adapting. He's going to retreat. He doesn't want to just swing into this for obvious reasons. He's just going to initiate an Itchy Pollen.
And if you're Jackson, you know, job's very easy.
Boss's orders.
You just want a boss's orders. He's got a boss's orders, and it's a concession already from Henry. If I don't have Dragapult and I don't have Dracloak, I'm not winning this game. But I won game 1. I get the choice of going first or second. So let's go to game 3 with 1 game each. Superbly played there from Jackson.
Yeah, that was awesome to see from Jackson in that game number 2, especially because it felt like Henry's start was the stronger one. He had a lot of basics on the opening turn. He got into the Phantom Dive first, even with a boss's orders to take out Jackson's only Dracloak. But this is where the deck building comes in from Jackson. Those 3 copies of Rare Candy were huge. He's playing 2 copies of Crispin in addition to the acceleration of Blaziken EX. So as soon as there was a Phantom Dive unlocking the items for Jackson, he was able to immediately pop off with his Stage 2 Pokemon.
And it took a little bit with that Meowth for a Crispin after the Rare Candy into Dragapult, but it wasn't just that, it was that combined with the unfair stamp when Henry had no Dracloak down, no Fezandipity, no way of drawing extra cards, and it bought just enough time to put so much pressure in. And like you say, that decision to put the damage counters on the Dreepy to say, even when it evolves into Dracloak, it's not going to be enough. Taking out both of them in one go, giving Henry no attackers to work with, and that's how we end up even at 1 apiece. But I do like watching the players here, Joe. They seem like they're having a really good time.
Yeah, they're quite relaxed right now, despite being in Swiss round number 10 of the World Championships. Both players undefeated to this point. One of them could be walking away with their first loss of the tournament, and we can't really have too many of those if we want to make our way into the asymmetrical top cut.
But to an unhappier note, one player is going to remain undefeated. Because I think we've got enough time left here that we probably aren't heading towards a tie unless something unusual happens. There is enough time. We could still get a tie, obviously.
Yeah.
But I do think there is enough time here for one of these players to go and finish this up. And you've got to think that's probably part of Henry's thinking there. When the Dracloak and the Dragapult went down, he could have played a couple more turns.
Yeah.
No.
With a board of 2 Duskull, I don't like it.
It wasn't going to be very many more turns, Joe. But I think here, both players know, yes, 702 is a great record, but the cutoff for that asymmetrical top cut is going to be so harsh and so difficult to hit. You just need to get those points. Well, here we go. 25 minutes left into game 3. Henry makes Jackson go first, but Jackson starts off with a buddy-buddy Poffin to get a pair of Dreepy. Has started with that Fezandipity in the active, though, which is not really what you want to see on turn 1.
Yeah, at least has some energy in the hand, so we'll be able to pivot out of this fairly quickly. There's also the outside chance that Cruel Arrow can even be useful in this mirror match because Henry is opting to not play any Crushing Hammer within his list. Jackson pretty aware of that at this stage.
Oh, yeah.
So Jackson could even think towards attaching early to that Pokemon and have Crispin as a line to him later on. So in some instances, this Fezandipity start could be really handy. Jackson has also prized his 1 copy of Budu, in addition to 3 of his energy cards.
Including both Darkness Energy. There's only 2 in the deck. They are both unavailable for now, so there will be no monkey business.
Right. But that's also the early game strategy. Typically, you're going to try and itchy pollen each other back and forth, as we've seen in the other games. But in this instance, Jackson might be eyeing up Cruel Arrow in this game 3.
I kind of like that plan. We've seen Cruel Arrow in 2 different matchups. In fact, we've seen it in both the matches we've commentated this morning, Joe. Let's go 3 for 3. For now, Henry is going to start off his first turn, going and using a buddy-buddy Poffin, searching out a couple of those basic Pokemon. But on the way, having a quick look at a deck search. And as we talk about quite a bit, if you're new to the game, this is where the good players, they're prize checking. There are 6 cards in Pokemon trading card game that get taken out of your deck and put down as prize cards. They are unavailable until you draw them from your prizes. So what Henry's doing here is looking through the deck, trying to figure out which of the 6 cards are actually in the prizes, what don't I have access to. So we see there's 2 Dreepy. Henry knows there's only 2 Dreepy in the deck to play with, but I've also got my only Patrat in the prizes, so if I wanted to try and use that as an anti-Monkey Dory plan, it's not available.
Yeah, this could get pretty ugly if Henry is not on full cylinders, getting into his Dragapult EX early. He's unlikely to have as much of a draw engine as he would like during the game, but also might be forced into evolving up into Dragapult quickly, just so they're not wiped off all in one turn. So instantly, those 2 prize Dreepy changes exactly how Henry has to approach this set.
Absolutely, and this is why it's so important to do that prize check. You have to know if you've got these things like 2 Dreepy prize. We do see a Pokepad searching out a Dracloak for next turn. Of course, you are expecting to be item locked anytime you're against a Dragapult, although Henry is very aware of the Fezandipity. And actually, if Jackson knew there were 2 Dreepy prize, oh, you go Fez.
Oh, Fezandipity would be an amazing strategy in that position. There is the second Dreepy coming down, at least for Henry, that was naturally in the hand.
At least you've got 2 of those. And, there is a way to hide it from your opponent, if you bench other Pokemon. So it just, I only want 2 Dreepy right now, I'll get the others later. There is a way to play and build your board to try and hide it from your opponent.
Henry's thinking about Moltres right now. He has Moltres energy in hand.
Oh,
We're getting aggressive, Ross.
Oh, we are getting aggressive. 110 to that Fezandipity with Moltres' fighting wings. choosing not to item lock here. And I kind of love this because now if Jackson chooses to use Cruel Arrow, he'll take a prize, and then Henry will take 2.
This game is already so insane, Ross. The top deck of Meowth EX opens up the Cruel Arrow line of play, but Henry, going aggressive with Moltres isn't just to try and deny Cruel Arrow, but it's also to access those prize cards as quickly as possible to grab more Dreepy.
Oh, yes.
So instantly going for this Moltres play is so big brain. This is actually keeping him in this set here. Jackson looks like he has a great line of play, but he may have to forego it now for setup instead, and that's why we're going to see the Lily. This 110 damage from Moltres has completely changed the complexion of this turn.
And this is something you need to do. If you've got horrible prizes, part of your strategy is take prizes very quickly any way that you can, especially when it's something like 2 Dreepy prize. Sometimes your prizes are so bad, you'll just concede the game and go to game 3. You can't do that in game 3. So here we go with Jackson getting a new 8 cards, forced to reevaluate his strategy after the aggressive Moltres from Henry Chow.
Really does, and has to move this Pheasantipity this turn.
Have to stress
that Budu in the prize cards means he won't be able to shut down item cards as you would typically like to do. So Jackson may be forced into a strange position of bringing up even one of these Drag Cloak if he's able to find some from the Lily as a better option for him. But yeah, things get really awkward here. That's before we've seen these 8 cards though. Maybe these will help out. He at the very least needs to find some stage 1 Pokemon.
Absolutely, he does.
There's at least 1 Dracloak.
Okay.
Also has a Buddy Poffin, so can get to work on a Torchic as well here.
Yeah, there is 1 Dracloak in hand. We see that lovely alternate art from Jerky, who is in the building this weekend doing some signings.
Yeah.
Actually missed a signing with Jerky to commentate this game.
Worth it.
Yeah, I would rather see that artwork while we're commentating the game here, Joe. That's way
Best
more
of both
important
worlds.
to me. But we are going to see the Dreepy with the energy. We've got a Torchic on the bench. We've got Meowth coming down. And we've got those 2 Dreepy, 1 with an energy. But with no Badoo, like when you retreat the Pheasantipity, what do you retreat into?
Yeah, I think if you can evolve up into a Dracloak this turn, perhaps you can actually hit with it and promote it. And just get 70 damage prodded into this Moltres to set you up for future Phantom Dive. The Moltres does great damage output, but only into EX Pokemon.
It's terrible into non-EX.
Exactly.
20 damage.
Yeah, you don't want to, and that's doing not much, realistically.
It
so
would Badoo, I suppose.
Yeah, it would be enough.
But that is about all you're getting. But it is really into EXs that it shines. Here we get the evolution into that Dracloak. We are now going to see the first Recon Directive. Look at the top 2 cards. 1 goes to your hand, 1 goes to the bottom of the deck. It's a rare candy that was taken from the Recon Directive. That opens up some plays potentially.
Yeah, there is rare candy Dragapult in the hand, but you've just evolved the Pokemon that already has 1 energy attached to it, so we may just hold off on this for potential rare candy Blaziken on another turn. That's sort of the more impactful stage 2 evolution here, seeing as though you can just naturally evolve into Dragapult anyway next turn. And Jackson is forced into a retreat option, but there's no easy target.
No, we don't have enough energy on anything to actually get some attacking going on, which is a little bit of a pain.
This is tough.
If there was a rare candy Blaziken, potentially, but even then you need energy to discard. It'd be awkward. So it's going to be just that Dracloak, but not to attack, just to chill in the active.
It's so scary to be like, this is my only stage 1, this is my only real draw on board, I have to do this play, but it feels like the right line. Henry now instantly into his own Recon Directive, picks up potential for Judge and Dusclops, both interesting choices here.
I like Dusclops, I like Judge, they're both fun. Dusclops is going to be the choice for now.
Has access to another Dracloak now as well with the Pokepad.
Nice. So we get
and I think what's important about the Dusclops is you have to get this Duskull out of 60 hit point range and grow it up into a big Dusclops instead.
100%. So you do not want to give away an easy prize on the bench. You do not want it sitting there just to let your opponent manipulate the prize race like that. It is a Dragapult and a Fire Energy that we see from the Recon Directive. Dragapult taken for when we're ready to use that. No, it's changing your mind. It's Fire Energy that's taken. Going to get an attachment down of a Psychic. We are going to get the Dusclops. We're going to retreat into Badoo, and it is just going to be back to Itchy Pollen. Your board is not well established enough really to do anything else.
Exactly, and you don't want that Badoo sat on the bench for easy Phantom Dive counters for the free prize cards, so let's pivot out of there and build up our board in the back, and Henry is also holding on to his A-Spec, so what's better than a Badoo to get knocked out to unleash that?
No, absolutely right. And that's one of the things I love about Badoo and these setup Pokemon, that if they get KO'd, you can just go unfair stamp. And if your opponent knows you're playing it, there's this awkward thing of, well, I really don't like your Badoo and I want to get rid of it, but if I do get rid of it, I'm going to get unfair stamped. So they have to try and time the KO for when it doesn't hurt them so much, and such an advantage. For now, it's a Dawn for a Stage 1, a Stage 2, and a basic Pokemon, which when you're playing 2 Stage 2 lines, that's pretty cool.
This is a great response to Itchy Pollen in particular, so that you can still piece together lots of your evolution Pokemon. Jackson may have had a really tough time to find any of these with all of those ball search cards locked away. I love this Dawn supporter coming into these deck lists,
So
both
good.
players utilizing it in their list. And it's so vital in these mirror match situations to continue to build your board. So it's a perfect time to see the supporter card. Jackson will now have the opportunity to use another Recon Directive and could still be launching a very impactful Phantom Dive here.
Well, there is the Evolution and the Recon Directive. Look at 2 cards, keep 1. I did not spy what it was. It was a special red card that went and got kept. We have an attachment to the active Dracloak and an Evolution into Dragapult. Keep that rare candy, Jackson. That'll come in handy in a future turn. You don't really want a Phantom Dive into the Badoo. You want that on the bench, but without any other options, you can still get a bunch of damage on the board. It is 200 to the Badoo.
Ooh.
But more importantly, we're spreading damage on those Stage 1, saying, I can take them out later.
An interesting choice from Jackson. We know that Henry can evolve up into Dust Noir and make that 3 damage counters essentially irrelevant. But Jackson also knows that Henry isn't playing his own Monkey Dory, so putting the 3 on Dracloak is normally quite poor. You want it to be 6, so that you play around potential Monkey Dory, flinging it back to you. In this case, he doesn't have to worry about that, so he can try and float those damage and force Henry into evolving up into this Dust Noir.
I really like it. And sometimes it's just nice to force your opponent to have to prioritize resources to do something they might not have bothered doing. They have to get Dust Noir, so go and get Dust Noir. Here's an energy onto Dracloak, but now we see the unfair
Jackson nodding. Jackson really just went like, yeah, sure. You got it like that, Henry, huh?
I mean, the good news is you do at least have 1 Dracloak down and a Pheasantipity, so you do have some options here. But the bad news is, I don't think we've seen a supporter from Henry yet this turn, so we could see some boss shenanigans.
A lot could be happening this turn, Ross, to be honest with you. Especially with that Curse Blast open up. You can knock out the Dragapult this turn.
Yeah, I mean, you can just flat out knock out Pheasantipity to a 2-for-1 on the bench if you want.
You can also do that as well, but I feel like taking out that Dragapult is just so vital when there's just 1 Dracloak there on the bench right now.
Oh, agreed. There are several
2 cards
options.
for Jackson.
I kind of like a lot of them, honestly.
Henry will find the best one of the bunch. He's got 5 cards to deal with right now and a couple Recon Directive on top of that. I didn't see access to any Dragapult EX just yet, so he does need some help here.
There's well, there we go.
One.
Recon Direct. Oh, Dragapult and a Lily. They're very nice cards. So you're just having a look at the discard pile going, can I really afford to give back the Lily? Yes, because you really need Dragapult.
No, he kept Lily, I think.
He kept Lily. Oh.
Yeah.
No, okay. So we're Lilying for 8 cards, no prizes taken. It is the full 8. Slight risk here. There's no other, oh, there is a Dragapult. Okay, so you got this plus a Recon Directive. You expect to hit it off the top 10.
You're getting 10 cards, and that's a really interesting spot. So often, and I would have done the same thing, Ross, think, let's deal with the guarantees here. Let's not risk being in a position where I miss, but 10 cards is so many. You're so likely to get that and other things on top. So Henry's not content with just the Dragapult here. He's looking for more.
If you hit the Dragapult, undoubtedly the right option. If you don't, there might be some regrets. No, 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 no.
Ooh, 1 Recon Directive.
There is a rescue stretcher, but it's not there. Recon Directive gets the Dragapult. There we go. Didn't take it from the first, did take it from the second. There's your Dragapult into the active. And now Henry is feeling great about that decision because you've got so many other cards and so many other options in addition to that Dragapult. Love that result for Henry.
I have to feel like we're going to Curse Blast the active here. It's the play that makes the most sense. You could try and take out that draw engine and try and limit Jackson to just 1 Recon Directive, but even just announcing Phantom Dive is still really powerful on this board.
I think if you haven't played Unfair Stamp, you definitely, no question, go for the Dragapult. And I still think, I agree with you, I love the play. It's just because you Unfair Stamped, it's taking out that Pheasantipity in addition to that. Just seems very tempting. But, like you say, you are then just giving your opponent an attack. And that Dracloak on the bench will go down.
Yeah,
no question.
I mean, you can hit this Dragapult and then also put as much damage onto the bench Dracloak for Jackson as possible as well. The board is full, so there's no Monkey Dory business coming back to you. That might also be playing on Henry's mind a little bit.
I think we're not curse blasting anything here,
No,
Joe.
we're just announcing an attack with Phantom Dive, trying to make the unfair stamp as unfair as possible.
I kind of like this as well, honestly, because now you're still setting up for... Oh, okay, I really like this. So what you're actually doing here is now Fezandipti is in range from the residual damage from a Phantom Dive. So now you can basically Curse Blast the Dragapult, take the KO, and then you KO something like a Meowth. You can have a 6-prize turn.
Yeah, he's set up game
win next turn,
He's set up game next turn this way.
Oh, this is beautiful.
And Jackson just has to deal with the hand in front of him.
This is why you don't Curse Blast last turn.
Yeah, Henry's good at this.
Oh, Henry is giving us an absolute masterclass. I love this. And if you're Jackson, what do you do? Like, your opponent basically needs boss to guarantee game next turn. I think, would you go after the Dust Noir?
Well, we've just seen the Lily's determination. Dust Noir would have been the safest way to do so. You take that off the board, then you deny the 6-prize turn. But Jackson only had the 2 cards from Unfair Stamp and the 1 Recon Directive. No access to the boss's orders, so has to go for the fresh hand. But really, he's at the mercy of Henry at this stage, who could simply end it all with the boss's orders next turn.
Absolutely, he could. Here's your 6 cards from Lily's Determination. What have we got to play with as an evolution into a Dracloak? So that's going to give you a 2nd Recon Directive.
Can we? There's not even a way to Mind Bend here because the board is full. Could we get an Area 0? No, there's not even Area 0 in Jackson's list. He's playing Watchtower and Risky Ruins.
I think he's announcing the attack, Joe. The Dracloak goes down, and it is as simple as that. If Henry draws a boss's orders, this game is going to be over. Does he have one in hand?
It's such a large hand size, but no copies of boss's orders.
He does have... I don't think he's used Recon Directive yet.
He's looking at his notes for the prize cards. Can he fish for it with Cursed Blast here? He can take 2 prize cards. If he has Ultra Balls in there, if he has Meowth in there, he's going to have one more look. Doesn't look like anything helps him from the prizes to instantly win the game. So taking out the active Dragapult EX with Curse Blast wouldn't give him even a chance to find boss's orders.
No, there's no boss in the prizes. So I think you have to search for it with... Wait. Oh, Recon Director, that was in the discard. My apologies. So we haven't even got a way to fish for it.
This is just a buddy poffin affirming the situation. No. And what looked like, from such a large hand from Henry, it looked so clear that the game could have been over, but just lacking the boss's orders at the crucial moment. How often have we said that this card is the defining one in games?
Well, the good news is Jackson's got 4 prizes remaining, so he shouldn't be able to win the game next turn. The problem is you're going to not have an attacker.
Yeah, your board is gone. Your board is gone next turn.
And you don't have any rare candy, so you're not going to be able to just get that big explosive Dragapult coming up out of nowhere. And Henry, after searching up for this 6-prize turn, feels like it might be running away from him here.
What a tense game 3 as we see Henry Chow shuffling up from a buddy poffin. No draw on the board. There's no way that we can access boss here at all.
No, there's none in the prizes. You cannot fish
a jamming
that
tower.
There's
nothing we can get from the Recon Directive. From the Night Stretcher that's helpful. We're just retreating into Moltres here and trying to get a hit in.
I think they'll actually get the KO. Yeah, there's 110 left.
Yeah.
So Moltres will get a KO, and at least I think that's probably the play. You do that.
You're giving your opponent more cards with Flip the Script, though.
No, I think you have to Dust Noir the Fezandipti to take out flip the Script, and then your Moltres into the active, and then
it's going to be the Cursed Blast trade 2 for 1.
Yeah, see, this is what I like, and then you take out the active with your Moltres.
No, it's. Yeah, okay. It is going to be then a Phantom Dive,
so
Henry's still going for it here.
Okay, so this is where it gets scary. A Phantom Dive here could potentially... It could put the game almost out of reach if Jackson's able to get it going here. I don't know how you take the last 2 prizes if this Dragapult goes down. Like, stop me, Joe, am I missing anything? How do these last 2 prizes come if this Dragapult goes down?
Well, you can still Curse Blast and Boss's Orders with Moltres to KO the Meowth. That would be your final way, because Jackson can only take 2 prize cards this turn. So that would still be the line. But Henry now is living on essentially top decks to try and find Boss's Orders.
So we can still Boss and Curse Blast to take out the Meowth. I mean, look, it's a line.
It's certainly a line. Jackson has just recon directed and instantly head in hands. What's better odds here? Special red card when you know Henry doesn't have it in hand, or Team Rocket's Watchtower to limit the Ultra Ball outs for Meowth. He opts for Watchtower. This could be hugely impactful to the end of this game. If Henry puts down Team Rocket's Watchtower this turn, he has drastically limited the outs from Henry to win the game next turn. And he is living on top decks right now, Ross.
He is absolutely living on top decks. It's a great way to put it. I think the Watchtower is definitely the play here, because special red card can just give it to your opponent, and you definitely don't want to do that. This at least means they've got to get it rather than a Meowth or an Ultra Ball, some way to get Meowth. So, yeah, I like the Watchtower, but I think that is literally the only play. You still need your own Dragapult, of course. You need to get a Dragapult and a Fire Energy to get the attack going on. That's pretty important.
I feel like with Jackson's hand, I almost wrote that off as saying that's going to be there somewhere. We're going to find a way to that.
He probably has it.
Yeah.
I can see it, he probably has it, but I still want to see it.
Let's see, what else can... Well, there's a Night Stretcher. That should secure the attack. As we have a Night Stretcher, one of those... Well, that's going to be Pheasantipity EX coming into the equation.
Have we got the energy? We need to be specific.
We do have more Night Stretcher in here.
Do we have a Fire Energy in the discard? Yeah, we do.
One of your pieces. We still have our supporter for the turn as well.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to be good to get... Oh, there's a Dragapult in hand. So, okay, so the attack is now definitely on board. There's no issue there. Here comes a Pokepad. That's going to go and search out a non-rule box Pokemon. It is going to be that Monkey Dory.
Yep.
Deck finning here.
Yeah, absolutely. Jackson's putting himself in a position where he knows that Henry has the capacity to win next turn, but he also knows that he didn't have the exact card he required on the previous turn. So Jackson knows that all he can do here is get himself one turn away and hope that that's going to be enough, as we see that second copy of Night Stretcher for Fire Energy for the turn.
There's the attacker. That's all up and rolling now.
That Team Rocket's Watchtower has to come down. You drastically limit the outs here.
Oh, absolutely.
Combuskin is fairly safe to put into play, but it does have a 2 retreat cost, so Jackson may think twice about this. But if there's boss's orders, it's game over anyway, so you may as well bench it.
Yeah, but they're not going to boss stall. They're going to boss win.
Right. It's going to be a Crispin as the supporter for turn.
That's going to get a couple energy out of the deck. Just try and make sure that, again, Jackson knows that Henry has got the initiative here.
Yeah.
Henry, if he has what he needs, Henry will win this game, and there's nothing Jackson can do about it. What he's doing here is just setting up, if Henry doesn't win, I'm going to give myself the best chance of winning, because next turn is a turn where I can potentially go and win this game. Combuskin gets involved.
There
we have an energy. There's your Watchtower.
Watchtower's huge here, Ross.
I mean, it turns off Meowth. Meowth is a great out. Here is the KO. And it really comes down to this. Either Henry wins this turn, or Jackson is going to
take his boss's orders!
That's the boss! He's going to bring the Meowth into the active. He's going to Curse Blast. He's going to KO with Moltres. And Henry Chow top decks the perfect card at the perfect time for a 2-1 win.
He's stunned. He's absolutely stunned.
And Jackson did everything right, putting the Watchtower down. So it had to be boss. It couldn't be Ultra Ball. It couldn't be Meowth. It had to be boss. And Henry rips it off the top. He had no draw on board. He had to top deck it.
My head is spinning, Ross.
What a best of 3 we just watched, Joe.
That's insanity. The stuff dreams are made of. Henry Chow with the 10+ card hand miraculously didn't have boss's orders a turn earlier, giving Jackson the opportunity to put himself in a crazy position. That one copy of Team Rocket's Watchtower limited the out substantially. Removing Meowth EX with a guaranteed boss's orders at that stage, Ultra Ball would have been only for Pheasantipity to draw 3 cards and really punt for the boss, but finding one copy of boss's orders closed out the game beautifully.
Let's go and remind ourselves about this best of 3. Might have been the best we've seen on stream all weekend so far. We see here in game 1 where we had Jackson taking the KO on the Badoo after the Curse Blast from Henry to take out a Badoo, and then we saw Henry go on the aggressor with that Dragapult, taking out that Dreepy, popping some damage down, but it was this huge 4-prize turn at the end of the game, using those Dusclops, and then boss's orders, taking 4 prizes in 1 turn for a really definitive turn 1 win.
What an awesome game 1 set. As the opening stages was just so bizarre from both players. They went super aggressive in both cases. And in this game number 2, Henry was forced first, but had such a good opener that he was able to launch an early boss's orders plus Phantom Dive. But Jackson bounced back with Crispin Rare Candy, was punching into Henry's Dragapult, and suddenly was able to take out all of the dragons at once.
Yeah, and that was enough. Going over into game 3, and both players set up quite nicely again. Jackson gets that early Dragapult, but he has to punch into the Badoo and then spread some damage on the bench. Both players going back and forth, and Henry sets up so much damage on the board, he's setting up for a 6th prize turn. But he's not able to pull off the 6th prize turn. He takes 4 prizes, going the Dragapult and the Pheasant Dipty, and it goes back to Jackson, who can't win the game, but he can put himself in a good position. Henry then needs exactly boss off the top and actually somehow draws it, pulls up the Meowth, gets the KO with a combination of Curse Blast and Fighting Wings, and Henry takes an unlikely game 3 victory. And you see the reaction there. I mean, look, we've all top decked for game. We've all done that, but top deck for game. Let's go to the interview.
And I'm with Boss's Orders' favorite competitor of the day thus far. Henry, how's it feel to get that top deck moment?
That was one of the most unbelievable games I've been a part of. I mean, honestly, the set itself was nothing that crazy, just a ton of insane swing turns both ways in games 2 and 3. I, of course, got pretty lucky to kind of scam him in game 1. And I mean, just that last sequence was insane. I mean, when I Lilied, I thought I had it in the bag because all I needed was a Meowth, Ultra Ball, or Boss to just win on that previous turn. And I drew none of it, and then I put my Jamming Tower down because I didn't consider that he might play Watchtower, and I got massively punished and then just unbelievably bailed out by the Boss's Orders. That was, wow, yeah, I mean, that was insane.
Absolutely unbelievable. Did you really kind of feel your heart sink before that boss had come around thinking, I have no draw, what am I gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, I spent that whole turn hoping that he would red card me, because even though I did nothing on the previous turn, I took 4 prizes, so I mean, a 4 is already greater than 3, right? But he told me that he had a recon between Watchtower and red card, and I think he made a really smart decision by getting the Watchtower, because I could have had the Meowth out in hand. But of course, I may have played the Meowth last turn. Well, I don't know. Yeah, it was really interesting mind games. But at the end of the day, you know, my win probability went like this to this to this. So, you know.
It was a roller coaster to watch, let alone be in the moment. You must be exhausted emotionally. So I can't imagine how you've got to go on and play some more games now. Can you give me and the viewers at home just a brief overview of how your run has gone throughout this tournament? You're clearly being successful, but what's the key?
Yeah, my run's been really interesting. This was actually my very first Dragapult mirror, which to anyone who saw the graphic, that is a completely unbelievable statistic. I've hit some Slowking, some Zoroark, some of the Raging Bolt decks. You know, I've got pretty good matchmaking. The Slowking deck was difficult, but we managed to get there. Came to the day at 701, tied my first round against Crustle, which was a good matchup, but things didn't go my way there. But I can't complain because I managed to get this one done, and I think I have to win one of my last 2.
You're here, and that's the most important part. And even through that roller coaster, you came up trumps. You absolutely nailed it. It was a nail biter of a match. Are there any opponents you might be afraid of going forward that you know are on similar records?
I think there's a chance I may hit Brent Tonneson. I know at X1, there's Callie White playing Raging Bull. I think that's an okay matchup for me, so I wouldn't mind that. But obviously at Worlds, every single competitor is just incredible. And I really want to give a shout out to Jackson. I don't know if they mentioned this on broadcast, but Jackson and I have had a very long rivalry of hitting each other at very, very high stakes games. And he's always a pleasure to play against. And I'm happy to have got this one, as crazy as it may have been.
I absolutely love that, and like hearing you guys talking at the table afterwards, kind of explaining that back and forth of that last few turns was really lovely to see the sportsmanship that is coming from both of you. Any final shout outs before I let you get on with your event?
Shout out to PokeColor for supporting me for this tournament, and shout out to all my friends and family who are watching and helping me test, and really hope I can get this one done.
Absolutely rooting for you, my friend. Thank you so much for such a superstar set there. But it's time for us to Curse Blast our way back into the action with the casters.
Yes, it is indeed, although we will not be Curse Blasting quite as well timed as Henry. I'm not sure anybody will at this tournament. It's lovely to hear about that little rivalry with Jackson. Explains why they're so comfortable and so chatty at the table. We've all got those players that we just always seem to play in these tournaments, and gonna get a little bit of a friendly rivalry going. It's fun.
Yeah, they've got plenty of respect for one another, and I love the humbleness of Henry there to say that he may have made some mistakes along the way, but it was such a cat and mouse series. He was saying it was swing turn after swing turn. It felt like just from the one panic recon directive, it suddenly became an unfair stamp that became a Lily, that became this, that, and the other. Both players were springboarded into such insane board states that it was a real struggle to keep up.
It absolutely was. But helping us keep up, we got a friend here in the studio. We got our friend Pablo over on the analyst desk, who is going to help us keep up with all the action this weekend. Pablo, that last game, back and forth, maybe the best game we've seen on stream this weekend. I said it. Just give us your thoughts, blank canvas.
I mean, honestly, the whole series was pretty good. And as you guys mentioned, Henry being very humble in terms of like, I think he said he scammed Jackson out of a game. I wouldn't call it a scam, right? I feel like this is always what I tell players when you're at the World Championships. Jackson's edge against Henry or Henry's edge against Jackson is definitely not in the decision making, right? Because both players, you'd expect them to be at their maximum level here at Worlds after a whole summer of practicing. So what determines the outcome of such of two titans who go up against each other? It's going to be either a deck building edge or a little bit of luck. And you chance into a Lily, you chance into the unfair stamp, all of a sudden walk away the winner. I mean, it's not something you expect, but you'll definitely take advantage of such a situation. So I think one very key thing, though, that happened is the very first decision that Henry took in terms of using the Dust Clubs in order to take out his opponent's body. I think that was a major decision after a judge as well. It's not something you'll commonly see. You want to use Dust Clubs or Duster to perhaps take down a bench Dracloak or something perhaps more significant. However, let's show the clip. We had the possibility to take out your opponent's body, so you get to keep the body pressure, but you free yourself and you give yourself Pokepad and you give yourself body Puffin. So I generally think that was a major decision that was very important. And we saw Jackson follow that up with a bite KO, I believe, onto the body. And the only punish for that was the unfair stamp, right? Which off of a judge, a turn 2 judge, it's so unlikely, right? So I don't think that was like any sort of bait. It just happened to Henry luck shine on him just as we saw towards the end.
Yeah, the value that you can get from that Duster Wire, you really have to time really well. And I was not expecting the Badu knockout, but like you said, Judge is one of those supporter cards that you kind of, you look at your hand and you're like, do I trust you today or not? So when you go for the Dust Flops, it's so that you can at least have those additional outs. I can see why the cogs were worrying for Henry in that regard, where normally you try and build all the way up to a Dust Noir to get more bang for your buck from your one prize card, but I really liked that choice. I also think in game number 3, the pivotal choice to go Moltres punching into that Pheasantipity, my favorite play for sure.
Yeah, that's something else that I would love to show, how, like, you're going to threaten me with Pheasantipity, I need the immediate response to that, right? So then now your Pheasantipity play is getting punished by my Moltres. Sure, knock out a Dreepy, I get 2 prizes in return, I get free extra Dreepies perhaps from my prize cards, your 3 energy investment, which is huge in Dragapult, right? They don't play a high energy count, they play 1 Crispin Run Rosa. It seems to be the 10 towards this day 2 list, so getting a little greedy in terms of the energy department, and then you invest so much for a single knockout, a single Dreepy, not a Dracloak, no energy removal. That definitely would have been that was the perfect response, rather. That was the perfect response from Henry. Had to make Jackson default back to the body plan, and then he defaulted, but it wasn't available. And then Henry did have access to the body, so everything, the way it played out, all decisions, every turn felt like a huge turn. Huge things were happening, even though on the field it was like basic Pokemon against basic Pokemon. The decisions behind that were so amazing.
No, there were a lot of big swings in that game, and yes, Henry got very lucky at the end with that boss's orders, but let's not forget all the amazing plays he made along the way. Pablo, thank you very much as always for coming and giving us your analyst brain. We love to hear it, but unfortunately we have no more time with Pablo because we've got to get to our other game, our broadcast match that we have been having a look at, trying to bring in some extra action from the Pokemon World Championships in addition to our 1 match per round. So hopefully we can get down to that in a matter of moments. Here we go, right here, round 10. We got Diego against Arnie, and it looks like we have got, well, actually that could be almost any deck at this point, but I know that Diego is playing Alakazam. Actually ran into him in the hall. We had a lovely chat yesterday while I was interviewing, and actually got to grab Diego for a little spot. It was lovely.
Yeah, the world champion trying to make it 2 times. He's playing Alakazam. He just had a draw pass, though, with just the Genesect in the active. And Arnie is going to be rocking the Slowking deck. Not too many of those players left at the top tables, but Arnie is such a fierce competitor. And he's had an early turn 1 attachment to Latias EX. Not always the ideal option. It's more of a supporting Pokemon. But at the very least, he will be able to access a couple of these Psychic basic Pokemon and get some Slowpoke into play, most notably because, as we know, Ross, the Slowking deck is all about trying to copy some devastating attackers.
Yes, the way the Slowking deck works is a very unusual deck. We've got the attack Seek Inspiration. You look at the top card of your deck, just exactly one card, and as long as it's not a rule box Pokemon like in Pokemon EX, you can copy the attack. And you don't have to have the correct energy. You can break the rules. It's wonderful. And you might be thinking, well, that's very unlikely you'll hit what you want. Yes, it is. But we have the Stadium card, Academy at Night, which allows you to put a card from your hand on top of your deck. So you use that to guarantee the right card on top of your deck, and you use Slowking to copy these wild attacks of Pokemon that actually aren't good on their own because they're stage 2s or whatever, but Slowking makes them work. That is the very basics of how this Slowking deck works. First, we need Slowking, we need energy.
Is there going to be any Mega Kangaskhan coming onto this board? No draw power for Arnie, so both players having a bit of a stumble in the opener. But Diego gets the Buddy Poffin off the top, and it looks like also has access to at least the Dawn Supporter for the next turn. So now a little turn behind, but at the very least we'll start to establish this board quite nicely, as that's immediately followed up. So we will be able to find a Kadabra the next turn. Possibly going to be an Alakazam, and it's either going to be an additional Abra or Dunsparce here. Both big engine pieces. Well, perhaps the Shaman as well. This is a key tech inclusion for Diego, trying to respect the option of Trifrost, Ross.
Yeah, there's a Kyurem that you play in Slowking. It's another one of these cards that's way too expensive to play normally, but it deals 110 to free Pokemon. That's free Abra taken off the board in one go. You absolutely have to respect the Kyurem anytime you play against Slowking, because it's not 5 energy, it's just 2 on a Slowking, but Shaman stops the bench being targeted, so absolutely vital with the threat of that Kyurem looming over. Arnie here then, Kyurem not such a good option, but we do need to get some evolution, we need to get some energy, and hey, some more Slowpoke wouldn't go amiss either. It's actually a second Latias, Joe.
Yeah, there's some funky stuff going on in Arnie's hand, that's for sure, because we are manually attaching to Latias for a second turn in a row here. Is there much else going on? Well, there's the Lucky Helmet. Arnie is opting to have 2 copies of this within his deck list to give him some additional draw, and it's the Surfer Supporter card to help him draw up to 5 cards here.
Okay, so we've surfered to get that Latias onto the bench to protect it a little bit, but you will still, of course, have free retreat from the Latias here. There is an outside chance of a Wondrous Patch, which would allow you to then retreat and attack with Latias this turn. I'm not sure it's happening, but it is on the table.
It's on the table, and Slowking does try and weave that in when it can. The Wondrous Patch is actually a vital item within the deck because your Slowking get knocked out so easily, so you have to constantly rebuild these Pokemon. But, of course, Trifrost also discards those energy. We're not going to see any Trifrost right now, thanks to that Shaman, but it's still something to keep in mind as to why you see so many of those Wondrous Patch within the list. Right now, though, no basic Psychic currently in the discard pile. So going to be a bit of a combo if that's going to come together.
Absolutely. I just see 2 energy on a Latias. I can't remember the last time I saw 2 energy on a Latias. And a tool which revolves around being attacked when it's attached. You know, it's all the makings of I might actually attack with this Latias. For now, retreat into a Slowpoke just to have a single prize Pokemon in the active. So if an attack does come through, it's got a little bit of protection. We see the first evolution up to a Kadabra, and then a Rare Candy into an Alakazam. That's going to be 5 cards total drawn. 2 from the evolution into Kadabra, 3 from Alakazam, and a Telepathic Energy for 2 more basics. Things are turning around for Diego, Joe.
Yeah, it doesn't take much for this Alakazam deck to start flurrying through the deck and seeing so many cards, and the Dawn Supporter is a big reason why that is the case, and we're going to see another one coming down for Diego now, who may look to get the knockout thanks to that Rare Candy. As long as he can find access to a Air Balloon, he should be able to pivot this Pokemon and start launching some attacks. Even single prize knockouts are really valuable here for Diego, as you can easily knock out 3 prize Pokemon with your damage output getting absolutely atrocious later on in the game. It can be absolutely terrifying to come up against this.
Well, let's make sure he's got
Alakazam.
at least 4 cards in hand to KO the Slowpoke.
Right.
We need to have at least 4 cards.
He's got a lot more than that, but he has passed action over. He didn't. It looked like he lacked a air balloon right now.
That is a little bit sad, because even taking out the Slowpoke here forces your opponent to really have to rush to establish the board, which is something Arnie hasn't really been doing very well in this game at all.
Wow, evolving into Slowking.
In the active, yeah.
That's so rare. You now no longer have Skyliner available to you.
And you don't have an energy on there, so you can't just attach and attack. We can attach, but we can't attack right now. We would need more energy, and Wondrous Patch only accelerates onto bench Pokemon.
Yep.
It will not accelerate to the active, so it is just an attach pass, kind of relying on Diego not having a way to pivot that Genesect out the active, I suppose.
Arnie, we know he's working with not a lot.
No, his hand is clearly not great.
Even in this position, choosing to evolve and attach to the active rather than onto the bench Slowpoke is such an interesting choice. Because you're limiting your own options and you're making Diego's knockout better in a lot of situations here.
Well, here's an evolution into Alakazam. We're going to draw 3 cards, give more options to get towards that air balloon. We're going to draw 2 from Kadabra evolution as well. So there's 5 extra cards, 5 extra choices. The Genesect. What's the retreat cost of Genesect?
It's the 2 retreat cost, I think.
No, it's a 1 retreat cost, so even just a manual attachment would allow a pivot here onto that Genesect. And there we go, just an attach and retreat. So yeah, that was never going to hold, and there was already an energy on the Alakazam. Here's a buddy Poffin to go and get a Dunsparce for next turn. Bit low on bench space for Dunsparce, which is sad. What is not sad, KO on the Slowking.
Yeah, Diego is running away with this game. Like, Shaman immediately turns this matchup from pretty awful to really quite strong.
Yeah.
And when Arnie has a start like this, you have to think that his back is against the wall right now.
And just have a quick look at the top there. We are on game 3. We are 1 game each here. This is our 3rd and final game. Winner of this will go on to an 8-1-1 record, trying to stay alive for that asymmetrical top cut. You cannot take many losses. The record carries all the way through from the start of yesterday, and it's very hard to get enough match points. You need every one you can get your hands on.
Arnie trying to valiantly fight through what has been a really tough opener. Diego's board is looking terrifying right now, and it looks like Arnie just has to come in with an Eon Blade here. He's used another telepathic psychic energy to get a Slowpoke and a Lily's Clefairy into the mix and can easily retreat into this Pokemon, but it's a vulnerable 2-prize Pokemon. This is not a trade that you love to initiate, but it's what you have to do with such a weak hand. That is the issue of Slowking sometimes. It's a big combination deck.
Yes.
You rely on a lot of cards to come together to do the most impressive stuff in the game, but when that combo doesn't come to light, you see stuff like this.
Oh, and there's an energy to go and get another Abra. The Alakazam already there. We need 11 cards in hand to get the KO on the Latias, and I think we might already be there. There's a Pokepad being searched out. That is presumably going to go and get a Dunsparce to evolve what we benched last turn, or what Diego benched last turn, and that means that we are going to be able to see a Dunsparce going back into the deck. That is going to draw 3 cards, but not before Alakazam evolves up and draws 3 cards. We are definitely got enough to KO here. Diego goes down to 3 prize cards remaining, and crucially, there are 2 prize Pokemon on the board, so Diego's prize map is not difficult.
Yeah, but if you're wondering why we didn't see any Lucky Helmet activation, it's only damage from an attack, and Alakazam don't deal damage,
Nope,
so we
drops
don't even
damage
get those
counters.
panic draws, and he's still working with basically whatever he's got access to, which hasn't been a lot so far. Is able to power up this Slowking, though. Will he have access to a Academy at Night? Yes, we do. And our best attack here would probably just be a Metagross attack to take out the active.
Well, let's see what we've got to put on top of the deck. It does look like that was a Metagross. So now we're going to see the Seek Inspiration, and it is the Metagross. As predicted, it's going to KO. And the fun thing is, you do get to do the extra 150 without having to discard, because you can't discard Metal Energy if you don't have Metal Energy, but you do the extra damage, and then you check to see if you've got the Metal Energy, by which point you've already done the extra. Lana's Aid comes down for a bit of a recovery, grabbing an Alakazam and a Psychic Energy and an Abra. Not too shabby. And a rare Candy Alakazam to draw 3 more.
Yeah, Diego knows he's in an amazing position at this stage. Slowking is not known for playing much hand disruption whatsoever, so having one Alakazam in play, the next one lined up already, his hand is monstrous right now, and it's not going to go anywhere.
Even
one more prize taken for
Stadium.
Diego, and he just requires one boss's orders to close out this game 3.
And one might not even need a boss's orders at this rate, not if that Latias stays in the active, which, you know, it won't, but a man can dream.
Imagine.
Diego here is in such a good position. Even played the Battle Cage to get rid of the Academy at Night, just to make Arnie's job even more difficult. But you really need Academy at Night, and the attacker you want, and Slowking, and Energy, and Wondrous Patch, just to get an attack roll in this turn, and it is going to be Ultra Ball for me out for Lily's determination.
Yeah, Arnie doing everything he can to at least make it difficult. Maybe there's a stumbling point for Diego at some point. Yes, his hand size is massive, but at this point, there's no take-backs. We're in game 3, so Arnie has to play towards what he can get. If he can find that Wondrous Patch, Slowking, and a means of attacking, he can at least force Diego to have an energy and a boss's orders. That's all Arnie is hoping for at this stage. If he can get through 2 Alakazam somehow, maybe there could be a window of opportunity. But it's really just hoping that Diego doesn't have the cards in his incredibly large hand size. And there it is.
He doesn't. There we go. Fist bump into a handshake, and Diego Casaraga takes this 2 games to 1. Alakazam, a real contender this weekend, Joe. And Diego Casaraga trying to become only the 2nd player ever to repeat as the Masters Division World Champion. Jason Klaczynski, of course, being a 3-time World Champion, most recently in 2013.
Diego is a veteran, not only getting that win, which everyone acclaims him for, he's also got multiple top 8s at the World Championships before. I feel like it's hard to say for a World Champion, but he's a super underrated player for how incredible he is. Diego's been around the block and has had amazing performances. This weekend, it's no surprise that he's doing well again.
I have a Diego fact. As I was leaving the venue yesterday with some of the other casters, we bumped into Diego. He told us the hat that he wears, same hat as 2017 when he won the World Championships. Has been wearing the hat for 20 years, but wanted to stress, this is no longer a day-to-day wear hat. This is just for big events. It is not
washable.
It has been washed.
Excellent.
But it is not day-to-day for 20 years. It was day-to-day. It is now the event hat. And look, if I won the World Championships, whatever hat I was wearing, that would be my World's hat until the end of my days.
Yeah, we just saw Lucky Helmet. Well, Diego's got a Lucky Hat, and it's
He's got
certainly
a lucky
excellent.
hat. It's working, Joe.
It's absolutely working. I love to see Diego on those top tables. He's getting himself in a good position in these Swiss rounds. A couple more Swiss rounds to go today before we get into our asymmetrical top cut. And don't forget that on Sunday, we will be at the Chase Center for all of those finals. We're already so hyped, Ross.
I'm so excited, Joe.
But we have so much more action to show today as well.
We absolutely do. We got 2 more rounds here, and then we're going to have our asymmetrical top cut. As a reminder, the top 8 players are in. Anyone that is tied on the number of match points with the player in 8th place will then go into the asymmetrical top cut up to a maximum of 16. But it's actually really important your seeding, because let's say there's 10 players who have a good enough record. 6 players are in. Seeds 1 to 6 are in top 8, they get a round off. But then seeds 7, 8, 9, and 10, they will play. So the lower seeds, if not everybody plays in the asymmetrical top cut, it is only the lower seeds that do. So the higher you finish, you might legitimately get a round off. Having a break is nice, but more importantly, you can't get knocked out in the asymmetrical top cut round if you don't play the asymmetrical top cut round. So it's not an I'm in asim, it really is super important to get as many points as possible. That extra win could be the reason you get to skip that round.
Well, that last feature match, well, the last match we had on the stage was Henry and Jackson Ford. We ended up speechless during that one, but we can listen in to what they were thinking and saying during their set.
You're in bad shape because I've also upped my Pokepad count from 3 to 4 for this tournament. Well, you didn't have a problem with your Pokepad against me on the NAC. You're setting up just fine. I hope your Ultra Ball count has also been upped a little bit. I gotta listen to Azul this game, man. What did Azul say? Azul said you can never forget the Cruel Arrow strategy. I'm getting the attachment on
Hey, you know the original Cruel Arrow game.
Oh, I do not want to be reminded of that game. That was like a low light in my entire Pokemon career.
Okay, welcome back to Faster Than a Caster, where we find out if our new friends are faster than a caster. And if they are, they get a booster pack of Mega Evolutions.
So guys, are you ready?
I'm ready. Sure.
Amazing. Okay, your question is, can you name me 10 Pokemon that have a stage 2 evolution line?
Ralts, like 2 stages, like first stage, second.
Okay,
only naming the second
Ralts,
stage.
So just the first stage.
Okay, Ralts, Bulbasaur, Charmander, Turtwig, Torchic, Mudkip, Chimchar, Dracopult or Dreepy, Dratini, Ghastly. Yeah.
And that's 10! Congratulations! You weren't faster than Augusta! It was 17 seconds and you were 20! Oh, yeah, you just go. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Have a great day. Thank you. He is. Thank you so much for joining us on Faster Than Augusta. We'll catch you guys next time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Pokemon Center here at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco. As you can see, we've got the World Championship side. We've got the Pokemon XP side. I hear it's absolutely insane in there. Let's go take a look. We got to get me popping out behind everything that we can. Let's take a shot of it. Oh! Hey, how's it going? Beautiful pieces. Bring it in close here. I want you to take a look at this for everyone at home. This is a fantastic piece. This is the beautiful Sableye we have right here. Without question, one of the finest we have. Beautiful, sparkly. We have the Eevee right next to it. And finally, the Jigglypuff. Very nice collection. The official mat, limit 1 per customer, but I count as 2 customers, so I will take 2. No? King Pikachu. We have now transitioned from the World Championships to the XP area. Space-themed, extremely cool. In my opinion, cooler than the World Championship area. I'm probably not supposed to say that. Let's do some pop-outs. Boom, pop-out. Okay, get a picture of me with the Umbreon. Here you get it. The World Championship playmat and bag, also limit 1. These are different though, so I can take them. Yes? Yes, I got a yes. Place is poppin'. Beautiful, special, elegant. One of them's going on a trip, one of them's blasting off, another one would be in a spaceship. I think I like Kirlia the best. I have been excited to see this the entire time. This is the item I've had my eye on more than anything else. This jacket right here. It's beautiful, it's special. I'm not exactly sure where I can wear it except everywhere, and I want it very badly. I will be back for it, because technically I'm not allowed to shop for this right now.
Top Cut on the horizon as we close out our second phase of Swiss. Welcome back to the Pokemon TCG World Championships, where we'll be crowning our champion tomorrow and working our way today down to just 2 players.
There is so much on the line, especially within these last 2 rounds as well. Of course, making it into the asymmetrical top cut is everyone's goal, but even if you cannot, there are still things that you can receive, like some cool promo cards, but I mean, you could still get some money too,
Yeah,
and of course, that's what players are still fighting for here within Swiss rounds 11 and 12.
$5,000 never hurt nobody, allegedly, but you know, there's plenty on the line. Those cool backpacks for top 32. I know a lot of players like to sport some Pokemon swag throughout the future events to come up. A lot of cool memorabilia. And then for those players within the top 8, special playmats. And the big thing these players are looking for, a Pikachu trophy and card for those top 4 placing players.
And not just that, but of course you have the World Champion bag, the World Champion mat. You know, you get a ton of stuff for being the World Champion here in the Pokemon trading card game. I am so excited to see how the rest of the day is going to filter out. I think our main storyline of, okay, Dragapult's going to be at the top was kind of coming to fruition, but I don't think anybody saw Alakazam coming, especially teched out in different ways as well. I think the one prize Pokemon definitely had kind of this, okay, we should really start respecting Slowking, we should really start respecting Alakazam, but to have Alakazam be more than half of the top spots yesterday in Swiss Phase 1, very interested to see how the rest of the day is going to go for that.
Well, hopefully we put it into perspective how massive the scale of this event is. There is so much going on inside the hall over on the XP side of things. Outside, the whole street is closed, and people are sharing their thoughts and experiences over on social media. This drone show, super cool, happened after the Giants game. It's also running last night and tonight as well. Super cool for any of the spectators or competitors to have a great end to their night. This was definitely a treat to get to see.
I mean, it's the first Pokemon XP, and Pokemon has been doing collaborations with so many groups this year, but to be able to go to a Pokemon baseball game and then sit through the game, and then at the end, this drone show is kind of a key staple, it feels like, of Worlds at this point. And it's very emotional for a lot of people, you know, for a lot of players, you know, they've worked this entire year to go see these drones show either their favorite Pokemon or even just, you know, logos in of itself. I mean, even the Charizard, that is so cool.
Yeah, definitely one of my top 2 favorites. Love the Charizard, love the Umbreon as well on its little planet. That one was definitely cool. I wish they had done the Spheal planet, to be honest. I know a lot of people online have been vibing with that one. That's got to be one of my favorites. Definitely took me by surprise, but in a good way.
Absolutely. And still, like we're showing, if you want to get your tweets featured, make sure you use the hashtag Pokemon Worlds to have your posts featured. And still, what's also really important, and I like how we're showing this post in particular, World celebrations should still be happening at this point, and you can actually go on and win a cool deck box, some sleeves, and even a little winner promo card, as well as getting the promo from last year's Worlds featuring Gardevoir.
Yeah, and with the deck here from Mateus, it looks like a little bit of a butchering the name. Apologies there, but winning a celebration tournament with Emily, one of your favorite decks, Raging Bolt, alive and well, and still kicking it here at this tournament at some of the top tables.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Maybe not exactly the Raging Bolt that I know and love anymore. I think Mega Kangaskhan is really just going to kind of take over the archetype, and then Raging Bolt is the one that kind of finishes off Dragapult in the end. But speaking of Raging Bolt, I feel like a lot of players really came to this tournament anticipating Raging Bolt to be the one that kind of takes Dragapult's crown off the head, especially because Raging Bolt can hit those high numbers very easily, even under item lock, using Teal Dance, using Crispin as well. So the thing is, the field came teched for it with Alakazam and Lily's Clefairy. So I'm a little bit sad, but still, I mean, the amount of surprises we've had at this tournament definitely overshadow my love for Raging Bolt.
Well, we're through 10 Swiss rounds thus far. We've got 2 more rounds to go, and we can take a look at how things have shaped up at the top of the tournament. Brent Tonneson, undefeated, a perfect 10-0 record. He has already secured himself a spot in Top Cut, potentially dodging the asymmetric portion. We'll see how the rest plays out. Mateus in a great spot to advance. Honestly, looks potentially locked up if he so chooses to. Could intentionally draw twice or try and win one of the next 2 matches to also potentially avoid that asymmetric top cut.
I think Europe has really come out strong here within the final phases and the final rounds of Swiss here, just looking at it, right? You have Mateus, you have Rune, you still have Jose over on the right side as well. So you really do have the best of each region still represented here. I love when it gets to be these stages because you get to see, for example, Brent, #1 in Oceania, going up against someone like Henry Chow. All of these matches are star-studded. It's really hard to just pick one.
And while there are a lot of top players here, it seems that the decks are pretty condensed at the top of the field. There's Dragapult EX, I know, shocker, ladies and gentlemen. Alakazam, and some of those big basic decks. Those are really what encapsulate the top of the format, and it does kind of present the question, what is that final bracket going to look like? Will there be a heavy amount of mirror matches? What players have decided to tech for said mirrors? And what are those key card differences that will really come into play in that open list format?
I feel like we're gonna just have to talk about it at some point. I know it has been looming around, but it is Rune on that Crustal, Ethan.
Yep.
It's about time that we do talk about it because I think a lot of players before this tournament were really kind of looking away from Crustal, saying, you know what, there's gonna be way too many single prize Pokemon that can take out Crustal. For example, Festival Lead was getting a ton of hype going into this tournament thanks to Gladian's final battle, plus that Brave Bengal. So a lot of players were really kind of just saying, you know what, I don't need to worry about Crustal anymore. But the problem is, when it goes unchecked, that seems to be when it does the best.
And that's another question to ask at the top of the field. How prepared are those Alakazam variants for a deck like Crustal? We saw in the past, you know, Karis Jones, when she took down that regional championship, had techs for said deck. So a lot of those card inclusions will come into play. You see all of the top-level talent and the various matches going on. These players 2 wins away potentially from locking up a spot in Top Cut. Henry Chow versus Brent, as you mentioned. Rune versus Mateus. He's got, you know, all of those Dusknoir in his deck to potentially deal with the Crustal in a little bit of a unconventional way. And our featured match that we will be showing, it's going to be Joji Koyama up against Andrew Hedrick. And it feels like a crime almost that we have not featured Andrew until this late in the tournament. But he's had a bit of a silent journey throughout this event, it feels.
It feels like you just can't feature every single person at the World Championship because it is the World Championship. You got to feature the best players from all over the world. But if you are from North America, and honestly, let's even go wider than that. If you know the Pokemon TCG, you know Andrew Hedrick, consistent always. And he has all of these great wins. And like you said, kind of a silent run going through. But the thing is, sometimes you actually prefer that, Ethan, right? Part of the Pokemon TCG, until you get to that asymmetrical top cut, technically your opponents don't know what you're playing. So for Andrew Hedrick, who has had some really great runs on this Dragapult, I'm excited to see how exactly he wants to either tech his current list to fill the rest of the room here, or if he's just saying, you know what, consistency is king like Brent.
And this is a common thing for Andrew. Started the day off at 6-2. If you look back to when he took down the North American International Championships, he started at 6-2-1, won all of his rounds in day 2, and then went undefeated throughout all of his rounds to taking down the championship. Will we see a similar storyline this weekend? Time will tell.
And honestly, the more you look at this page, there are tons of storylines. I know Chip and Kyle in the back are really rooting for Diego Casiraga on the Alakazam, and that is a storyline that is brewing and brewing and brewing. But still, Natalie Millar, still technically, of course, in the running, as well as Callie White. We've seen some great play from everybody on this list. I think all eyes are going towards Brent, obviously, but who's going to follow behind him?
Yeah, and what Brent decides to do in these next couple of matches is strategic. Yes, he's locked up for a spot in Top Cut, but he has some control over who he wants to keep in said top cut. There's a bit of metagaming when it comes to letting your opponents in, giving some people sometimes the win. I know in this specific match, though, he does not want a player as talented as Henry Chow to be in this bracket. If he could do something about it, force Henry to have a win-in to get into cut and potentially miss, that could be the difference between him becoming a world champion and him falling just short.
And I think the big change that we've had over the past couple of months is that the higher seed you are heading into asymmetrical top cut, you get to choose whether you'd like to go first or second. And in a deck like Dragapult that really has that straightforward turn one, do you have some Dreepies, do you have Badoo in the active, and do you have an energy attached? You know that Brent wants to go second every single time to play a little bit more defense. So I'm excited to see how Brent, I mean, he's once again the only player that is 10-0. It really feels like he is now the puppeteer of the bracket, like you had mentioned, to really go in and choose the way he wants his cut to go, because we know Brent Tonneson, he's hungry for that crown.
Yeah, important that you mentioned the higher seeded player in going first. It's definitely something to think about. We'll touch more on that a bit later, but for now, I know you all are ready to see what two decks are facing up against each other. Let's throw it down to the stage and waste no time introducing our two players. On the left, Joji Koyama from Japan had a strong start to day one, worked his way through a bit of missteps in day two, up against Andrew Hedrick. It's going to be a battle between Japan and North America.
Well, the headsets are on, so Ethan, I know we made everybody at home sit through Dragapult last round. Now, granted, there were two archetypes of Dragapult. We've decided to give you a treat going into this one, and this is going to be what we like to call some of our unclassified decks, actually, that still have a chance. Specifically a deck, Ethan, that was actually getting a lot of talk quite literally 1 week before the World Championship, and so many players said, no way is this real. Sure, it does well into 1 or 2 matchups. It can't be reliable, but here Joji is on the verge of still being able to make asymmetrical top cut. Shall we say it, Ethan?
I'll leave it to you.
Lapani Bronzong, still very much in the running. Granted, there are a couple of other tech cards like that Dusknoir in there, but Andrew Hedrick, I think if you have to pair this deck, actually playing the correct archetype into it.
Crushing Hammer, definitely an important card for sure. Bronzong, really here to provide disruption, and of course cannot forget how impactful that Cursed Blast ability is, preventing your opponent for a single Psychic Energy from evolving any of their Pokemon on the following turn. And it's no surprise that Dragapult, for as powerful as it is a Stage 2 Pokemon. There is no way for Andrew to directly play around this attack. Nothing that searches the deck for evolution cards, nothing that can cheat Pokemon out into play. And this is what separates the good from great players, Emily. Yep. Finding alternate ways to approach rather than the typical, okay, I'm going to evolve, I'm going to accelerate energies, Phantom Dive. He's going to have to get a bit creative in this matchup.
And if it's one player that will be able to do it 100%, it is Andrew Hedrick. He knows the deck extremely well. And of course, it's going to be some of Dragapult's best friends that are going to come into the fray and having to start to do some damage. Those basic Pokemon like Monkey Dory, like even Pheasantipity with a Cruel Arrow. So we'll see if Andrew Hedrick is going to be able to figure out the lines here. But I mean, Ethan, I know we have access to Joji's list. Joji is playing a kind of a box of chocolate for this matchup. Of course, playing the Bronzong, playing the Dusknoir, but as I alluded to a little bit earlier, is playing a copy of that Mega Lopunny as well. But there are certain other tech cards in here. Joji is truly ready for any type of matchup. I wouldn't want to call this control because I actually feel like Joji is going to be a little bit more aggressive rather than just hanging back and playing a little bit more defense.
Yeah, I would even call this a Dusknoir Bronzong deck before Lopunny. It's just the thickest line I think I've ever seen in a deck with Dusknoir. It's 4 copies of Duskull, 2 Dusclops, and 4 Dusknoir with 4 rare candy. Honestly, in this matchup, Joji might give more prize cards to Andrew than he naturally would take by knocking out Pokemon, and that says something to the strength of Cursed Blast paired with Disruption.
Absolutely, I agree with you there. And once again, we are still waiting to get directly into the match here, but going back to this archetype in general, I know it picked up a win at a very big international literally 1 week before the World Championships, but so many players decided to write this archetype off, saying it's a one-off fluke. But look at Joji still very much in the running to hit a symmetrical top cut. Why do you think Joji is sending something like this rather than something that could be a little bit more popular?
Surprise is definitely a big factor at the World Championships. You gotta ask how many of my opponents have played against this style of deck. How many players know the correct line? And if they don't, they are not gonna have enough time to adjust on the fly. See exactly how things play off. Opening coin flip already in place. See who decides to go first. That is a huge advantage in this matchup. If Andrew can start the game off, and there is no direct way to get into Bronzong on turn one. We see cards like Salvatore sometimes in this deck to evolve and accelerate right away. That's not an option, meaning that even getting something like Dracloak into play can be a huge advantage since you kind of out-trade the Bronzor, right? 70 with that Dragon Headbutt to 30 from that. And speaking of Dracloak, oh my goodness, double Dracloak in the prize cards, as long as one of those Crushing Hammer as well.
That's a huge thing for Andrew here, wanting to take away as many resources from Joji as possible, including that energy. All Joji needs is one energy to really get going here. Always looking at the Dusknoir line as well. So 1 Dusclops and 1 Duskull being in the prizes could spell tragedy for a little bit later. The question is, what does Joji technically want to open up here? Of course, Mega Kangaskhan feels pretty good, but I can't imagine if Joji is sitting across from Andrew Hedrick, he can't, possibly think that it won't be Dragapult in front of him.
And we are ready to get underway. Swiss round 11, the final few rounds before we determine our top cut. And immediately more questions to be asked. We talked about the Badoo start early on, but Duskull is another card that typically signals you're playing against Dragapult EX, and I do wonder for Andrew how that could affect his setup on which Pokemon he chooses to provide. You immediately see Monkey Dory potentially go to the top of the deck. That card's not going to do enough in this matchup.
Andrew's doing the opening prize checks, but I can't help but to imagine that this late into the tournament, Ethan, 11 Swiss rounds, these players have probably been sitting around each other at this point. So you have to wonder if Andrew has seen Joji at any point here, but I liked the concept of throwing Monkey Dory immediately to the front of the hand, because as we mentioned a little bit earlier, if Bronzong does get into play and Evolution Jammer starts hitting this board, the only attackers that Andrew is really going to have available to him at this point are going to be those basic Pokemon. Monkey Dory, Pheasantipity here. Didn't get to see the rest of Andrew's hand as he is going to write down his prize cards here, but all I can imagine is another energy attachment feels pretty good at this point.
You have the Darkness energy in hand. Meowth for the following turn, as there is the pass over to Joji. What is he sitting on? Does play Mega Kangaskhan as well as something like Latias EX to pivot in and out. We'll immediately see that energy placed onto Duskull. Telepathic Psychic Energy. That means 2 Psychic Basic Pokemon can be put into play, immediately checking the deck. We see a bit of an uncommon A-Spec in that Enriching Energy being played for Joji.
I think the biggest part of this opening deck search and why Joji's not looking specifically for Pokemon but looking for energy, Ethan, is because he knows that Andrew is playing these Crushing Hammers, right? So energy, especially when it's a special energy, is much more of a limited resource than something like a basic Psychic Energy is. It can't be recovered from a Night Stretcher here, so Joji's going to have to be very careful with his attachments. But from the rest of his prize cards, I didn't see anything too detrimental there. The 1 copy of Bronzor, I believe, is in there. So he's going to bench the other one. But at this point for Joji, I think it's time for him to really step it up. Just get all of these Duskulls out, or as many as possible this turn, as Meowth is now going to hit the bench.
So curious how Joji has decided to build this deck. Typically with Dusknoir list, you can really see the power of Night Stretcher to bring cards back. He is not playing any copies of that card. No way to recover energy or Pokemon from the deck. And that is going to really change how he wants to play, and very curious to see what the setup looks like. A couple Pokemon coming down, as you mentioned, Meowth EX grabbing Lily's Determination to filter through the deck a bit, and immediately Baneri coming down as well as a potential aggressive attacker in this mid-stage of the game.
I think one of the best things that Joji is doing here is just at least setting up multiple routes at this point. Putting a Mega Pokemon in play versus Dragapult is never the most fun thing you want to do, but still, if this Bronzong doesn't come out on next turn, at least having the pivoting option to Mega Lopunny is going to be at least a play. The 8 cards here coming out, and just maybe one more Duskull at this point would actually set him up for success here. These are a ton of cards for next turn, Ethan, but there's that Duskull if he so chooses to.
Does find it. The Badoo can present some problems down the line, of course, shutting off item cards, things like Rare Candy. We do have one of those Dusclops in the prizes, so could be a bit more annoying to establish that. Does decide to not bench that Duskull. What might Joji be thinking about by not putting that Pokemon into play?
Definitely wants the flexibility slot at this point. If he so chooses to, Andrew could absolutely bench this Meowth this turn, especially because the hand wasn't looking too good. So playing a little bit more defense on that side. Have to see the rest of the hand here, but still, I mean, there's plenty of energy in the hand, and also does have a Hilda for next turn. But Andrew's going to go for the more consistent route here, get another Dreepy up and running, but there's that Meowth. You can only assume for Lily's Determination to go a little bit further, but the problem is now, if Andrew doesn't find a Dracloak off this Lily's Determination, and just as a reminder, Ethan, there are 2 in the prizes, it's not going to be too much of a fun time.
You'll really be curious to see what takes place this turn. Thinking about playing the Crushing Hammer, decides to. It is a heads, and that does discard the telepathic psychic energy. We talked a bit about that empty bench space. Now would require Latias EX to come down into play if that Evolution Jammer is to be used this turn.
Not exactly also. Once again, benching Meowth is one thing, but benching Latias, who loves to soak damage counters turn over turn, not exactly what you want to see here. Big 8 cards here for Andrew.
Yeah, and that's because there are 4 switch in the deck for Joji. Itchy Pollen, almost guaranteed to be used as the attack for this turn, would shut those item cards off. So interesting to see how Joji has constructed this list. But as you mentioned, Dracloak on the menu, on the to-do list, immediately Pokepad found, as well as an Ultra Ball, can now start to use those Recon Directive, funnel through the deck, and figure out how he wants to approach these next few turns.
Yeah, but the question is, does Andrew want to pitch away resources already with that Ultra Ball? There's no guaranteed way of finding another Dracloak after this one here. Would have to use the rest of the hand to see here, but at least one Recon Directive is better than none. But the problem is that is going to be a Dracloak who would be attacking with Dragon Headbutt next turn, not going to be a Phantom Dive. What were the 2 cards, Ethan? I missed it.
Andrew is a good concealer of those cards, thinking about what to grab. Psychic Energy. Looks like Rosa's Encouragement. Not a card that can be used as both players are tied on prizes. Ultra Ball being played. Now has to decide which cards to discard. Special red card, great disruptive effect. It may not be as impactful as it feels like these early turns are really going to determine who jumps ahead and potentially wins this game.
Part of the reason why this Ultra Ball discard is really important here, Ethan, is because of the archetype that Andrew has decided to play to this tournament. Last round, we did see Jackson Ford play Dragapult Blaziken, where pitching energy off of an Ultra Ball isn't exactly a too tough of a decision, but actually benching the Pheasantipity here, as we had mentioned in the beginning of this game, once Bronzong comes into play, it is going to be that Pheasantipity who's going to be the one getting the attachment and getting to be the one that's actually going to start attacking here, believe it or not.
Cruel Arrow, 100 damage to a Pokemon of choosing, notably hitting the Bronzong for weakness. 110 HP, not enough, being hit for 200 thanks to that. So see Itchy Pollen used 10 damage, and immediately there's Hilda to grab an Evolution Pokemon and an Energy card. However, Andrew on the opposite side pretty much telegraphing the possibility of a knockout thanks to Cruel Arrow on the following turn. Gotta be thinking a little bit beyond what happens if Evolution Jammer is not an attack after this turn.
The problem is Hilda only takes one Evolution Pokemon out of the deck, and there are plenty of basic Pokemon here that would love to get evolved up into the next turn. And unfortunately for Joji's hand, not going to be able to find a any sort of way of getting around item lock here, so that Hilda is just only going to grab one Pokemon. Now, granted, it's definitely going to be the Bronzong. That will at least slow things down, but I'm wondering if Joji's going to want to bench the second Baniri at this point, saying, okay, Mega Lopunny definitely has to come into play at some point here. The problem is the rest of the hand, one of these Duskulls could go down, but still, I mean, it's the fact that the Baniri is just sitting there, I'm very concerned.
Needs this last spot to be for Latias, so it is unfortunately not an option to put that second Pokemon into play. However, Andrew now has to kind of make another decision. Am I okay not being able to evolve my Pokemon next turn? What is my opponent really doing with 30 damage? And that may be the question for Andrew on this turn. Do I go after this Bronzong, or do I start to target the things like the Duskull on the bench? If my opponent ever attacks and doesn't KO my Dracloak, then I can evolve the following turn into Dragapult EX.
The fact that none of the Duskulls, like you had mentioned, have been unlocked at this point to go up into Dusclops gives Andrew some time to really think about where he wants to place this damage. The problem is, like I mentioned, that Baniri is ready to go, but Latias using Skyliner switch into the active, and now it's up to Bronzong here to try and tank some of this damage.
Is that Dusclops?
Or there is a Dusclops there, okay.
Okay, that's Dusclops. It's so hard to tell the difference with some of these illustration rares.
The stage lights are very shiny.
Blinging out these cards. I see you in the moonlight, Duskull and Dusclops. Dusknor may be coming to your door in a few business days. Pheasantipity is promoted immediately. Andrew, having the Crispin, can put these energy onto Pheasantipity, draw some cards with Recon Directive and that Flip the Script ability. Now the big decision, Emily. What Pokemon does he want to target from this cruel era?
Well, it's really hard to say, right? I mean, the Dusclops is ready to go right then and there, and that could do some damage. But then Pheasantipity is already in the active, so Mega Lopunny EX could come into the active and use Gale Thrust for 2 more prize cards here.
Does that now change his decision from playing this unfair stamp? It's going to make Joji down to just 2 cards in hand.
Might have to actually use the Cursed Blast to try and draw a card off of the prizes if he's able to find the Dusknor here, but could very well be stuck with these 2 cards in hand. Let's see.
There's a bunch of advantages to KOing different Pokemon. Like you mentioned, KOing the Baniri plays around that Gale Thrust to take a KO. But if you take out the Bronzong, you're not going to be threatened from that Evolution Jammer on the following turn. We'll see Andrew play as many cards as he can, crushing Hammer, and this signals he won't be going after the Bronzong this turn.
Definitely not, and that is going to be Dracloak as well. Now starting to draw some cards. A spoiler alert, it was the Dusknor that was drawn for Joji, and now this Pheasantipity feels actually pretty safe, at least for the next couple turns. We'll see what Joji's Lily's Determination in hand actually gives him here, but the Cruel Arrow is going to go on to the Dusclops there, because now it's going to be an extra piece. But wow, Mega Lopunny into the Lily's Determination.
Stamp is a lie, ladies and gentlemen. It does nothing, so you may as well play a different A-Spec in your deck. Just kidding, of course. But Joji more than happy to find that Lily's Determination, evolve into the Lopunny. Andrew may not be expecting those copies of Switch in the deck. Bronzong, of course, can't use that Skyliner ability from Latias EX. It does have a 3 retreat cost, so it's a bit bulky to move. Let's see what he was able to find. Of course, a Pokemon was knocked out. Is playing something like Pheasantipity? No copies of Pheasantipity EX in this deck. So if he wants to draw cards, it looks like he may just have to work with what he has in hand.
But the bigger question, as you alluded to, Ethan, is that there are no ways to get this Bronzong out of play. Now, granted, I believe that's Ultra Ball Rare Candy here, so could find the Dusknor into taking out the Dracloak, at least onto the bench here, but could also use Curse Blast onto the active and start damaging this Pheasantipity more and more, so that when Mega Lopunny comes into play, that could be a way to get it out of play here. But the question is, how afraid are you of Dragapult coming into the fray here?
It's interesting. If you take out Dracloak and then use Cursed Blast this turn, Andrew will not be able to get a Dragapult EX into play for 3 turns at minimum. Won't be able to evolve thanks to Evolution Jammer, that's 1. Dracloak potentially, if that's KO'd on the next turn, that's 2. And Dragapult EX, the final stage of evolution. And that now becomes the question for Joji. What can he do to capitalize off 3 turns without Andrew putting Dracloak or Dragapult EX into play?
See what the rare candy Bronzong is going to give as the attachment. I mean, I don't see why the attachment for turn just can't go onto the Lopunny, but I understand the hesitation essentially because this Bronzong is technically stuck, as you said, with Skyliner here. So rare candy Dusknoir, then can only imagine that Curse Blast onto the Drag Cloak on the bench with the energy onto it here.
Haven't seen an attachment for turn. Believe Joji is holding on to a Psychic Energy. Big decision for him. Does he want to use this Curse Blast? Does use it. Takes the KO onto Dracloak and does draw into a decent prize card in that Duskull. Have to wonder, though, if Andrew will continue to target that Pokemon down. The Evolution Jammer, 30 damage onto Pheasantipity. No Pokemon can evolve this turn. Andrew, though, still able to draw so many cards each turn by using that Flip the Script ability over and over again.
It's not just that, but now Joji is really stuck with the 2 cards in his hand, and that Bronzong is going to be staying there for quite some time. So while, yes, it seems like Andrew has a really clear path of taking out this Duskull, it's going to be then Joji up to him to respond, because then Pheasantipity is going to start stacking up damage on things like Meowth and Latios, for example, Pokemon that we consider bench sitters here. But here comes Monkey Dory into the fray. That's going to be the secondary attacker here. And look at this, already Crispin. So now Monkey Dory's Mind Bend is going to be up and running already.
This is just a tough spot for Andrew. Joji has a switch on the following turn. He's set up for a 2-turn prize map. KO Pheasantipity and then boss to KO Meowth EX, all while Andrew will not be able to respond with Dragapult EX on the following turn.
That's looking a little bit rough for Andrew as well here. So the question is, does he want to just avoid everything by retreating Pheasantipity at this point and starting to go in with Monkey Dory, at least to slow down? Maybe Joji won't be able to flip himself out of Mind Bend here.
It would protect those 2 prize cards from the Pheasantipity if a switch is played. You still put pressure as well on Joji to find a switch, because if the Bronzong flips tails from Confusion, you get to buy an extra turn and put Double Dracloak into play. We do have to, of course, note there are 2 in the prize cards, 1 in the discard pile. So Andrew also relying off of needing to find a Night Stretcher. So it is going to be that exact play. Monkey Dory comes up, Mind Bend to deal 60 damage plus Confusion, as well as putting 3 damage counters onto Duskull, threatening another Adrenabrain to KO it on the following turn.
Well, that's Hilda, and that is going to be an evolution Pokemon and an energy here. But look at what Andrew is now setting up here, right? If this Bronzong were to attack now, Monkey Dory is in play, ready to play kind of this secondary game, right? Sending these damage counters back on over into Duskull's range. There's the Enriching Energy, big 4 cards,
yeah.
Ethan.
Needs to find Switch. Already played a supporter card this in their 4 copies. Ooh. And finds the Switch. A huge grab. That's going to allow this Bronzong to either attack yet again, thanks to Skyliner, or a KO onto this 1 prize Pokemon, with Andrew not being able to respond with anything besides that Pheasantipity's Cruel Arrow attack.
Might as well draw some cards, though, and here comes Mega Kangaskhan to jump into the fray as well. But like you had mentioned, Ethan, I'm just a little bit worried if Joji were to swing with the Mega Lopunny EX, that means the evolutions are up and running once more for Andrew. That would at least mean that Dracloak can jump back into the play and start sifting through the deck for Andrew. So I want to see what Joji's going to prioritize here.
It's tough because if you use that Evolution Jammer attack, you're not putting on pressure and you're letting Monkey Dory KO the Duskull for free. So it seems that nothing changes in the immediate factor. Yes, you would KO the Bronzong. That is an impact as well. But it feels like being under no pressure, you could go back to that attack on the following turn. So I like this aggression from Joji. Take this prize card, understand the level of threats on board are just the Pheasantipity EX, go down to 3 prize cards, and see if a Cursed Blast plus a Boss's Orders can close out the game on the following turn.
Looking over at Joji's side of the board, at this point, it could be Andrew starting to think about damaging the active Mega Lopunny EX. It would line it up perfectly if he were to able to get into Dragapult for the following turn and start using a boss's orders to get 3 prize cards there while leaving the Bronzong as well. So now that there's damage counters on Joji's side and now evolutions are back online for Andrew, he has a ton of ways that he can specifically handle this, but I'm wondering if Cruel Arrow onto the Bronzong at this point to guarantee that he can get into Dragapult EX next turn is the way he wants to go.
Definitely an interesting spot. We'll see a lot of cards this turn. 3 off Flip the Script. There's already a Dracloak in play and a Night Stretcher to grab back the other Dracloak that is available. Crushing Hammer on top. There's a lot of cool things surrounding boss's orders for Andrew. Of course, Cruel Arrow can attack any Pokemon in play. There's no bench barrier or protection. But there is maybe a world where you can capitalize off Bronzong being unable to move thanks to Skyliner. A lot of options at his disposal. We'll start things off with that Recon Directive ability. Finds the Risky Ruins, meaning if Monkey Dory ever comes back online, you can damage your own Pokemon to move damage counters over. Plenty of options to go. Ultra Ball next. What else is Andrew looking for on this turn?
Could be another Dracloak. That would be the most obvious thing off of this Ultra Ball here. But I like the concept of bringing Monkey Dory back into the fray and starting to bench down some of these Pokemon that would get Risky Ruins damage up and running here. The best part about Joji's deck for Andrew, there's only one Duskull as of right now, one looming threat. So if he is able to establish another Dracloak, and like we talked about, if Joji so chooses to go back into Bronzong and use that evolution jammer again, it is going to be up to Andrew to find a way to get back into Dragapult, but there's the Night Stretcher, so another Dracloak has been established, and the Ultra Ball for Monkey Dory has been played.
It really comes down to the prize mapping. Who can close the game out faster? If you accept that you want your evolution Pokemon to go online, then there's also the expectation that by bringing up another Pokemon into the active spot, Mega Lopunny can just take a KO on whatever Pokemon is in the active spot. And from there, there's no way for Andrew in a single turn to take 3 prize cards, even with these Mega Evolution Pokemon in play. So may have to get a bit creative. It's still going to be the Cruel Arrow. The question now becomes, what does he want to do with his boss's orders in hand, if anything?
Might have to be just going on to either the Meowth to try and get some 4 prize action going potentially down the line, but it is going to be the Cruel Arrow on to the Duskull. Duskull always feels like that missing piece to get things up and running for these combo decks to really start shining here. And from what I can see, this Mega Lopunny is still in the active, and granted, while Ethan, yes, this would be a great target to switch out and to switch into for a Gale Thrust, and that would bring Joji down to 1 prize. The problem is Andrew is lining up to have Dragapult EX next turn.
Looks like A-Spec found already in play, excuse me. There's a card with a little bit of a red. It looks like that's the Blood Moon
Ursaluna.
That's my goat right there. Love
it?
Blood Moon Ursaluna. He can't quite get into the fray just yet, but can always be a great option to close the game out. So Lily's Determination played. As we mentioned, no Pheasantipity EX. So it will just be these 6 cards drawn. If there's a switch, of course, Mega Kangaskhan can draw some cards with Run Errand. And that does feel like the big card that is going to be on Joji's agenda to find this turn. Switch to reset the Gale Thrust, KO Pheasantipity, and then try and figure out how to take that last prize card since he cannot lose the game on the next turn.
What I'm looking at, Ethan, though, is the fact that Andrew benched down the Risky Ruins here instead of, and not putting Monkey Dory into play. The problem is if Joji were to re-establish this Duskull, that would be 2 damage counters already onto the Duskull there, thus making the Monkey Dory math and even the Phantom Dive math look even easier down the line here. So the question is, you don't have a Dark-type Pokemon to really bench, so you're just going to have to accept that that Duskull is going to have already some damage counters onto it.
It changes a bit. It would still require Phantom Dive's bench damage for the most part to KO it. There wouldn't be the ability to take 2 knockouts onto the bench. And Adrenabrain not an option since you'd need to use something like Crispin. There is the Rosa, of course. That could get both things accomplished. It would just be a little bit short of taking the KO. Notably, Joji did find that switch. Now has to debate whether it is advantageous for him to put that Duskull into play.
Leaving things out there for decision. like you had mentioned, this Latias, excuse me, coming into play forcefully off of the opening turns has really kind of messed up Joji's bench for the rest of at least this game. What Joji really wanted to have was multiple Dusclops. We talked about it, a very heavy cursed blast line, I believe 4-2-4 going all the way up here. So it's really up to Joji to figure out how he would like to get back into it. What's that final bench spot going to be? But going into the Mega Kangaskhan, could we see a switch in hand and just going straight already again for the Gale Thrust?
Yeah, it's an interesting choice to retreat and then play the switch. You would, of course, remove an energy off of your Pokemon when you could have just played the switch, gone into Mega Kangaskhan, and retreat. So see what Joji is cooking with this line. We'll, of course, see the risky Ruins come down. Those 2 damage counters do need to be placed on Duskull. We'll make sure our judges are aware and get that settled. And here we go. Lopunny comes into the active spot, KO with Gale Thrust. And now 1 prize card away from closing this game out. Tricloak gets promoted. And with Phantom Dive online, plus some potential disruption, Andrew is playing that 1 copy of Special Red card.
Oh boy.
I believe it was discarded earlier on with an Ultra Ball. I'd have to double check and see if that resource is still available. Could be clutch in terms of leaving this Lopunny active, hitting with Phantom Dive, and closing the game out on the following turn.
And speaking of resources, I think what Andrew is looking for right now in Joji's discard piles, how many switch have been used? You look at the rest of the bench here for Andrew, and it's not, for Andrew, and not a lot of Pokemon can be knocked out with just 70 as of right now, unless it were to be paired with a boss's orders, assuming that that Dunsparce is going to jump back into deck here. But as you mentioned, the Rose's Encouragement is definitely a line he could take here, but there's the Pokepad, so Dunsparce, excuse me, is going to have to be the pull. But look how many cards are left in Andrew's deck compared to the hand. Is Rose's Encouragement available?
It is. It's already in the hand for Andrew, so he has all of the pieces necessary. Rose's Encouragement can be played since he has more prize cards left, accelerating 2 energy from the discard pile onto the stage 2 Dragapult, while retaining the ability to attach an energy card for the turn to this benched Monkey Dory. He's now threatening to win the game on the following turn, and more importantly, puts the pressure on Joji to close things out right now.
I love what Andrew is doing right here and getting quite literally as big as possible on the bench. You know what they say when you're up against a bear in real life, you got to get as big as possible. And the thing is that Blood Moon Ursaluna, well, yes, we haven't seen it in a long time, could be very much a threat with that Blood Moon attack as well. So evolving all the way up feels like you kind of have to at this point. And granted, leaving Meowth right there. So for Joji, the win condition for next turn is going to have to be getting this Mega Lopunny out of the active, finding boss's orders, and then finding a way to get Mega Lopunny back into the active.
This is a tough decision for Andrew on what to do with this benched damage counters from Phantom Dive. If he keeps this bench lock, he plays around something like Blood Moon Ursaluna to come into play. But on the contrary, Duskull can evolve into Dusclops or Dusknoir and use that Curse Blast since Andrew is still at 3 prize cards. So is going to decide to KO the Duskull. We'll see where he places these last 2 damage counters. Something potentially like on the Bronzong puts it in range of Adrenabrain, but instead wants to make sure something like Latias EX can also be KO'd.
Comes down to the final cards here. What is in Joji's hand? Know that boss's orders has to be the way.
There's a Pokepad. That's not going to change much. Searching through the deck, see the boss's orders, copy of Switch at the top, going to thin out to start, and there is an Ultra Ball, so going through the deck, thinning out as many unneeded cards as possible. I'm not sure if there's any other way to move this Mega Pokemon. No Pheasantipity in the deck, no Switch in the hand. The question now becomes, what do you do with this active Pokemon? Is a Mega Evolution Pokemon with 1 retreat cost, so you can, of course, retreat into Mega Kangaskhan if you have an energy in hand and try and find a perfect 2 cards from Run Errand.
Oh boy. Yeah, so it has to just be the 2 cards. It feels like you actually need more than just 2 cards, right? You have to manually retreat the Mega Lopunny there, so it would lose the energy. Then you would need Switch and Boss's Orders onto the Meowth, but that's only 2 cards that you can get off Run Errand. That's not 3. So is there an energy in hand to do this?
I don't even know if there's an energy. If not, it's just an impossible task. 2 cards. Boss's Orders. I'm not sure there's a Switch in the hand. And looking through, there is an energy, so one card off. Finding the combination is going to play this last-ditch boss's orders to bring up Meowth, but if Andrew Hedrick has an energy card and a boss's orders of his own, Mega Lopunny will fall. He's playing quickly. We'll see the hand. Just double-checking the notes to make sure what's in deck. There's a Darkness Energy and a boss's orders in the hand. Mega Lopunny goes down, and after a back-and-forth game one, Andrew Hedrick emerges victorious.
I think it's really important to note, Ethan, that Andrew did go first in this matchup. Stereotypically, Dragapults love to go second, but you see what happens when you at least get to go first. You buy yourself just a little bit of time, and while Joji, yes, had to commit those bench spots to Latias and Meowth there, ideally those two spots on the bench could have been Duskull. They could have been another Bronzong, but now we start to see kind of where Bronzong falls a little bit short, especially this deck. As you mentioned, there's no real draw supporter within this deck other than a Mega Kangaskhan, but still, I'm wondering if it is going to be Joji who's going to be able to find a way to get Bronzong out just a little bit faster.
We saw the power of that Evolution Jammer in combination with the Cursed Blast to take care of Dracloak. But the MVP 100% in this matchup was Pheasantipity EX, of course known for that flip the script ability we've seen over time. The Cruel Arrow line emerges super powerful in these off-meta decks matchups like this one.
So close here within this game one, but the problem is, while Bronzong is really good, it unfortunately stayed in the active for a little bit too long here, and Andrew really kind of having to maneuver every piece around here, having to get a little bit crafty, right? Attacking with the Monkey Dory, but the moment that those 3 damage counters came back from Joji, just instantly moving them to the Duskull, and that's what happens when you're just a little bit too far behind. Well, yes, Duskull and Dusknoir and Dusclops are a big part of this puzzle. The problem is they soak up this Adrenabrain damage for easy prize cards.
Here we go, getting into game number 2. Joji kicking things off with an excellent starter. The Bronzor and a telepathic psychic energy set up guaranteed on this first turn.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to see. Joji is going to finally have another Duskull if he so chooses to, but has to check the rest of the hand and, of course, the rest of the deck. As we mentioned a little bit earlier, this is a very high count of the Cursed Blast line, so you can only imagine how many things are available to him. And speaking of things that are available, those are the prize cards. Unfortunately, missing that copy of Enriching Energy, which you always love to see, for a couple of more cards, but still, 1 copy of that Baneri when there's 2 in the deck, not too bad.
Whole squad is here. Speaking of the squad, double Buddy Puffin for Andrew to kick the turn off. We, of course, do see one of those Badoo in the prize cards for him. Has opted to play 2 copies of that card this weekend. That was a big change going into this new format. We saw 2 Badoo as a staple in this Dragapult deck, and for a few tournaments, a lot of players were opting to play just 1.
Unfortunately for both players, both ace specs are offline for this game, but we did see how important Monkey Dory was to Andrew's deck just a little bit earlier, and a copy of Dark Energy here. So I'm curious what the rest of the hand for Andrew looks like at this point here. But still, I mean, aside from the ace spec, which did actually pretty much help him, just because Joji doesn't have too much help in terms of that draw supporter without Mega Kangaskhan in the fray, I think that will be sorely missed for Andrew down the line.
Taking a look through the deck, identifying the prize cards, may be reliant yet again on an early use of that Meowth EX's last-ditch catch ability. Dreepy number 3 coming down into play. And now the question becomes, where do you commit energy attachments? Do you go in early with Itchy Pollen? That would require the Monkey Dory to retreat. It seems like Pheasantipity EX, yet again, a crucial strategy in this matchup. Benching it early before knockouts have been taken, and playing this Lily's Determination to try and find some key pieces for this and the following turn.
Mentioned the Badoo, but that is not coming into play at all. Rather, Andrew just deciding to get his trusty old Pheasantipity up and running already here. But it's very interesting to see how Andrew is really prioritizing finding the energy so quickly. A lot of players, this Meowth becomes a sitting duck on the bench and then it ends up taking a lot of damage. So I think Andrew just has to be okay with the board state at the point that he has to understand that Bronzong is going to come into play next turn, and it's all about finding those Crispins to get Fezandipity up and running, or even sending the energy back with Monkey Dory.
Usually would love to find Dracloak, but Andrew understanding that most likely a 90% chance or so that these Dreepy will be unable to evolve. And look at that off the top. Hilda will guarantee the Bronzong plus another energy card. With the way Andrew's hand is looking, he's not going to have as solid of a response as he did in the first game.
Absolutely not. And I always like to point it out, Ethan, not much time left in this round either. Only 17 minutes to go here. And that's why you see Joji going so quickly, because he does need to at least win this game to bring him to a game 3 or even just a tie. And the last thing you want to do when you are this close to asymmetrical top cut is take a tie.
Does grab the telepathic psychic energy and is shuffling the deck, so wonder if he is deciding to keep that card. We're just going to see no Pokemon grab. And now putting some more energy onto the Bronzong, allowing it to retreat potentially down the line. And what does Andrew do? Has a boss's orders in hand, and that was the question for why we didn't see Latias come into play. Hopefully does not bite him in the back. No, is sitting on a Latias of his own. Attachment to the Monkey Dory already happened past, and there's the Latias, and here we go. Slow, riveting gameplay. Does top deck the energy, though, and that's a big card, potentially allowing him to get himself back in this game.
That's actually pretty massive when you really think about it, right? Just because we talked about it a little bit earlier, those Duskulls are really sponges for a ton of damage counters here, but it's going to be the Mind Bed. And what's very interesting, actually sending it back to the Bronzong instead. Andrew wanting to go a little bit more aggressive here. Boss's orders the Dreepy. Wow. Andrew hasn't shown that he has too much energy to really play with.
This is a huge flip. If he flips Tails, it's a huge game changer, but no! Heads on the attack, gonna prevent Dracloak from coming into play. If that was Tails, Bronzong would take a KO on itself from the damage, and Dracloak will be able to be evolved. This essentially buys another turn for Joji if there's no energy card in hand.
I'm so concerned here, but
the Adrenabrain can take a KO, so the damage from that Evolution Jammer coming back to bite Joji, and while Andrew cannot evolve Pokemon this turn, he sure as well will on the following turn.
No Baneri in play already, so there's no Mega Lopunny. There's no response here at all.
Just I think Pokemon and a red card. There's nothing happening in the hand. It's going to be a pass over, and the doors are wide open for Andrew in game number 2.
And it's all go, right? At this point, right, you can get into every single one of the Dracloaks, and it's so unfortunate for Joji because had every piece in hand to attack if he just had energy. Attackers, even just a Cursed Blast would have even helped on even something like the Dusclops to try and get back into this game. But now it's all going to be go for Andrew as he is going to sift through the deck. Look how many Dracloaks are available to him. And even if he so chooses to, can start getting Fezandipity loaded up again. Maybe even retreat this Dracloak in the active and then go back into Monkey Dory and still keep taking prize cards, Ethan.
We see how strong Monkey Dory is against small attackers like the Bronzong, dealing 90 damage essentially every turn. And while Dracloak can't come into play, if your opponent is unable to use Cursed Blast as a way of dealing with that Pokemon, things start to fall apart very quickly. Triple Dracloak, triple Recon Directive, a Lily's Determination on top of that, can search and find even more cards. As we see Adrenabrain start to slowly put damage on the board. 3 damage counters on the Bronzor, and just passing the turnover. A huge top deck, though, for Joji. Finds the Lily's Determination, and that means if cards are found here, like the energy card, like the Bronzong, these Dracloak are not going to be able to evolve on the following turn.
And what could have been if just one energy was found for Andrew last turn to just get back into Monkey Dory and start using Mind Bend and getting the damage at least on the other side of the board. Huge 8 cards here for Joji. But the question is, Ethan, is not only Joji going to find the Bronzong, but also has to find the Dusclops.
Wow, this hand is very poor. There is a switch, so can go into Mega Kangaskhan as this final Pokemon, but I'm not sure those Pokemon are present. There's a Pokepad and a rare candy, however, but I'm not sure I see any energy cards in the hand.
At this point, it could be just Joji wanting to go in and use something like Cursed Blast onto the Monkey Dory, but there's no energy to boot here.
an interesting point to note, there are 2 energy in the prize cards for Joji, so may be thinking in this spot, I've got a 33% chance to draw into a way to attack with Bronzong. Now that's assuming there's a way to get that evolution Pokemon as well. It may be a calculated risk he has to take in this spot.
And has to take all of the energy off the board here. So it is going to be Rare Candy Dusknoir onto the Monkey Dory here. So Pheasantipity wouldn't even be able to jump into play for next turn.
No energy found, of course, would need that telepathic psychic energy. Enriching energy still would allow more cards to be drawn, but yet again does not find a way to use Evolution Jammer, and Andrew is going to run away with this game.
Yeah, and it's time for him to go. There are tons of things going on, and even to add insult to injury, Ethan, there is an unfair stamp in the hand, as that was actually taken off the prizes here for Andrew Hedrick. But the question is, you kind of want it all at this point, right? You need the energy acceleration, you want the unfair stamp as well, because just look at Joji's board. There's just nothing to really work with other than that Mega Kangaskhan. And you saw Andrew from last game was stacking up so much damage onto the Mega Lopunny here. So I just want to see him get at least an energy down onto the board here.
Looks like Andrew is going to thin as much as possible before playing this unfair stamp. Grabs Badoo, going to play Ultra Ball to discard these unwanted Pokemon, the other Ultra Ball from his hand to get rid of more pieces he doesn't need, and then use that unfair stamp combined with 2 Recon Directive and a Flip the Script to see if Crispin can be there. If he can find that card, he's threatening the game in just 2 turns.
He can mill even further than just 1 Ultra Ball. I do believe there is a second one in hand as well here.
Grabbing Dracloak, that Pokemon no longer needed. All you need from here is just Dragapult EX and a Dream. Thinking about what other card is best to discard. It will be the Lily's Determination. Can just grab another card. It's not going to matter in this spot. We'll see potentially 1 more basic Pokemon like the Dunsparce hit the bench, and a big 5 cards from this unfair stamp.
5 big ones here. Hoping to hit a Crispin. I do believe there is one in deck here. So as you said, Ethan, a combination of 5 cards and Crispin to go along center with. Can he find the option? But even so, I mean, you look at Joji's side of the board as well. That Bronzor is still technically in play. So at least Andrew has 1 Dragapult to work with. But I'm wondering if he's going to do what he did last game and evolve all the way up just to put the big wall in front of Joji, saying, you know what, all of my Pokemon are already evolved at this point. What can you realistically do with 1 Bronzong?
Bronzong is not a threat from this point. It is going to not do enough to slow down Andrew, and these Duskull are really the only potential scary thing. So we'll see this Pokepad played thanks to the unfair stamp, drawing 5 cards for Andrew. Now we're not seeing Crispin played yet away. That's definitely the card you want to play immediately, as drawing into energy cards would prevent you from playing that supporter.
Yeah, and you have to wonder how much energy Andrew has really kind of have left to work with. And that's the problem with Dragapult sometimes. In these other variants, 3 big cards, Ethan, tell me.
And that's probably the worst 3 cards you can draw into. 2 Dark Energy. I'm not sure there's enough energy now in the deck to use Crispin. There was 1 Psychic for sure. That's in the hand for Andrew. 2 Dark Energy. That's unavailable to use the Crispin. Now a Recon Directive. And with how many energy cards have been discarded thanks to the Monkey Dory having to attack earlier on in the game, it looks like Andrew has fallen short and is unable to announce Phantom Dive this turn.
Well, he could at least announce Jet Headbutt at this point. That would start stacking up some damage on his side. With Dunsparce now sitting on the bench for Andrew, does also technically have a Dunsparce, which would turn into a Monkey Dory slot, or you could just absolutely take the prize card as well, Boss's Orders, onto the Duskull. There's that energy that Joji needed last turn.
Still a great spot. What did Joji find from the unfair stamp? Pokepad, but no meaningful supporter, just a Boss's Orders in the hand. Could slow Andrew down just a little bit, but there does not seem to be enough pressure coming from his side to deal with the monster that is Dragapult EX.
And 9 minutes away from Andrew being able to take out this set, even if this game doesn't finish. But look, only 3 prize cards left for Andrew to take, and that Mega Kangaskhan is just quite literally asking for damage to be spread around here. So we'll see. It feels like Joji is going to have to be forced into evolving into the Bronzong. And like I mentioned, Ethan, you don't want this Mega Kangaskhan to start taking damage, so at least Evolution Jammer to keep this Dunsparce active into play, but the boss's orders, he has to play so much defense for what feels like Andrew just has this game on lock already.
Desperation play. Can Andrew now find a way to accelerate energy? At minimum, though, can set up for another Jet Headbutt KO. Or even attached to Dragapult. He is not under an immense amount of pressure. Finally finds the Crispin, but all of those energies are currently in the hand, it seems. Let's take a look through the deck and see. Well, does have 2 energy in the deck, so drew into plenty, but can now still play that Crispin, and we're going to see a Phantom Dive Emily powered up this turn.
Feels pretty good, right? Especially not only do you get the Bronzong, but you get the Duskull as well to boot. Or even if you want to go further, maybe not even take the Duskull, but get that 1 damage counter on the Latias. As we know, Boss's Orders seems to be everyone's favorite card to see in this scenario. But I can't imagine Andrew not wanting to take the Duskull. That's clearly waiting for it. And the Crushing Hammer on top. Now, come on, Ethan.
That's a little bit of bad manners, if I do say so myself. Just wants to play that card to thin it out of the hand in case there is some disruption. Andrew taking every advantage he can, optimizing every decision. We'll see 2 prize cards taken, Bronzong and Duskull being KO'd, and from there, the question looms, what can Joji do to come back in this game?
The question is, does it even seem to be showing itself at this point here? I think one thing that's really key, though, based off of the board state, Ethan, is the fact that Dragapult has 1 singular damage counter onto it. If Andrew is able to find Dunsparce, get back into the deck, find a way to reestablish Monkey Dory Dark Energy, move the damage counter on over to Latias here, and then find Boss's Orders, that could be game next turn.
Definitely the potential with the right cards to close things out, and the complete opposite for Joji. Just a Hilda and energy cards cannot put these weak Pokemon into play, as Andrew is left with just 1 prize card remaining. Cursed Blast unavailable to be used. No attackers at its disposal, and it seems like the walls are closing in.
Even if this telepathic energy, is that just the pass here?
Nothing more he can do in this spot. Looking at the hand, the Dunsparce, as we saw earlier, available. Andrew's going to start things off with an Ultra Ball. Discard some unneeded pieces. That special red card, as well as an energy. Let's take a look at the deck and see what pieces are available. There's the Boss's Orders. There's the Night Stretcher. The question now, is there a Dark Energy? We saw one discarded via retreating the Meowth on the previous turn. Andrew is playing 3 copies of that with none of the prizes. He has 1 available and is going to see 5 cards this turn with those 2 Recon Directive and that runaway draw from the Dunsparce.
Has to shuffle real tight here if you're Andrew. I do believe there is already a Dark Energy in hand, and there it is here.
But no Boss's Orders quite yet. So here we go. Recon Directive number 1. Crushing Hammer taken, other card placed to the bottom of the deck. Recon Directive number 2. Is that the Boss's Orders? No, just more Crushing Hammer. So here we go. Runaway draw, 3 cards. Can Andrew find the Boss's Orders to close this game out? He cannot, and while it's not the best to be able to not close this game out, it does seem like the inevitable is looming in the air.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been the stylistic way to end this set already, would be Andrew finding the Boss's Orders, but it may be pretty much guaranteed considering how small Andrew's deck is for next turn here. But of course, you can always just get the Monkey Dory down anyway and start throwing the damage counters onto this Mega Kangaskhan, so you can start stacking up that damage. And still, even if the Boss's Orders is found anyway, can move that 1 damage counter over and then still use the Phantom Dive. So 6 onto Latias here. I mean, Joji, what is the line at this point?
Seems like desperation. This Mega Kangaskhan cannot be KO'd if it's on the bench. It does have 230 HP, or excuse me, damage on it. The Blood Moon Ursaluna can attack for free. Is there a Boss's Orders to try and knock out something like Pheasantipity? It does seem like the only way to get back in is at the help of that Pokemon. Flutter Mane grabbed from the deck. It's not going to shut off too many relevant abilities, something like the Dracloak in the active spot. But with Andrew at 1 prize cards, it's just going to be an energy. Here we go, though. Going to play to every out possible. Blood Moon for 240 damage, thanks to that seasoned skill ability. Andrew still looking for the Boss's Orders. Not able to find it off the top of the deck, but there is the Adrenabrain, and that's going to close the game out. Can place it onto the Kangaskhan on the bench, and Phantom Dive with the 6 damage counters means that Andrew Hedrick advances to 10-2.
At 3 minutes and 40 seconds left, Ethan, Andrew is able to overcome the deck that was designed to essentially stop it fully in place. And as we've seen, this Mega Lopunny Bronzong deck can get it done, absolutely. But the problem is when you don't have those Duskulls to really work around, you're not really doing much other than 30 damage. And Andrew played around that absolutely perfectly, saying, okay, I'll take this 30 damage, but I have Monkey Dory to send it right back at you, and not even targeting the Bronzong. That's not the issue. That's what most players would go for. It's actually targeting down the Duskulls. That's what makes this deck unlock.
Let's take a look back. Let's take a look back at what was definitely one of our most intense and interesting sets of the tournament. Cruel Arrow, the MVP of Game 1. Like you mentioned, targeting down Duskull, targeting down Dusclops, targeting down any Pokemon that could use Cursed Blast, while leaving this Bronzong to just poke very slightly. 30 damage each turn, just not enough to put pressure onto Pheasantipity. And while the Mega Lopunny eventually got into play, it was just a little bit too little, that one piece short for being able to close the game out on Meowth EX.
I am so happy to at least get to feature a deck like this, because it shows creative deck building can still be used even in something like the World Championship, where your deck has gone undiscovered until the week of the tournament. But still, Andrew locking down at that game number 1, and then Monkey Dory coming into the fray, doing what it does best, sending the damage back, even attacking at one point as well. Andrew missed a huge turn with not being able to retreat the Dracloak there, so unfortunately for him, that Monkey Dory did go down. But still, one turn off of the Evolution Jammer means that Dragapult floodgates can absolutely open.
Pheasantipity, the MVP of Game 1. Monkey Dory, the MVP of Game 2. The confusion plus residual damage, healing it off thanks to that Adrenabrain ability. And Joji's deck just not able to keep up in the second game when that lock finally broke. And when it broke yet again, Dracloak able to stabilize everything. Phantom Dive to take the KO. And that's a star right there. Andrew Hedrick now just one game away from advancing into Top Cut.
It always just feels like Andrew Hedrick can do it no matter what the circumstances are in front of him. And a lot of people, I think before this match, you see, hey, we're going to stream Lopunny Bronzong versus Dragapult. And people may ask, oh, why would you do that? You know that this matchup can be extremely bad for Dragapult, but as long as you know how to go around it, and that was perfect showcase by Andrew, you do have ways to really kind of get yourself back into the game. And just as you know, it's not the Bronzong that's the issue. It's actually the rest of the Duskulls ready to attack. I mean, 4-2-4 Ethan, that's a heavy, heavy line.
Let's bring in Pablo Mesa, our analyst. Was it this amount of maybe PTCG live games running into this deck in the last week that was allowing Andrew to pilot that matchup as great as possible? It seemed like he was doing every right thing throughout those two games.
I mean, I generally always think that the very, very best in the game are the best at improvising, right? So everyone's seen the hype. Andrew, I'm sure, knew the deck existed. I would be very surprised if you actually took the time to try or play games against it, given its expected meta share. Many times the online results don't really translate to real-life tournaments. And so, of course, it's a powerful deck. The Evolution Jammer is very annoying, but when you have these extremely powerful basic Pokemon to deal with that and adapt, I generally think Andrew always knew what the game plan was going to be heading into this.
And that's another question, you know, finding counterplay. Does it really come down to that engine, that setup for Joji? Or is it really, you know, in Andrew's hand to make more plays to advance the board state?
I really think it comes down to the Mega Lopunny the Mega Lopunny deck with Bronzong trying to do so many things, right? Slow down the game enough with Bronzong and have enough Dusknoir set up in order to threaten whatever's threatening you. But as we can see, Andrew did a very good job in making sure there were no Dusknoirs available, no threat. The first KO he took with Pheasantipity was on a Duskull over the Bunnery, knowing the Bunnery would allow Mega Lopunny to take down the Pheasantipity, but then that means you get to evolve into Dragapult. And Mega Lopunny going up against Dragapult straight up, probably always going to be losing that battle. And in this particular turn, I think that energy retreat was definitely a careless mistake that you mentioned, Ethan. When it happened, not having 2 energy available on the Mega Lopunny could have cost Joji towards the end, but we had this amazing pivotal moment where he had a spare energy, so it was fine. Needed the perfect 2 cards, right? Boss and Switch. I swear my heart skipped a beat when I saw the boss as the first card.
I'm sure everybody heard my gasp in the audience as well. I mean, it's so close, Pablo. And as we're kind of talking about the consistency of this deck, where does this deck really get its draw power from aside from Mega Kangaskhan, right? You have to rely on putting a 3-prize Pokemon and the Latias in play. It's not just the Mega Kangaskhan. You do also have to put that bench sitter there too. How do you feel like this deck is going to stack up past Worlds going into our next season?
I generally don't think it stacks up. Monkey Dory is a staple in many decks. Pheasantipede is a staple in many decks as well. And I really don't think the deck has enough to deal with those two. And I mean, we saw it here, the lack of a draw engine, right? The big reliance on Mega Kangaskhan, sure, you're denying evolution, but you're also giving your opponent so much time, right? You're not drawing cards, you're not able to evolve. Just like you're living off the top deck every single time, and eventually Dragapult, with its more powerful attackers, is just going to outpace you in terms of damage. Even the 30 damage you're dealing is being utilized against you thanks to Adrenabrain. Now, granted, Andrew did get that very lucky top deck off the Darkness Energy right off the top, and that definitely helped. But as I tend to say, in these defining moments at the very highest level of Pokemon, when both players are making the absolute perfect decisions each and every turn, it usually comes down to deck building differences or luck of the draw sometimes when it matters the most. And towards the end, we saw this boss's orders once again to deny the Duskull. If there's no Duskull or Duskull or Dusclops available, your damage output is either 30, which is insignificant, and can be dealt with through Adrenabrain, or Mega Lopunny is a 3-prizer that will always lose the battle against the powerful 2-prize Dragapult DX. So overall, obviously the deck's doing pretty well. I don't know if it has what it takes to actually beat Dragapult, the deck it is supposed to counter.
A lot to take away from that match. Thank you as always, Pablo, for breaking things down. Wrap up Swiss Round 11 and get ready for the Horizon final Swiss round. Swiss round number 12 coming up very soon. We are going to take a quick break. As we do, we'll take a quick sneak peek of Pokemon TCG Pocket.
Pokemon trading card game has some important rules. You can only have 4 of each card in the deck. You can only have 1 ace spec. But what would happen if we let our trainers break any of the rules they wanted?
Well, I think I would pick a deck with a draw engine, something like Dragcloak or Zoroark or something like that, and I would play probably 6 of each of them. That way, whenever I Lily and I draw 8 cards, I'm going to hit more than I normally would. If my opponent's using Badoo against me, doesn't matter. I got like 6 of these Zoroarks to draw into. I'd probably play a whole bunch of ace specs, which I would really like because some of the ace specs are really powerful, but Secret Box makes your deck function so well. So if I could play Secret Box and a power card, sounds good to me.
Probably way more of the power cards, like extra Festival Ground to Festival Lead, for example, but also way more consistency, 6 or 7 Lilies, and way more of those. Probably more of like the Pokemon themselves, instead of the deck cards like Shaman and such, just to keep your deck more powerful.
I would like to play something like United Wings, because we can have ton of Pokemon of United Wings on the discard pile an attack with tons of damage and KO everything, mostly.
I would put a lot of ace specs because they are the powerful cards in the format. So when I hear in Worlds, I was confusing about my ace spec. Could be unfair stamp, could be max belt. Why not play all of them?
I'd probably play more Poffins and Pokepads so I can make sure I get my Dracloaks every time.
Well, with no restrictions, I would play at least 15 ace specs. That would be a good start. And then I would probably play a few more Dracloaks because they are really powerful in the Dragapult deck.
I don't know. I would probably do 8 Lily's Determination just for consistency. And then, yeah, I would probably do also the 6/6 Sorag line. I'm playing Sorag right now, and I feel like more of those will never hurt. So probably do that, yeah.
If there were no deck restrictions whatsoever, and I'm also going to say no Red Candy restrictions, I can play it on turn 1, right? I would play a deck with 4 Duskull, 4 Dusknoir, 4 Red Candy, and as high of a draw engine as I can have. So Secret Box is going to go into every kind of deck there, and just try turn 1, go first, and then make sure or hope that my opponent starts with 1 Pokemon, and I can knock that out before they even get to take a turn.
Your answer was basically, if I could change the rules, I would ruin it for everyone.
That's why I like control decks.
I would ruin the game.
Sí, I put the best ace pick in all decks. O sea, Reset Stamp, no sé, 10 ace pick for deck. It's a lot, it's very powerful cards.
And what deck do you think you'd play?
A Dragapult with a lot of ace pick, maybe.
Now that we've broken the rules, let's bring them back. Let's get back to the stream and let's watch all of our wonderful trading card game players give their all.
Welcome back to Faster Than a Caster, where I've got some new friends and they're really familiar looking actually, wow. I've got some new friends and they're going to see if they're faster than a caster. Now, if they manage to get this right, then they win a Mega Evolution booster pack each. How fun is that? So guys, I'm gonna ask you the question. My caster friend has already done this, so we've got a time for you to beat. So it's a little bit of a tricky one, but it's 2 against 1. Are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, so can you name me 10 Pokemon which have 2 legs? Go!
Pidgey. You too.
It's 2?
I can't think of anything right now.
No, nothing? We've got Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres.
Yeah, yes.
Does Pikachu count?
Yeah.
Pikachu
Right?
does count.
We've also got, does Meowth count?
Yeah.
Okay, we've got Meowth. Let's see, whom else? Gotta have Rapidash. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No, that's not Rapidash. All my favorite ones have 4-legged.
Torchic, yeah.
Okay, of course, we got Charmander. How many are we at so far?
Yeah, I think that's 10. I think that's 10. We'll call it. That was 37 seconds. That was not faster than a caster. I'm so sorry.
I appreciate you guys.
You did a great job.
No, sorry.
It's okay, no worries.
How did you approach the task?
I just thought about usually like the starters, some of my favorite Pokemons, which are from the first Pokemon movie, which was the 3 legendary birds. So that was already like a quick, easy one.
And for me, all my favorite ones are 4-legged.
Oh, who are your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite is Eevee, Rapidash, what's the Galarian one? Potia, the Galarian one.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one.
Moltres.
You have so many. But yeah, it's like, oh, well, thank you so much for playing, guys, and join in next time for Faster Than a Caster.
The final Swiss round is upon us here, the biggest event of the year, Pokémon World Championships, where today we'll be playing down to just our 2 finalists. Welcome back into the trading card game side of things. My name's Ethan Heggie. Emily Foreman is along with me. We could not be more excited for this final Swiss round.
And that is my favorite part of Worlds, Ethan, is really, when you get to these certain parts of the day, there's so many matchups, but you actually just get down to, quite literally, the last 2 competitors. You can only imagine what is going through their heads as they, leave the venue. They say, okay, well, I'm either a finalist or I'm a champion, but also the fact that they now have a night to either prep against one deck, and that can actually weigh down on you so mentally going into the finals. But you gotta talk about the finals. Ethan, the Chase Center.
It's going to be an exciting Sunday as we build up to the climax of the event. As we build up, let's take a look at these final Swiss rounds, the important, notable matches. These are just a few of the important matches going on outside. We've got Henry Chow locked up for top cut. He'll be playing against Nathan Spry, who still needs that one more match point, so it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Rune looking to take himself into top cut. We have Makani up against Keon, old school versus new school. Previous world champion Diego Casiraga looking for 3 more match points to get himself in a spot for top cut. And of course, our featured match, 2 players on the winning end, Angus Johnson up against Satoshi Matsui.
It's so unfortunate for Brent finally taking that first loss of the tournament. Just 1 round to go to Henry Chow, who has safely locked himself into that top cut. As you said, Brent versus Mateusz, I think both players who have had these great stories, especially over Worlds, would love to see that. But of course, you have these very, very stressful and very, very intense win-and-ins that we just have to show, especially when the matchups are so important. And they've been really, honestly, I know it's been 42% Dragapult. I know the Dragapult numbers have been high, but I think what we've done really well this weekend is show a very diverse amount of decks on stream this weekend. We even started with Hydrapple, Ethan. I mean, there was plenty of other decks other than Dragapult brought to the Worlds.
Our stage is ready, so let's throw things down, take a look at our players, and take a look at what decks they're looking to make top cut with. We have 2 very distinctly different players. Angus Johnson, player from over in Australia, has played a lot throughout the years, had some solid placings at many different tournaments, up against Satoshi Matsui, a player from Japan who has come over to the US to live in here, attending multiple regional championships, playing in a bunch of different events, has now led him to the biggest match of his career to get into this top cut at the World Championship.
Pokemon is a global game, Ethan, and it's so nice to see Satoshi over here, but here we go. We alluded to it last game, and that, like I said, there's been a diverse amount of decks that have made it here to Worlds. And now, granted, Alakazam and Dusknoir is one thing, but I think it's time that we feature the Crustle players that very much deserve to get featured at this point.
2 very different decks, 2 very different strategies. When they clash together, it is going to for sure be an excellent game. You have Dusknoir working for you. That can, of course, use the Cursed Blast ability on any Pokemon. But over on Satoshi's side, has the Mist Energy to stop the Alakazam's powerful hand attack. We'll have to see how those 2 factors interact with each other.
I'm interested to see how exactly Angus is going to attack this matchup, like you had mentioned. And not only is the Alakazam going to be kind of coming into play to draw the most amount of cards possible, the main attacker very well might turn into Dusknoir even. Does play enough energy requirements to get Shadow Bind off. Now granted, the effect that no retreat would be one thing, right? But there are technically answers to Mist Energy in this matchup, but also still Dusknoir does have Cursed Blast. A combination of a couple of those and a couple of items in this list could lead into Crustle's demise.
Players drawing their opening hands, getting set up. Satoshi really looking to start with that Mega Kangaskhan EX. Looks like does not, and that's immediately an important factor that could change how this game plays out. It's just there for that run errand ability. This is some of the lowest Pokemon counts we've seen in decks, just playing 10 Pokemon total for Mega Kangaskhan and that 3/3 Crustle line. Look at the prize cards and see what these are available. Double Dusclops in the prizes could definitely be a factor. No Mist Energy on Satoshi's side.
Double Dusclops. That's all the Dusclops in the prizes, Ethan. So it is going to have to be Angus relying on Rare Candy Dusknoir every single time. Now, granted, not exactly the worst strategy here, but if Angus wants to take it a little bit slow, we'll have to keep that in the back of his head, especially because Satoshi, a certain supporter card, loves to have a deck build up a certain amount of cards and then wipe it all away.
Plenty of factors at play as we jump into the final Swiss round. Satoshi kicking things off, and looks like drew into Mega Kangaskhan as the top deck potentially. Never love to see that when you're so close to starting that Pokemon. Does play this Pokegear 3.0. I'm sure has an idea from this point that Angus is playing the version of this deck. did fall earlier to what is close to the same 60 cards earlier on in this tournament to Mateus, who has basically locked up a spot in top cut. So he has that valuable experience going into this matchup. What adjustments do you think he may make in this time around?
It might just have to be realizing how well to use not only the handheld fan when it's time to send those energies over away, but realizing what time it is to start using that Hero's Cape. And of course, with Control, with Crustle, it's always the question of Jumbo Ice Cream when you want to put those directly into play here. But for Angus at this point, going to have at least a very ideal setup. I like the thought of Badoo coming into play, Ethan. If Angus does have an energy to retreat, could put the item lock online, at least slow Satoshi down in that matter here.
Yeah, it's very difficult for Crustle to get Mega Kangaskhan into play and also Dwebble into play without the use of item cards. Can't play things like Ultra Ball, can't play cards like Buddy Buddy Poffin. It's a very difficult situation a lot of the time. We'll be reliant off the one copy of Lumio City to end his turn, but in exchange, grab something like the Mega Kangaskhan. That could be a huge card in this spot.
One of the big things that I'm noticing about Angus already is not leaning towards getting a bunch of Abra out, but instead going full right away with the amount of Duskulls. Granted, if Satoshi is unable to find a Hero's Cape, a health modifier at that point, double Curse Blast could very well be online at this point. So I want to see if Angus is going to be able to find the lines to get through, but Satoshi, under item lock, like you said, did draw the Hilda a little bit earlier, so can get into the Crustle this turn, but not much else.
We'll play the Hilda. Curious to see what energy card will get grabbed. Something like the Mist Energy is great, but if you play it down this early, you're still susceptible for a powerful hand to take the KO, or even something like Cursed Blast. And not playing something like a Stadium card down to grab Mega Kangaskhan means that if there's no health modifier, Crustle just gets KO'd by a single rare candy Dusknoir. Very curious to see what else Satoshi has in his hand.
And this is what Angus has done with setting up a double Abra here, right? Definitely needs all three pieces of the Duskulls to really get things going, but those 4 cards essentially with Psychic Draw that he is going to draw 2 off of each Abra is going to be pretty important here. But like you said, Ethan, Mist Energy grabbed, and so is this, so is the Crustle, but the Petrol is unfortunately unable to be played, and that would have been an easy answer to find the Hero's Cape.
Big card in hand. It was top decked on the previous turn. Mega Kangaskhan EX receiving the Mist Energy mainly because the Crustle's ability preventing it from taking damage from non-EX Pokemon. Not very useful in this matchup when Alakazam gets right through that if you don't have a Mist Energy.
I'm wondering if those early turns of Itchy Pollen and the way that it kind of stops Satoshi's setup, is it if Satoshi is really just going to go into Mega Kangaskhan, and that's going to be the one that's doing the attacking, rather than Crustle just kind of hanging out here. But there's the Gwyn instead to actually discard the pieces Kadabra and Dusknoir to instead of draw 4, actually draw 6 cards here. It feels like such a big ask, especially because both of those Dusclops are prized, Ethan. You have to find double rare candy, double Dusknoir to get it done.
It seems unlikely on this turn. We also, of course, saw 2 of the strange timepiece be used to draw some extra card with the Kadabra. There's the first card, rare candy on Dusknoir. It will be the Itchy Pollen, so waiting to use that ability.
It's so close because Angus actually has pretty much, I think, double rare candy already in hand as well here. So Satoshi using the Lily's determination at this point to try and find that Hero's Cape, so important. But I think also what is also really important this turn, Ethan, is finding another energy attachment as well. The thing is, with a lot of these control lists, and as we saw yesterday with Sander, no acceleration means that these turns are very kind of picky on how exactly you want to go. A miss of an energy attachment or even that Hero's Cape kind of spells out a really big disaster just being off for 1 turn.
Hero's Cape, that A-Spec allowing Pokemon that tool card is attached to have 100 more HP, definitely a difference maker. And a big find here would be another copy of Mega Kangaskhan along with a Mist Energy. It's hard enough as it is to deal with 1 Mega Kangaskhan with a Mist Energy. Dealing with 2, assuming Satoshi can consistently find energy cards, is even more difficult.
Does find the Mist energy again, but also the Growing Grass energy. Wondering if Satoshi has decided that this Crustle is not going to be worth kind of keeping up all the way with the health modifiers just because one Dusknoir is already in play, but instead getting that Mega Kangaskhan ready, but instead is going to commit the Growing Grass energy and the pass back over. So that Crustle is going to get a little bit more health here, but here comes Angus. That's a lot of card draw.
Drawing a bunch of cards, and this is the tough part of starting with Dwebble in this matchup. You, of course, want that Mega Kangaskhan in the active to use that Run Errand ability. But if you play cards like Switch too early on, and your opponent is able to trap something like Crustle in the active spot, it really slows down the setup, where the more cards you're able to see, the better positioned you will be for that big combo turn. And talk us through a little bit about that combo turn that Angus is looking to put together.
Well, he's looking for a couple of Cursed Blasts onto the Mega Kangaskhan, and if he's able to get all three actually set up, could use, because the Crustle doesn't have a Mist energy attached, a powerful hand to take the knockout, but could also use the Shadowbind down the line as well. I mean, that's the best part about Dusknoir also being a Psychic type, is that yes, while it's a ton of energy commitment, this Pokemon can technically attack.
Was out earlier in the field watching this matchup, and something specific that Mateus did, and I'm not sure Angus will do the same, is a similar strategy. Double Rare Candy, double Dusknoir, powered up with another Dusclops to force his opponent to 3 cards, and then use that special red card to hand disrupt, was able to put Satoshi in a pretty unfavorable spot. And I have to imagine if that's what he's building up to, especially with Itchy Pollen slowing down all of the potential options for Satoshi to play these item cards, to either get Pokemon into play, to find supporter cards. Really, that extra time bought is super valuable.
What I am worried about, though, Ethan, is, well, yes, Rare Candy Dusknoir, Rare Candy Dusknoir, this Dusclops, or this Duskull, excuse me, is missing a Dusclops of that equation here. So instead, just going to Itchy Pollen once more, as things are getting up and running, at least online here. So the Alakazam can't damage the Mega Kangaskhan, but is Angus going to find the final piece to essentially blow everything up here? But Team Rocket's Petrol being played, as you alluded to a little bit earlier, it's gotta be for that Hero's Cave.
Angus was so close to winning the game on that turn. Double Cursed Blast, I guess it would be just a little bit short. Looking for that third Curse Blast ability. If he can find the Rare Candy, it would be almost there, right? Mega Kangaskhan with 300 HP means double Cursed Blast plus a Dusclops. However, there are 2 in the prize cards, and that is a difficult factor for Angus. Importantly, though, that Hero's Cape you mentioned being found from the Petrol means Mega Kangaskhan gets even more beefy and even more difficult to take care of.
Unfortunately, Hero's Cape is a tool and not an item, so there's nothing that really Badu can really do about that part here. So Satoshi has to, of course, it's going on the Mega Kangaskhan here, but I can only imagine that Satoshi is really kind of saying to himself, it's time to start getting the Mega Kangaskhan. Now that the Hero's Cape is online, start to build up this Mega Kangaskhan, where it could potentially even start attacking next turn if an energy was already fed to it. Ethan, walk me through it.
It's curious here, debating which energy card to attach, and while the Mist energy on the Crustle will prevent it from being hit from a powerful hand attack, it can easily be dealt with a Cursed Blast ability, and these Mist energy are the most important resources in this matchup. We're going to see it commit to the active, and now all of a sudden, that's 1 energy Satoshi may need towards the end of the game.
Yeah, what's really unfortunate here, too, is that I don't know if Angus decides that it's time for Crustle to go, that's going to be a Mega Kangaskhan just hanging out here. But the problem is, Ethan, is that energy was really actually committed already to the Crustle. So this Mega Kangaskhan, well, yes, it's sitting at 400 hit points here.
So we'll see Cursed Blast used onto the active. Cursed Blast number 2, damaging that Mega Kangaskhan on the bench. This Crustle is just hanging on, it seems.
Well, hanging on by 10, and that's Badu still in the active. That's going to be the choice attacker here, and still putting Satoshi under item lock at this point. So I'm wondering if it is time for that Sacred Ash being used to re-establish, and we'll have to go back and work just a little bit harder. It depends on what Angus took off the prizes as well. Not many rare candies left here, so it is going to have to be the old way of going from basic to stage 1 to stage 2 in order for this play to be made again.
So So Badoo can, of course, continue with the item locking. We do see that Sacred Ash shuffle the Pokemon back into play. There's the Buddy Buddy Poffin. Just playing through all of the steps, seeing how things should have played out. Just want to double check the math on the Crustle. So right now it does have that growing grass energy, so it receives 20 extra HP. There was a couple of Itchy Pollen used on that active Pokemon. Of course, just a little bit more bulky, just hanging on. And now the question becomes, can we see a third Curse Blast from Angus, followed by some way to deal with the following Mega Kangaskhan in combination with something like Disruption?
But the problem is, Ethan, because of that Mist Energy being attached to the Crustle instead of the Mega Kangaskhan, this Mega Kangaskhan is still just going to be attaching an energy and essentially doing nothing with it. Can't use the Jumbo Ice Cream, I believe, because there's no 3 energy on this Pokemon. So unfortunately for Satoshi, not going to be able to actually sift all the way through. That might be a win, and I think that is a win for Angus.
Get confirmation on who picked up their cards. I mean, Satoshi was still in a great spot, had the Mist Energy on his Pokemon, and with there not being enough Curse Blast to be used, it looks like Satoshi is taking that game. There's just not enough ways to deal damage to that Pokemon.
That's the hard part about Crustle, is that, and especially with this deck of Alakazam and Dusknoir, there are weird things that counts. Those 2 Dusclops being prized messes up the math completely here. So I'm interested to see where it all kind of went wrong for Angus, because he had the right idea, Ethan, but Satoshi being named the game winner, it seems like he's got it.
Yeah, just wasn't able to capitalize off the Cursed Blast ability. That Mist Energy really throwing a wrench in Angus's plan. Started off early with the hand disruption, but importantly here, Satoshi taking that Xerosix Machinations off the prize cards, followed by the Mist Energy still on the Mega Kangaskhan, and consistent energy attachments. It's just too much for Angus to be able to deal with, and this being the final round, these players really do not want to take a tie.
No, definitely not. And if you're not reliably back into your win condition, you blink and you miss it. Angus understanding, just need more time to get it done. So Satoshi, while not starting Mega Kangaskhan, still was able to get really through everything.
So going into the second match, Satoshi didn't do much, but he still had that Mist Energy, the Caped Kangaskhan, to deal with the amount of Curse Blast Angus had. What does he need to do differently to take the second game?
That's really hard to say. I mean, if Angus doesn't, the most obvious answer is don't prize double Dusclops, right? That forces Angus to use a lot more resources than he wants to use. I know he does play the strange timepiece as well, but I feel like in this matchup, it's not going to actually come into play as much. It's really Angus just has to find ways to go just a little bit faster than Satoshi. Had the right idea with Badoo, stopping everything there, but the thing is, Petrol grabs Hero's Cape. It's an item. It can be, or it's a tool, excuse me. It can be used.
We'll get into game number 2. Angus opting to go first this time around. Starts with that telepathic psychic energy onto Duskull. We'll get the bad news that there are a couple important Pokemon in the prize cards. The importance of rare candy cannot be stated enough. And with there being 2 Kadabra plus a rare candy, it may be a bit harder to get into a bunch of Dusknoir throughout the game.
And that's not what you want to see, doubles consistently being prized. And for Kadabra, granted, there are 4 Kadabra in this list, but I guess if Angus is going first, if Satoshi by chance misses the energy, this could be a big turn for Angus going back into his turn. So has to do his best at this point to try and get set up fully. Ideally would like to see 1 more Dusclops before passing it on over to Satoshi's turn.
Can always be some inconsistent air issues with a deck like Crustle. You're very reliant on starting with that Mega Kangaskhan, and when that's not the case, things can definitely get out of hand. Yeah, there is nothing going on in this hand. Just a Hilda can play that to grab a Mist Energy and use Ascension, but then the Crustle will be so close to being KO'd.
So it's a matter of if Angus is essentially going to draw the same combinations of cards he needed a little bit earlier. Like you had mentioned, Ethan, Hilda being played now can grab the Crustle here.
And as it stands, even something like a Psychic Energy Rare Candy Dusknoir would deal enough damage to take a KO. You can use the Mumble attack on Duskull. That deals 30, plus the 130 from Cursed Blast. Let's see what Angus can find. He's looking through the deck very quickly. Rare Candy Dusknoir, plus an energy card. And that will be our second game.
One big thing about this list that I don't think we're in the situation to really talk about, but we can talk about here, is I love the way that this list plays 4 copies of Gwyn. So I know a little bit earlier we talked about how double Kadabra being prized, not exactly what you want to see, but when you play so many non-rule box Pokemon within this list, Gwyn is a great way to get yourself to draw a plethora of cards. And honestly, for Angus, does it come down to, once again, finding Rare Candy Dusknoir? There are 3. There's the Rare Candy, Ethan, and the Gwyn, but no rule box Pokemon to discard, I believe.
Yeah, there's not enough going on. We're going to see the Mumble action in our final Swiss round. Just a piece short. If there was a Dusknoir in hand, that would be all she wrote. And what a top deck from Satoshi. Finds the Pokegear. That's half of the equation. Now needs to look a bit awkward on the right side of his deck. 7 cards from the top. Can he find something like Lily's Determination? Does find Petrol, and that might be good enough to get Mega Kangaskhan into play.
Could be Mega Kangaskhan, could also be the Hero's Cape as well here. So it matters on what Satoshi wants to prioritize, excuse me. See how he's going to play it down. Petrol, very important key card in this list. What could also be the Lumio City to grab the Mega Kangaskhan, Ethan. That would end his turn, but honestly, that's actually the pivot that he's going for, actually prioritizing Mega Kangaskhan over getting that Hero's Cape.
See what the choice is. It is the Lumio City, so that comes down into play, guaranteeing Mega Kangaskhan the energy attachment to start threatening some pressure with the Crustle. Now thinking about which energy card to be there. It is going to be the Growing Grass energy. Buffing this Crustle, HP by 20, and Mega Kangaskhan makes his way into the battle.
Honestly, from Satoshi, it feels like a weird play to use Petrol out of all things to grab Lumio City out of all things, but that's actually the only way, I believe, to grab Mega Kangaskhan out of this deck. Aside from, I believe there's just one Ultra Ball in play. And the thing is, with Control, you want your whole menu essentially available to you at every time. What's the draw, Ethan?
No, Angus has nothing. Just drew a card for turn and played down, retreats into Abra, and plays the Lumio City to end the turn. No Alakazam, no Kadabra, no way to draw any cards or find cards. And this slowdown opens the door up for Satoshi to try and retreat into Mega Kangaskhan or even take some KOs.
And this, like you said, either retreat into Mega Kangaskhan or get that Mega Kangaskhan up and running here. But is the energy attachment of the spiky energy on over to Satoshi here? And this is massive, Ethan. Now starting to take all the energy off of the board for Angus as well. Doesn't play too many in this Alakazam list. I believe plays 4 telepathic and only 1 psychic. So can potentially run out of resources to even attack.
Pressure being put on Crustle. That's not something you often see with this deck early on. Top deck of the Night Stretcher has Pheasantipity EX, flip the script to draw cards, but those cards are not helpful. Double Buddy Buddy Poffin and Boss's Orders, and you do not want to bring Mega Kangaskhan into the active spot right now.
Not just that, but the Pheasantipity as well. You don't want to bench, but might have to, and I do believe did, to draw some more cards at this point, and just a pass back
just over. A pass, and a Hilda top deck, absolutely massive, can now put a Mist Energy onto Mega Kangaskhan, ensuring powerful hand can never be attacked onto that Pokemon.
It's a bigger point here too. I mean, you look at how many cards are in the deck here for Angus, and not being able to even utilize Gwyn to draw any cards here, excuse me. 6 cards unfortunately couldn't be drawn, and now it's up to Satoshi to really kind of start driving away with this game. And I have a fear, Ethan, that he already has. I mean, this Kadabra is in the active here, won't get into Alakazam, and that's a lot of energy now off the board. Angus can't really do much at all.
And if Satoshi can take 3 prize cards before Angus applies pressure, that will limit him to just 2 Cursed Blast abilities. We've seen how powerful it is when this Alakazam Dusknoir deck can use 3, even 4 Cursed Blasts sometimes. So these early prize cards, while they don't mean much on the surface, they do matter in the long run.
I mean, Satoshi can absolutely take his time at this point.
Like a kid at a park, just dropping the ice cream on a hot sunny day. Some things never change.
Yeah, no, I mean, you have essentially anything that you want to do here in Satoshi, not being threatened by a special red card, so can still just keep using this Crustle to take some prize cards, and that's exactly what he wants to do, get a little bit more aggressive. Angus would be down to 1 Abra here, but the problem is it's not about Alakazam attacking anymore. Like you said, that mist energy is in play, and this is the general fear with Crustle. A lot of players say that Crustle wasn't the play for this event, but that seems to be when Crustle gets the most amount of power, when players are just not considering it anymore. You look back a couple of months ago to Enhanced Hammer being used, to Dedenne being in the list, and that could have solved so many issues, but now unfortunately for Angus, has to rely on finding these Dusclops and these Dusknors to get things done.
And really can't afford to play things like Rescue Stretcher all free and without consequences. You need these cards to recover your Dusknor line. We'll see Gwen draw some more cards, 6 cards found. There are still just the 1 Dusknor drawn, and do see a pair of Rare Candy in the hand. However, you're going to really need to combine these Cursed Blast abilities together to have a strong effect. Now with Satoshi being at 4 prize cards, it would mean a pivotal turn could come into play. Dusknor's Cursed Blast forces Satoshi to take a prize card, turning on the special red card. If there's some sort of force attacking power on Angus's side, it could lead Satoshi in a side where he's unable to respond with enough setup and enough pressure.
Well, the thing is, with Satoshi going down to 2 prize cards, with this Mega Kangaskhan already having 1 energy, Satoshi can very well take the next couple of turns to get reacclimated with potentially attacking with this Mega Kangaskhan. So while, yes, Angus taking out this Crustle is really good, you have to consider the fact that this Mega Kangaskhan will be able to start attacking in about 2 turns here, and then Satoshi would be down to 3 prize cards, and then there's a Pheasantipity as well, could very well see a heads for the win.
Threat number 1 is not this Crustle. It's 100% Mega Kangaskhan. It's just so beefy and so difficult to deal with. That Pokemon will constantly present a threat. We're going to see the retreat from the Abra into this Badoo, and comboed with what I assume to be a special red card at some point. Not forced to play it this turn when, Emily, is the opportune time to play that card.
It's probably right now at this point, right?
So?
I mean,
Yeah.
Satoshi's got 3 cards left in deck. You definitely don't want everything you have available to you. But I think what's really important, Ethan, and Satoshi just showed the camera, there are 3 Jumbo Ice Creams, or at least 2 that I saw within that hand. So very important to know that now that these damage counters are going to be flown here, Pokemon Center Lady's actually drawn here, so could heal some more damage. But I don't see anything else in terms of help. But my goodness, speaking of help, Ethan, Lily's Determination, the top deck.
Lily's Determination in the hand, but I honestly would like to see Satoshi hold on to that card this turn. Guarantee healing off that Mega Kangaskhan. You're basically playing Protect the President at this point. Mega Kangaskhan is essentially your big man, your whole backbone of the strategy. You can hold on and maybe even just deal with the bigger threat, which is these Duskull. Holding the Lily, leaving options for next turn. A smart play here for Satoshi to not just see that Lily and immediately slam it down. And that's it. Angus understands he cannot win this game. Satoshi Matsui advances into the World Championship top cut with none other than Crustle.
It might have been the fastest Crustle set we've ever seen on stream, Ethan, and Satoshi excited, of course, for himself and his. You gotta be bummed, right? I mean, you're making it into asymmetrical top cut with a deck that nobody considered, really. Let's be honest, right? A lot of players were saying, you know what? Why would you ever bring Crustle to the World Championship? Alakazam is going to play that Enhanced Hammer. It's going to be a bunch of Festival lead that you're going to be finding your way. But still, as long as you know the matchup, you got it down on lock. So Satoshi, congratulations, making it in. And look how excited he is, Ethan.
Had to battle through 2 days of competition to get to this point. As we take a look back on how that set played out, it really were these opening turns that defined the game. Itchy Pollen to try and disrupt, but the timed Petrol was able to get the Hero's Cape. The Mega Kangaskhan was the top deck for turn, and it's just so difficult, regardless of how you approach it, to deal with a 400 HP missed energy attached Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, no matter which way you put it, right? And the problem is you just don't have enough ways to replenish the resource of the Cursed Blast to keep doing it over and over. You can full clear at one point, but it's just not enough to go all the way to 400. So for Angus, unfortunately, what a close game, at least for game number 1, but in game number 2, I mean, just a boss's orders onto that Duskull saying, you know what, do you have an energy to even retreat? And that's a lot to ask for a deck that's only playing 5 energy in total.
Yeah, once again, don't really see Crustle get into the prize lead in matchups like these. It was just taking prizes consistently, turn after turn, and the slow setup for Angus. Of course, it does take time to put a bunch of Dusknoir into play, but it just felt like it wasn't enough pressure, not overwhelming enough. And it really was this board of Crustle with the Mist Energy, taking care of the Pokemon, and that Mega Kangaskhan for backup with still 170 HP left was too much for Angus to overcome, and Satoshi advances into our top cut.
Well, you can play Crustle aggressive. You know, why not?
We're learning new things every day here at the World Championships.
I mean, that's what is really important here, right? Is being able to adapt on the fly. And nobody saw this Alakazam and nobody saw this Dusknoir being paired together coming, right? So we didn't even get to see a straight timepiece. We didn't really even get to see what the deck can truly do other than yesterday, right? In Mateusz's hands. But the thing is, Crustle is, it's inevitable. You're gonna face one, right? Here's the thing, you can't go by in the Pokemon trading card game without hitting an uncomfortable matchup, and you can't go by without hitting control. You have to do your due diligence and learning how your deck does go against these decks, because listen, they're out there. Whether you like them or not, you will hit one. Sometimes you hit one on your winning end, and that really sucks.
You definitely want to circle back around to the fact that Satoshi just a few rounds earlier played against this matchup, and that's valuable experience. Maybe came in a little bit unknown against a player who had a game plan, and it seems like the experience he learned, the importance of getting the Mist Energy into play, the importance of valuing Mega Kangaskhan early, and more importantly, there were a few opportunities he could have retreated into the Kangaskhan, tried to find some more cards with Run Errand, played patient, and I think that paid off for him in this matchup.
Yeah, especially when Angus is the one who needs to kind of rush and go faster and faster each turn, right? And had absolutely the tools to do it with Gwyn, for example, drawing potentially 6 cards, but it felt like there were pairs hiding in the prizes every single time, right? A pair of Kadabra, a pair, I think game 1 really was because of the prize cards, right? Unable really to get things going. But honestly, don't take it from us. I want to hear from Satoshi himself.
Hello. We're here with Satoshi, who just won with the only, the one, the very mysterious guy. It's Crustle, killing it on the world stage. The first time that you've been featured, you just let me know. How does it feel to have been up there with that feature match?
I've been awesome. I mean, I feel awesome. I was so lucky, to be honest. But I mean, today's my day.
It is your day, and you can only revel in that energy. How did it feel coming into the event with Crustle? Did it feel risky, or did you feel like, nah, no one's respecting this right now?
I mean, no one's respecting. That's why I got so many good games, lucky, and I have so many good friends. So, and they recommend me to play Crustle. I'm like, yeah, why not?
Yeah, exactly. You've got it. Do you want to give some of those friends a shout out? Are they here supporting you? I think they're just there.
Yeah. Shout out to Lillian, Steph, Carter, Johnny, Michael, John, Henry, Aban, and then Rahul, yeah, Mustafa, everybody. But yeah, and then shout out to my parents too.
Yeah, absolutely. We got to rep the people who got us here, haven't we? Absolutely. Incredible show with Crustle so far. How are we feeling? Jettisoning yourself into the top tables of this event. Did you ever imagine yourself being in this position?
No, not at all, because I've never made cash. I've never made top cut. This is my first top cut. That would be like, yeah, this is just crazy to me.
At the World Championship, you said you haven't even been playing that long. What's your journey into the game been like?
I mean, I started it when Prismatic came out, and then I got into it so quick. I like Pokemon. I mean, my name is Satoshi. Satoshi is Ash. So I'm like, I have to play Pokemon. And I guess I'm just loved by Pokemon.
It was meant to be. Satoshi takes down an incredible foe using Crustle. Thank you so much, Satoshi. We wish you the best of luck in the rest of the event. You've absolutely got this. Thank you so much. We're going to throw it back to the casters for some more good times.
Thanks so much, Amy. Great to hear from our winner. May, is there a possibility he is the real Ash Ketchum in this tournament, trying to become a Pokemon master?
You know, when I realized that as he said that, I was like, that's got to be some plot armor, man. And I think it's so impressive. And it really is kind of showing that no matter how long you've been playing, you can make it to this world stage. I do believe Satoshi that he started in Prismatic, from what I heard.
Yep.
Prismatic, believe it or not, is not that far ago in terms of sets. So realistically, it's about the people that you surround yourself with as well. I heard some great names there in terms of support for Satoshi. So when you got a good testing group, honestly, and Ethan, anything is possible.
And that's what the World Championships are about. Of course, you have the players that are expected to perform well, but it feels like every year there's always a Cinderella story.
Yeah.
A, unknown player, someone who made their way through grinding local events or the regional circuit or whatever events, hasn't had a huge breakout position, but with the right deck, with the right luck, and with the right matchups, find themselves in a spot where they go on this epic journey to try and take home a trophy and a title.
And you want to talk about Cinderella stories. I know that we can't talk about everything just yet, but Oyvind, a player who is, of course, one of a favorite of Europe and who had an amazing run at the World Championship last year, I believe just locked himself into asymmetrical top cut again. And this is what we're talking about. There are way too many players here to feature at once. It's so unfortunate that we can't have eyes all over the place, but this is why it's important for you all to keep up as well, too. It'll help us out. And honestly, I'm just so excited to see how the rest of the day is going to go. We're going up to our final 2 competitors. Somebody's going to be a champion tomorrow, Ethan.
As we get ready for Top Cut, we'll make sure, of course, we break down all the players, all the decks. This is the place you want to be if you are a Pokemon TCG fan. We are going to have such exciting action for our Top Cut.
I just can't wait. I mean, we keep saying it, and it's going to feel surreal, but tomorrow, the Chase Center. Pokemon cards in the Chase Center, Ethan.
It's going to be crazy. I have no words to describe what this place is going to look like, what it's going to sound like,
oh boy.
How excited and nervous at the same time these players are going to be. Of course, we'll be featuring the Juniors Division, Seniors Division, and Masters Division finalists. We'll be crowning 3 champions for the Pokemon TCG tomorrow at the Chase Center.
And what's very fun about watching the other age divisions is how different the meta is for a lot of our age divisions. Back at NAIC, you and I, Ethan, commentated a Honchkrow winning. Yeah. Honchkrow and Raging Bolt, right? So I really love these younger divisions, especially because you kind of get to see their journeys up through the Masters as well. Plenty of the players that you see today in Masters also started in Juniors.
Yeah, long road for a lot of these competitors. We talked yesterday about Ross Cawthon. He's been playing in every World Championship. We have players here that this is their first World Championship. This is their first season. Someone like Satoshi, for example, who just made himself a Top Cut representative. There are so many different journeys people take to get to this spot, and that's what makes the game so special. When you sit down against your opponent, you have no idea what their journey has been, how many hours they've practiced, who they've lost to, who they've beaten. That's what makes the game so special.
And it's really a global game. It always will be a global game, not just at the World Championship. People are flying hours and hours to go all over the world, whether you're from North America, from Australia. But speaking of North America, Ethan, one of our breakout stars from last season, Karis Jones, is currently at the feature match table, and I think we're going to try to pull up the match here so we can keep going and keep figuring out some of these matchups here. Ethan, I mean, she's still piloting this Alakazam.
Yeah, and up against a very interesting deck. So these players currently at 7, 1, and 3. So potentially on the cusp of Top Cut. A win would give them 27 match points, kind of just right around that angle. We'll see Fan Rotom start things off, and I am seeing some very interesting Pokemon in Yu Zhengcha's deck.
Yeah, here's the thing, Ethan. We saw Mega Lopunny a little bit earlier paired with a couple of other friends. I actually think Yu's deck is majorly going to be just colorless box. So using the Fan Rotom to find all of your support Pokemon, that being Dunsparce, and then bringing your Mega Lopunny in play. This is kind of what we saw originally with Mega Lopunny, being the one that's kind of the attacker, and then just using the Dunsparce to keep drawing cards here. But I'm interested to see if Karis Jones is having an answer at least to the mist energy that's inevitably going to come down onto this Mega Lopunny.
and this immediately presents a problem for Karis, trying to find some way to deal with that card. She, of course, for her Indianapolis win, was able to deal with it thanks to the Dedenne to bring back the double enhanced hammer, but if those cards are not in the list, things could definitely get out of hand quickly.
Just peeking over the list right now, does have a couple of copies of Handheld Fan that could go through, but I'm not seeing that very signature enhanced hammer that helped her win Indianapolis, as you mentioned here.
Taking a look at the Handheld Fan count, it is 2. And you have to always remember, this Alakazam deck with the Dunsparce can do an infinite loop where they don't deck out thanks to the Dunsparce plus another Dunsparce on the following turn. So you has to go for some sort of attacking strategy. The Mega Lopunny, if it can attack consistently, will deal with every Pokemon in this deck. The question just becomes, how many Mist Energy can you consistently get onto that Pokemon to avoid a powerful hand from taking out your Mega Evolution Pokemon?
One thing that I do love about Yu's deck, as I'm looking at the deck list, does at least play one copy of Wally's Compassion, as we saw with this deck many moons ago at this point here. But one thing that I thought was missing from the Bronzong Lopunny deck just a little bit more was actually Wally's Compassion. This Mega Lopunny gives up a lot of prize cards, and players really do love to prioritize it. But for Karis's turn, having only one Abra here, not exactly what you want to see, but double attachment onto, for the Mist Energy, onto the Lopunny there, all the way through. That, I mean, that Lopunny is going to take a knockout this turn, but that Handheld Fan only going to be able to move one Mist Energy. But the thing is, Ethan, you can either move it to a Dunsparce, and that's going to go back into the deck. You move it to the Fan Rotom, and that can be used to still attack here if there's a Stadium in play, or you just move it to the other Mega Lopunny EX when it comes into play.
Yeah, not great options whatsoever. The Mist Energy count, 100%. We're seeing in multiple matchups how Mist Energy truly shuts down Alakazam, and that was the big adjustment for the deck going into this event. Not expecting many players to include that card in their deck, and decided to free up some spots, play some more consistency cards, play other forms of disruption, and we've seen that in these later rounds towards the end of the tournament, some players are getting punished for their mistake.
And I'm very interested to see, and I would love to talk to you on why deciding to go with a deck like this. It feels like the only deck in the room that's truly prepared for Alakazam. Sure. And really, I mean, nobody truly was prepared for Alakazam this entire time here. So it is going to be Fan Rotom going up into the active here. Wondering if Yu wants to take a little bit more of an aggressive approach, saying, I don't really care about this Genesect here, and would rather just go straight to the Abra.
Definitely can. Of course, moving that Fan Rotom out of the active spot can be a bit of a challenge. You do have to commit some resources. You never really want to play Switch if it's not getting you an attack for turn. Something like the Air Balloon is better on to the Mega Lopunny, since you can retreat into the Dunsparce, then shuffle it back in, and you basically get a free reset on your Gale Thrust attack. There's also the Spiky Hopper attack that can just consistently be used. Do 160 damage, get through everything in this deck, and that way you don't have to constantly be moving in and out. It's really going to come down to, yet again, how many Mist Energy can be put into play, and more importantly, how disruptive is that Handheld Fan?
There's a pass back on over. The Battle Cage is played, so that requirement for Assault Landing has been filled here. One Pokepad off of the runaway draw has been found, so that is at least another Abra, or it could be a Kadabra if Karis really wants to spin the wheel and optimally draw some more cards. But as you can see, it is going to be Hilda for the turn, Telepathic Psychic Energy found, and that means Karis now reliably has some ways to grab some more Pokemon out of the deck.
The question still looms, Emily. What is the response to Mist Energy? The Genesect with this Handheld Fan, of course, can interact with that attack, then you're just losing that Pokemon. There's already 2 Mist Energy on, so you're still safe from a potential powerful hand on following turns. You always have to ask yourself in the Pokemon TCG, when your back is up against the wall, what can I do to play around the conditions my opponent is setting? And for Karis, there's not a lot. Super Cybolt can hit that Pokemon, but it's only going to do 30 damage. The Dunsparce takes so much time to power up, and Boss's Orders can easily put a wrench in those plans. I just struggle to see how Karis finds a way out of this game.
Well, according to the list, if I'm reading it correctly, I mean, Karis does at least play a copy of Lily's Clefairy EX, so that could be powered up, but the problem is, one thing that Mega Lopunny does extremely well, and what this deck is really known for, is the amount of switches that it's used to get Lopunny out of the active, so Gale Thrust can go back in. So if she were to promote a 2-prize Pokemon, that's easy pickings for someone like you to really take advantage of. And I think you realizes that his Lopunny is technically completely safe. He can use all of this time, even with Genesect in the active with Ace Nullifier now in effect because of the tools, he can really just sit back and say, you know what, I don't need my enriching energy just yet. I'll attack when I really feel like it.
Lily's Clefairy can, of course, attack that Mega Lopunny. It's not effects of attack that missed energy blocks. And more importantly, that handheld fan, if it's available, it's probably best used onto that Clefairy EX. Being able to just disrupt and pressure your opponent to attack into you yet again, a big factor in this matchup. We see Karis prevent herself from benching that Pokemon, ideally with the plan to use something like a Wondrous Patch to attack with it on the same turn it comes into play.
Yeah, you kind of want to leave your only attacking Pokemon in this matchup as a surprise. And as we mentioned a little bit earlier, Yu is only playing one, I believe, copy of the Wally's Compassion. So while, yes, these full boards will be able to at least buff the damage, you will have to use that Wally's Compassion very, very carefully here. That's a fire energy, Ethan. Going to be at least an assault landing onto the only draw Pokemon, that Dunsparce right now.
Just want to use Boss's Orders, take care of that Pokemon. You never know what fun surprises could be in play.
Sure.
We see one of those fun surprises, the Dunsparce EX over on Yu's side. So just wants to play around every potential option, shut the draw power off, force Kadabra and Alakazam to come into play. And with that, it does limit the total amount of draw throughout the game that Karis will have by taking out something like the Dunsparce or Dunsparce.
I just want to talk about Yu's list just a little bit, just knowing we went into Worlds, and especially Liam Halliburton and Tord playing a Zoroark list with 4 Watchtower. It feels very dangerous to go up against a kind of a meta that feels kind of planned against you here. But Yu is actually playing 3 Battle Cage and 1 copy of the Jamming Tower.
Yeah.
So a lot of these tools the players love to use, like Air Balloon shutting off, actually helps him in the end, as Dawn is going to be used for turn. A couple more cards being drawn here, but I love the way that Yu is actually just protecting the Lopunny until it's time really to go in and start taking these prize cards.
And if Jamming Tower is played down at the right time, the game almost ends on the spot. You shut off the handheld fan for that turn, you keep your 2 mist energy on your Pokemon, and if the 1 Psychic Patch, or Wondrous Patch, excuse me, is used to power up Lily's Clefairy, then your opponent has to telegraph an attack on the following turns, meaning Boss's Orders can easily clean things up. Karis has got to act quick in this spot if she wants to keep herself in this game.
Plenty of cards in hand to go alongside her as well. She can very well get set up another Dunsparce as well, and she's going to put it down. Wondering if she's going to fill that final bench slot. Yep, with Dunsparce, as you've alluded to, Ethan, I think it is really smart to not just put forward the Lily's Clefairy until it's attacking, but more so importantly, until the Mega Lopunny is attacking. You don't want to reveal it now, but more so instead when the benches are full for her against the Lopunny instead. That's at least going to give her the most amount of prize cards possible. And especially because Yu is only playing 1 Wally's Compassion, that damage is going to stay there after that for the rest of the game.
Pass of the turn, we see
Whoa.
missed energy number 3.
Whoa.
That is a lot of special energy attached to this Pokemon, really making sure that Alakazam does not deal a powerful hand attack to that Mega Lopunny.
I think what's also interesting is that we don't get to see the prize cards when it's on a featured patch, but the thing is, there's still a Baneri on the bench that does at least need 1 copy of Mist Energy at some point here.
So you will draw 6 cards from this Lily's Determination. Can he find that Jamming Tower Stadium to shut off the handheld fan? Still 2 use of the runaway draw at his disposal. See 3 cards drawn. The Dunsparce shuffled back into the deck. See if Dunsparce can come back down to reuse that ability later on in the game. But even if Yu is unable to find something like the Jamming Tower, he's got 2 Mist Energy as a backup and has to assume that at most, Karis has 1 more handheld fan available at her disposal.
Yeah, feels pretty good at this point here for you. 3 cards drawn.
Both the Dunsparce gone for the time being. There's 1 from the hand. Buddy Puffin would also be a great card. There's the air balloon, so easier access for this Mega Lopunny to move down the line.
I don't think I've ever seen so many cards attached to a Mega Lopunny before, Ethan. Usually it's just a energy, and that's all you kind of need as long as you can get in and out of the active. But this Mega Lopunny is going to be the one that does it here. And just another pass back on over to Karis' side here, really just respecting the handheld fan as much as possible. Maybe he was trying to toy with her patience just a little bit. Alakazam does draw plenty of cards, and we are in our final round of Swiss here.
Yeah, both players have access to that Dunsparce loop, so they won't be decking out in this game. And with you being the only one to essentially deal damage consistently, it really just comes down to resources. With that being the case, there's no incentive for you to attack until he has a way to shut off this handheld fan. That's when he's going to get the most value and the most use out of that Jamming Tower.
All the time in the world for you now, as Karis can still just keep going, set up the amount of cards. And really, I think you is just saying, you can take this Fan Rotom. I've given it to you on a silver platter. But I can see her just passing over and over again. It's one of the most viral clips from the season of her just saying, you know what, itchy pollen pass.
Maybe thinking about an alternate win condition to stall something out, but that doesn't work, right? Because the Dunsparce can keep looping. Now, there is a world where both players get into an infinite board state where no one is progressing things and things go back and forth, and it can definitely get complicated. But how many resources you still has access to, I'm not sure we'll quite see that happen. No Dunsparce in play, a knockout on the Dunsparce because of Boss's orders plus powerful hand. See if you can find that Jamming Tower, considering playing something like the Night Stretcher.
Pokegear here. Now you did at least draw Lily's Determination, so could refresh the hand if anything else, but still buying time essentially. Boss's orders here could get aggressive and go after the Alakazam without the tool on it. Just start to at least get prize cards of his own with that Mega Lopunny, with the air balloon on it. But the problem is, does you want to start getting aggressive now? At least we'll set up the Dunsparce here.
You can just use another Assault Landing on a Dunsparce, keep the energy in play. Considering what to go with. Of course, attacking into this Alakazam with Fan Rotom, definitely not a wise choice. We've seen you go out of his way to play around that. Really just wants every missed energy as possible. This is a bit excessive, don't you think?
Yeah, it's definitely not what you want to see here, but I think the wrench in the side here for you is that Karis is not taking this Fan Rotom. I think she's purposefully leaving here as kind of this target. And this poor Baniri on the bench has no balloon and no mist energy on it, Ethan. Really all or nothing with one Pokemon.
Yeah, I don't know if Karis has enough ways to play Boss's orders consistently to get it into a spot where the Baniri can't retreat. Seems a bit difficult with it just having a 1 retreat cost. And immediately, we'll see Karis start off with an Eerie. So bringing back that card that found her success in Indianapolis. There's only that special red card to discard. Doesn't see anything like the Battle Cage, so may not be aware that that Stadium card is what he was waiting for.
Yeah, it's just not exactly what Karis wants to see. It's more so information than anything else, but finally be able to continue going through her loop here as it just feels like a standstill at this point, Ethan, right? You doesn't want to move this Fan Rotom away, and nor does Karis want to attack this Fan Rotom, because that means that the handheld fan is not going to find much for her.
We see Dunsparce come into play, now considering whether or not to play the Lily's Determination before the start of this turn. Boss's orders also available thanks to the Pokegear. Couple things to consider. It will be Fan Rotom getting involved yet again. Boss onto Dunsparce, using that Assault Landing. Yu takes the prize lead, going down to 4 prizes. And Karis is eventually going to be in a spot where all the Pokemon in play don't want to be KO'd or are prevented from being KO'd. And we'll just be in a standstill until you eventually finds that stadium card.
Now, I know this weekend is fully about Alakazam and how players have really kind of teched it out. But the thing is, what I really enjoy about you going after this Dunsparce is the amount of recovery options that Karis doesn't have. So a lot of times, some of these Alakazam lists back in the day were playing something like Alana's Aid to get back tons of Pokemon. But for Karis, I mean, she's only playing one Night Stretcher and one Sacred Ash. So only has use of those resources just for once. If you continues to target down these Dunsparces, that infinite loop that you had mentioned, Ethan, not going to be online for too much longer.
Just so many difficulties for Karis in this situation. You have to play around 4 energy, 4 missed
Yikes.
energy Lopunny. I mean, the Clefairy can make things a bit awkward. Is playing 1 copy of that special red card. So in a world where you goes for a KO to put himself down to 3 prizes, that surprise Lily's Clefairy plus hand disruption might be enough to find a way back into this game.
It's not just the surprise Lily's Clefairy, it's the surprise Lily's Pearl as well, too. So that can absolutely mess up Yu's prize map. But as we've been talking about, Yu has been really kind of waiting for this jamming tower this entire time to start really getting things going. And as Karis finally going to take down this Van Rotom, you have to ask if Yu is finally going to start using this Mega Lopunny with 4 energy on it to get it going.
Just counting cards in deck, making sure deck out is not an option. Counting the cards in the hand. You've always got to be aware of what resources you still have, what is available at your disposal. So 3 cards drawn off to Dunsparce. Back in it goes. Whee! It's gone. It's back in the deck.
You'd love to see it.
I mean, honestly, what a life it would be to be a Dunsparce. Every day you just are thrown in and out of the deck. You can confidently say life is never boring.
Until a Team Rocket's watchtower comes down, and then you're never allowed to jump back in ever again. You just kind of sit there. Kind of sad.
Yeah, you definitely could have some bad days, but everybody has bad days. And there it is. It looks like potentially no jamming tower still. Oh, it's at the bottom of the deck. You can see that full art jamming tower just slowly thinning cards out. Hilda for just a fire energy. See it put onto the Baniri.
What?
And gonna use the attack.
Charm?
Charm moving the energy to the bench. Purposely, or actually looks like the slap for 10 damage, and you force the energy to be moved from the handheld fan.
It's skip for 10?
Just styling.
You know what? You
could
got
have
it.
confidently just attached the energy to the Mega Lopunny on the bench, but said, no, I
I'm
want
good.
to deal 10 damage. So just styling out in this game, it seems.
Sure, why not? I mean, sometimes in the Pokemon trading card game, it really comes down to these micro decisions that really, this 10 damage could be the most important 10 damage we actually see all day here. But an Eerie is being played. So now Karis gets to see Yu's hand, as you got to see her hand just a little bit earlier, not too long ago.
And not sure of the exact time in this situation, but Yu is just at such a massive advantage that there's really no reason for him to rush. He knows the jamming tower's in play. He knows he has ways to get around the deck out situation. So you may as well just take your time if you know that there's not really a situation where you're going to lose. And this also works too. You have no Pokemon on your bench, so handheld fan just does absolutely nothing.
Now Karis is just no enhanced hammers either, and even if there were at this point, I mean, you can't use it 4 times in a row unless you got 4 of them here. So Karis really has to wonder. I mean, there's how many cards are left in deck here for you?
There are a decent amount, but this is the combo turn for Karis. Can play this Lily's Clefairy down, fill the bench up, use the Wondrous Patch, and then play the special red card to hand disrupt. The biggest issue, however, is you're taking a 3-hit KO onto this Mega Lopunny, and that is just not a trade when it's taking a 2-hit KO in response.
Yeah, not exactly what you want to see, but if she has the Lily's Pearl modifier available to her, at least this Lily's Clefairy EX would only be 1 prize card here. But
this is also a strategy by, no, it doesn't change much. The Lily's Clefairy will just take enough damage over time.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of ways that Karis is planning to deal with this Pokemon, but it just seems like she's trapped in a box with no way to escape.
Yeah, Spiky Hopper can be used just twice, like you had mentioned, to get the prize card. And the thing is, no Lily's Pearl either. That's going to leave you on 1 prize card left. And as of right now, Yu hasn't used that one Wally's Compassion.
Yeah, now you can't really use it from this point
I was
with the
about to
fear that
say.
your opponent is just holding on to an enhanced hammer.
Very
and
true.
Pick all those energies back up. It's just about playing as safe as possible in the spot. There is that special red card, as we see. There's a full moon Rondo, full bench just for Karis, so 120 damage, 3-hit KO. There's Mega Lopunny easily getting a 2-hit KO onto the Lily's Clefairy. Draw for turn. There's that jamming tower, it looks like. And really, what does you have to do in this spot? He has the Lily's Determination, but it doesn't really change much.
Yeah, it has the Pokepad to grab another Pokemon. I'm not quite sure how many switches Yu does play to do a good old Gale Thrust, but actually none in this type of list. I mean, usually you have a second Lopunny ready to go at this point, but it's really just going to be Yu, I believe, using the Spiky Hopper, and there is that Lily's Pearl. Now, granted, you did draw the jamming tower, Ethan, so next turn, if Karis isn't weary of it, this Lily's Clefairy could be 2 prize cards again.
That would definitely spell disaster. Any Pokemon that's promoted on the following turn outside of the Lily's Clefairy would be 1-hit KO'd. So there it is again. Full Moon Rondo for 120 damage. What can you find? We see the jamming tower removing that stadium card, turning off the Lily's Pearl, and there's a KO. And looking at Karis's list, there's no way to re-establish the Lily's Clefairy in 1 turn.
And this is what we talked about just a little bit earlier,
right? Is
right?
there? Wait, there's a Sacred Ash and a second Wondrous Patch. Can Karis find this? She's going to check the discard pile and see what else is there. If she can fill the bench up yet again, she would be able to use that last Full Moon Rondo. It's just so strange to see the amount of Wondrous Patch. I wonder if Yu is not going to be expecting this.
It could be the dawn to find the Lily's Clefairy and the Dunsparce, Ethan. So it's a matter, like you said, does Karis have the Wondrous Patch and the energy attachment for turn? Yu has done so much this entire game. Can also keep drawing as well. There's the Wondrous Patch.
And the Wondrous Energy taking a KO. Wow, what a game for Karis. It seemed like she had no way back, found the line, and Yu was just taken by surprise in that game.
I certainly would as well. Both players had something tricky up the sleeve. We talked about this a little bit earlier with Karis's list. Ethan, there was not much recovery there as well. So in some of those pressure situations, a lot of players, when they see their Dunsparces go down, they get just a little bit more and more and more concerned. Hey, my draw engine is offline. But the problem is, in a matchup like that, that's not the Pokemon that you're really looking for, right? You have to start attacking. So you did such a good job of getting to that board state where it's like, what are you going to do about a Lopunny with 4 energy on it? But still, I mean, Karis, this is what she does best. She finds ways in really strange ones, too.
Yeah, definitely taken by surprise from the Lily's Clefairy. Additionally, didn't have a Dunsparce in play, right? If that's there, then you take a 1-hit KO. The Lily's Clefairy is dealt with. And definitely played a little bit too passive in that game. If you'd just taken a few knockouts earlier, then that jamming tower Lily's Clefairy play, most likely you take your last 2 prizes and the game just ends. But just was a little bit too scared of that handheld fan, and looks like it came back to bite him.
Yeah, and just got word that Karis did end up winning the match. I know we did have just game 1 for you all, but Karis did end up winning that match. So overcoming 4 missed energies and a Lopunny, still very impressive, and especially because no enhanced hammer.
No enhanced hammer at all. Karis wins the set. Not sure we'll see her quite in top cut, but still walking away with a great end to the season. Top 32, top 16, somewhere in that range. Never shabby whatsoever. Now, as we get into our top cut, we've got a little bit of time before we get into the matches and really get this action started. While we wait, 10 years ago, another world champion was crowned. Let's take a video at how that went down.
Here with Jesper Eriksson, who won the World Championships as a senior right here in San Francisco 10 years ago in 2016. How are we feeling being back?
It feels amazing. After we were told 2 years ago that we would go back to San Francisco, I immediately had that goosebump feeling of, wait, I get to go back again? And with this being 10 years after, maybe the perfect circle can have a closing.
Maybe. What would it mean to you to win the World Championships here in 2026?
We haven't had a repeat champion in both seniors and masters. We've seen Jason Klasinski win 3 times, all of them in masters. We haven't had that from seniors to masters yet, and I always hope that can be the first. Although it's just incredible being here, and regardless of my result, I'm going to be happy. I'm going to go here, have a lot of fun, like I always want to do at tournaments.
We love to hear it. I mean, what more could we want than a bit of fun? So, obviously you have moved from seniors to masters divisions. What has that journey been like for you?
Well, I've gotten older. I'm a grown-up now, right? Going from 15 now, I turned 25 recently, right? It's a whole journey in of itself, moving a bit from, you know, being this all-out player to a caster and a coach in the game as well. It's just giving me much more context and much more perspective in the game, and it's giving me the experience. So I feel like when I sit down and I play against players that have, you know, that bit of an edge, right, that you want when you have 19 years of experience as I have. So it's just an incredible experience and a journey that I wouldn't have been the same without.
Coming from being a seniors champion, would you have any advice for the seniors who are leveling up to masters soon?
Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Maybe regardless of your results in seniors, masters is a new breath of life. It's a new chapter, right? And the regionals, they're a bit longer. There's a bit more waiting time sometimes between the rounds, but just more people to play against and have fun with. And I think if you go in and take the route of let's have fun at this tournament, regardless of the size of it, whether that be an IC, a regional championships, or here at Worlds even, if you have fun with it, you would automatically perform better. Have fun with it, go watch the stream this weekend, and hopefully I will be there in the Chase Center Sunday. That is a true dream of mine since we started the whole arena experience. But yeah, thank you to my family, my girlfriend, and Limitless for everything they've done for me.
Thank you so much. Yes, but very good luck this weekend. It could be a full circle championship Sunday for Jesper, but we have plenty of other competitors you're going to have to battle through to get there. So with that, make sure you stay tuned in all weekend for all of the action. I'll see you next time.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to the 2026 Trading Card Game World Championships here in San Francisco, California. We are so close. Final matches concluding out on the floor, and that means we will know which competitors will be in our top cut and have that dream still alive of becoming the world champion. My name is Chip Rich, joined here by Kyle Pukasukovic, and this is what we've worked so hard towards all weekend long, all season long. It's going to come down to these last few games.
For I believe the 10 players who have made it to our top cut, the dream is still alive and well. You can still become a world champion at this event. The rest of the field, dreams broken, hearts broken at this point. So many players maybe had an opportunity on the last round for a win and in, and unfortunately just not their year, but 10 remain at this point.
10 players remain, but only one of them can become our champion. We'll get into exactly who and what decks are going to be competing later, but I think headlining this top cut for sure we can speak on. Just quickly, Puka, Diego Casiraga, the 2017 World Champion. He's looking to do what no other person has done besides Jason Klasinski, which is to win multiple World Championship titles.
Yeah, it would be an amazing accomplishment already making it back to the top cut of the World Championships. An amazing accomplishment for Diego, who's done that 3 times in the past. Of course, as you mentioned, former world champion as well. And you know, as the years have gone by, Chip, a lot of those older players have fallen by the wayside. Other things come up in life. Maybe you don't have as much time to practice and be at the top of your game at World Championship caliber level. We've seen, exceptions like Ross Cawthon we bring up all the time. Diego is kind of in that class as well. He's still around, he's still at the top of his game, and he's managed to make it back again. It's an incredible story.
Absolutely, especially being now 9 years removed from that 2017 World Championship title run. He's had other strong runs at Worlds, top 64, I think, in there between now and then, but has not made it back into top cut. And that's what it's about, just getting to the next stage of the tournament, right? Phase 1, you're just trying so hard to get into Phase 2, staying alive, keeping that dream afloat. Phase 2 into top cut. As long as you can just get phase by phase by phase, the hope still remains.
Yeah, well, I think we have some of our other friends standing by. We have Pablo, Joe, and Amy. We're going to bring them in to get some of their thoughts as well. What are you seeing as we head into this top cut?
It's a party over here. I have a couple guests. I mean, very exciting. I gotta say, like you guys said, I mean, I faced Diego in that top cut where he became world champion, so this would be a very special thing to see him push forward and push towards that potential second win.
There are some really, really big names in this top cut coming up, and it's going to be a phenomenal show, that's for sure, because I know I've always enjoyed a lot of these players' matches before, and now we have a field which is quite varied. Of the decks that we know are definitely going to be up there, I think it's a lot more varied than what we were maybe expecting from that day 1 graphic.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good variety out there. I was just watching those dying embers of the Andrew versus Natalie sets where it really got down to the wire. There was mind bend confusion flips coming into the equation, players having to retreat into late game Itchy Pollen to try and deny outs of Night Stretcher on those final critical turns. Andrew Hedrick just about to pull that one out and got himself into now the position for the asymmetrical top cut. Really devastating for Natalie. She's had a great run. She also was so unfortunate on our stream game today, but she's a heck of a competitor. She's had another amazing run today.
Such a good season overall as well, really pitting herself at the top of those really expert players that we come to know and love that kind of are always up there in our top cuts. But this is the Pokémon World Championships, and you don't just have an ordinary tournament field then. You've got literally the best players in the entire world in one room and going, cool, hash it out, guys.
And I mean, I want to thank Chip and Cal for all your support so far. We're going to be seeing you very soon in our top cut matches. We're going to take over this top cut pre-show now. And generally, we can't reveal the players just yet. We can't reveal the decks just yet. But what an exciting tournament we've had. I think it really showcased a lot of creativity, which is not something that we tend to see too much of. There's specific players who are very well known about creating rogue decks, but I've definitely felt like we've had a lot more variety than I expected it to be, like just Dragapult all over the place.
I think we definitely saw some builds of decks this weekend which have been incredibly hyper consistent. We've seen those consistent decks, we've seen them and we're like, okay, yeah, cool, that's very what maybe we'd call vanilla in regards to the deck build, where we're clearly seeing the players are wanting to almost guarantee themselves in that phase 2, but can it push them all the way? Can being kind of vanilla, being ordinary get you there? Not always. Sometimes you've got to think outside of the box, and that's where, like you said, Pablo, we've had all of that innovative deck building, which has just been the superstar of this tournament for me.
And many players would say that's sort of fallen by the wayside. The information era that we have now, daily tournaments going on online, there's just so much content out there, whether it's other players giving you tips and tricks, guides on these archetypes as well. It feels like there's so much that has already been covered, but still coming to the World Championships, a number of pilots were still able to keep a lot under wraps and come up with some really, really cool lists. So I'm very happy that we're even featuring some of those further into our top cut.
And speaking of superstars, we have our first player to reveal for this top cut. We have Brent Tonneson, the #1 seeded player of this event, playing that very unique Dragapult deck with Crushing Hammers, of course. That's been a main strategy since we had this rotation. Nobody should be surprised to see Dragapult at the very, very top.
No, seeing Dragapult at the tippity top certainly was likely to be on the cards. However, seeing the Crushing Hammer build, I think, is the part that really speaks to me. In theory, the deck has those spaces that the Crushing Hammers inhibit, but actually, they can make or break games, they really can. And so it's whether you want to dedicate those spaces to something that is a coin flip or not. And in this instance, Brent's gone, I'm going for the coin flips. And if they go in my favor, I'm going to go really far in this event. If they don't go in my favor, I'm still a good player. It's still a good deck. I can overcome as many matchups as I can.
And Brent, he's had a flawless one, really. He's had an incredible couple of days in those Swiss rounds. And it's strangely a bold choice to just go so straightforward with the list that we've known about for many months, but just saying that give myself the 4 counts of everything that's good and I know is good, and I can find wiggle room with the cards that I have within my list. He's made no exceptions, no wacky tech cards that could come up in the sort of 5% matchup that could be in the room. Instead, he's just saying, I want my deck to work as smoothly as possible in every round, and that's worked out incredibly for him.
And we got to see that on stream over the weekend, right? We were able to feature Brent in one of our matches, which was very intense between another very well-known player from Europe who is known for his creativity in his deck building, playing quite a standard deck. I was surprised for sure. But overall, I think Risky Ruins was definitely the card to look out for in this mirror match. Brent and Oscar were both playing it, I do believe, and they were not fearful at all to just get it out immediately, and it created chaos with damage counters all over the place.
It was an interesting game for me because I always am not quite sure how to approach the Dragapult mirror match. It feels like a big game of chicken. Where do I put the damage? Do I put the damage? Do they play Monkey Dory? Don't they play Monkey Dory? And at the moment, more than ever, those are the pining questions that, although they seem microscopic in the grand scheme of things, those are what make or break a match, and those are the decisions that really cinch it. And you can see here Brent is very meticulously spreading those damage counters thinly to make it really frustrating for Oscar to remove any of them.
And we've seen plenty of Dragapult throughout the entire weekend, but almost every set has played out so differently.
Yeah.
Just by how those opening turns shape up, players trying to evade getting caught by unfair stamps or special red cards at points, trying to play around Monkey Dory as much as possible and cash in themselves. As we see Brent in this instance actually finding that as his final attacker, because so often a Dragapult board swing can really devastate the evolution line itself. You have to find those final couple of Pokemon, sometimes just as basics.
I don't know about you guys, but that Acerless Mischief towards the end of the game really had me on the edge of my seat. But of course, all those damage counters in play allowed Brent to just find the line. I feel like if that gets played at the World Championships, I'm sure many players have picked up the card to just double check and knew exactly what it did.
And another player that we are able to reveal now is our lovely Diego, who again we had a fantastic preview of, and I believe Ross actually got the opportunity to speak to Diego. Casiraga down on the floor as well, so we've been absolutely blessed to have his input in multiple instances. And you can see that Diego has had fantastic runs in many years, really never faltering to be able to get to that tippity top. But this time Diego brings Alakazam to our stage.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice from Diego. He's a player that typically doesn't go for the top deck in the room, barring his World Championships win, of course. But even then, it was a new archetype that he sort of innovated in his own way. But Diego's been having some great results, even as of late, and he's demonstrated exactly why his build of Alakazam is one of the top ones out there. He might not be the only Alakazam in our asymmetrical top cut, but he has to be happy that he's going for the control package this weekend, because there may be some other matchups where that could really come clutch for him.
I mean, we did get to see Diego play out last round of the day yesterday, where he was able to really dominate this big basic box deck, which is supposed to like overwhelm Dragapult and take it down with weakness and Clefairy pressure and the Wellspring Ogerpon, but Diego was able to stabilize each and every time, put everything out of range of Wellspring, and just honestly played pretty much flawlessly that set.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's a really impressive trait to be able to stay calm in a situation where you're staring down a deck which can take multiple prize cards against you, a deck which can kind of overcome the strategic advantage you have of being a single prize deck. And actually, Diego really flourished. And I love seeing the Dedenne still standing in the deck firm, because that's one of the cards in particular that's going to allow Diego to continue further in this event with the other decks that are looking like they're going to sneak their way into our top cut.
Yeah, that control package, a lot of people had experimented with it and then not necessarily taken it recently. People trying out 2 Cannon from the Pitch Black expansion, and simply just other builds of Alakazam, seeing things like the Forest of Vitality and Rabska coming into other builds. But in this instance, Diego going for an Old Faithful, and it's really showing why it's still such a strong choice.
Yeah, and the double Ginseng being that little bit of extra spice that he needed.
like it.
And I mean, yeah, a former world champion almost a decade ago, and even before that, he already had accolades, right? So it would be pretty impressive to see him walk away with another title after over 2 decades of playing at this level.
That's wild. Yeah. That is absolutely wild.
I mean, you wouldn't say that he's been dominant that entire amount of time, but the fact that he can cherry-pick tournaments and has the capacity to go over the top when he has those right slices of luck go his way shows how consistent he's been this entire time.
Absolutely. You can tell he's a decorated player just through the way that he holds himself even during a match.
And now next up, we have Henry Chow, another fan favorite, a much more recent player, a much younger player as well, who has accomplished so much in so little time. And I saw a very funny comment earlier. Obviously, Henry was the God of War EX player, right? And he probably dominated Dragapult throughout that whole time. And now he is Dragapult EX's strongest soldier, perhaps.
I mean, what better way than to learn how to be Dragapult, than to defeat it for so long with Gardevoir. Actually, it feels like a natural pivot for Henry, as far as I'm concerned. But we still get those Henryisms that we had with Gardevoir. We really do. He's taking prize cards extra. He's doing more than Dragapult can typically do. That's why he's chosen this Dust Noir package, is because I think it feels a little bit like home.
The surprise for me is that he's forsaken Monkey Dory. That seems like the card that I associate most with Henry. And for once, he's constructed a list that doesn't play Monkey Dory whatsoever, no Darkness Energy. He's basically just tried to get as much space into the deck as possible, and saying that this one cheat code, this one Patrat, could be the way that you can not fall prey to your opponent using lots of Monkey Dory. It means he doesn't have to worry with Crushing Hammers. It's much more streamlined with what he's trying to do with those Curse Blasters instead.
And we were lucky enough to see Henry Chow featured in 2 different rounds this tournament, so we are very aware of what his deck can accomplish. We first saw him honestly dominate this festival lead deck with multiple prize turns, taking advantage of that low HP, the extra damage counter placement, and of course that Dust Noir capability. And I mean, even though he ended up losing that first game, he was able to recover pretty flawlessly.
Yeah, as we know, the festival leaders have been absolutely on it with trying to make sure their Dragapult matchup is as good as it can get, because you don't take a deck into this event that cannot defeat Dragapult. It's nuts. You just don't do it. So this was, although on paper you say traditionally Dragapult has the advantage, that's not necessarily the case anymore. We saw it in game 1, but then Henry Chow just knew every step to take to keep putting the pressure on.
Yeah, I think he had, what was it, a 4 prize turn? Where he just took everything away and just left the board as just too thwacky. That was really good artistry from Henry there. A patient turn where he could have got in the action a little bit earlier. Instead, he wanted to set up a checkmate scenario.
And I think that's something that Henry has been known for, right? Making these sort of unorthodox plays, and also very innovative with his list. He played a Zoroark EX line in his Gardevoir at some point. Now he's playing Monkey Dory less Dragapult, but also denying his opponent's Monkey Dory, so giving himself a big advantage that way. So really impressive to see, dominating a good matchup in Festival League, dominating the mirror match as well. And yeah, I mean, I'm very much looking forward to seeing how Henry does this tournament as we continue with the top cut.
I think Henry is one of our best innovators within the strong decks. He only takes a little bit of innovation to make a huge impact on our meta, and that's something I really admire in him as one of our top players. In this instance, using the Patrat instead of the Monkey Dory allowed him the space to create a more consistent list, and that is really where it all came into play, and we saw this Moltres put in so much work.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, this was, for me, the set of the tournament so far. This was a crazy, crazy game where Henry got into a really precarious spot. It felt like from a Lily, he would have had such good opportunities to find boss's orders, somehow didn't. And then Jackson got into a position where he forced Henry to have a top deck out, not many outs in the deck whatsoever, slams boss's orders. Not only is Henry capable of pulling out some of the best plays in the game, doesn't hurt having a nice slice of luck along the way as well.
Not the first time we've seen Henry Chow slam a card, a game-winning card on the table. And I don't know, we might continue to see that from him. Very, very impressive. One of my favorite players to watch, and just everyone's on the lookout on what is Henry's 60 this time.
Yeah, it's always something on the players' lips is, but what is Henry playing, especially when Gardevoir rotated? Everyone was really curious about what he was going to pick up next.
Yeah, he was sort of seen as a one-trick pony for a lot of time. You know, he was doing excellently with the deck. You can see why he's stuck with one the entire time, but he's saying, no, it's not just one archetype. I can be a master of anything in any format.
But speaking of innovators, we've got another in our midst, as Mateusz, of course, has made it into our top cut with that innovative Alakazam Dusk Noir build, where he has masterfully avoided any red card shenanigans, which was one of the really crushing card reveals as far as Alakazam was concerned about its history, and actually having it now at the World Championship in this position feels great.
And having back-to-back top 8s at World Championships, that's like on top of the incredibly creative deck building, the huge success throughout the season, winning a regional championship in Prague, back-to-back top 8s at the World Championship with very unique decks as well. He had a very unique take on Zoroark EX last time around. Now he has a very unique take on Alakazam, allowing himself to manipulate the prize cards. I'm really looking forward to see how Mateusz finishes this tournament.
I just want to ask him how he got that testing process started. Where did it all begin? Was it just one? Was it the Gwyn supporter card that he's playing 4 of this weekend from Pitch Black that opened up the third eye and said, why don't I just shove as many Pokemon in my list as possible, give myself all these outs? Maybe that's what led him down the corridor of the Strange Timepiece, and that's really where this archetype flourishes, where you don't play the traditional Dunsparce package. Instead, you look to, again, shave on card spaces by having that Strange Timepiece item card in its place, so that you can just bounce between your Alakazam evolutions. And then that also opens the door for Dusk Noir to just have even more control over the opponent's board. You always think about Alakazam always just trying to get the critical mass for the knockout, but Mateusz is using this card and scaling that 2 damage each time to get the perfect math in play so that he can play around those key item disruptors.
That's exactly what we saw from his stream match, right? He did that masterfully. We saw the Strange Timepiece take place for extra draw potential. We saw the Dusk Noir as well, taking those last few KOs, or closing out the game rather, without exposing himself to the special red card. Really, really well done.
Yeah, choosing and analyzing when to take knockouts was really the key to this game. And if anything, that's something Alakazam can do even better than most decks, because you kind of want to have a slow setup because you want the card draw, you need the card draw, and then you're preventing yourself from being disrupted by not taking any knockouts. A lot of decks this weekend we've seen Excess Judge, and Mateusz didn't really need to worry about that too much.
Yeah, only a handful of archetypes will play it, and even then it's like a one-of copy, so it's difficult for the opponent to time that at the right moment. And this was such a bizarre set because we've seen Piper Lepine over and over again be one of these players that we can just be gawking at for how great of a line of play she can construct. And yes, she created this excellent donk in game number 2, but in this game number 3, she was just sort of out of options the entire time. Even a great mind like hers couldn't find any way to disrupt Mateusz's game plan.
And yeah, I mean, I really want to, or rather, I really would have loved to see the chat's reaction, our viewers' reactions when Mateusz chose not to draw with Alakazam. I can only imagine the string of messages telling he didn't draw from Alakazam, he didn't draw from Alakazam. He purposely chose not to do that. We haven't seen that before in stream. It was flawless play, and yeah, that last possess orders by Viper just had no clue what to do. There was checkmate on board. Having that sort of control over your possibility to win a game is what impressed me the most, honestly, so far in the tournament.
I was lucky enough to interview him after that game, and he said that the best piece of deck building advice when constructing a new archetype is to start with the engine, and that's where I think that strange timepiece came in. Yeah. It was actually, I have more control over what I'm doing. A lot of the time, Alakazam can get a little bit stuck in the mid to late game with card draw, even with the Dodon Sparse engine, but not if you can devolve your Pokemon and evolve them again for more card draw. But like you said, Pablo, that's optional.
Yeah.
And multiple times throughout that set, he was getting to the very bottom of the deck. Yes. So he was accessing every card available to him and making the most out of every card within his list. And Alakazam's normally known for sort of rebounding and getting back into a place where it's got enough cards to actually get a knockout. In this case, Mateusz is trying to actually just like go to the bottom and then close the game.
And now next up we have another, of course, incredible player who has generally won it all in his very short Pokemon career, except for the World Championship. And I'm sure Andrew Hendrick will be trying his best to get that title, the one title that he does not have yet. He's NEIC champion, he's 5 times regional champion. He might even have 1st through 8th places in top cuts, regionals and whatnot. Top 32 at Worlds 2 years ago. Is this the big one for Andrew?
Surely it has to come around at some point, and maybe this is his time. Another Dragapult EX with Crushing Hammers, again going for that consistent build. We know Dragapult's strengths, we know its weaknesses. At this point, it's a bunch of incredibly talented players in the pool and seeing who comes out on top.
And we call it the Hedrick build for a reason. He was the key innovator of Crushing Hammer in the first place with that breakout performance. Amazing scenes from Andrew. You can see why he's brought it to the tournament. He's had an amazing run with Dragapult over the last few months. He's such a fantastic player to watch, whether it's with his Lost Zone deck or even with the Matang Dialga V-Star archetype. He's such a great sort of metagame. He can put a pinpoint on a metagame. In this case, he's just deciding to be the bad guy. He's just playing the Dragapult. But I love the fact that he can cherry pick tournaments and have like a really bold deck choice behind him at times. So he exerts great emphasis on metagaming at times, but then when he thinks there's one deck that is simply the best, he will pilot it to, you know, great accomplishment.
I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and I used to call Henry Chow the Gardevoir EX master player of the universe. I generally think Andrew Hedrick's legacy with Dragapult extends beyond this latest rotation. When Gardevoir was dominating, even he himself said, I've committed so much time to Dragapult, I'm so good with Dragapult that even though I recognize Gardevoir is a better deck, I'm still gonna stick with Dragapult. And here he is continuing with Dragapult, making the perfect decisions and making it all the way to the top card finally of the World Championships.
We had the honor of seeing that very mastery in our Swiss round 11 from Andrew, and boy was it a good time against Joji's Bronzong build, which I was a little bit worried for Andrew when I saw Bronzong hit the stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is meant to be a counter-style archetype, predominantly for this matchup. But Andrew's one of the players who just gets so many reps in with Pokemon. He would not be fazed by this whatsoever. He knows exactly what to do in these situations, whether it's weaving in Mind Bends or trying to attack with that Pheasantipity so nicely. Knowing when to sacrifice and when to finally move in with a Dragapult was the key to this one.
I think the perfect word you used just now, Joe, was supposed.
Yeah.
Right? This is supposed to be a counter deck, but against the very best players, the ones that are not going to get faced at all by the pressure of not being able to evolve, the ones that can immediately adapt and have shown time and time and again that they'll be able to navigate every situation. You never saw a single drop of sweat from Andrew in this set, I don't think.
No, even coming up against the unconventional, Monkey Dory put a lot of work in. So Andrew very much blessing that he's got that there, unlike Henry Chow. So could have been a bit of a sticky one if the tables were turned and the matchups were reversed, but actually Andrew still had the capacity to take this further and to take down Bronzong with that Evolution Jammer, preventing any of his dragons from evolving.
Just feels like he's one of these ice-cold players in the game where even in those really tense situations, he's just very relaxed. His shoulders are down, his facial expression doesn't change, whether it's a heads or a tails on a flip that could win him the game. If it's a heads, he's just like, yeah, it was tails, so I guess I'll keep playing.
You might see a chuckle from oh well, this happened. Moves on, adapts, that path closed, this one opens.
Exactly.
He's always finding the win condition.
Guess I'll have to go that
Really,
way.
really impressive as usual. Yeah.
What a gem! And we've had the pleasure of watching Andrew play so many matches before, but honestly, that one's going to remain in my memory for a very long time. The concern on my face, you should have seen it backstage when Bronzong was out. I was like, how? But Andrew's really good. Andrew will know. Andrew does know, right?
Yeah, he's studied up, don't worry. He knows the Bronzong. It was coming out a couple days before the tournament. There was a lot of chatter about the archetype. Only a handful of players actually decided to take the risk for the World Championships, and hey, it got pretty far. But ultimately, these players who have played with a deck for a full season or more at this point, they're going to find the wiggle room that they need to.
And now next up, another player that has made it to the top card all the way from Australia. We have Nathan Spry. We didn't get to feature him throughout our Swiss rounds this weekend so far, but here he is, top 32 at last year's Worlds, finally making through and making top cut.
An absolute gauntlet of impressive accolades over the last few years. Nathan Spry is certainly no one to mess with, and running that Lily's Clefairy EX kind of big basic Pokemon bashy box deck. He's got a bit of everything going on, and honestly those are the types of decks I love, where you can cherry pick exactly what you need for any matchup, and it has taken him all the way.
Yeah, we call it a box for a reason. There's all sorts going on in his deck list, and it's amazing to see a player like Nathan who's been chipping away at results, you know, going deep in tournaments, but why not make your first big top cut, the World Championships?
Yeah. For sure, and with a deck that, as you mentioned, Amy, lets you adapt, right? Adapt to any situation that you're up against with all the different typings, all the different possibilities of attacks, a solid draw engine with Mega Kangaskhan as well. So yeah, pretty cool to see him get all the way here.
Absolutely, and of course we're seeing a bit of Satoshi as well, who's going to be joining us, and their impressive Crustle build. How are we feeling about the fact that Crustle is up there in our top card, guys? Were you expecting that at the beginning of this event?
I would say no.
Yes?
I wouldn't have expected it personally.
There's always that one person who high rolls, Joe. Every single time.
Well, that's the thing, Pablo. We figured that the matchup spread was way less favorable for the World Championships. There was the new matchup of Mega Excadrill to contend with. There was still a number of Alakazam builds that could have the controlling package that's awkward. There's Slowking out in the field. Even a number of the Dragapult players would sometimes have things like Chi-Yu in their deck list if it was a Blaziken build of Dragapult. So it felt fraught for the Crustle players. It really felt you had to have a very specific run of matchups. But again, it's one of these things where if you can really read the metagame and say that the very best players in the room won't go for some of these other fringe decks, they'll go for the very best decks.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Like, Crustle is at its best when it's the least respected, right? And because, in theory, Mega Excadrill is here to shut things down with Metagross. Mega Excadrill showed up in 4%, and you can factor in 1 to 2 losses to bad matchups if you're going to dominate the rest of the field. I haven't seen a single Dragapult deck respect Crustle this weekend, and if that's 40%, you're in for a good time.
Yeah, that's so true.
Yeah, makes sense. I think there are some Jamming Tower Dust Noirs out there. That might be the only hope for some of these Dragapult players, but even then, it's going to be a slog with the amount of hit point buff and healing cards within that list. It's never going to be that simple.
And now we have our last player joining us in Top Cut. Satoshi is one of them, in case it wasn't very clear, but Kian Amini with another Dragapult deck joining us once again. Santa Clara Regional Champion quite a few years ago, a couple deep runs at Worlds last year and NAIC as well a few years ago, but his first ever Worlds Top Cut this season.
Impressively, Anaheim Worlds top 32 as well, so did pretty well last year. That is a very, very good result, and just pushing it that little bit further, can Kian go all the way with Dragapult Crushing Hammer, which seems to be the favored Dragapult going into our top cut thus far, right?
Yeah, it's what's to be expected, to be honest with you. You know, a lot of people think that the Crushing Hammer is the best ways, simply because you can shut down avenues of attack. You can stop an opponent from using a boss's orders, or it can make your boss's orders much better if you're going to take an energy away from a Pokemon and force them to manually retreat out of another Pokemon. It just, in-game, allows you to have even more flexibility when you're already combining it with the most flexible attack that we have in the game, in the Phantom Dive. You can create lots of pockets to really be devastating. Kian's been a name that's been around for many years. These are just some recent accomplishments, but he's a player who's really chipped away at the metagame for many, many years now. He's got a ton of experience under his belt.
And on the other side of many, many years, we have Rune. Of course, we can't forget about Rune. Also made it to the top cut here with fan favorite Crossel, a very successful senior career so far, making a name for himself in Masters Division, already with a regional championship in the Masters Division, another top 8 last season as well. So first top cut of many at the World Championships, I'm gonna wager. Rune is here to make a name for himself in this division.
Yeah, more than one Crustal managed to scuttle through the net and into our top cut, so maybe it wasn't so unlikely, Pablo.
I mean, especially Rune as well. He's just a great player all round. He's got all of those senior accomplishments under his belt, even junior accomplishments under his belt. Has done well at the World Championships before in those divisions, as well as international first place finishes. So it was inevitable that he was going to come onto the scene strong in the Masters Division, but already making it into the top 8 of the World Championships is crazy.
That's our lineup for the top cut. These 10 players will be battling it out in our bracket, which we will be revealing very, very soon. So make sure you are staying tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, welcome back to Faster Than a Caster. We've got 2 competitors ready to try and win these 2 Mega Evolution booster packs. But will you be faster than a caster? Let's find out. Play along at home. So I need you two to work together. Pokemon that begin with the letter R. Go.
Rattata.
Riolu.
Raichu.
Rayquaza. Regigigas. Regirock. Registeel. Regice. Regidrago. We've
done it! That's more than 10! And that was incredibly faster than a caster! Congratulations, you two, you nailed it! Here is a booster pack each. Thank you so much. You absolutely nailed it. Emily had a time of over 1 minute and she only got 5. Thank you so much. We'll catch you next time on Faster Than a Caster.
The Pokemon trading card game has some important rules. You can only have 4 of each card in the deck. You can only have 1 ace spec. But what would happen if we let our trainers break any of the rules they wanted?
Well, I think I would pick a deck with a draw engine, something like Dragcloak or Zoroark or something like that, and I would play probably 6 of each of them. That way, whenever I Lily and I draw 8 cards, I'm going to hit more than I normally would. If my opponent's using Badoo against me, it doesn't matter. I got like 6 of these Zoroarks to draw into. I'd probably play a whole bunch of ace specs, which I would really like because some of the ace specs are really powerful, but Secret Box makes your deck function so well. So if I could play Secret Box and a power card, sounds good to me. Probably way more of the power cards, like extra Festival Ground to Festival League, for example, but also way more consistency, 6 or 7 lilies, and way more of those. Probably more of like the Pokemon themselves, instead of the deck cards like Shaman and such, just to keep your deck more powerful. I would like to play something like United Wings, because we can have a ton of Pokemon of United Wings on the discard pile and attack with tons of damage and KO everything, mostly.
I would put a lot of ace specs because they are the powerful cards in the format. So when I hear in Worlds, I was confusing about my ace spec. Could be Unfair Stamp, could be Max Belt. Why not play all of them?
I'd probably play more Poffins and Pokepads so I can make sure I get my Dracloaks every time.
Well, with no restrictions, I would play at least 15 ace specs. That would be a good start. And then I would probably play a few more Dracloaks because they are really powerful in the Dragapult deck.
I don't know. I would probably do 8 Lily's Determination just for consistency. And then, yeah, I would probably do also the 6/6 Sorag line. I'm playing Sorag right now, and I feel like more of those will never hurt, so probably do that, yeah.
If there were no deck restrictions whatsoever, and I'm also going to say no Red Candy restrictions, I can play it on turn 1, right? I would play a deck with 4 Duskull, 4 Dusknoir, 4 Red Candy, and as high of a draw engine as I can have. So Secret Box is going to go into every kind of deck there, and just try turn 1, go first, and then make sure or hope that my opponent starts with 1 Pokemon, and I can knock that out before they even get to take a turn.
Your answer was basically, if I could change the rules, I would ruin it for everyone.
That's why I like control decks.
I would ruin the game.
Sí, I put the best ace pick in all decks. O sea, reset stamp, no sé, 10 ace pick for deck. It's a lot, it's very powerful cards.
And what deck do you think you'd play?
A Dragapult with a lot of ice pick, maybe.
Now that we've broken the rules, let's bring them back. Let's get back to the stream and let's watch all of our wonderful trading card game players give their all.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to the World Championships here in San Francisco, California. The trading card game action coming to a head as we are ready to get into those ever-important top cut matches. Hundreds of trainers from across the globe entered this room, and now Puka, simply 10 remain. Chip Ritchie here alongside Kyle Puka Sukavich, ready to take you through our first of many top cut matches this evening. What a time, Kyle. What a time.
What a time to be alive, Chip. What a time to be here at the Pokemon World Championships in San Francisco. And wow, what a time it's going to be for our 10 remaining players. You know, it's got to be such a mix of emotions for everybody who's still in the running, right? So much hope. You're so close to maybe fulfilling your dream, to becoming a world champion. Might be a little bit anxious. Might be cursing your luck if you got the wrong matchup in the top cut here, but one thing is going to be for sure, by the end of today, we'll be down to just 2 players.
Players up to this point have been playing Swiss rounds, where they are constantly playing against other players who have similar records to them, but now we have cut down to single elimination. We have our bracket ready to share. You mentioned the matchups, Kyle. This is incredibly important for many, many of those players. Of course, a handful have already advanced into the top 8, not having to worry about playing this asymmetrical round. But for 4 trainers, if they want to hold that glory of making top 8 of the World Championships, they've still got one more match to do.
Yeah, we did have 10 players make our top cut here. We have this asymmetrical cut where everybody who has the same record as 8th place does make it into the cut. And so that means we have 10, and that means 6 of our players have advanced to the top 8 and can rest knowing that they have that great accomplishment. But 4 players here still have to win one more to finally make the top 8.
And as the bracket breaks down, of course, what you're playing against is extremely important. Having good matchups is nice going into any given wide field, but now that you have just one opponent after one opponent, and you can map out who you'll be playing up against, those matchups are as important as ever. Looking at those 2 matches that we'll be seeing in that top 16, Nathan Spry up against Oyvind Svindevud. Of course, Oyvind getting top 8 at the World Championships. Last season, he's followed it up with another top cut performance here. We've got Diego Casiraga against Kianamini from the US.
Yeah, 2 great matchups here, and you know, much different road to the top cut for Oyvind this year versus last year. You know, he went on that huge undefeated streak to begin last year's World Championships. This year, off to a rockier start, had to battle his way up from the bottom and keep winning near the end of the event, go on a hot streak to make it back here. You know, we actually didn't feature him on any of our matches on the main stage this weekend. He will be making it back here, going up against Nathan, who actually did make top 32 at the World Championships last season, but maybe not as well known of a player as some of our other ones. But yeah, that one at the bottom, Diego versus Kian, those are 2 veteran players. What a star-studded matchup that is.
Other factors that we should make the folks at home aware of as we get into Top Cut. We are now in an open deck list phase of the tournament. Players, before they play their games, will have a couple of minutes to review their opponent's list. Make note of any tech cards. Make note of maybe where they cut corners in the deck building. Did they slim down on their Ultra Balls? Did they slim down on their boss's orders? All of those pieces can be really valuable as you play through a game. And another factor as well, the higher seeded player now has an advantage in Top Cut.
Yeah, if you are the higher seeded player, you do get to choose who goes first. You get to skip that opening coin flip, one of the advantages of being that higher seed. So, you know, Brent, the #1 overall seed, if he continues to win and advance in this tournament, he'll get to choose who gets to go first in each of his matches.
An incredible advantage and deserving when you win as many games as Brent did coming into Top Cut. I do enjoy that change that we made through the season this year. You know, we spent time in the pre-show, of course, talking about each of these players individually, but just looking back, seeing all these names listed. I mean, we've got Diego Casiraga, of course, the 2017 World Champion, looking to become just the 2nd player ever to win multiple Worlds. But all these other names, Kyle, if you think back to the last 2 or 3 years of the game, these players have been dominating the game in their respective regions.
Yeah, you have players like Brent, Andrew Hedrick, Henry Chow. Mateusz has had a great season so far. Also made Top Cut at Worlds last season. I mean, this is a list of some of the best players in the world, which is exactly what you would expect. But I think what's fascinating here is a lot of these players are ones that have had great success at the regional and international level, but haven't been able to piece together a big World Championships finish. But now for players like Brent, Andrew, Henry, they are here with a golden opportunity to perhaps become world champion and really cement themselves as some of the game's greatest players.
There's plenty of those great players with tons of backing, tons of accomplishments, but it seems like every year at Worlds, there will be 1 or 2 dark horses, a player who we're maybe a little less familiar with getting into Top Cut. And I think this year, that is certainly Satoshi Matsui, a player who's only been playing the game for just about a year, qualified for the World Championships, and here he is in top 8.
Yeah, I think during his interview, he said, "This is my first Top Cut." Just on the run of a lifetime. And hey, sometimes that's how it goes. I would say that's been actually pretty common for the last couple years at the World Championships. The winner has ended up being, you know, very good players that weren't household names. You know, last year we had Riley McKay, who burst onto the scene at NAIC leading up to it, but before that, maybe was not a well-known player. Just had a great couple-month stretch. Huge finish at NAIC, wins the World Championships. You know, you think back to players like Fernando Cifuentes, who again, these were not household names at the time, but all the players who qualify at the World Championships are here for a reason, and this is your big opportunity to make a name for yourself.
Satoshi's best finish ahead of this top 8, top 64 at the Houston Regional Championships. What a story. It just goes to show, you know, if you get into the game and you really commit the time to it, and you make a great meta call, things go your way, you can end up amongst the best very, very quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, as we look towards which decks made it into this Top Cut, I think no surprise, Dragapult EX is the most represented deck, but it's only 4 out of the 10 decks. You know, that is about what it was its representation in the overall Worlds metagame to start. You know, it was about a little over 40% of the metagame share in day one, right? So that's about right. And then I think some of the surprises for sure. Crustle, there's 2 of those that way outperformed its expectations, and probably Alakazam, 2 of those as well, the big surprises. But then no surprise to see a couple other ones like the Ends, Zoroark, and you know, the Raging Bolt, or the big basic EX deck.
Yeah, I think Mateusz Laskowitz's deck, the Alakazam, is the most surprising of our top cut entrants here. Everyone else, you know, they're playing very good decks, things we've seen a bit before. Mateusz has done, I think, by far the most innovation heading into this top cut with his Alakazam Dusknoir deck.
Yeah, I think that's the one when we first saw the deck list. We saw Henry Brand bringing it to this event. When we first saw the deck list, it was like, what is this? What's the point of this thing? Where's the Dunsparce? What's going on? And then all it took was one match of seeing it play out. You go, oh, I get it now. This is pretty genius idea. And I mean, this is one where if things just keep going according to plan for Mateusz, we could see, you know, something we haven't seen a ton of in recent years, like a very new, innovative deck. Of course, using Alakazam, which is well known, but a very new twist on that to perhaps win the World Championships. Those are rare feats.
We will be playing all the way down to our 2 finalists this evening. Lots of Pokemon action still to come. Now, Puka, as you look at this bracket and you see who's playing who, what decks are up against one another, are you really favoring anyone on either side of the bracket to get into that finals match?
It's tough to look at this and not think Satoshi has a good road ahead, having that Crustle deck. There's, you know, potentially a lot of Dragapult decks that don't have good counters to that. That is a potential thing I'm looking at, but the one match I think is going to be key for maybe deciding how this tournament plays out is Diego versus Keon at the bottom there. Diego has Enhanced Hammer in his deck, which can counter those Crustle decks. I don't think Keon has a great way to deal with Crustle. That one match there can influence what goes to the top 4, what goes to the finals, what ends up winning this whole tournament.
Of course, if you're watching along at home through the course of the weekend, any of our streams, we want to make sure you're taking advantage of the available Twitch drops. Lots of incredible cosmetics that you can earn to bling out your deck, swag yourself out a little bit as you're playing on the Pokemon trading card game live, some coins, deck boxes, sleeves across both Pokemon World Championships coverage and also the Pokemon XP stream.
Cool stuff. Of course, this is the first time we have Pokemon XP with the Pokemon World Championships lining up with celebrating 30 years of Pokemon. And check out all this cool stuff. Card sleeves, you know, you can customize your stuff in Pokemon TCG Live. I think a lot of people might be looking to use those Charizard sleeves, Chip.
I'm certainly going to be one of those people, Puka. Of course, there's tons of other Pokemon action happening live right now. We're here with the trading card game coverage, but there are tons of other games happening. We've got our Pokemon GO podcast down here, Pokemon Champions this way, and then down below, Pokemon UNITE as well.
Yeah, of course, that's the part that's fun about the World Championships. You know, we love the Pokemon TCG here, but this is a celebration of all things Pokemon, and that is, you know, Unite, Go, Champions, so much fun stuff to follow. And of course, all these trainers are battling right now for a chance to head to that arena tomorrow to play in Championship Sunday. That's what it's all about.
It looks like both Champions and Unite are in their top 8 currently. We're about to get into the top 8 match, which we are very excited to be featuring. We're going to have Mateusz up against Henry Chow. When we looked at the bracket and looked at who's going to be playing against who, I mean, obviously all these matches are great, but this certainly seemed like a standout.
Oh, absolutely. These are some of the best players this season. I mean, what more can we say? I'm sure we'll talk about them more as we get into it, but I do think it's interesting to note, you know, Henry Chow had an excellent season last season, winning a bunch of regional championships. He was one of the just top performers again and again and again. with Gardevoir EX. And then, of course, in the middle of this season, we did have the standard format rotation where Gardevoir EX could no longer be used. And then there's a question, what's Henry going to do now? He doesn't have Gardevoir to fall back on. I think for a bit we saw a lot of like top 32, top 16 finishes from Henry at a lot of different events, but wasn't able to break through to many top 8s, top cuts. Now he's proven don't need Gardevoir to succeed. He's here in the top 8 of the World Championships.
Gardevoir, of course, very often led the charge in meta share percentage. Let's take a look at the meta share percentage for this event. You know, Henry going from #1 in Gardevoir into #1 in Dragapult. Not too big of a surprise. Phase 1 absolutely dominated by Dragapult EX. 344 of the trainers who entered this room decided to use it as their choice for the World Championships. 43%. A massive, massive lead over the next few decks.
Yeah, I said it yesterday, but if you add up the next 5, it still doesn't total how much Dragapult was in the room at this event. By far the most popular deck, and for good reason. It's got so many things going for it. There's a reason that it's been the #1 deck. There's a reason why it has a target on its back coming into this event, and why pretty much everyone decided, you know, I'm going to play this deck. I'm going to play a deck that can maybe beat this deck, or I'm going to try to, you know, zig when everyone else is zagging and try to play the decks that beat the Dragapult counters. It's kind of Dragapult EX has been the centerpiece of this standard format metagame so far.
We'll take a look at the Phase 2 metagame, and I will say, Puka, before we get there, let's make a pit stop here at the best of the rest. Some of those other decks that, of course, we've seen. We had some Festival lead yesterday. Raging Bolt making appearances. Crustle, of course, we've seen kind of push through into the Day 2 metagame. Lots of powerful options here that trainers chose to bring to the World Championships this year.
Yeah, I mean, what a crazy conversion rate for the Crustle, right? Only 21 people in the entire event brought that deck to the World Championships. 2 of them made it to the top cut. 2 of them were in top 8 already.
Well, let's take a look at how many of them made it into Phase 2. 21 in Phase 1. If we can take a look at that Phase 2, I know it made it all the way up. 8 players, and then 2 of those converting it into top cut.
Yeah, incredible. And I mean, this has been one of those decks in the format, right? You either prepare for it or you don't. It has just a lot of very good matchups, several very bad matchups, very few in between. It's one of those very straightforward decks. You know, can you deal with my Mist Energy, my Pokemon that can't be damaged by Pokemon EX and my healing cards? If you can, good game. If not, well, tough luck.
At regional championships this season, we've seen pretty consistently around 30% Day 1 Dragapult EX ever since the rotation. And then moving into Phase 2, that number has jumped up above 40%, sometimes nearly 50% of the Day 2 field. We see a bit of an inverse here at the World Championships. More players playing it in Phase 1, but it not converting quite as well into Phase 2. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's tough to make heads or tails of it. You know, the World Championships are such a dynamic event. You never really know what's going to happen. I do think we saw a good chunk of top players decide to stick with the Dragapult, but many of them also decided they weren't going to be part of that group. We saw a lot of very strong players opt not to use Dragapult and maybe try to innovate in other ways. So I think that may have played into it. Dragapult was the most played deck, but I think a lot of the time what drives what's happening here in Phase 2, what makes the top cut, is what the very, very best players are using.
Of course, always going to be a huge factor in these tournaments, as regardless of matchups, regardless of deck choice, the skill reigns supreme. The players who are the best continue to succeed. And that is, I think, made evident with our top cut at Worlds this year. So many extremely accomplished players making it through, and we are going to see 2 of them right now as we get down to the stage for Top 8A. Henry Chow versus Mateusz Lashkowitz.
Oh, what a match this is going to be, Chip. This is fitting of the World Championships. 2 world-class players. Either one you could see emerging as world champion from this weekend. Henry, we saw earlier in the day with a miraculous top deck of a boss's orders to get a crucial win to propel himself here. You gotta wonder, is it just his weekend?
To succeed at any Pokemon tournament, it feels like three things have to be true. You gotta prepare well and play well. You gotta have picked a good deck, and it's got to be your weekend. That was certainly it's your weekend moment for Henry Chow. I mean, that top deck is the difference between him sitting in this chair and him being in the prize wall pickup line.
Yeah.
But now he finds himself up against Mateus, of course, with that Alakazam Dusknoir deck, the most innovative deck that we have in Top Cuts, the most unique spin. He has certainly found something very unique that I'm sure players across the world are going to be seeing in the Pokemon trading card game live in weeks to come, regardless of his final standing in this event. We see now players exchanging deck lists, taking a moment to review what the other player has available. Puka, looking at these two players' lists, what do you think the things are that each of them will be making note of? Of course, Henry perhaps has a little bit more to study than Mateus.
Yeah, maybe, but Henry does have some odd things in his deck list as well, such as no Monkey Dory. The cards we've seen a lot of opted to go with the Patrat over that, and I don't think that will make any difference. Actually, both players bringing the Patrat to this event, fearing the Monkey Dory, deciding to counter it instead of use it themselves. I think a couple big cards here from Henry's side. Number one, Judge. This is not a card we see Dragapult play very often these days, but it is a supporter card. You can play it on any turn of the game to disrupt your opponent's hand, and that is what Alakazam is all about. Stockpile a bunch of cards in your hand for that powerful hand attack. I think we could see that Judge potentially be a difference maker.
The one Judge, the one unfair stamp, and the one special red card. Those are the ways that Henry Chow has to reset the hand of Mateus Blashkovitz.
Yeah, the other thing, there's no, from Mateus, there's no, things to block the Phantom Dive. There's no things to block Henry's Dusknoir either. No, Psyduck, things like that. Of course, I mean, why would you play Psyduck in this deck for either player? But, Dragapult is one of these decks that can pick apart a weak Alakazam board state with that Phantom Dive. We don't see anything like the Battle Cage from Mateus either. So I do think Henry's going to have some opportunities here to pick apart this Alakazam deck. But both players also opting for 2 copies of that Badoo. Itchy Pollen reigning supreme here again.
Henry Chow is the 3rd seed coming into this cut. Mateus, the 6th seed. That means that Henry will have the option here, 1st or 2nd. An ever important choice. Which way do you think he'll lean?
Whew, that's a tough choice. I kind of feel like you want to go 2nd. Just being the first one to use that Itchy Pollen could be a big deal here, but it's such a tough choice, right? You want to go 1st when you want to evolve your Pokemon up into the Dracloak, into the Dusclops, things like that. I honestly don't know what I would be doing here.
I'm sure Henry's given it some thought. He's got a great testing group as well. I'm sure they've talked plenty about, in the time since Top Cut was set to now, what he should be doing, which option should he choose. And Mateus as well, also well networked with his friend group and testing partners, perhaps people who have scouted out the stream and given him some insight into the way Henry's been playing and different sorts of maneuvers he could make.
We do have confirmation Henry chose to go 2nd. So maybe favoring that Itchy Pollen.
Also being able to play a supporter first, giving himself the best chance to ensure a setup happens. We see prize cards going out for both of these players. Quite a few Pokemon on the side of Mateus. That Dawn and Dusknoir in the prizes for Henry.
2 Kadabra and a Dusclops for Mateus. We're just talking about how important the Itchy Pollen is early on. That's going to become even more impactful when 3 of those Stage 1 Pokemon are in Mateus's prize cards. That could really hinder his setup early in the game.
There is the fist bump. Here we go. Top 8 at the 2026 World Championships underway. Mateus Blashkovitz will be taking the first turn, and he kicks it off with an Abra in the active spot. Telepathic Psychic Energy down. This will allow him to search the deck for 2 basic Psychic Pokemon and bring them into play. Extended time here as well in Top Cut. We see 75 minutes there on the clock, ensuring that a 3-game set can occur.
And this is where Mateusz will take an opportunity to check what's in those prize cards, and I do think this will be pretty bad news for him on what's available. But this Telepathic Psychic Energy is one of these cards that came out in one of the recent expansions that really made this Alakazam deck much stronger. You can use your energy attachment for the turn to go search for 2 Psychic basic Pokemon and put them onto your bench. Your energy attachment just turns into a Buddy Buddy Poffin of sorts, and it just adds so much consistency to this style of deck.
Thinking back in the history of the game, this type of effect has almost always been good. Capture Energy, such a strong card for so long, even all the way back to Call Energy, which was a 4-of in many archetypes back in the 2009 and 2010 formats.
And that one ended
surprise.
your turn.
It did end your turn, and this one you just get to keep going here as we see Mateusz playing out a Pokepad, fetching out one of those Kadabras. That is huge to find on this opening turn, Puka.
Absolutely. You want to get ahead again of that item lock from the Itchy Pollen. Now looks like it's back over to Henry. Just going to be taking a look through his prize cards here, kicking things off with the Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Buddy Buddy Poffin, the main card you want to see in your opening hand for so many archetypes, especially the Dragapult build. Searching your deck for 2 Pokemon with 70 HP or less and putting them into play. You see just taking stock of which Pokemon are and are not available. Surely noting that Dusknoir is not part of the party for this game 1 until some prize cards start to be taken. Does have both copies of his Badoo, and I have to think Badoo will be coming out this turn as long as he's got an energy to retreat.
Yeah, I would say one of the only awkward things about this is you know your opponent has the Kadabra in hand already. Kadabra can just do 30 damage and knock out a Badoo on the second turn. You might just be okay with that. That walks right into something like an unfair stamp on the following turn. But one of the real challenges with Dragapult in the early game is, trying not to fall too far behind before you can set up a Dragapult EX. And you can see the double Badoo already. Henry anticipating that the first one is going to go down and really prioritizing having that pivot to the next turn so he doesn't have to burn more energy cards to retreat.
You're really prioritizing the setup here as well as Meowth EX fetched out from an Ultra Ball, putting that into play to use that last ditch catch ability, allowing him to search the deck for any supporter card and adding it to the hand. And it is all about the Lily's determination, sending the hand into the deck and drawing 6 cards. But since Henry does have exactly 6 prize cards remaining, he's going to get 8 cards. So often we see Dragapult players use this card turn after turn after turn until they are fully established and set up.
Yeah, so wonderful start so far from Henry. He's going to be able to establish some things early on. Dragapult EX is a relatively slow deck. Have to evolve from basic to stage 1 to stage 2. This version doesn't play any rare candy, so you're not going to see any pressure in the opening turns, but you will see the Itchy Pollen.
And Itchy Pollen incoming, and you called it out with this Badoo potentially going down right away to a Kadabra attack. Did you see one of those 8 cards Henry drew? It was the Unfair Stamp. Is Mateusz just going to walk into this and drop down to simply 2 cards?
Yeah, Unfair Stamp is one of the biggest cards in the format right now. Sometimes you can just attack in on the second turn and just cross your fingers and say, what are the odds my opponent just has the Unfair Stamp already?
No way to search it out, just has to draw into it naturally.
Yep, and of course when they do, you feel horrible. But
Feels
when they don't,
unfair.
Yeah, weird. I do want to call out as well, Henry's board state is very awkward with a lot of Badoo, Meowth EX, no room for Duskull right now, but look at that, Chip. What supporter card we got going on here?
Here we go, Gwyn, one of the new cards from the Pitch Black expansion. I think, perhaps designed to go along with that hide and sneak archetype, but used here to discard a bunch of Pokemon and draw 6 cards. And immediately here we see that knockout from Mateusz, and Henry playing quickly. I think that was a top deck of a second Dracloak. 2 Dracloaks into play, and there it is, unfair stamp. Both players shuffling their hands in. Henry will get 5. Mateusz will be left with only 2.
Just isn't fair, Chip. You take a simple knockout to stop the item lock from Itchy Pollen, and your reward is getting your hand shuffled in, and you only have 2 cards. This can be devastating for Mateusz here. He just doesn't have that strong of a setup right now. There's just those 2 Abra on the bench. Yikes, this could be really bad if he doesn't find something like Alakazam or Kadabra to start drawing some cards.
Still plenty for Henry Chow to do here as Recon Directive number 1 is utilized, and Recon Directive number 2 does find him the Lily's Determination. He, of course, has not played a supporter card yet this turn. Feels odd since he's already shuffled and drawn some cards, but Lily's Determination still live to be played, but not before Pokepad fetches out the 3rd Dracloak. This is an excellent start for Henry.
Absolutely, and going to follow up the unfair stamp, I have to imagine, with another Itchy Pollen, which will make any cards like Pokepad, Buddy Buddy Poffin, you know, those item cards that allow you to search for your Pokemon, they will be useless. Henry trying to set up a situation where maybe Mateusz is not able to evolve any of those Pokemon, and then he can swoop in with Dragapult EX, Phantom Dive, and knock out multiple Pokemon at once.
And perhaps knocking out even more with that Duskull coming down, setting up to potentially become a Dusclops, setting up for a Cursed Blast to rain havoc down on Mateusz's side of the field. Abra, very soft Pokemon. In fact, Mateusz playing 2 copies of that Teleporter Abra. It only has 40 hit points.
Yikes. Yeah, that is a prime target for both Dragapult EX and Dusclops with the Cursed Blast. So right now feels like the momentum is going Henry Chow's way. Being able to sift through the deck, slowly set up this game plan. The only silver lining for Mateusz at this point is he will take the lead in this game, get a bit of a cushion in that regard, and probably be up by 2 prize cards at the end of this turn.
Let's see what the unfair stamp has left Mateusz with. There is a Hilda, a couple of Buddy Buddy Poffin he's unable to play, but the Hilda is a really nice find.
Yeah, that's great. At the very least, that's going to find an Alakazam to draw 3 cards here. You have to wonder, is he going to go for a Kadabra, maybe try to save one of those Abra here? Do you go for Alakazam, try to draw an extra card? This is not an easy decision. And also want to call out, normally the A-Spec card in Alakazam decks is the Enriching Energy, that card that allows you to draw 4 cards when you attach it. But because there's no Dunsparce in this version of the deck, the A-Spec card is actually Prime Catcher. So this would be a spot where you would love to Hilda for Enriching Energy and draw a bunch of cards, but Prime Catcher is the choice here, and you can't even play that right now because of Itchy Pollen.
Mateusz ultimately did land on Alakazam. We did see him mull it over a bit. Kadabra versus Alakazam. Which one seemed better? He values the extra card here. Does find another Alakazam, but no Kadabra, Puka.
Oh,
no
Chip.
Follow-up supporter. He's going to jump ahead here. He's going to take the lead. 4 prizes remaining to Henry's 6. But this is exactly what Henry wants to have happen.
I think Mateusz knows devastation is looming for him here. There is a good chance we will leave this turn with 0 Alakazam, 0 Abra in play. Nothing but a field full of Duskull for Mateusz. This is really dire.
All Henry needs to pull that off after this Pokepad finds out the Dusclops is a Psychic Energy and a Dragapult EX, and he has so much access to his deck now. He can play a supporter card. He can play a couple of Recon Directives. He could even get back that Pheasantipity EX he discarded if necessary. There's Rose's Encouragement. That is a way he could guarantee the attachment. Needs to find himself a Dragapult EX.
The other part of this that might feel a bit unfair is if Henry goes with the Dusclops, uses the Cursed Blast, maybe knocks out one of those Abra, it will force Mateusz to take a prize card, which would then unlock Henry's special red card to disrupt Mateusz's hand further. So here is the beginning of this turn, Chip.
Cursed Blast takes out the Abra, awarding both players a prize card. Mateus down to just 3 now. Henry finally striking with 5 prizes remaining on his end. But I don't think we're going to get out of this turn without Henry Chow tying this game up. Psychic Energy attached from the hand onto the Dragapult tonight. Stretcher searching the discard pile to bring back a Duskull, setting up for future Cursed Blasts. And a Buddy Buddy Poffin just to thin the hand out a bit.
I think the only thing Henry would have to be concerned about, I mean, I don't think you can use enough Cursed Blasts from Mateus without losing. Like you said, Chip, the game's going to be tied at some point. But, I mean, you could see a ridiculous turn, right, where Mateus gets like 3 Dusknoir out and forces a sudden death scenario. Very unlikely, but that kind of feels like the only way he'll have a shot in this game at this point. The Alakazam is really the only attacker he has.
It's also his draw engine as well. Like you mentioned, no to Dunsparce, no enriching energy. He's got those Gwyn, but that's really the only way for him to draw. And here it is. Phantom Dive takes down Alakazam, targets down the Abra. Henry ties it up 3 prizes to 3. Mateus sees the writing on the wall and is going to pack us up to game 2.
That is textbook Dragapult for you. The Itchy Pollen early in the game. You buy some time, set up multiple knockouts with Phantom Dive, and there just was not a whole lot Mateus could do in that situation. You really see this choice of the Dusknoir line for Henry paying dividends. Without that, you know, you could maybe knock out an Alakazam and an Abra, but then you leave one. You could get into a sticky spot where your opponent is able to get an Alakazam out on the following turn, but that additional damage from the Dusclops Cursed Blast lets you just decimate your opponent's field.
So many cards drawn for Mateus on his second turn. It was seeming like everything was going according to plan, but then Henry Chow was able to respond with that unfair stamp. Reset that hand down. Mateus not finding too much. The Hilda was nice, but when being hit by an unfair stamp, and there's not that many finds of the Kadabra thanks to 2 being prized, it seems really difficult for Mateus to get back through his deck.
Yeah, I have to wonder if Mateus was maybe a little bit too aggressive in that first game. You know, it's tempting to just attack with the Kadabra, knock out the Badoo, but immediately got unfair stamped. I have to think, you know, would it have been maybe better if your hand is good enough to wait an extra turn, try to get one more Kadabra out before you go into that? But sometimes you just got to go for it and say, okay, they had unfair stamp. Great.
Playing the odds a little bit. Not super likely necessarily for Henry to have it, but not super unreasonable either.
Oh, all right. So probably not the way that Mateus wanted this top 8 to start off. Henry probably feeling great, but it's only one game of our best of 3 match here. Anybody could still take this home and advance to the top 4 of the World Championships, which is a huge plateau, of course, such an increase in prizing and everything like that. Every match you play from here on out is just so impactful.
Mateus will have the opportunity to choose first or second here, so he will choose going second, and he will be the one to have the opportunity to get an opening Itchy Pollen. Let's see what Henry has available in this opening hand. The lead of the Duskull, not too bad, and a couple of Dreepy to join the party here. Looks like Ultra Ball being debated here. Henry recognizing that the Badoo Itchy Pollen is extremely likely from his opponent, wants to make sure to play those item cards while he can.
Yeah, and in the first game, we didn't see that at all. Mateus did not even put down a Badoo at any point. Probably recognizing when I go first, this is not going to be very impactful. My opponent's already played a lot of things, set up for the following turn, played a supporter card. Just not worth putting this tiny Pokemon into play. Not how that game's going to go. I wonder if we'll see the roles shift in game number 2, where Mateus could have the first opportunity to do the Itchy Pollen, do the item locking, and maybe slow Henry down this time.
I'd normally look at these prize cards and say, oh, not too big of a deal, nothing really of consequence, but something to note, Puka, Henry did just use an Ultra Ball and discarded an Ultra Ball with it. His other 2 Ultra Ball are in his prize cards. That's something we'll have to track. It could be difficult for him to find a Dragapult EX.
That's very true. I guess maybe the silver lining is he does play Dawn, which is one way to find a Dragapult EX, but yeah, that's going to be really awkward. And I think also something you don't think to search for when you're looking at what's in my prize cards. You just don't really have the time or the mental capacity to note every single thing that's in your prize cards. And Ultra Ball is just not something you think to look for.
Mateusz into the deck right away with an opening Hilda, searching out an evolution Pokemon and an energy card. We will surely see that telepathic psychic energy come into play here. Fetching out a few more of those psychic basics. Looks like the evolution Pokemon he's going with for now is that Dusclops. Telepathic Psychic has now joined that party. Taking a note of his prize cards.
Doesn't look thrilled, I'll say that.
Looks like a couple of Telepathic Psychic in his prize cards. Not very many energy available. Puka, he only plays 5 energy. That means he's only got 2 available until he starts to take prize cards.
That's not good, Chip. Thankfully, you only need 1 to attack with Alakazam.
But if he retreats 1 off here to attack with Badoo, then he's only got 1.
Exactly. I don't think he can afford to do that anymore. I mean, what, you'd have to find your last energy card, and then you'd have to hope at some point when you take a prize card, you find another energy card. I mean, you have pretty good odds. They're half of your prizes. But yeah, this is 2 games in a row now where Mateusz might have to come up with an alternate plan just based on what's in those prize cards.
Do you see that telepathic psychic energy coming down, searching the deck for 2 basic psychic Pokemon? It looks like Abra and that Duskull are hitting the field, and a Buddy Buddy Poffin can ensure a few more Pokemon come out, and he does grab out the Badoo. That does signify the retreat of that telepathic psychic energy and the Itchy Pollen. He's just going to value shutting Henry down so much. Now over to Henry. We see that Recon Directive and a huge hit off of those 2 cards. Lily's Determination.
That's going to turn into 8 more cards.
But not before the Dawn. What do you think of this? He's got the Dawn in hand. Is going to choose to play it slowly.
I don't mind it at all. This can do a couple different things. You can grab a Dusclops. You can just get your Duskull out of the active spot without having to burn an energy if you want to go that route. You can set yourself up to find that Dragapult now that you don't have any Ultra Balls. This might just end up working out. I'm not sure if Henry has an energy, but yeah, look, the Curse Blast.
Wow, it's going to take out the Badoo, and he'll promote his own Badoo, and he is going to match Mateusz's Itchy Pollen with one of his own. That is a huge hit, though. Mateusz, off of that prize card, did take, I think, a telepathic psychic energy.
Henry's in such a good position here. Mateusz has all basic Pokemon in play still. And Henry was able to get rid of that Badoo and Itchy Pollen on his own turn and put Mateusz in an awkward spot where, again, he can't play cards like Pokepad, Buddy Buddy Poffin. It's going to be tougher to search for things, and crucially does shut off rare candy as well.
Oh, but Mateusz can draw so many cards here. We see that first Psychic draw, finding 2 from the top of the deck. There's the attach of the telepathic Psychic energy, but he has Gwen waiting in the hand, and Pokemon he is happy to get rid of, such as that Patrat, of course, a tech for those decks that use Monkey Dory. Not something he has to worry about now that he has surveyed Henry Chow's list. So he'll be happy to discard that Pokemon in favor of drawing 6 cards from the top of his deck.
That's a lot of cards to just add right to your hand.
Still more to come as well here with the Psychic draw. 2 more being found, and here comes a couple of Dusclops evolving up those Duskulls, preparing for future Cursed Blasts with Dusknoir. They are also live to just pop right now, though. Not sure how worth it that would be. It is something to consider, though. He could take out that Only Dracloak.
I think it's very tempting. You take out the Only Dracloak, the only thing that has energy on it, you know, you're going to knock out the active, knock out that Dracloak, leave Henry with no attacker for at least 2 turns. I mean, you'd have to at least be a little bit tempted. And then, did Mateusz just pass?
He did just pass. Perhaps an adjustment from game number 1, saying he didn't want to walk into the unfair stamp. But I will say Henry Chow's board seemed much less developed, and this is going to be excellent for Henry as he uses Recon Directive, finds another Dracloak, evolves into Dragapult, and plays Lily's Determination.
Of course, Henry's looking for a fire energy here at the very least, perhaps, to begin Phantom Dive. Feels like a reasonable turn to try to use Phantom Dive, but would also be a little bit, I don't know, it would feel a little bit odd, you know, that's your only Pokemon with energy in play. But it feels like Mateusz has evolved up so many of those Pokemon now,
Yeah.
he might be feeling the pressure to try to fire back.
He did find the fire energy, so Phantom Dive is certainly available for him, but with a Kadabra waiting on the bench, with a couple of Dusclops potentially ready to become Dusknoir, Henry's Dragapult EX is far from safe. He'll play a Buddy Buddy Poffin to fetch out another Duskull down to the bench, perhaps debating one more Pokemon to join the party. His 4th Dreepy is prized, so he cannot bring that Pokemon out. But a second Duskull could hit the field.
Yeah, if Henry does go for the Phantom Dive here, I think it becomes a question of what you're going to target down with those 6 damage counters. Do you simply take out a Duskull, try to limit the kind of explosive opportunity that Mateusz could have? I guess probably not. You know, you're going to be down to 3 prize cards after a Phantom Dive. The most Mateusz could use is 2 Cursed Blasts in a turn without losing. So it's probably Abra you would go after and just kind of hope that, hey, I hope you don't get to enough cards to knock out my Dragapult. I hope this is a race I can win.
A pair of Recon Directives used for Henry. Debating here off this second what card he'd like to hang on to. Looks like Night Stretcher will be the winner of that debate. That Unfair Stamp is waiting in the hand. Wise of Mateusz. He had a bit of foresight to not take the KO on the Badoo, perhaps.
Yeah, love to see
and
that.
then now, is Henry going to spread these energies out? Is he not going to Phantom Dive this turn?
Yeah, again, it just feels like such a perilous situation you put yourself in. You could see exactly how this can go wrong. Yes, you'd love to take a couple prize cards, force your opponent to have all the pieces to put together a massive turn. But no, just patience. Itchy Pollen being used.
Itchy Pollen utilized. Also, worth noting, Henry has looked at the list from Mateusz. Mateusz only has 1 Boss's Orders and no Dunsparce. It's so unlikely for him to be punished by this play with a Dragapult KO. He'll go with the evolution of the Alakazam Psychic Draw to find 3 more cards.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Henry wants to wait to find Judge. That might be the one card he's waiting for. Play Judge, then Phantom Dive in the same turn. Reduce your opponent's hand down to 4 cards. Make it really challenging.
Oh, the one of Boss's Orders from Mateusz and that Dusknoir coming into play. That will allow for him to take this KO, but he is actually going to play it slow. He's not going to take the knockout. He'll hit for 240 damage, leave this Dragapult with 80 HP.
This is the brilliance of this deck. But wow, the one Boss's Orders. That was the huge card for Mateusz to find here to hit into that Dragapult EX and set it up for a Cursed Blast on the following turn. This is the strategy of this Alakazam deck. Soften up your opponent's Pokemon with the first powerful hand, play around things like Unfair Stamp, Special Red Card, those sorts of things, and then on the following turn, use that Cursed Blast to knock out the Pokemon you damaged before, maybe knock out a few other things. You're trying to almost play Dragapult's game. Wipe the board in 1 turn.
We saw Henry wipe Mateusz last game, getting rid of all Abra. Mateusz is setting up for the potential of wiping out Dragapult EX and both Dracloak, the potential of multiple of those Cursed Blast abilities being utilized. Very, very likely here. How will Henry Chow respond?
It's a great question. It's even maybe a situation where you want to evolve one of those Dracloak preemptively just to make sure it can't get Cursed Blasted. But again, remember, Henry is out of Ultra Balls. It might be tough to find another Dragapult EX in this situation.
Debating a Cursed Blast here. It is just with the Dusclops, not the Dusknoir, so it will just be 5 damage counters placed onto one of Mateusz's Pokemon. And he is going to take out the Abra, maybe fishing for one of those Ultra Ball from his prize cards. He does not find it. And Puka, he does not have a way to find a Dragapult here.
Sure doesn't look like it. Is there anything in the discard pile he can find?
The second Dusclops. And he's going to Cursed Blast again.
He's going to clear the board of all the Alakazam, Abra, and Kadabra once again.
He's gonna give Mateusz some prize cards alongside this. And the Buddy Buddy Poffin will be played, just thinning that card from the hand. And this is great for Henry. He'll take out both Alakazam and the Kadabra, sprinkle some damage elsewhere. But Puka, it's possible for Mateusz to win on this next turn. I guess he can't actually win because Henry would take 2 prize cards, but he could force a tiebreaker game.
Yeah, he could force this. He could end up in a situation where if you use Dusknoir's Cursed Blast to do enough damage to knock out one of your opponent's Pokemon, you knock out your own Pokemon and your opponent's Pokemon, you both collect your prize cards at the same time and win at the same time. That may be what we're heading for.
There is 2 prizes for Henry Chow, down to just the 2 remaining. And is there any other play for Mateusz? He has no way to utilize an Alakazam, but he's got a full grip of cards in his hand. There is that Pokepad being played to fetch out another Pokemon without a rule box. Could find another Dusknoir. It is going to be the Badoo. If Mateusz can find a line, he's going to go for it. He will see that Dusknoir's Curse Blast and the second Dusclops being used. All those Curse Blasts happen, and these players will both satisfy the same number of win conditions. Puka, we're going into a tiebreaker game.
Ooh, okay. It's been a while since we've seen one of these situations, Chip. This is a tiebreaker game. We're going to set up for a full game. This second game has not resolved yet. Mateusz's tournament life is at stake here. And it's very simple. First prize card wins. Now, of course, it gets really awkward with Dusclops as well. You can extend this a bit still with some Cursed Blasts. But yeah, this is what it comes down to. If Henry takes a prize card first in this tiebreaker game, he advances to the top 4. If Mateusz does, we're going to go to game 3.
And we actually see these players, they have to flip a coin to decide who goes first in this tiebreaker game. This is like a game that exists in a little bubble in and of itself, almost outside of the normal best of 3. This is simply aiming to resolve the result of game number 2. Such a unique situation, but not the first time Mateusz has encountered this in this tournament. I watched his round 11 out in the field against Rune, where this same thing happened. These players went to a tiebreaker game after a situation like this in a game 3, and now it is just the chance for Mateusz to hang on here. He is 1 prize card away from being eliminated from the World Championships.
So much can happen in this kind of a situation.
Players' strategies have to change completely, Puka.
Everything changes, yes. Normally, on the first turn of the game, you want to go for Itchy Pollen, but now a 30 HP Badoo getting knocked out loses you the game.
Wait, and now also, normally you want to go second, it seems, in this matchup. I think you want to go first.
Absolutely.
You want to try to get the turn to attack.
Looks like Mateusz is going first here in our tiebreaker game. Does start with the Duskull. There's so much that can happen here. I think one crucial thing, Mateusz would hopefully find an energy card here, but we could be here for a while, Chip.
Puka,
let's be honest.
What's gonna happen if Mateusz next turn goes Rare Candy, Dusknoir, and takes a prize card? Do we set up for a new tiebreaker game? Or do they play until someone is ahead on prize cards?
I believe that is what it is, yes. Until somebody is ahead on prize cards, that is how the tiebreaker game ends.
What a unique situation.
We've seen things that can happen in like the expanded format as well. I think there's like the Xurkitree GX that can put out an extra prize card for your opponent.
GX.
That's a way to end one of these tiebreaker games as well. It's when there's a differential. But these games can get really awkward. And no energy attachment.
No energy attachment, but Mateusz did have his prime catcher in hand, Puka. That's a way he can make up for the miss of an energy. Henry has a lot to consider here. Opening Dreepy. He does have, it looks like, a Buddy Buddy Poffin in the hand, and that will be the play. He also has Lily's Determination. He's got an energy card. He could go Itchy Pollen here, but putting a 30 HP Pokemon in play, Again, we're going to have to see him change his strategy. Will he even put Badoo out?
It's difficult to know if that's the right thing to do. I kind of think it is, because your opponent can't actually attack Badoo next turn and knock it out. Yes, we can see the Curse Blast, but again, that would not end up in a player being ahead on prize cards. So the game potentially continues after that. I guess we would need clarification on exactly how this tiebreaker game is going to work with these kinds of effects, but
we'll get our people backstage looking at the rule book here. It's such a unique situation.
But I think if that's the case, you still want to Itchy Pollen, because, I mean, what would Mateus be able to do on the next turn? Best he could do is evolve to Kadabra?
Yeah, and would not be able to attack. But Henry would still be multiple turns away,
but I mean,
from him being the one to attack.
Right, yeah, that's the other side of this. Henry won't be able to win next turn if Mateus just, like gets Rare Candy, Alakazam, retreats.
Is he going to bite this Dreepy, or this Duskull with this Dreepy? He's playing Crispin.
I mean, you may as well, right? All you got to do is take a prize card. You just want to attack. Yeah, I was actually thinking the one Pokemon you would want to start with for Henry is Pheasantipity EX, probably. The thing with the biggest amount of HP.
He's going to bite with Dreepy. Crispin, 2 energy into play, 40 damage on this Duskull. And Mateus.
This threatens a boss's orders next turn to win.
Mateus could win the game right now, though. If he has Rare Candy, Alakazam, energy, he has his Prime Catcher in hand.
That's right, Chip. His Prime Catcher is a way
He has
to
the energy, he has the Alakazam. All he needs is a Rare Candy here from the Kadabra, and he does not find it. Gwyn, though, can still draw him a ton of cards. He has 4 Rare Candy in his list. He can discard 2 Pokemon from his hand and draw 6 from the top of the deck. Not before Telepathic Psychic Energy will thin things out. Fetching out a couple of Psychic Pokemon. And this is all because Henry did not use Badoo last turn. Mateus has this opening to find that Rare Candy and use his Prime Catcher to win.
Oh, this is tense, Chip. We're going to see a Gwyn for the win, maybe? Needs to find Rare Candy. I think the good news is that even if Mateus misses here, it's not necessarily over. You can use the Prime Catcher to get your Duskull out of the active spot. Then you would force Henry to have like a boss's orders to win on the following turn. Oh, this is, I cannot imagine a more nerve-wracking situation than this. Your tournament is on the line here. You need to find something.
We have gotten confirmation that it is whoever is the prize advantaged player. That will be the player who wins the game. 6 cards to come from this Gwyn. 1 Rare Candy ends it for Mateus. Has not found it just yet. There is 1 in the prize cards. Is it this final one? And no, he does whiff. He will not be able to Rare Candy into Alakazam. He has no way to win the game on this turn.
Oh, now what? The Prime Catcher has to be used to get this Duskull out of the active spot now. Oh.
And Henry Chow
it puts the ball back in Henry's court.
Henry's a boss's orders away from winning the game.
I mean, a boss's orders, Ultra Ball for Meowth, it all works.
So many different ways that Henry could close this one out. See that Pokepad fetches out the Dusknoir. We are going to see the Kadabra.
You could still find a Rare Candy off of this to do Dusknoir, and that would knock out this Dreepy with the energy on it, but he missed again.
He missed again. 3 Rare Candy in the deck. Does not find any of them. He is going to evolve into Dusclops.
Making it a little harder. Making it a little harder for Henry to win. Prime Catcher, the A-Spec card, is this Mateus's hope to try to survive in this tournament.
Henry's got an energy in his hand. If he has an energy and a boss's orders, actually doesn't quite win it because everything is out of range. Nothing gets KO'd to a bite. He has Lily's Determination. He has Boss. He has energy, but there's nothing that Bite can KO. He has no Dracloak. He has no way to search anything else out. The Kadabra in the active spot. I don't think Henry can win now this turn, Puka.
Both players just shaking their heads like, how can I not find something so simple to win this game? Yeah, crucially, evolving into Dusclops prevented this game from ending as well. Now, if Henry bosses up the Dusclops, Mateus will be able to Curse Blast the Dreepy that's already got damage on it. We'll stay at 5-5 in prize cards, and then an Alakazam can swoop in and win the game.
Henry's going to put down that Fezandipity EX. He's holding on to that boss, which had Mateusz not found Dusclops would have closed out the game. But will have to just go with a Lily's Determination. He'll get 8 cards. But Puka, I don't think he has a way to deal 80 damage this turn. The max he could do would be 70 with a Dracloak's Dragon Headbutt. No way to deal that extra 10 damage.
Yeah, I think Henry's only hope at this point is to just retreat into Fezandipity and hope that it can take it. But no, that's it.
Henry recognizes that he, I think, has no way to win, and Mateusz is going to be awarded a Game 2 victory, coming out ahead in sudden death.
What a bizarre way to keep your hopes alive here at the World Championships. That's got to be a big jolt of energy for Mateusz as we head into a third and deciding game.
He was 1 prize card away from being eliminated from flying back home with a top 8 finish at the World Championship, something he of course would be proud of, but would of course sting being so close. It is so hard to get to this point and so difficult to ever fight your way back. You only have so many chances to become a champion, and Mateusz is making a full-on effort here.
Yeah, I'm curious if we have Pablo standing by, see if there's anything big we saw in that second game. What a wild ride it was.
It really was, Kyle. I mean, very, very cool to see this situation that honestly hasn't come up. I don't remember the last time we saw it, or if we have seen it. I really can't recall it. So many games of Pokemon, maybe it has happened before. But, I mean, you guys mentioned that Mateusz was actually, or has already done it before, right, in a round. So not something he's unfamiliar with, and with forward candy, he's probably pretty able to do it consistently and perhaps take an advantage with a quick Alakazam.
These tiebreaker games are so rare in the Pokemon TCG. They do happen, though. I have to imagine, though, this is the highest stakes moment for one. Top 8 of the World Championships? Are you kidding me?
Oh, just think, I mean, if Mateusz goes on to the top 4 and ultimately wins this tournament, that will be one of the moments for the ages here at the World Championships. We have over 2 decades worth of World Championships for the TCG so far, but iconic moments are made every year. And here we are in Game 3, Chip. Winner moves on.
Game 3 underway, but do the starter for Mateusz here with Henry Chow starting a Duskull on his end and a opening Buddy Buddy Poffin. Always a welcome sight.
Whew, after that, are we going to see a normal game or another weird one?
Impossible to tell. Prize cards being checked here for Mateusz. Really nothing super consequential. In some matchups, you'd be devastated to see Shaman over there in those 6, but obviously not a big deal in this moment. A couple of his supporters. He doesn't play that many supporters in his deck, so perhaps something to track there with the Gwyn and the Hilda hiding away. But Buddy Buddy Poffin will find out a pair of Abra. Got that 40 HP teleporter one, and then also teleportation attack available on that 50 HP Abra.
Yeah, of course, Abra. Classic Abra, right? Teleporting all the time. But this is exactly what you need to see when you go first. You need to get basic Pokemon into play, whether that's Buddy Buddy Poffin, the telepathic psychic energy. Mateusz's deck revolves around getting basic Pokemon down as quickly as possible, evolving them up. You know, such a somewhat unique build to see these days. So many stage 2 Pokemon in one deck. It's all about evolving up higher and higher. We see the era of, we've seen the era of big basic Pokemon for a long time, but here it's just all stage 2 Pokemon are the stars. But wow, look at this start.
What an opening here for Mateusz. Playing out a handful of item cards as well to play around the potential Itchy Pollen of Henry Chow, utilizing that telepathic psychic energy. And draw for turn there from Henry Chow is a Lily's Determination.
His hand was unplayable.
Look at that hand, Puka. 2 fire energy, a Dragapult EX, Stadium card, nothing at all to work with. He is bailed out and saved by that Lily's Determination top deck.
Wow, what a draw to stay in this game. I mean, He surely just would have lost on the next turn, but now new life for Henry now. What a roller coaster we've been on. These 8 cards are going to be massive for Henry.
It was effectively game on board, right? We just saw Mateusz use Pokepad to get that Dusclops. If he used Dusclops, 50 damage to the Duskull, Itchy Pollen is the 10 damage he needs. That would have been the game. That would have been Mateusz moving on. That Lily's determination keeps Henry in this set. And what a find, the Buddy Poffin.
And Henry's going to fire right back. Buddy Poffin got an Ultra Ball to get things ready to go. Whew. You never know what's going to happen next between these two players. Of course, Henry with that Boss's Orders top deck earlier in the day. Now the Lily's Determination top deck. One of these players has to move on, Chip. It's a shame one of them has to have their run end here. But whoever goes on, I mean, what a run it's going to be.
And look at these prize cards for Henry Puka. Unfair Stamp, Judge. 2 of the 3 ways he has to disrupt his opponent, and the only ways he could ever aggressively disrupt his opponent. That special red card not active until Mateusz has taken 3 prize cards.
Yeah, I think fortunately you can maybe fish some of those out if you're able to set up a Cursed Blast. You know, that Unfair Stamp is in a pretty good position. But yeah, this is not ideal. Lots of cards that Henry would like to have access to for sure. But I think in general, this is a kind of scary position for Henry to be in. Has the Buddy Poffin for these 2 Dreepy. Has to use an energy attachment for the turn to retreat into Badoo. You definitely cannot end this turn without saying Itchy Pollen. The potential for your opponent to just play a bunch of rare candy, evolve into those stage 2 Pokemon way too high. But Henry's got to be feeling the pressure here. Seems like Mateusz has set himself up very well.
And there's the retreat into the Badoo. The second Badoo coming down as well, preparing for the potential of a Kadabra attacking into this Pokemon. And Mateusz will be unable to play any of his item cards here, but look at this hand full of Pokemon. Kadabra, number 1, Psychic Draw to find 2 more cards. Looks like Kadabra number 2 waiting in the hand. A couple more cards will be available. He's got Dusclops in order to start evolving up and getting ready for a future Dusknoir Cursed Blast. No, he's not even going to wait for the future. He's going to Cursed Blast right now.
Ooh, and putting an interesting decision on Henry right now, what Pokemon to send out. I actually wondered if Mateusz would have Cursed Blasted the benched Badoo in that spot and just force the other one to stay active. You could do something like knock out the benched one, force Henry to leave that Badoo active, and then go into your own Kadabra.
And look at that find off the prize cards for Henry. Rips the Unfair Stamp. So that will be an available play for him next turn if Mateusz does not use Itchy Pollen. Should he go with the Super Psybolt, he'll be able to take a prize card on this Badoo, go down to just 4 remaining. He would walk right into Unfair Stamp for a second game in this set.
Whew. Decision time for Mateusz here. Do you attack with Kadabra, put on the maximum pressure, or do you simply Itchy Pollen and try to set up your own board a little bit more? This is not an easy decision. I see the merits of both sides of this. What will Mateusz do?
Still has a few more cards to see before he finalizes his decision, as Gwen will discard 2 Pokemon from the hand in order to draw 6 from the top of the deck. Debating on what those 2 Pokemon discarded will be. Looks like he does land on Badoo and a Duskull.
Yeah, initially was going to discard Dusknoir and change his mind.
It does decide to hang on to the Dusknoir. There's a rare candy in the hand, of course, cannot play it. Henry did use Itchy Pollen last turn. And we are going to see him get aggressive here. He is going up with this Kadabra. He's going to use the Super Psybolt, take a prize, and jump ahead in this game. 4 prizes remaining to Henry's 5. And Henry found the perfect prize card in that Unfair Stamp. Having a debate about what to promote here. Duskull or Dreepy, what will be the choice? And looks like he does land on the Duskull.
Yeah, not an easy choice to make here. But wow, what a prize card drawn. As you said, Chip, the one best card he could have gotten off of that one prize card, the Unfair Stamp. This could be the one way that Henry gets to stay in this game and slow down this offense from Mateusz. It's going to need to be kind of perfect turns from here on out from Henry to battle back in this one.
He is going to attach the energy to his Dracloak and bench Fezandipity, then play Unfair Stamp. Both players shuffle their hands into the deck. Henry will be awarded with 5, and he's still going to be able to roll through this turn. Recon Directive, Flip the Script, even a supporter still to be played. And Mateusz will be left with simply 2 cards to work with on his next turn.
Oof. What is Henry going to go for here? You know, I think he would love to be able to Itchy Pollen this turn and get back into that item lock, but both Badoo now in the discard pile. Would need to find a Night Stretcher to get it back, and has already attached for the turn. So in order to get a Badoo into the active, would also need to Cursed Blast with Dusclops to get that out of there. It feels not great that your opponent could just draw a Poképad off these 2 cards, get an Alakazam, and start drawing back up. Henry needs to find some way to make sure that this Unfair Stamp sticks and maybe stamps his ticket into the top 4.
Flip the Script utilized to draw 3 cards from the top of the deck, finding a Buddy Buddy Poffin, which Henry will play to fetch that second Duskull from the deck, putting that Pokemon into play. He's also got a Poképad in hand, so we could see another Dracloak hit the field, or that Dusclops is a way to pivot this active out. He still could play supporter. He's got Crispin in his hand. That's another way that he could retreat this Duskull should he want to, and he will attach an energy from that Crispin to this active.
Do we see a Night Stretcher to go with this, though? I think Itchy Pollen would be a huge part of this turn. Henry might be digging for it here.
He's got 2 cards to see off this Recon Directive. Looking at them, it doesn't look like one is a Night Stretcher, but he does have one waiting already in the hand.
Poképad gonna definitely find one more Dracloak for a Recon Directive. I did see, Chip, in Mateusz's hand is a Poképad. So if there's no Itchy Pollen here, we'll certainly see an Alakazam come into play.
Here is that Night Stretcher. He is able to find it, had it waiting in the hand, and we'll get into the Badoo, and this is huge. He is walking right into that Super Psy Bolt, but he is keeping Mateusz locked for yet another turn as he builds up to the future of Cursed Blast, of Phantom Dive, and picking apart Mateusz's board.
That was a massive find. Unfair Stamp into all of this. Henry putting immense pressure onto Mateusz. What did he draw off of those 2 cards on the Unfair Stamp? One, no for sure, is a Poképad, which cannot be used now.
I think he did also have a Hilda, so that would be a way he could find out a Pokemon, either Alakazam or Kadabra, to draw through the deck and also boost the HP of his board overall. But we've talked about it through the entirety of this set. These basic Pokemon are so small. 60 HP on these Duskulls, 50 HP on the Abra, and of course, little 30 HP Badoo hanging around as well. That is what Dragapult dreams of when it comes to Phantom Dive.
Oh, what a match we've seen here between our 2 competitors in the top 8 of the World Championships. World-class play from both, and 2 item cards and a Hilda.
The Hilda, the only bailout here, searching out any evolution Pokemon and an energy card to add to the hand, and he will land on the Kadabra as his grab here, using Psychic Draw to find 2 more cards.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all. Make it challenging for Henry, but let's see what he draws.
I think I saw a Gwyn, perhaps, for the next turn. No, it looks like Patrat. Shaman in his hand. A couple of more item cards and that basic Psychic Energy, so
I don't mind this play from Mateusz. You know, it's going to force Henry, if he wants to completely clear this board, he's going to have to use 2 Cursed Blasts. And, you know, he can wipe out both Kadabra and the active one with Phantom Dive. But then it would put Mateusz down to 1 prize card, and Henry would be at 2. And that would still leave the door open for Mateusz to go with something like Rare Candy into Dusknoir and Cursed Blast to win this game. So Mateusz is making it as difficult as possible for Henry to set up some massive play here.
Henry promotes his Dracloak, attaches an energy to it. It is simply a Dragapult DX away from the Phantom Dive being on the table. And he'll send his hand into the deck with Lily's Determination. Still a pair of Recon Directives to use. Also flip the script on the table to be utilized for Henry Chow here. You can see on his face the pressure of the moment. I mean, this is massive. This is win or go home. These 6 cards in the few to follow will be very important to determine who is moving on to top 4. Here comes a flip the script. 3 cards to find.
Dragapult.
Needs a Dragapult, and the Ultra Ball will guarantee that. He's going to use a Recon Directive. Does find that special red card, Puka. A card he's able to play now since Mateus took that KO last turn. He'll be able to throw Mateus' hand down to the deck even further. Mateus doesn't have that much to work with right now, though, but he's going to get extra cards in his hand thanks to Cursed Blast. So special red card is extremely impactful, and here he goes. Cursed Blast takes down Kadabra, both players taking a prize card.
Chip, that is huge to find Dusk Noir in that situation, being able to completely knock out a Kadabra. Now Henry can set up this play. If he has Dusclops, put 5 damage counters on the Kadabra, you Phantom Dive, knock out the active, knock out the Kadabra and the Badoo. 3 prize cards, and you go down to a single prize card. This could leave us in another situation, Chip, where if Mateus finds Rare Candy and Dusk Noir, you know, Henry had an opportunity to maybe condense his board down to things that cannot be Curse Blasted. But we could see, I don't want to curse it yet, another tiebreaker game?
It is entirely possible. Mateus down to just 1 prize card remaining, but with the active Kadabra, with that benched one taking so much damage, these Pokemon will both be cleared from play. Henry Chow with 4 prize cards remaining. There is that special red card, sending the hand to the bottom of the deck for Mateus and wiping out all of these Pokemon from play. 1 prize card apiece for each of these players, and Mateus only has a pair of Duskull to work with. He did find Dusknoir.
Just needs Rare Candy,
but nothing else in the hand. If he finds a Rare Candy here, he can send us to another tiebreaker game. And Puka, he does not have it.
He still has Dawn. This can find Pheasantipity EX and flip the script.
But no, he's going to extend the hand here. Does not have it available and is going to shake Henry's hand and send him forward to top 4 at the World Championships.
Wow, congratulations to Henry Chow. A miracle run continues. The top deck of the Lily's Determination on that 3rd and final game to stay in it and battle back and take down this unique, this innovative Alakazam Dusknoir deck. What an incredible display from both of these players. Mateus holding on in that tiebreaker game in Game 2, but Henry is the one that moves on.
This is one that I think we will remember for a long time to come. One of the best Pokemon TCG matches I have ever seen. 2 incredible players. Mateus's run will come to an end here. Top 8 at the World Championships 2 years in a row, Puka. What a couple of year run he has had.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible back-to-back run for Mateus. I think maybe he has to feel a little bit disappointed that was not able to advance once again, but still excellent season for him and an excellent run with such an amazing deck. It's a shame to see this one, fall where it did again. It feels like a shame that one of these players had to go out here, but that's how the bracket goes sometimes. But what a match we had here. So much happening back and forth. A lot of Badoo going back and forth.
A lot of Badoo. Both these players were a little itchy sitting up there on the stage. This was a huge turn in that game too, Puka. Boss's orders on the Dragapult. That is a one-of card in his deck. Prime Catcher not working because he was hit with Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is where you thought, oh, maybe Henry found a way to, clear the board here with the Cursed Blast, the Phantom Dive, what was going to happen. But Mateus had set up this Cursed Blast play. You take 2 prize cards off of this one, and then boom, we head to a tiebreaker game because both players have collected all 6 of their prize cards, and then what unfolded was, I mean, just insanity.
And into Game 3, the top deck of Lily's Determination to keep Henry Chow alive. Mateus would have won the game on his 2nd turn had Henry not found a supporter card or a way to get out of Pokemon. And that snowballed him into a Game 3 victory. coming away the winner of top 8, moving into top 4. So much changes in the World Championships. I mean, top cut, top 8, those are excellent, excellent accomplishments, but it feels so nice to get into top 4. You earn yourself one of those iconic trophy cards. The prize pool continues to increase. You get to take home a Pikachu trophy regardless of your final standing, and you get an invitation to the next season's World Championships as well.
And you see Mateusz there extending the hand, congratulating Henry, who honestly battled back and set up such a crazy comeback there in that game. But I think we're going to throw it over to the stage.
Top 4 with no look at slowing down. Henry, how are we feeling coming out of that egregious match?
That was absolutely insane. I mean, game 1, you know, went great. I drew amazing in game 1. I was feeling pretty good. Game 2, got myself into a pretty good spot, I thought, but I just kind of blanked on the fact that he could force sudden death. I don't know if there was really anything I could have done to play around it. But sudden death, I think it's pretty much a 50-50. If I go first, it's pretty hard for him to stop me from taking the first prize. And then I actually, even going second, I actually got a chance if I had top decked or cloak. And then in game 3, I really thought it was all over. I mean, I don't know if the camera caught my opening hand. It was absolutely disgusting. And this is my second time on stream actually top decking Lily off a completely unplayable hand. This happened in round 5 against Festival Elite as well. I can't believe that happened. The universe feels like it feels like the universe is toying with me, and I made a huge blunder at the end of game 3 as well. I benched the Dreepy to thin my deck before my Lilies, but if I had thought far enough ahead in the turn, I could have made a Pult Fez board so he couldn't force sudden death with Dusknoir. But I benched this Dreepy that meant that off the red card, which I was really lucky to even draw the red card because I'm certain he would have had the Candy Dusknoir if I didn't drop the red card. He would have been able to force another sudden death, which I don't know if my heart would have been able to handle that.
I don't think any of us would have been able to handle that. But honestly, at this level of play, it's interesting still to hear that you reflect immediately on the game and think to yourself, what can I always be doing better? Is that something you always think when you come out of a match?
Yeah, I mean, it depends if I see it or not, of course. You know, sometimes I just don't know I made a mistake until someone told me. I'm sure some of my friends must have caught this mistake. For me, it was just later on in the turn after I popped all my Dusknoirs, I'm looking at my board and I can say, but I can make this a Pult, and then I have 2 Pults and a Fez. Wait, why is this Dreepy on the board? But I got bailed out, and I'll take it. I'll take it. You got to get everything you can get. I'll try to play better next game.
I mean, even so, a phenomenal run thus far with twists and turns at every single moment. Henry, we are so pleased to have you on this stage and we wish you the best of luck going forward. Any final words before we let you move on in this event? You are top 4 guaranteed. Let's see how far we can go.
I just thank you so much to everyone who's tuning in and watching, even my friends who are not affiliated with Pokemon and just watch to support me. It really means the world to me. This event has a lot of emotion for me, and I really want to do good. You know, it's not done yet. I got to focus for top 4 today, so got to hold it together. But yeah, I really want to do good this tournament.
Well, hopefully your luck hasn't ended there and the top decks continue to bail you out of silly situations, including the stickiest of tiebreaker games. So thank you, Henry, for joining us once again, and congratulations. Let's keep rolling on with more action. Let's head back to the caster desk for some more.
Congratulations to Henry Chow. Been one of the best players in the game the last couple of seasons. Didn't have a great run at Worlds last year, but now top 4 at this event, solidifying himself as just one of the top players in the game and aiming to, you know, push even farther forward here. You heard that emotion in his voice. I mean, what a game. What a roller coaster it was. I mean, we're feeling it here in the booth. Our audience out in the crowd feeling it. You at home, I hope, feeling it as well. But I cannot even imagine what is swirling through Henry Chow's mind in this moment.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that makes Henry easy to root for. You can see how much it means to him. You know, he's not afraid to show his emotions in those situations. We've seen pretty much every time he's been on the stream this weekend, just seems so exhausted and relieved whenever things go his way. And he really puts his heart into it. And I'm going to be keeping an eye on him and see where this weekend takes him.
These moments are what the World Championships is all about. Unforgettable memories incredible high-level play. We're going to bring Pablo Meza in to help us break down the game we just watched. Tablemon, what do you think of that tiebreaker game in top 8 of Worlds? Are you kidding me?
I know, and if you had told me Henry would do it with Gardevoir, I would have 100% believed you, but now Gardevoir's gone, and he's still here, showing that it's not really the deck, right? It's the player himself. His skill is, I mean, I don't know if he's reached his ceiling or not. He's playing some amazing Pokemon, and the fact that the first thing he does as soon as he walks away from that match is say he's gonna play better next time. What's like, if this is not his best, it's really inspiring to see. And I mean, as we've talked before, right, at this high level play, sometimes you need that little bit extra of luck. The universe is definitely helping out Henry Chow a little bit with these early on first stamps, which are so devastating. That Lily top deck as well, when the stakes are this high, when both players are this good, sometimes the luck of the draw is what will define a match such as this one. And of course, the early stamp, very, very damaging to these Alakazam decks, and especially when you're able to combine that with whiffing a Kadabra. Yeah, whiffing a Kadabra is really what put a nail in the coffin here for Mateusz. The double Abra susceptibility on the bench made it so that he had no follow-up, no way to protect the Abra and the Kadabra, and led to this multi-price turn of just knocking out everything from the board with a single Phantom Dive, and led to the pretty interesting scenario of the crazy sudden death, something we hadn't seen before. I think players took a few shortcuts here, so just want to make sure it was very clear what happened. This Dragapult has 80 HP left, so Dusknoir takes out the Dragapult. Henry takes out prize, Mateusz takes 2, and then the Dusclops takes out the Budew, tying everyone up at 0 prize cards. And because both players have basic Pokemon or Pokemon in play remaining, that means only one win condition is fulfilled for both players, and therefore we go to the sudden death game. And I mean, how much tighter do you need the margins to be that the game has to be settled by another game, right? And another one that really showcased some very interesting play as well, very small margins, and in the end, Mateusz walked away the winner after both players whiffed key cards when they had an opening. But overall, I think this turn and this game showed how Mateusz's deck is built, is a very unique Alakazam deck build that does really well against the expected Dragapult Blaziken variant, which is probably the one that was gathering the most attention leading into the event because of Mega Excadrill's potential to counter quotation marks Dragapult. And Crushing Hammers don't really affect this version of the deck, but when you are up against a multi-target threat, which is Dusknoir and Dusclops, which are able to remove the Pokemon from your bench very easily, on top of the Phantom Dive extra damage counters, the low HP is what ultimately was Mateusz's demise here. Versus the other Dragapult variants, I have to imagine there's good price trades and the pressure on the bench is manageable. But when you have all these Dusclops and Dusknoirs just targeting your bench over and over and eliminating multiple Kadabras and Abras in a single turn on top of your active, that's where things fell apart. And over the course of 3 games, we saw Alakazam only attack once where it really mattered, right, against the Dragapult. So I think this version of the deck very successful in the expected metagame, but when you come up against a Titan such as Henry Chow and piloting the Dragapult version of the deck that you're gonna struggle with the most, we see Henry walk away the winner in a fantastic display of skill, decision making, and even after the game already evaluating what he can do better as he advances into the top 4 of Worlds. I'm loving these games, one of the best, as you mentioned, Chip, one of the best we've seen so far, with a very interesting sudden death, and I'm really looking forward to see how much farther Henry Chow can push himself and push the boundaries of what is the top level of Pokemon trading card game.
Thank you so much, Pablo, for the insight, as always. It is ever appreciated. That is just our first top 8 game, Puka. We still have another top 8 game to cover. We're going to be covering both top 4 games tonight as well, and if that's what game 1 had in store for us, I don't know if I can take 3 more.
And you got to think, if Henry Chow does go on to perhaps become world champion at this event, you know, that match will probably be immortalized in history as one of the best matches to ever be played on this stage, and maybe one that decided the whole fate of this tournament.
There are now just 6 players remaining. Henry Chow's moved on to top 4. Andrew Hedrick has also moved on to top 4. But we do have 2 more top 8 games still to cover. We'll be having Brent Tonneson up against Nathan Spry up on the main stage. Diego Casiraga and Rune Hiremans will be playing out on the floor. But Brent and Nathan will be playing up on the big stage like mentioned. Ethan and Emily are going to be coming in to cover that game for you all. And it's just 6 players left to see who will be immortalized as a world champion.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Can tell as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. Immortalized. Immortalized.
Things continuing to heat up. We are down to almost 4 players at the World Championships in San Francisco, and this match will not disappoint. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Emily Foreman. Cannot be more excited, cannot stress how excited we are for this last top 8 match.
The seats are full out in the crowd for all of our games here at the World Championship. And Ethan, I mean, the excitement for all of our competitors all around the world and all around the Pokemon ecosystem as well for UNITE GO champions and here in the trading card game. It's only building like you said, but Ethan, only 2 players can make it to the Chase Center tomorrow. And honestly, I cannot even pick out of a hat. If I had to guess right now, I wouldn't even be able to tell you which ones.
Won't hold it against you. We've been building this bracket brick by brick, and we could take a look at the bracket to see how things have shaped out for these players. We started off the asymmetric top cut. We played 2 games, so there was a total of 10 players in that top cut. And then we made it to a top 8. We just saw Henry Chow win that game, and wow, what a crazy match that was.
I mean, Pablo said it a little bit earlier in the day, but I believe it was San Antonio a couple of years ago that he coined Henry Chow the Gardevoir Master of the Universe. But look at him going even further with Gardevoir's #1 enemy, and that was Dragapult. But it's nice to see Henry Chow going into this top 4 with a completely different deck. You also have to note out as well, as we're checking out this bracket here, Andrew Hedrick was able to defeat Satoshi. So this top 4, Ethan, I mean, look at the stars
up and down this top 8. I mean, you cannot predict who is going to win.
Was out in the field looking at that matchup. Was on one of our featured streams, so many players and fans in the arena could check that match out. It was an absolute roller coaster. Andrew's Crushing Hammers were paid actors. They were basically said, discard an energy. You do not need to flip. We got you, my friend. Getting rid of the mist energy, getting rid of the growing grass energy, and Satoshi was just unable to keep up. And it was a quick 2-0 in a matchup that usually takes a lot of time. Him and Henry on different sides of the bracket. Their collision course in finals seems like it may be imminent. It's going to be up to the other 4 players that are playing their top 8 matches to see if they can take them down.
It has been so interesting to see how Dragapult has really developed in this tournament, because going into the tournament, every single person I know has been writing off Dragapult Dusknoir, saying you're better off playing even Blaziken. Everyone knows that Crushing Hammer is going to be the most dominant version of Dragapult, but still many players decided to bring the Cursed Blast line, that Dusknoir line, over to the World Championships, and it has only benefited them. So I am so excited to see if Henry Chow and Andrew Hedrick are going to be able to make it to the finals, but we still have plenty of matches here to go. We're going to take it down to the stage so we can see another top 8 match.
It will be 2 of Australia's finest. A local match taken to the big stage, the world stage at that. Nathan Spry up against Brent Tonneson. What more can we say about Brent? He is one of the game's greats, one of the best players in the world, finally having a strong finish at the World Championships. And I'm sure he's not satisfied with just top 8. He wants to go all the way.
Yeah, like you said, Australian showdown as well. Brent #1 in Oceania. He has been for several seasons now in a row. And he is a friend of not only Australia, but he is a friend of the entire world. If there is a regional, there is always a chance that Brent is actually going to show up no matter what. But against his opponent, Nathan Spry, now it's a very large world we live in, Ethan. What are the chances that you actually hit one of your locals in a top 8 of Worlds?
Nothing is impossible when it comes to the Pokemon TCG. A bit of a Cinderella run last year in Anaheim. Got top 32 with Armor Rouge, a deck not on the radar. Very spicy. So Nathan, very used to these toolbox-style decks. Of course, that moved energy around. This time you're powering up different attackers. You see it right there on the screen. That Lily's Clefairy EX will be the key card in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see and what players are currently doing. If you are unfamiliar with these Top Cut games, if you make it to this point, you actually get a nice little sneak peek at your opponent's deck list. So what Nathan is really looking for, as he is the pilot of this basic big box, is looking to see if Brent is playing Shaman, because he wants to use that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon to take a couple of prizes over one turn. But the thing is, for Brent, he has really created the most consistent Dragapult list I think we've seen in a very long time.
No funny business besides the Crushing Hammer, just Dragapult, Budu, Pheasantipede, and a couple of friends, including Monkey Dory. No the Dunsparce package, there's no Cursed Blast being used, just wants to maximize the counts of cards that are impactful, and we've seen that be an extremely effective strategy. Nathan, on the other hand, playing a bunch of different attackers. Of course, have that Lily's Clefairy EX, the Fairy Zone ability makes it so Dragapult EX, a dragon Pokemon that normally does not have weakness, as one of the benefits of being a dragon type, now is weak to Psychic Pokemon as long as Clefairy is in play. There's a lot of other exciting attackers. We'll dive into those details once we get down to our match.
The problem is with Basic Box, as a Basic Box enjoyer, the problem is you so desperately need to start Mega Kangaskhan EX in hand to get it into the active as quickly as possible so you can start drawing cards. Basic Box has a very big tendency, if you are not starting Mega Kangaskhan, to absolutely brick. Let's see what the prize cards are going to give us, Ethan, as so far not too bad, unless I curse it right now. Okay, Prime Catcher not great for the big basics, and one copy of the Lily's Clefairy EX, but there are two, of course, in the deck.
very important to have access to at least one of them, but a Night Stretcher being prized means there's only the ability to get 2 Lily's Clefairy out as it stands. Dragapult can never take that first KO. Things could definitely get dicey. And on Brent's side, Dark Energy Stadium cards that are definitely relevant, but I think we're ready to get into things here. Our second top 8 match at the World Championships. The winner moves on to get a Pikachu trophy, cards, and that chance to battle at the Chase Center tomorrow.
My favorite thing about Brent is the fact that he is going first in this matchup. One of the big things about Basic Box is that it really wants to accelerate energy and start attacking as quickly as possible. And the thing is, because Brent is the top seed of Swiss, he actually gets to take that luxury away from Nathan because he placed so high here. So going in, it's going to be all about the setup here. Because both players have actually seen each other's lists here, Brent does know that Nathan wants to pivot into this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon and get that Torrential Pump as quickly as possible.
We see this very commonly with lots of players in the Pokemon TCG, bunching all of those Pokemon to the front of the deck just to make it a little bit easier to identify. So Dreepy is the choice. Over on Nathan's side, you definitely have to have a sigh of relief when your opponent doesn't play Buddy Buddy Poffin, but instead that Pokepad to start. Doesn't mean the rest of the hand is too bad. Brent's going to play on the safer side. Interesting. Did see the list and knows that there's no way to shut off Meowth's EX's ability, that last-ditch catch. Still wants to just grab a supporter card, which will most likely be that Lily's Determination.
It's guaranteed, right? And Brent's saying, you know what, this Meowth EX is going to stay on the bench, but at least if he has that energy attachment, this Lily's Determination next turn is going to be practically guaranteed. So just want to see if Brent wants to find another way to get something going here, but unfortunately has to bench the Meowth right away here. That's going to be a very prime target for something like Boss's Orders and the Mega Kangaskhan, not even having to flip heads to get the knockout.
Yeah, big liability in multiple ways. You were talking about that Wellspring, Mask, Ogerpon, the Torrential Pump. Sob is another great attack on something like the Meowth EX. It only has that one attack for 3 energy cards. Yes, it picks itself up, but it's a big investment and costs a lot of resources. All right, we'll shuffle the deck up. There's a couple of energy cards, so can place that down onto what I presume to be one of these 2 Dreepy. Not much else going on in the hand. We'll have to rely off that Lily for the following turn.
Yeah, nothing, like you said, nothing else in that hand really for Brent. Can't ask for anything more, though. You do have at least double Dreepy and an energy attachment to follow through with. So going back over onto Nathan's side, this isn't exactly where you want to start. Now, granted, Latias is usually a very key Pokemon to this matchup, but unfortunately has it in the hand a little bit too early. So this Ultra Ball coming down now has to grab the Mega Kangaskhan here. Just needs a little bit more draw. Granted, in some of these turns, Ethan, like Nathan kind of wants to do here, it's Wellspring Mask Ogerpon time as soon as possible. But the problem is you just can't get into it so easily here. So it's actually going to be the Meowth now on Nathan's side to find the Cyrano to get a couple of more EX Pokemon out. But the real question is Nathan going to prioritize putting Mega Kangaskhan forward for more draw or get that stop block going?
Nathan himself will take a look at the deck, see what pieces are available. Is sitting on some solid cards in hand for the following turn. That powerful supporter Crispin to accelerate energy, as well as a manual attachment for a turn, not too shabby. And what better way to end the turn off than drawing a few cards with Run Errand, thanks to that Latias EX's Skyliner ability. Will be the Pheasantipity for later on, that Flip the Script ability, super strong. We'll see how he can put together this turn, and more importantly, next turn, what attack he wants to go towards, assuming that Brent can find some pieces and get set up.
Like you had said, Mega Kangaskhan now going into the active needs some more resources to find those plays for later. That's a really big find, though, with the Meowth guaranteed for next turn to get the Crispin up and running as well. But sometimes it feels like, Ethan, when you play this big basic box, you're really at the mercy of your opening hand. And the problem is not starting Mega Kangaskhan. You've actually now are forced to use a supporter this early. Crushing Hammer, gonna flip tails.
Yeah, big flip. If that flips heads, Mega Kangaskhan is not really in a position where it can easily attack. Would have to rely off Teal Dance shenanigans with an energy switch paired, and there's not a huge hand and not a lot of resources available. We'll see if that attachment to the Kangaskhan pays off compared to, like you mentioned, the Wellspring Ogerpon. Now things are going to get just a little bit more difficult as that friendly face, or maybe an evil face if you've been itchy pollened a little bit too much, Badoo comes down into play, followed by the Lily's Determination, really now looking for those Dracloak.
not just looking for the Dracloak, looking for the energy to move this Dreepy out of the active as well. Now that Nathan has committed this energy to the Mega Kangaskhan EX, this Mega Kangaskhan is actually going to be the one that's going to be doing the attacking for at least 2 turns. It's very big, it's very bulky, and Dragapult has very far moved away from the rare candy Dragapult Crispin days. So this Mega Kangaskhan is going to get a ton of mileage, which is going to give Nathan some time to kind of move around Brent's board here, but big 8 cards.
Setup, of course, very dire and very important, and that is more than a solid hand. Dracloak, first card drawn. Going to use this Recon Directive first, trying to maximize his outs at finding Pokemon. Quickly taking a card, saw Monkey Dory in the top. Wonder if that was the card selected. No, it's another Dracloak, an excellent find. There is a high chance that we're going to see double Recon Directive and potentially that attachment to retreat. That Dreepy did come down this turn, so can only put 2 Dracloak into play. But does already have the energy on the bench, and it's very unlikely that that Dracloak with the Psychic Energy will be put under pressure this turn.
That was a really hard decision for Brent off of the Recon Directive. It's either Lily's Determination or the Crushing Hammer, and this Crushing Hammer here is so important to hit, unfortunately, for Brent. Not going to find the first one. I do believe had a second one, or is that just a special red card here?
Played 2 Crushing Hammer this turn. If it went 50-50, it would have gotten its job done, but no. Double tails in a big-time match could turn the tides of battle. There is the Itchy Pollen. Kangaskhan taking a little bit of damage, but more importantly, shutting item cards off. Things like Energy Switch cannot be used. Really reliant off having a Crispin, and we see that already in Nathan's hand if he chooses to use it.
I mean, Ethan, you got to look at Nathan's hand. It is all Pokemon. Now, granted, Nathan does at least have a Crispin, so Double Meowth does not have to come into play just yet here. But look, going all the way, benching wide here.
Yeah, and benching not just any Pokemon, that is Enamorous, ladies and gentlemen. You are seeing that correctly on your screen. The Love Resonance, such a good attack. If you can get that Pokemon powered up, being able to just take a 1-hit KO, deal 200 damage on a variety of Pokemon, things like Meowth, and of course, Dragapult EX if you have that Lily's Clefairy in play, all on a 1-prize Pokemon. It does take 3 energy, but being a 1-prizer can kind of skew the prize trade against this Dragapult deck.
Part of the big piece that Nathan is missing, though, as part of the board, Ethan, is that Teal Mask Ogerpon, right? Being able to consistently go through decks through and through, but Nathan actually deciding not to power up the Kangaskhan right away, doesn't want to fall victim potentially to an unfair stamp. Is this going to be Heart Sign for the knockout?
Yeah, just wants to make sure Kangaskhan is not taking the full force of a Phantom Dive. If this active is hit for a knockout, that's going to be great value off this Enamorous. It only had 1 energy committed to it. The Mega Kangaskhan is healthy. It gets to use Run Errand for at least 2 turns. And there's going to be plenty of card draw thanks to that Pheasantipity on the bench. I like this approach from the 1-prizer. We'll have to see how Brent is able to play his turn out. 2 Recon Directive at his disposal. A 3rd potentially as well. We see the Ultra Ball in hand. Does have the Fire Energy. Boss's Orders. We've got to imagine if Brent can play something like Unfair Stamp as well as bring up a Pokemon like Pheasantipity while not taking a knockout, activating that ability. We could see Nathan in a bit of a precarious situation.
And this is the part of the reason why players either love to play against Big Basic Box or love to hate it, right? The amount of multi-prize knockouts that you have that will just be sitting there practically the entire time. And unfortunately for Nathan, usually this deck is comboed not only with that Teal Mask Ogerpon, but of course with an Area 0 Underdepths as well. So the thing is, when you're playing so many one-ofs here comes that Moltres I was about to talk about coming down. This could actually be a nice way to kind of scare Nathan off of even putting Teal Mask Ogerpon into play.
Bit of an interesting route for Brent. Is going to let his opponent go down to 4 prize cards, but brings up this Moltres, a 1-prize Pokemon capable of setting Mega Kangaskhan up for a 2-hit KO. There's the Fighting Wings. Mega Kangaskhan just 180 HP left. And a pretty solid backline here for Brent. 2 Recon Directive, potentially a 3rd. And how great does it really feel for Nathan to take a KO, be in that Unfair Stamp range, and if you do so, it could be trouble.
There are so many cards in Nathan's hand, and none of them allow him directly to extend the bench, which he really needs to do right now. He can get the Teal Mask Ogerpon in play, but there's Moltres ready to go to get those prize cards. So it feels like Nathan is really kind of forced to attack into this Moltres because, of course, if it's not going to be knocked out now, I mean, Brent can still kind of manipulate the damage around where Dragapult EX can come in and take a massive amount of prize cards. Like you said, at least Pheasantipity is on the bench for next turn, but feels like Mega Kangaskhan here is in a grave, grave danger.
Yeah, great spot for Brent, to be honest. He is on a 2-turn clock to potentially close this game out. Knockout on Mega Kangaskhan with a Phantom Dive and 120 damage residually thanks to those 6 damage counters would be enough to knock out Enamorus if he can play a boss's orders. It looks like Brent has taken the lead even though he's fallen behind.
It just doesn't feel comfortable if you're Brent. There's no energy on the board, Ethan. Now, granted, I do believe there is at least a Night Stretcher within the hand, but really, I mean, you look at this board and it's just uncomfortable. And now, all of a sudden, Brent needs to find a weird mix of a Crispin into a Dragapult EX to at least start the prize race, but the problem is the rest of the board is just not comfy yet.
Yeah, a Rosa here would be excellent. Rosa's encouragement would allow 2 energy to be accelerated to this Dragapult EX since he is behind on prizes, and allow an extra energy card to be put onto one of these Benster Cloak, meaning boss's orders could be played on the following turn. Has the Rosa in hand, is there an energy? There's an unfair stamp. Brent now just needs to find an attachment to one of these Dracloak, and he'll be in a pretty solid spot.
It's not even just the Dracloak that could be the recipient of an energy. It could also be the Monkey Dory and starting to move some of these damage counters back. But still, I like the idea here of rather being safe than sorry, getting this Dracloak ready to go potentially, because one thing that Brent knows about Basic Box is that there's always a Lily's Clefairy waiting in the wings.
Incredible turn for Brent. Fully powers up a Dragapult, gets a bench Dracloak ready, and plays Unfair Stamp to shuffle Nathan's hand as well as his into the deck. Nathan will only get 2 cards. Brent is going to get 5, and there is not a Mega Kangaskhan on Nathan's bench to promote into the active, meaning he may at most only be able to see 6 cards from his deck this turn.
The problem is, even if Nathan wanted to get set up once again, that would require potentially benching another Meowth. That is just another piece of food for this Dragapult to go on ahead and take some more prize cards here. So Brent, I mean, moving pretty quickly now. We went from a board, Ethan, that really was not comfortable at all, to now a board that feels almost like a checkmate, if you will.
So we'll see Enamorus put up to just 40 HP remaining. 60 HP rather, does have 120 HP, and Pheasantipity and Latias impactfully 1 damage counter on each of those Pokemon.
I mean, that, of course, always leads into your favorite card to top deck. Boss's Orders, we've already seen it. See what Pheasantipity gives here as well, an Energy Switch and Energy and Chien-Pao. There's another Mega Kangaskhan in the hand at least, but the problem is Brent's already sitting 1 Boss's Orders away on multiple Pokemon to get it done, right? Already has, like you said, the energy, or the damage counters, excuse me, onto the Latias and the Pheasantipity. It's really just a choice, and if you look at Brent kind of already flashing it, he already has it in hand, so with no special red card, because it was already discarded at the beginning of the game, he might just have it in hand.
We may be flipping coins here, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh boy.
Kangaskhan is going to draw 2 cards. There's no way to move into another Pokemon with Prime Catcher prized. There is a Crispin in hand, and I think this is Nathan's best play. Use the Crispin. It's going to allow the energy to be accelerated to Mega Kangaskhan, as well as a manual attachment because of that energy switch. And we need to flip 3 heads in a row. Otherwise, a Boss's Orders will close the game out for Brent.
You know, usually when you play Mega Kangaskhan and you go for this rapid fire combo on TCG Live, it's usually a Budu that you're usually flipping 5 heads on, and it's never when you need it the most on Dragapult. So here we go, rapid fire combo.
And immediately does not find it, and just gonna pick cards up, understands the game is a wrap. Brent Tonneson in quick fashion taking game number 1.
And this is the thing with Basic Box. Realistically, Ethan, it has the answer for everything you put in front of it. But unfortunately, if you do not start Mega Kangaskhan, you don't really have the ability to unlock what this deck really can do for you. And that's the thing, when you leave it up to the wheel of chance versus Brent, who has consistency already unlocked, it's really hard to say if Nathan is going to be able to find a way back into this.
Big takeaways from that game. Brent responding excellently to early pressure, even without the help of Crushing Hammer. Look back at game number 1. Nathan not starting that Mega Kangaskhan, did get into it and had a couple of cool plays with the Enamorus, to deal a little bit of damage, but having that one prize Pokemon in play did lead to a nice prize map for Brent if that game were to conclude normally.
And honestly, I love the way that Moltres is not just used as a counter to Teal Mask Ogerpon. It really does set up a ton of Pokemon to fall victim to a bunch of attacks, especially from Dragapult. I know that we've seen some Curse Blasts over the weekend, but honestly, I love the way that Brent has just kept it simple practically this entire tournament, and it has led him to be the first seed in this asymmetrical top cut for a reason. Look at that beautiful crowd out there, Ethan. I know some people are hyped to see TCG.
Brent Tonneson 1 game away from hoisting that Pikachu trophy and potentially moving on to 2 incredibly big matches in his career. Prize cards will go out. Most likely see going first yet again for Nathan. Yep, and that's the choice. Nathan deciding to go first in this game rather than second. Just do a little bit more if he has that Mega Kangaskhan. And we're ready to hop into game number 2. And one of the worst starters in the deck for Nathan, it's going to be that Iron Leaves EX.
And the draw for turn didn't help him
there
either.
There is nothing in this hand, just an attach pass. No supporters for the following turn either. And Brent is sitting on at least a solid hand. Stadium plus Lily's Determination can start to at least funnel through the deck a bit.
Look at the way that Brent is really weighing every single option that he has, even really thinking about putting down the risky Ruins as well. Doesn't want to have too much damage on his side of the board, but when your opponent opens, like you said, quite possibly the worst starter in the deck to begin this match with, and then nothing else, you gotta feel like it's a little bit safer than not to just put a Stadium in play. So big 8 cards for Brent, but as we've been talking about this entire time, how often with a very consistent list do you miss something like a Buddy Buddy Poffin?
We'll have to see off of these 8 cards as Brent gets set up through this game. Do have an update from out in the field. Diego Casiraga joins the other 2 players as the 3rd top 4 player. So the winner of this match will join Diego along with Henry and Andrew as our 4 semi-finalists. Does find the Buddy Buddy Poffin. That's going to allow 2 more Dreepy to come into play. And there's additionally Badoo plus an Energy, and Itchy Pollen is going to sting.
Yeah, nothing else hurts more than if Nathan were to draw something like an Ultra Ball to get himself out of this mess by finding Meowth, not being able to do it. And the worst part is looking at Nathan's hand, Ethan. There's not even a Grass Energy to at least start powering up this Iron Leaves. So now Brent is going to have a ton of time. Looking at Brent's prizes, nothing too sorely missed here. Of course, not having full access to all of your Dragapult line must hurt, and 1 Crushing Hammer, but the rest of it, right? The A-Spec Unfair Stamp is still absolutely online. And now Brent honestly just has his way whichever way he wants it.
Interesting to see Brent choose to not grab Badoo out of the deck, as it would technically thin a card, even though he has one in his hand. May signal just trying to commit energy to the bench Pokemon, but no, we'll play the Badoo down from his hand instead. 2 damage counters from the risky Ruins, as well as the energy going to discard pile thanks to that 1 retreat cost, and Itchy Pollen immediately putting on the pressure on turn number 1.
And then going into Brent's second turn, already has Ultra Ball and another Lily's in hand, but draws the Mega Kangaskhan. So now here we go, finally able to find the Stadium bump and going into Mega Kangaskhan to draw some cards. Would actually need to find Cyrano or something to get at least basic Pokemon out of the deck onto the bench, but at least having Mega Kangaskhan at this point, you're 1 Crispin away from starting to take some prize cards.
Yeah, there is no Crispin in sight, Emily. There is nothing but energies and items that cannot be played, and immediately Brent starting off with an Evolution, an Attachment, and a Lily's Determination. And while prize cards have not been taken, while Mega Kangaskhan is in play, the clock is slowly ticking, and Brent is going to be able to confidently fire off a Phantom Dive on the following turn.
It's not even just that, Ethan, is that Brent can also go in and once again pull this Moltres play as well. There's plenty of ways to get this Mega Kangaskhan damaged within the next couple of turns to really start setting up the point where Nathan would have an opportunity to fire back, but it would just be too late. And quite frankly, Ethan, looking at the board state right now, if there's more Dracloaks in play as they were just drawn, it's starting to feel that way already.
Recon Directive finds a Crispin. That will be an excellent supporter for the following turns. Unfair Stamp? No, not quite. Looks like Dragapult EX, so has that for the following turn, and an Ultra Ball, which can find the third Dracloak. A perfect turn 2, followed from that turn 1. Brent is absolutely in the driver's seat.
Consistency is king, Ethan, and that is exactly what Brent has done with this list. Either just naturally drawing into Dracloaks or being able to get into the Dracloaks with things like Ultra Ball. You can't ask for anything else. You already have one energy attached onto the board here, and now you're going to have your whole entire engine online for as long as you choose. There's the fire energy if he wants it. Does also have another Pokepad, I believe, but you just got to take the fire in those moments.
You don't have to tunnel into Crispin for the following turn. Guarantee that attachment. Recon Directive number 3. And if you're in Nathan's shoes, you have to just be shaking your head. Everything so far has gone wrong for you, and everything has gone right for Brent. He's got to stay composed and got to try to think about how to get out of this situation.
It's so strangely enough that the perfect combinations of cards wouldn't even help Nathan at this point. I do believe what was just drawn, was that a Cypher Maniac's code breaking? So this is one of the ways that Nathan could at least start getting set up a little bit more. You're able to use that to manipulate the top 2 cards of the deck. Latios drawn is pretty good, but I think what Nathan is more so happy about is drawing into that Crispin. At least there's an attack online.
Yeah, just such a rough spot to use Cypher Maniac. You use your supporter, it means you're not attacking. Crispin found definitely a big deal. Mega Kangaskhan can start to get in there, swing, take some prizes, try and run away with this game. We'll see the water energy brought to the front as well as the grass energy. Maybe considering what energy to prioritize. Of course, those psychic energy have to be your number 1 priority because of how important Lily's Clefairy is.
Thing is, you want to keep them in the deck as long as possible too, just because Budu can always come back and lock those energies into place, and then you wouldn't be able to use something like an energy switch to get them onto your Lily's Clefairy here. And the thing is, what's so unfortunate about these 2 energy in particular being chosen is the fact that we're never going to see the main users of said energies. We haven't seen even a teal dance this match, Ethan. So it's looking so unfortunate for Nathan right now. At least he'll get some prize cards going, but the question is, what does he do next?
Yeah, it's been so tough. He's had half of his teal Mask Ogerpon and the prizes each game. Nice. It's hard to find those cards if you're not using a supporter like Cyrano. So here we go. Knockout taken on Budu with that rapid fire combo. Brent already guaranteed to fire off a Phantom Dive this turn. Everything else is just a cherry on top.
Just wants to use that unfair stamp, and look at what the Recon Directive just gave Brent. It's just like a nice little present for you on top. If he would like to bench that Pheasantipity, and why not at this point? You're so far ahead.
Cards down, cards down. Everything's under control here.
Listen, there's a lot of pressure on these top 8 matches, right? There's a lot of shaky hands. It's okay. Take a deep breath. 3 more cards, though, as you had mentioned, Ethan. More, I mean, the deck is completely unlocked, dare I say. I mean, you have 3 Dracloaks with Recon Directive. You can fire off an attack this turn. And if the unfair stamp is in hand, like I think you did say, it's going to be less cards.
Yeah, it looks like a Dragapult EX. Sometimes the side border can look like an unfair stamp. It is not available for the time being, but doesn't even necessarily need it. It's great when you pair it with a KO. Of course, you do allow your opponent to use Pheasantipity, but Pheasantipity is not down in this spot. We'll see the Stadium bump from the Risky Ruins. That means the bench is now down to just 5 Pokemon for both players. Monkey Dory comes into play. Those 2 damage counters thanks to the Risky Ruins. We are going to see Phantom Dive powered up on top of a Crispin. Excellent to make sure we can fire off consecutive attacks.
This is exactly what Brent wants to see as well. He is 1 boss's orders away next turn from finding 5 prize cards, right? Latios is always going to be a recipient of at least 1 damage counter from a Phantom Dive. That is true. But also this Iron Leaves EX doesn't have enough damage counters, or doesn't have enough health, excuse me, to survive a Phantom Dive of its own either. So while Brent now gets to kind of get things set up, he does have a little bit of damage counters to play with on the following turns as well here. So there it is, moving. He can move these 2 damage counters over to Latios.
We'll most likely see it onto the Mega Kangaskhan by hitting for 200 damage to the active spot, plus the 20 this turn from Adrenabrain. It will bring this Kangaskhan to 230, meaning an Adrenabrain plus boss on the following turn would be able to take it out with that residual damage. So there it is, Adrenabrain to the active, Phantom Dive for 200, brings this Kangaskhan to just 70 HP remaining. 1 damage counter for sure on the Latios, and that Iron Leaves now also going to be in range of being KO'd.
Many players at this moment would probably try and get into their Lily's Clefairy as quickly as possible and take out the looming threat, but unfortunately Lily's Clefairy EX has really low hit points into a deck like Dragapult. So while yes, you would have essentially a one-hit knockout onto the Dragapult EX thanks to Fairy Zone, the problem is that's not really going to stop this 5-prize turn from essentially happening at this point. So now it's up to Nathan to either get this Mega Kangaskhan out of play or try to find a way to get another attacker that's could potentially survive a Phantom Dive.
There is the Ultra Ball. Seed Energy and Switch in hand for Nathan. Did not decide to put a Psychic Energy on that Mega Kangaskhan. So as it stands, we cannot see an attack from Lily's Clefairy unless this Cypher Maniac grabs pieces. So there is the Cypher Maniac. We'll grab the Psychic Energy as well as another any card from the deck. Looks like Pheasantipity. It's already the Clefairy in hand, so can at least use that Flip the Script ability to draw a few cards. And the 20 damage from Risky Ruins, honestly not that impactful on Clefairy. Definitely could be on some of these other Pokemon. As it stands, it looks like the prize map is pretty clear for Brent to close this game out.
Yeah, and that's the problem with this deck into a deck like Dragapult. While yes, it does have the answer, if you're not the one who has multiple attackers ready to go, you can go up 2 prize cards or a prize card, that's fine. You don't want this Mega Kangaskhan at any point taking such a big hit of damage here, so this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon is going to come into play.
Okay, we can fire off and attack this turn, double energy switch in the hand, flip the script. We'll see Double Dracloak go down thanks to a Torrential Pump in combination with Prime Catcher. 100 damage to the active, 120 to the bench, and all of a sudden with no Dreepy in play, if Dragapult EX goes down on the following turn, there's no backup attacker.
This Wellspring Mask Ogerpon would go down next turn, but the thing is, if Brent already has Boss's Orders in hand, this is going to be a ton of damage sent back over. This Monkey Dory still does have 2 damage counters to work with, and as I look with Brent's list, if he is able to find another Monkey Dory and get that set up, double Adrenabrain could spell a ton of trouble for Nathan.
Just considering which Pokemon to promote into the active spot. Will be the Monkey Dory. Now just kind of deciding how to approach this turn. See, of course, the deck shuffled. 2 prize cards taken for Nathan. And what does the hand look like? Starting off with a Poképad. He's able to find another Pokemon. It is the Monkey Dory. As it stands, the 4th Dreepy is in the prize cards for Brent, so cannot even establish another one unless he can find a Night Stretcher this turn.
Yeah, but honestly, I'm looking at the board, Ethan, and is there not a 5-prize turn that is potentially lined up at this point with the second Monkey Dory being grabbed and moving both damage counters over before Brent were to retreat?
The 5 is guaranteed. The issue comes down to that final prize card. Lily's Clefairy taking a KO on Dragapult means there's no backup attacker to take that last prize. And with Nathan going down to just 1 prize card, he'll be a Boss's Orders away. Brent has to try and play through this scenario to figure out how he's going to win, and this makes sense. Start to put damage counters onto Pokemon, retreat off, keep the Dragapult up, and see if maybe Moltres can take that final prize.
Definitely getting tricky for Brent here, moving the damage counters. Like you said, I love how he's just moving 1. I think just keeping the damage on the board as closely as possible here, but that is going to be 1 damage counter moved over to Mega Kangaskhan. You know that that Phantom Dive is going to take 5 prizes, like you said.
And the game is lined up on the following turn. We cannot forget Iron Leaves is in play. Weak to fire, getting 1 hit KO'd. We'll see the Moltres preemptively benched. Nathan cannot deal with both threats at the same time, meaning Boss's Orders closes either game out. We'll see the boss play preemptively to take out the Pheasantipity, shut off that draw, combined with the special red card, and Nathan's large hand now going to the bottom will only get 3 cards.
I mean, this is every single draw engine offline in 1 turn. Both Pheasantipity and Mega Kangaskhan would be about what Nathan drew into here. But as you mentioned, Ethan, checkmate is technically on a board for Brent, and multiple checkmates, right? So the energy, does find a Mega Kangaskhan at least.
Yeah, but there's nothing else in this hand. It's going to have to promote the Mega Kangaskhan to use Run Errand, but that means there's no way to switch into Lily's Clefairy this turn. 2 cards drawn. There's no help at all. Fezandipity is gone. The Serrano cannot find any Pokemon of help, and it seems that all the walls are shutting. He'll do what he can, search through the deck, but it seems the inevitable is coming.
If Serrano actually were to look out any 3 Pokemon, could find a way to potentially bench them all, right? And then get rid of the Area 0 underdepths, thus getting the Iron Leaves out of play here, because it seems like Brent can finish it off not only with Dragapult, but with Moltres.
It
but the
wouldn't
question
matter.
is, with what, though?
It wouldn't matter. Boss's orders can take out 2 different Pokemon this turn. If the Meowth comes down to fill the bench up, it seems that there's an option either way. Brent has essentially set himself up to secure a spot in top 4. We'll see what Nathan can do.
Question is the rest of the hand at this point. Already has retreated as well.
Yeah.
So it would just have to be an attachment and just hope that Brent doesn't have Boss.
And that's it. Boss's orders KOs the benched EX, Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, and Brent Tonneson advances as our final top 4 member.
I mean, Ethan, consistency is king through and through, and Brent is #1 seed for a reason, finding a way through all of these tricky matchups and this big basic box. I feel like on stream we never get to see its power unfold. Clearly it's good enough to make it to top 8. It's just that when you play so many one-ofs, the chance of bricking is way too high for this deck.
Absolutely well-deserved for both players. Congratulations, of course, to Nathan for making it to the top 8. But what a hard-fought match, and what an excellently piloted match from Brent as we look back on how that set played out.
I mean, this was the matchup of a lifetime, really, when you think about it. There are several ways for Big Basic Box to destroy Dragapult. Has Lily's Clefairy, has Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, but the problem is Nathan had to work for that optimal start both times, and even in the second time, there was no chance of getting an optimal start. But it goes back to what Brent does best, and it's his deck building. Many moons ago, he built that amazing Gardevoir EX deck that had tons of results, and now here he is on Dragapult, essentially repeating the same thing. Consistency is king, no other way to put it.
What a set. We haven't even seen Lily's Clefairy attack once. No. That is very uncharacteristic for how this matchup tends to go. Nathan just on the bad side of the coin today. Wasn't able to find the pieces necessary, and Brent set this up masterfully. Moltres to take the final KO, even after Nathan targeted both for Cloak. It seemed that no matter what twist and turn and what problems were thrown at Brent, he was able to respond, and the boss's orders sealed the deal. Brent Tonneson is just 2 matches away from advancing to become a world champion.
It is so exciting to see Brent up there, and we've been talking about it this entire weekend, that Brent is a friend to many, many people and many, many regions, and I know tons of people are so stoked to see him up there with Dragapult, of course. I think a lot of players were a little bit nervous about playing Dragapult, and then, you know, it's just what's good is good, right? I mean, you don't have to get too tricky with it as long as you're good with the best deck in the room. I mean, what can you do?
Brent is now the recipient of a Pikachu trophy, and maybe much more to come. Let's throw it down and hear from our latest semi-finalist.
Our latest semi-finalist, Brent Tonneson, has blessed us with another cracking game against all odds. How are we feeling advancing to top 4?
It feels surreal. Yeah, I mean, it does feel like bad to beat someone who's a friend and one of my locals. Yeah, I think the fun fact was he beat me in top 8 of his first League Cup win. And it was only like 2 years ago that he was like trying to get his invite for the first time. And now he's playing a top 8 of Worlds.
Against a friend and someone who's probably helped him out a lot at League and kind of in that social scenario, I imagine, as well.
Yeah, we definitely talk sometimes. Like, we definitely had some discussions on things. I think I was one of the players who told him they should stick with Bolt to play it for this event.
Wow, that is an amazing tidbit. So going up against that matchup, how did you approach it in your head when you knew that this was going to be your matchup?
Well, in the matchup, generally, if you attack at 6-5, or when they're at 5 prize cards and you're still at 6 as Dragapult, you're usually in a pretty good position, but they do have a lot of openings where they can be very aggressive. I think I did not exactly get that in game 1, but his start wasn't strong enough that I was able to stall a turn later, and that converted into a win.
Oh, we love to hear it. That is genuinely a phenomenal story from yourself and, of course, your opponent. Thank you so much for joining us once again. I'll leave you to it so you can prepare, because it is going to be a wild ride later on when we get to see you once again in top 4. But in the meantime, any quick shout outs before I let you off?
Well, I have to shout out my sponsor, PSA, and I guess all my friends and family for supporting me.
Thank you so very much. We're going to jump over to Pablo to see if he has any final thoughts for us on that one.
Thank you so much, Amy. Great to hear from Brent, the world traveler as he is known. Really cool to see him achieve success at the World Championships. I think he's won plenty of regionals. He's done pretty well at internationals. He had a very good season, but perhaps not one up to his usual standards. But here he is closing out the 2026 season with the cherry on top, advancing onto top 4, and honestly in very dominating fashion. The games were very straightforward. It was Dragapult attacking over and over, and the threat of the Enamorus combined with the Clefairy is something that he always had to keep in mind, but this energy switch play probably gave Brent a big sigh of relief, because that meant there was no Lilith Clefairy showing up. We actually didn't see any Lilith Clefairy throughout both games. We didn't see any Teal Mask Ogerpon, so Nathan's deck probably not working to its fullest potential in this particular round, which of course these cards, the Enamorus, the Lilith Clefairy, the Teal Mask to provide energy acceleration and draw power, they are all very important key things from Nathan's deck, but it just wasn't available to him, and that means when you're not applying any sort of pressure to Dragapult, it's definitely going to take over the game. We saw even the Crushing Hammers were pretty mild. They were very unimpactful. Nathan barely managed to have attackers powered up, and as soon as he didn't flip 3 heads in a row to take down this Dragapult DX, he just immediately said, you know what, let's go to a second game end. Second game was a little bit better for him. He pulled off this really cool play with a double energy switch into the Wellspring Ogerpon combined with the Prime Catcher, so a very aggressive move, but perhaps just a little too late. Brent had already attacked once with Phantom Dive. You want to be pulling this off to delay any potential Dragapult attacks, but even though you leave Brent with no Dream Beam play, a single Dragapult as well that hopefully can be dealt by Lilith Clefairy, once again never showed up, and at that point it was too little too late. The super aggressive deck wasn't able to be aggressive enough to slow down Dragapult's reign of terror, and we have Dragapult, played by Brent Tonneson, advancing into the top 4. Really impressive run by Brent so far. I don't know what it's gonna take to stop him here at this World Championship. We have 2 more matches to go today. Both semifinals will be live streamed right here, and so we do have our casters ready to go. Ross and Joe, take it away.
Well, I'm a little bit excited about Piplup EX there and the energy acceleration antics I can pull off in Pokemon Pocket, but that is going to have to wait until we figure out our finalists here at the Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships 2026 in San Francisco. 2 top 4 games we have to show you. The winners of those 2 games will be facing off in the Chase Center tomorrow to determine our world champion. And we're going to start you off, and by we, I mean myself, Ross, and the lovely Joe Bernard. Joe, what's got you hyped this weekend?
Oh my God, there's so much to choose from. There's so much, Ross, and there's still 2 more games to go before we have our finalists in the Chase Center tomorrow. Our players can already pat themselves on the back. They've already earned a coveted Pikachu promo from the World Championships. But let's take a look at those top 8 decks and see how our cut has shaped up, because a lot of the discussion around this tournament was what was the best play for the event.
Well, we had 2 Crustal that were actually on opposite sides of the bracket.
Yeah.
There was the potential for a Crustal mirror match in the finals. They have both fallen by the wayside. We've got Dragapult coming there in big numbers, Alakazam coming out as well, and a couple of Crustal there, as well as a couple of those big basic box decks. So, little bit of variety, but still a lot of Dragapult. The thing that jumps out to me more than the decks here are the names. This is one of the most star-studded top 8s I think we've ever had at a World Championship. We've got a player returning from top 8 last year in Mateusz. We've got Brent Tonneson, the championship point leader from last year. We got Henry Chow, who won 3 regionals last season with Gardevoir. Andrew Hedrick, who I was just looking up his profile, right? 5 regional wins and a special championship win and an international win. We got a former world champion in Diego Casaraga. We have got a star-studded lineup here.
Yep, all of these players are well-worthy champions, and only 4 remain at this stage, Ross. As you mentioned, these are some of the best players the game has seen, not just in recent years, although looking at the likes of Henry Chow and Andrew Hedrick, these have been some of the most dominant players in the US. Brent Tonneson travels around the world, gaining accomplishment after accomplishment, whether it's in Europe, in the US, or where he hails from in Australia. Brent is such a consistent performer. As you mentioned, topped the leaderboards for multiple years now. Wasn't #1 this season, was only in the top 10 in air quotes.
Oh no.
Oh no, but he's made a point of doing what he needs to at the World Championship to get into that top 4 placement. And then Diego Casaraga, I mean, his first World Championship top 8 was in 2007. He's been doing this for a long time.
Oh yes, it's his 4th top cut at the World Championships for Diego, of course. Won with Gardevoir GX back in 2017, looking to become only the 2nd player ever to repeat as a world champion. We saw Jason Kaczynski win 3 times, most recently in 2013.
Yeah.
Diego hoping to add his name to that list of repeat champions. But whoever wins now from these 4 players, there is a great story that is going to be told, because all 4 of those players have already made their mark on the game. Now it's time to see if they can add a world championship, or in the case of Diego, another world championship.
So it's either Dragapult with Crushing Hammer, Dragapult with Crushing Hammer, Dragapult with Dustoir, or Alakazam. And it's going to be that 2nd matchup in the bracket that we're going to be showing you here.
Well, let's head on down to the stage, because the players are ready and we need to get rolling here in our first top 4. It is going to be Diego against Henry, Alakazam against Dragapult. Look at their records, 11-0 and 11-1. 11-0-1, sorry, and 11-1. Season win-loss there. That is a pretty hefty 140 wins for Henry. Both of them have had a top 4 this season. Neither of them had a victory yet, although Henry did have 3 regional wins last season with Gardevoir. So, I mean, one of the things I really love here, 2 of the best Gardevoir players ever, but in very different eras.
Yeah, certainly different eras. That just shows how dominant Gardevoir has been in all of its iterations. Our pilots today are both on very different decks altogether. Alakazam has been a through story throughout the entire weekend, it seems, Ross. Whether it was Mateusz with his Dustoir build, or the various other builds of Alakazam, Diego has sort of crept through the field quite nicely. To see those accomplishments that we've already discussed that little bit. It's not just those World Championship placements for Diego. He's also had more recent regional championships under his belt and some top 4 finishes as well.
Absolutely, and Henry, 25 regional champion, 25 regional champion, 25 regional champion. One of the most dominant runs we've ever seen with any player piloting any deck. In 2025, it was Henry Chow with Gardevoir. In 2017, at the World Championship was Diego with Gardevoir. Here we got Alakazam and Dragapult. And Diego here trying to stop us having an all Dragapult final at the World Championships.
And I think digging into the decks that little bit, what's going to be really interesting to follow the entire series is that Henry is playing only one Stadium card. He's playing one copy of Jamming Tower in his list, whereas Diego, he has 4 copies of the Battle Cage. That can shut down a lot of the trickery that Henry has within his deck with Curse Blast and with Phantom Dive damage counter placement. So Diego trying to manage that Stadium War is going to be vital, and Henry capitalizing on the potentially only one turn he has of full value with all of his abilities and attacks is also going to be critical here.
It is going to be very important. It does look like we're getting some prize cards hitting down here. Anything terrifying? Nothing too bad from Henry.
Yeah, the Lanazade can be a little bit awkward for Diego at times, especially alongside that copy of Sacred Ash. The Airy as well in the prize cards, that's an awkward one.
That is not one you want to see go. We have players, we have a stage. We got a hand on a basic Pokemon. We are getting ready here for our first of 2 top 4s. Don't go anywhere. As soon as this top 4 is done, we will go to the second. But right now, we've got Henry and Diego. There is a fist bump, and we are rolling here in the top 4 of the Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships. Henry goes first with a Dreeping and Energy, and then a pass to Diego.
It's not much, but it's just about enough. And I got a quick peek at Henry's hand as well. He does have at least a Cloak on the next turn, and I believe a Lily's Determination. So it's not the wide board that you would like with multiple basics, but at least we know that Henry is in the game. Action over to Diego now with that early Buddy pop-in. He wants to find as many of those Abra as possible, and he does have quite a traditional engine, really, with the 3-3 line of the Dunsparce in the deck as well. Diego with a really streamlined, straightforward build, even plays 2 copies of the Ace Nullifier Genesect to try and help safeguard him around the Ace-Spec Unfair stamp. So that's also going to be an interaction we have to follow throughout this set.
Absolutely. This Alakazam deck, the goal is very simple. Build your hand. Kadabra draws cards, Alakazam draws cards, the Dunsparce draws cards, and then you get to place 2 damage counters for every card in your hand using Alakazam's attack for just a single energy. Get a whole bunch of cards in your hand and use powerful hand to do huge damage. But something like an Unfair stamp, making you shuffle your hand into your deck and drawing 2 cards, absolutely devastating. Can't be played if there is an Ace Nullifier Genesect on the board to try and turn it off. So that's something we will absolutely be looking for as we go. Early doors, you just want your Abra to evolve and your Dunsparce to evolve up to draw some cards later.
Yeah, so often we talk about hand disruption being a way to limit your opponent's outs towards doing things, but not only does hand disruption hurt Diego in this case, by hurting his outs, but also the entirety of his damage output comes from his hand size as well, so it's extra devastating. No wonder Diego is taking precautions here. Looks like it's going to be the early Pheasantipity on the bench. We do have an energy attachment, so we can get a teleportation attack in if we wish. This could be a way to try and shift your Abra out of the line of fire, and is in fact going to go into his Pheasantipity EX. Diego is holding on to one of his Air Balloon. Henry showing off that he had 4 Dracloak in that hand.
Well, unfortunately, when you've got 4 Dreepy on the bench, 4 Dracloak, amazing. But this point, no. Evolve 1 up, get the first Recon Directive on the board, Lily's Determination for a new 8 cards. And this deck is rather straightforward in some ways. You want to evolve up into Dracloak, which gives you a bit of draw power with Recon Directive. And then Dragapult has arguably the best attack in the game. 2 energy, 200 to the active, and you get to drop 6 damage counters on the bench wherever you like. If that's not enough fun, you just add in your Dusclops and Dustoir that can KO themselves to drop more damage counters, and you're trying to build up into those turns where you take multiple KOs.
A nice 8 cards from Lily then, as there's already the Buddy pop-in in hand for Henry, and picks up a couple more. So we'll be able to really go wide on this bench. Having the threat of multiple Curse Blast in addition to Phantom Dive is what makes life so scary for Diego, sat on the other side of the table, because there's such vulnerable low hit point Pokemon. 50 hit points on the Abra, 80 hit points on Kadabra. It's very, very quickly where your entire board can be wiped away from you if Henry is able to capitalize on multiple Curse Blast in a turn.
That is something we need to try and avoid. Of course, that's where that Battle Cage comes in that you highlighted at the beginning of the game here. Battle Cage is a stadium card that stops damage counters being placed on bench Pokemon, not the active, by effects of attacks or ability. So both the residual damage from Phantom Dive and the damage counter from Curse Blast will all be stopped by Battle Cage. That makes it absolutely huge. So timing that is going to be crucial. But with 4 of them, it really comes down to actually when Henry times his 1 stadium to get rid of it.
As it happens, Henry is at least getting his board set up as best as possible. Will he also be able to pivot into Budu here? Yes, there is the Psychic Energy Retreat, so we can at least initiate an item lock here, whilst also getting a really relevant 10 damage onto the active Pheasantipity EX, setting Henry up for a potential boss's orders later down the line alongside Phantom Dive for a clean knockout.
Very nice. We see our first to Dunsparce. We're going to get that runaway draw. That allows you to draw 3 cards and then return to Dunsparce to your deck. Genesect, boss's orders, and there was another supporter. I believe it was a Dawn that was seen.
That's the pickup that I'm happy to see, and Diego is certainly happy to see that as well.
Speaking of which, here comes Dawn. Go and grab yourself a basic Pokemon, and a Stage 1, and a Stage 2.
Yeah, it's ideal for an archetype like this where all of your Pokemon also have draw stapled onto them. So being able to search out a number of these Pokemon all in one go, help you evolve up and get into a healthier range of hit points, so you're not going to be targeted down too quickly, but it also means that you're going to see a ton of cards in the process.
Absolutely. We've got a Kadabra, we've got an Alakazam, the basic. Well, there's a few different options here. It depends where you're going to be going. A lot of the time, Dunsparce will be the option.
Yeah. There's always there's a temptation to really never go Abra, because if ever you're able to draw naturally into your telepathic psychic energy, you get to find more Abra for free. So I like the option here from Diego, who will at the very least see 2 cards from the psychic draw from Kadabra that he's just searched out.
And when he's ready to take his first KO, that is when you need to get that Genesect established to make sure that unfair stamp will not be hitting the board. We do see Dunsparce coming down. We're going to see an evolution up into Kadabra. That's going to draw 2 cards with Psychic Draw. You get 2 for evolving into Kadabra, 3 for evolving into Alakazam. 1 more than the stage is the way I like to remember it.
Now, Kadabra can use Super Sidebot for 30 damage into Budu if Diego wishes. He could get aggressive. I'm not personally seeing his board being strong enough to make that play come together, especially because you would have to commit your tool to the active rather than to the Genesect on the bench, which is normally what you want to do. But we do see the early Battle Cage come into play, so Diego might be considering this line.
Battle Cage already out there. Henry's going to have to think very carefully. Only 1 stadium, so the second Battle Cage will stick for the game. It is just a retreat into that Dunsparce, just leaving something in the active. You'd hope it's not going to get KO'd, but if it does get KO'd, it's the least important thing on your board.
Yeah, you don't want to feed Henry those easy 2 prize cards, and you also don't want any of your evolution line going down. Diego is in a precarious spot. There is a potential for a boss's orders on Kadabra, and if Henry is also able to find his stadium bump, he could knock out the Abra as well. But he does have to work on getting rid of that Battle Cage.
Right now, we got 3 Recon Directive going. We've got a Pokepad drawn off the 3rd Recon Directive. So that is going to allow you to go and get a non-EX Pokemon, a non-rule box Pokemon. Good news is, doesn't look like we're seeing any big burst attacks coming down here. So that does mean that we should be in a slightly
We do have Ultra Ball in the hand, so we could either find a Meowth EX, or we could just guarantee that Dragapult EX right now. It's always a strange situation when that Battle Cage is up. The main selling point of Dragapult is that damage counter placement, really. And now you're basically, the same as just using your Jet Headbutt attack, because you can knock out this Dunsparce pretty cleanly. Although initiating that prize race can still have its advantages. You're denying potential draw from Runaway Draw later on in the game from Diego. And at the same time, you're throwing a pretty high hit point Pokemon into the active position before Diego has had a chance to really start motoring through his deck.
Absolutely. Well, we do see the Dragapult is the choice off of the Ultra Ball with the Fire Energy in hand. That does mean Henry is going to be able to Phantom Dive if he wishes. We're now going to see a boss that was already in hand on the Kadabra, and that means that we are going to see the free retreat from the Budu. Dragapult goes into the active, and it is going to be a KO, but no residual bench damage because of that Battle Cage. So already coming in and showing its worth.
Yeah, that was really well timed from Diego too. Otherwise, he could be completely in an awful position with no Abra whatsoever. Just Pheasantipity and Dunsparce. So you can see already the value of this stadium card. And it's going to be Diego's prerogative to really keep this in play for as long as possible. As we see a reload of Buddy Buddy Poffin now, some of his locked up items are now released because the Itchy Pollen is no longer in effect. So Diego will take a chance to look through his deck one more time just to confirm things. before shuffling up, and I think he should have access to a decent amount of draw here. He has flipped the script online. He now can use Runaway Draw this turn, in addition to any Psychic Draw. Ideally, he wants to work towards a Rare Candy, so he can start coming back with some attacks with his Alakazam.
Absolutely. If you want a quick maths lesson, here's what you do. You look at the HP of the Pokemon you want to KO. You take off the 0, divide it by 2. That's how many cards you need in hand to get a clean one-hit KO. If it's an odd number, just add 1 and then divide by 2. So Dragapult, 32 divided by 2 is 16. That's how many cards you need in hand for a clean one-hit KO with your Alakazam. Getting free off this Dunsparce is going to be an excellent start. And it looks like we've got an Energy and a Poker Pad.
Didn't look ideal, to be honest with you.
No.
And remember, Diego has that Larnazade and the Sacred Ash both in his prize cards. His only real means of Pokemon recovery, as he's not playing Night Stretcher in his list that's sometimes a one-off that you see alongside that. So the fact that Henry has gone early, taking out a Kadabra, could be limiting Diego here, who once again opts to go for Dawn for his supporter for the turn. It looks as though Diego is taking another turn off here and just trying to re-establish as big of a bench as he can. Kadabra coming into the hand. He can also re-establish an Abra or a Dunsparce. There's always that, well, there you go. Also the Ace Nullified Genesect is important. When you do get aggressive, you don't want to see an unfair stamp coming your way.
No, as soon as you're ready to take your first prize, you don't need Genesect down until you're taking KOs. But the second you take your first KO, that is when you need to have Genesect already down on the board. But unless there's a Rare Candy hiding in Diego's hand, there is an Energy. We saw that Telepathic Energy. Unless there's a Rare Candy already there, we're not really going to see an attack this turn. Even if there is, we don't have nearly enough cards to get a KO. Here comes a Genesect, and we are going to see a Buddy Poffin. But you're right, Joe, I've just been having a spy of the deck list. Both of those, your Sacred Ash and your Larnazade, they're both played as one-offs.
Yep.
So there's no recovery right now.
No, it's a terrifying spot for Diego, really. Especially when you're having more passive turns here. It is the one evolution of Kadabra. That's the only Abra that he has access to this turn that can evolve. We do see access to the Enriching Energy. That could be a manual attachment this turn.
That'll draw
keep
4.
bursting your cards. Yep, 4 draws there. But it's an A-spec you don't often see, but is pretty perfect for the Alakazam deck.
It's fantastic for Alakazam, but that kind of confirms there will not be an attack coming. So unfortunately, there's no Wondrous Patch or anything like that. You've got a nice big chunky hand of cards, which is wonderful. But again, you're letting Henry take a second KO, and then you're going from there. We put Genesect up into the active, just essentially, unfortunately, that is the sacrificial lamb. That is just being put up there to be KO'd because it's the least important thing on your board. You can play another one in a minute if you need to.
As for Henry then, are we going to see the floodgates begin to open? Can he access? Well, there's access to another Boss's Orders, which is definitely intriguing.
I kind of love that. I love Boss's Orders onto Kadabra here. Like you're already doing well. Just press the advantage.
Yeah, you've got energy attachments that you can float quite happily as well. Your draw engine has been pretty untouched.
Energy down there onto the Dracloak. And this is what's wonderful when you're playing Dragapult. A turn where you've got a Dragapult attacking and you can just get a free energy down, essentially now turns that Dragapult into a single energy attacker. Here comes your Poker Pad to go and search presumably a Dusclops here just to potentially give you that option moving forward. I mean, you could even just trade it for an Abra right now if you wanted to. Maybe Boss's Orders up the Kadabra and just take out all of those options. You don't know your opponent's out of recovery, but
well, you would have to boss up the Abra due to the battle cage. So you'd boss up the Abra, then you could Curse Blast the Abra exactly, and then it's down to Diego to re-promote his Genesect. That would be the only line there.
Oh, I mean bring up the Kadabra and just KO it with Phantom
just clean
Dive.
it with the Phantom Dive, yeah, sure.
You're right, we would need the Stadium to pull off the other play. Now, if we get the Stadium here, you could actually KO all 3 of them, and that would basically be game.
Yes.
I feel like if we had the Stadium, though, the Stadium would be in play by now. I still like the idea of going Kadabra. We're actually going Pheasantipity here. I like this as well. It's just 2 prizes. You're just prize racing here.
Well, this is what you say. You go down to 3 prize cards, and then you say that your 1 Stadium bump will give you a means towards a 3 prize turn. With Curse Blast and Phantom Dive damage counter placement, it's very possible. Henry is once again putting himself a 1 turn clock away from potentially winning, provided he can bounce that Stadium card on the following turn.
And this is the dream, right? You've got 1 Stadium bump, but you're putting yourself in a situation where you literally only need 1 and then you're going to win the game.
Yeah.
Who needs more than 1? At least at the moment, not Henry. Here comes a Poker Pad for Diego. Still no Alakazam attacking. We finally have one. We can attach and attack this turn, take 2 prizes, but you're now kind of terrified. You really, really need to try and do something to disrupt here. It might just be KO the Dragapult and hope, but we might try and do something else. I mean, what other options does he have, Joe?
Well, that's the issue. The Alakazam archetype is relatively straightforward in nature. It's just trying to race pretty routinely, honestly. So you really lack any form of disruption. It's really only the Eri supporter card that you can look to use to make life difficult. You could use a boss's orders on Dusclops, but it feels like your prize race is running away from you anyway at that stage. It's going to be Lucky Helmet onto the Genesect, activating that Ace Nullifier. So I imagine Diego will have to simply go through this Dragapult, but it's one of those situations where Henry, if he can draw deep enough into his deck and find that jamming tower, it could all come down in this game number 1 here. Diego has had a fairly slow start, and it's really starting to show now.
Absolutely has. Right now, that Abra is... that Abra's an issue, because Abra's only got 50 HP, so that is going to be easily KO'd by the residual damage from a Phantom Dive. A Dusknoir could take out that Kadabra, and then obviously the KO on the active would be free prizes. Right now, Diego's counting the cards in hand. Do we have 16? Is that enough to get the KO? I'll be honest, I'm not following enough. We are going to see a Hilda.
That's a +1.
Yep. Player supporter, -1. Search out a Pokemon and an energy, +2 for +1 overall. However, this Dunsparce could then give you another 2 extra cards. So that's going to get you a little bit closer with that runaway draw.
That is 15 in the hand right now.
Okay, so the Dunsparce will get... Okay, so this is going to put you down to 13, but then runaway draw will then put you up to 16,
well,
and that is the magic number.
Yeah, the Alakazam does it on its own.
Oh, that too.
I'm pretty sure we can't evolve that Dunsparce.
No, I don't
Diego
think
is
so.
making sure. Just figuring out what's been played this turn.
There are judges at the table, I'll be honest with you. The Pokemon professors can figure it out, and it is just going to be a straight KO on the Dragapult, but that was never the pinch turn. This, Joe, is the pinch turn. Free Retreat Purdue in the active. Can we get... Well, I mean, we need to get a Stadium Bump, and I think... Well, is there a chance for a treble KO now?
I don't think so. I think Diego has done a good job of evolving out of all of these lower hit point Pokemon. I believe Henry would just be 10 shy from a Phantom Dive 2 prize KO in addition to a Curse Blast KO.
That's what I'm seeing, unfortunately. That Dunsparce is the lowest HP thing on the bench, and it's got 60. You can evolve him into a Dusknoir and take a KO. You can KO the active. You will be 1 short. So Diego granted a little bit of a lifeline here as we see another Dracloak going and being searched out to give free Recon Directive again. That is giving access to 6 extra cards. Is it that important at this stage to bump the stadium? Like, can Henry just take 2 prizes and just say, well, Diego's not winning the game next turn, so I'll take, 2 this turn and finish it off next turn?
Yeah, 1 prize this turn is plenty. So I think Henry's going to get to work on maybe getting even more energy into play. That would be ideal for him. There's only 1 Crispin in his list. He also does play a copy of Judge as well. If he wants to get creative, he could try and use Judge as a hand disruption.
Crispin's come out with the Recon Directive here.
I feel like as long as there's enough energy in the deck, that's going to be a very strong supporter for Henry this turn. I see the final Recon Directive. 2 pretty useless cards. You could even just burn this Buddy Buddy Poffin or use it for Ultra Ball fodder at this stage.
Absolutely you could. It's not going to get you too much. You've got all the basics you really need at this point in the game. So it is going to be Ultra Ball fodder, it looks like. First, a Pokepad, though. Go and find a non-EX Pokemon of choice. Yep. It is a Moltres.
Sounds like fodder to me, Ross.
That smells a lot like fodder to me, Joe. Feels like that's getting discarded with the Buddy Buddy Poffin to get that Ultra Ball rolling.
Yeah, there's a good amount of energy in the deck for Henry here, so we can Crispin this turn, try and thin that deck as much as possible. You can see there's still a really big chunk of cards remaining in that deck. So there's no guarantee that next turn he'll be able to find that jamming tower.
This game is not over, let's be perfectly clear. Diego can win this in 2 turns, and Henry can win it in 2 turns. But Henry's got to keep those Dragapult rolling. We see, is that Lily's Determination? No,
yeah,
that's just
That's also part of his discard pile right there.
Okay.
But it is going to be the the Pheasantipity EX brought into the hand for Henry. He may not even need a Stadium at all this game. If Henry uses Crispin this turn, he could use that Boss's Orders effect on anything that isn't Alakazam, because that's the only Pokemon with 140 hit points. If you bring up any other Pokemon, then you can Curse Blast the active for a prize, and then you can also Phantom Dive the Alakazam to close the game, so it may not even require a stadium at all here, just because he's had such a strong early game start, and Diego has been a little slow here.
No, absolutely. Right now, because there's no easy KO with 6 damage counters on the bench, you're probably going to get 2 natural KOs and 1 with the Curse Blast. You don't necessarily, like you say, you don't need it. It'd be nice to get rid of it to open Curse Blast, but you are in a very strong position regardless, so you might be able to take the time off. Let's first have a look at this Ultra Ball. Yeah, that is going to go and get another Pokemon, presumably a Dragapult. Feels like you probably need one of those.
Yep, there's Dragapult EX. So Henry's working his way towards a really nice closing turn on the next turn. He still has 1 manual attachment to go here, can evolve up. Then he's looking towards the likes of Night Stretcher if he's unable to find Dragapult from those prize cards. There is 1 stored away there, and a Night Stretcher actually, so he's got good odds of finding his next follow-up piece, but even just a 1 prize KO is plenty for Henry here, as we see him finally promote that Dragapult EX. He's attached to the bench Dracloak. He's done everything he needs to do. Henry Chow has put himself 1 solid attack away from the game. How can Diego respond here?
Well, first things first, it's going to be KO this Dragapult. That is the most important thing right now. Henry needs to take 2 prizes next turn. If he wants to use the Curse Blast, he is going to need to get rid of that Battle Cage. Right now, it's over to Diego. And essentially, it's not the nicest, but it's KO the Dragapult. Oh, there's an Aries. So you're going to get rid of Special Red Card. I love that.
2 great hits.
Yeah, that's a wonderful Night Stretch. Night Stretcher and Special Red Card. Not too bad.
Night Stretcher would have been one of the pieces Henry required to have his next Dragapult EX online. And also the fact that Diego is almost certainly going down to 2 prize cards this turn. Getting rid of that Special Red Card is huge. The 1 of Supporter coming in clutch for Diego, making life that little bit more awkward for Henry. Diego's knockout is secure. That's not going to be an issue. It's really just how much of a defense he can put up with this fairly vulnerable bench beyond that.
That is the big question here, but honestly, if I'm Diego, I'm starting to feel better and better about this. My opponent has to bump the stadium to get a double KO next turn. I'm not seeing any way.
They can use Boss's Orders as well. They can Boss's Orders up the Genesect and Curse Blast the active with a Dust Noir, and then you will have Phantom Dive.
Oh, yes, my apologies.
That.
Okay, so we're going to need a boss or a stadium.
Right.
Thank you very much, Joe.
Alongside also recovering a Dragapult.
And that's kind of my point. And you're going to need a Psychic Energy as well.
Yeah.
It's not that much of a given. Now, don't get me wrong. If I'd still probably rather be in Henry's position. You got the initiative right now, but Diego's got to be feeling a little bit like this is still doable. If I can take 2 prizes here, next turn I can KO like the Fezandipti to end the game, and that's going to be an awful lot easier. There's a boss already in hand for next turn, and you're not really worried about Special Red Card anymore because Eri already got rid of it. So here we go, KO on the Dragapult. Diego down to 2 prizes remaining, Boss's Orders in hand. Diego's looking like he's probably going to win the game next turn. Joe, is Henry going to stop him?
There it is. I believe Night Stretcher has come into the hand, Ross. I think that's the final piece that we require. Night Stretcher for Dragapult EX, Psychic Energy to the Dracloak. And because we already have Dustamar in hand, we can use that Boss's Orders.
Here we go. Boss is going to bring the Genesect in the active. Battle Cage does not stop Curse Blast on the active. Now we KO the Genesect. Go down to 1 prize remaining. You've got to promote something. Whatever you promote will be KO'd by a Phantom Dive. And that is going to give Henry a 1-0 lead here in the top 4 of the World Championships. 1 game away from booking his spot on stage in the Chase Center tomorrow.
Things were pretty smooth for Henry Chow in that game number 1. Never even required to bump Battle Cage. So rare to see. Dragapult just doing 200 damage a turn was enough in this instance, Ross. But it felt like Diego was sort of sputtering in those opening stages. Henry did some really good early game Boss's Orders to disrupt the sort of main draw power that Diego had access to, in addition to sort of main attacker that he tried to work towards, and Diego was lacking those rare candy. It's one of those strange archetypes where you feel like Alakazam almost can always have it with the amount of reach they have in their hand, but because you're not selecting the cards you're accessing, you're just simply drawing off the top of the deck. Sometimes, even with high counts of these cards, you can just miss them.
Okay, well, let's take a look back then at what Henry did to take victory in that first game. So we saw the first KO on the Kadabra, and this is really just Diego not having very much. It took far too long to get rolling, by which point Henry takes a second KO, but that was on the Fezandipti, going down to 3 prize cards remaining. Plenty of options for if the Battle Cage wasn't there, but it always was. Diego finally starts taking prizes, but unfortunately it was too little too late, and then we're hopefully going to see in a second this big end stage scenario where Henry goes, well, Battle Cage only protects the bench, so I can just boss his orders up something in the active, KO it with Curse Blast from the Dust Noir, and then that means something gets promoted that gets KO'd by the Dragapult, and then Henry takes a pretty clean 1-0 victory in the end. But Diego knows he did not have the best draws in that first game.
Especially when Alakazam is a much better archetype going first into this matchup, I feel like. So having that advantage is really going to help him out. He can get evolving that little bit quicker, slow down the evolution on Henry's side, who does not play Rare Candy, so you know you're not really going to be facing down a Phantom Dive for a number of turns. So that should give a bit more breathing room to Diego in this second game. And let's not forget, he started his only EX Pokemon as well, and Henry really quickly capitalized on that Pheasantipity so that he could just very easily chain attacks throughout the remainder of the game to stay ahead in the race. So the fact that it was a Pheasantipity start and that he had a slower start under the Itchy Pollen lock, I feel like this next game is going to be a lot closer.
Even that 10 damage from Itchy Pollen was absolutely huge in the end, because with no extra damage counters flying around, that's what led to the KO on the Pheasantipity. So yeah, very important point. We have seen a mulligan from Diego. There won't be a second mulligan. There's at least an Abra in hand. You do have to have a basic Pokemon to start a game of the Pokemon trading card game. If you don't have a basic Pokemon, we call that a mulligan. You have to shuffle your hand and draw a new opening hand, and your opponent gets to have an extra card, almost like an apology. Sorry I made you wait a bit because I didn't have a basic. Have an extra card to make it better. And here is a fist bump, and here is game 2. Abra against 3P, Alakazam against Dragapult, and Diego will get the chance to go first. Hopefully, Joe, with a better start than last time.
Well, I can already see there's a Pokepad in the hand, and he also already has access to his A-Spec, the Enriching Energy. So it may well be that this Pokepad will search out a Dunsparce just to get the value of Enriching and potentially reuse it throughout the game. Alternatively, he may just still need to have a backup Abra, and you say that just one use of Enriching in this case is enough. No, Diego is going to go for the Dunsparce first of all, which is no bad thing. He's already holding on to some supporters for the next turn, so Diego's hand is pretty reasonable. Ideally from the next 4 cards from his Enriching Energy A-Spec, he might be able to find some more Buddy Buddy Poffin. That would be ideal. Those prize cards, not the worst. You are lacking one of your Abra, one of your Alakazam, and again that Lana's Aid has found its way into the prizes.
But at least you got Sacred Ash this time. Like, at least you got some recovery.
Yeah, we can handle that. Even the third copy of Alakazam can be a big deal just so you have that higher threshold of hit points at times. But it's going to be something Diego can navigate around throughout the game.
Absolutely, and here, you know, one of the things about Dragapult is it just doesn't put on very much early game damage. It takes a couple turns to get rolling. It's why Badoo is so ubiquitous with the deck. So that will give you a couple of turns to set up if you can deal with the lack of items, which can sometimes be a very big if. So we've got the Dunsparce, we've got the Abra in the active. Hopefully we can start to, you know, see Diego get his board going a little bit more, get a bunch of basics down. And then one of the nice things to get around your item lock is just draw a whole bunch of cards. Oh, he's not mucking about, Joe. Turn 1 Battle Cage.
Well, players have open deck lists at this stage in the tournament. They know that Henry only has access to 1 stadium card. The 4 draws from the Enriching Energy weren't ideal for Diego, so action passes over to Henry now.
Well, he's going to be looking to get his Badoo on. That's not the exact start Diego wanted. Bunch of cards is nice, but not many Pokemon. So Henry here using a Buddy Buddy Puffin, doing that opening game search, of course. Remember that there are 6 cards that are put down as prize cards at the beginning of the game. Those are cards to which you do not have access until you draw them by taking prizes, by knocking out Pokemon. Good players like Henry, what they're going to do is spend the first search of the game trying to figure out what those prizes are.
And the good news for Henry is that there is no jamming tower in the prize cards. That's already the first thing that he's going to be checking, but ultimately nothing too dangerous for him. That Pheasantipity EX obviously can be a good way for him to go deeper into the deck when he's trying to close out games, but might not be too concerning for a little while. Overall, pretty nice prize cards for both players.
Now, the one Pheasantipity makes me a little bit nervous, but you're almost certainly going to have something prized every game that you'd rather not have prized. Not the end of the world. So Henry there just making a couple little notes of what is prize. You can refer back to that as you get later in the game. Tension rises, you forget a few things, so you look back and go, oh, that's what happened. That's what's in the prizes.
Yeah, Henry's already looking like in a really good position. He's got one Buddy Buddy Poffin. I think he's also got a Poker Pad in the hand, as well as a Lily's Determination. So things are looking pretty good for Henry here. Even a backup Dreepy. And in this case, Henry's going to commit to a second Budu here, seeing the value of chaining Item Lock against Diego.
Really saw Diego start and went, I don't think you've got all that much going on, so I'm just going to make sure you are item locked for a whole bunch of turns, and by the time this item lock is broken, I'm going to have everything I need established to start taking these multiple prizes. Here we go with the, well, just a shuffle up from Lily's Determination. No prize cards taken means 8 new cards coming out for Henry Chow here. We've already got an energy on the active Dreepy and another Dreepy down as well. What can we get from these 8 cards to make things better?
Wow. It's already picture perfect. He's drawn into a ton of search. And typically in the Dragapult deck, that search can so quickly be converted into draw. So Henry could fill up his final bench space with a Dreepy if he wishes and can already start to put some Dracloak into his hand.
And even one of each energy, one fire and one psychic for good measure, after Buddy Buddy Poffin to get basics, and then you've got your Poker Pad, and I think there's an Ultra Ball in there as well to go and get your Evolution Pokemon. Just and even the unfair stamp if your opponent dares to take a prize. Yeah. Just really good hand.
This is one of the big sort of pitfalls you can have. Whilst using that early Budu, you're sort of teasing Diego, saying, I'm going to use that item lock. I know your Kadabra can take a knockout on this Budu easily, but then you're holding on to that ace-spec. You can instantly punish them. So Henry throwing all of these items away, the reason being Eri is in the deck for Diego, and he knows that there's no hand disruption beyond Eri, so let's convert these into Dracloak now and guarantee them for next turn.
Well, there's the Itchy Pollen. There will be no item cards from Diego. Does get that telepathic energy, which is actually huge here. Go and search out a couple of basic psychic Pokemon, or as I like to call them, Abra, and that is going to allow him to set up quite nicely, hopefully, under this item lock. And as soon as you start drawing the Kadabra, drawing the Alakazam, drawing the Dunsparce, then you're going to be drawing extra cards and hopefully mitigating that item lock a little bit.
Yep, and part of the reason why Diego plays 2 copies of that Ace Nullified Genesect is to try and allow him to be aggressive with these Kadabra and take those prizes. And if he's able to develop the Genesect alongside a tool, he then doesn't have to fear the unfair stamp. So if he can make that combination come together from his hand here, it could still be a big turn for him.
Well, there is a Kadabra. 2 cards will be drawn from Psychic Draw. What are we going to see? It is a Genesect. Do we have a tool to attach? Because it only works when there's a tool on there.
I don't see it just yet, but there is access to this runaway draw for 3 cards.
We're looking for a tool. That would be absolutely huge. Any tool will do.
There it is, Lucky Helmet.
Nice. Okay, this is fantastic. This is exactly what I was saying a second ago. Yes, you're item locked, but you have a bunch of just natural draw, and that means you can bench a Genesect, attach a tool, all of a sudden Ace Nullifiers online. You can KO the Badoo, but Henry isn't then allowed to go and use Unfair Stamp, which is in and of itself unfair, which I think is ironic.
It's going to be the Hilda for turn for Diego. Already has attached here, but he could re-establish an energy into that hand. At the very least, he can stash more of these psychic Pokemon for the next turn to continue to draw through the deck. So may as well take advantage of the Hilda while you can. And I have to think that with the Lucky Helmet pickup, you do go for this early prize card.
I think you probably do. And, you know, at this point, you were open deck list, right? So you know Henry's not playing any rare candy. So that Kadabra, it seems pretty safe. Well, yeah, you got Battle Cage, and that Kadabra should be pretty safe.
Yeah, it's looking safe from my side here.
So if you go and search out an Alakazam and an Enriching Energy, which is exactly what Diego's doing, that's probably 7 cards drawn next turn.
That's a lot of cards. Things are looking pretty good for Diego in the second game, who will now nullify this board. So doesn't have to fear the unfair stamp that we know is already in Henry's hand. So a great pickup for Diego, and now we'll take the first prize card of the game, and even hits an Abra to boot. That's a really, really good turn for him.
Back over to Henry, we do see a Recon Directive. It's either a Night Stretcher or a Dust Noir. Goes for the Dust Noir for now. That's going to... Not ready yet, but hopefully in a turn or two will be. Recon Directive on a second Dracloak. Freshly evolved gives access to a Patrat, which is not going to help too much here. Fodder. But there is an Ultra Ball, so I think fodder is probably the right word.
Yeah, we're going to throw the Patrat away, as well as a Dustoir. Not too awkward to stash that for later in the discard pile with your Night Stretchers and the third Dracloak coming into play. Henry with a pretty perfect turn 1 and 2 here. getting access to 3 recon directive. This is the power of Dragapult at play.
This is absolutely what you are looking for. Couple of cards coming to hand here. Well, not coming to hand, being a recon directive. You get to have one of them. And that is a Rosa we've got there in hand. That is some good energy acceleration onto a stage 2 if you need it sometimes. 1 energy onto a Dracloak. It seems like there is a Judge in hand, which is going to be very important later on. For now, it's just a
Itchy Pollen. Yep, seems like a decent play. You're allowing Diego to have this early pressure, and you're hoping that you can springboard back with a Judge as well as a knockout with Phantom Dive. However, Diego has a lot of cards to draw here. He's already evolved into Alakazam into the active. He can Psychic draw with 2 Kadabra now as well. And he's hoping that he can sit on this large hand size for as long as possible. There's even the boss's orders pick up now for Diego. Does he want to chase down those energy on the bench cloak? Seems like a pretty good option.
I was going to say, I think you probably do. Because the problem is you already KO'd 1 Badoo. You've got an Alakazam in the active. You've got an absolute mountain of cards in hand. You either want to be KOing a Dragapult, which isn't an option, or just going after the most important thing, which right now is that Dracloak with the energy on. Telepathic energy onto a Kadabra for the time being will allow you to search to get any other basic Psychic.
Yeah, I like just stashing this energy. Even without any Psychic Pokemon targets, it means that you can again weave in that enriching energy on another turn. So you're almost making your Hilders more live in the deck, just in case you are hit with that Judge. So that's also a really strong option on a turn where you don't need that many cards in hand to have a powerful hand KO here.
And
he has an insane amount of cards in hand. He doesn't need that many to deal with this Dracloak.
He really does not. You only actually need 5 in hand. You've easily got 5. So it was the boss onto the Dracloak here. That is going to be a KO. Diego up 2 prizes to 0. And that is in a very good position. This is already so different to what we saw back in game 1. Henry's going to need some kind of energy acceleration here. Starts with a Crispin.
And that boss's orders from Diego has now just meant that he doesn't have to be concerned about Judge. He was already ace nullifying the unfair stamp, and he's not yet falling prey to the special red card. So Diego is fully aware that he could hold onto this hand thanks to that boss's orders on the previous turn, forcing Henry into a line via Crispin here rather than anything else. And instantly 1 energy is going to go onto the Dracloak, and now we will recon directive. Is that the stadium bump coming into the hand? This is where things get spicy.
Yeah, Jamming Tower is in hand, but there's no
as well.
There's no great targets for that residual damage.
Not yet, but you need to have it all in 1 turn if you can.
Yeah, unfortunately you do. It does tend to be a bit of a combo. Only 1 Judge, you better time it well. Only 1 Jamming Tower, you better time it well. Henry has a bunch of these one-off options. If timed correctly, could absolutely swing the game. 1 special red card as well. In theory, a bunch of outs to Alakazam.
I'm pretty sure Henry shouldn't evolve into Dragapult this turn. I'm pretty sure he should go for just a single prize board and continue to Itchy Pollen here. I think Ultra Balling into a Dusclops, now that he's found that Jamming Tower, could be pretty important so he can work his way towards a Dusknoir on the next turn. So he has just picked up Dragapult, but he might even be sacrificing it here alongside a Rose's encouragement. Henry is gambling everything right now. These are both of his energy acceleration cards being used this turn. So instead, he will spread his energy onto multiple Dracloak this turn, evolve into this Dusclops and say that I can have a big swing turn with Dusknoir, Jamming Tower, and a knockout later on.
Even
There's
down
the
to
Itchy
putting
Pollen.
1 Psychic on each Dracloak with a fire in hand to make sure you've definitely got what you need next turn energy-wise. So, Itchy Pollen, Diego is still item locked. There is no access to items. Diego, taking a prize is not an issue here. That's going to happen. But you're kind of thinking at this point, my opponent is slowing things down. How bad is the turn going to be when they decide to go faster? You know, are we going to see a Judge? Are we going to see a Jamming Tower? Are we going to see all of this coming down in 1 turn? Really, it's just making yourself as well prepared for that as possible.
Ooh, I like this. This is creative, getting the enriching energy onto Genesect. Because it wasn't an air balloon coming onto the Genesect, you have to be aware that its 1 retreat cost can be awkward at times. And Diego has drawn into a Dunsparce, that's handy. He does also have access to Dawn in hand this turn, as well as Boss's Orders. But he may just want to hold on to these cards, seeing as though he's just grown such a substantial hand. He's also drawn into those air balloon, so you could consider putting Pheasantipity down proactively, expecting the floodgates to open pretty soon.
I do like the enriching energy on the Genesect, but I've got to ask you, Joe, you can't now cycle it like you can on a Dunsparce. That could come back to bite later on, right?
It could be awkward, but then again, it's one of those situations where you don't always have the opportunity anyway. No, it's going to be another boss's orders attempt here. Diego trying to stifle those energies once again and is happy to ignore Budu. You're limiting Henry's draw. You're forcing extra attachments out of him. I even see the Pheasant Dipty and Air Balloon come down this turn as well. Diego is getting into range of the special red card, and he's taking precautions.
I actually kind of love taking out this, because you know, again, your open deck list, you know Rose is gone. You know Crispin's gone. You know that both of these energy on the Dracloak is everything that's there. Now, there's no guarantee you KO the Dragapult next turn. But if you do, that's all the energy gone.
I think it's time. I think it's time for Judge.
Oh, it's time for Judge.
Henry's considering all of his options here.
I think this is the turn.
He's debating whether or not to play Jamming Tower perhaps here, or is he thinking that he just doesn't have high enough odds from the Judge? But it is time. Henry has fallen quite far behind in this game, and he needs to limit Diego's hand. This was one of the few ways that he could. It was either find your special red card or play the Judge here. In this case, he's going to give himself just 4 cards and a Recon Directive to at the very least find a Dragapult EX this turn to come back with some damage. Yeah.
And if that Dragapult goes down, you lose the game. That is it. You're not recovering from that. So this is a turn, I think, where you have to just judge and hope it works out. Diego can refill his hand. We've seen these decks do that. There's 2 Kadabra ready to evolve. There's a Dunsparce ready to evolve. There are a bunch of drawing options. You've got your Pheasant Dipty ready to flip the script. So here are 4 cards for Diego.
Ooh, there's the Dragapult. That's a big piece.
Okay.
Can we Night Stretcher? Ooh, Night Stretcher as well. There's the option for Dust Noir. We could Curse Blast the active Alakazam thanks to some early Itchy Pollen. That's in range of a knockout.
It is.
You could also Phantom Dive after the fact. You would be giving Diego potentially more cards with Flip the Script, but at this stage you kind of have to start going for this.
I think you do. I think that is a fun play. We'll see if it comes out. It is the Night Stretcher that is taken off of the Recon Directive here. That's going to go into hand. We've already got the energy. There's the Night Stretcher. That presumably is going to be... Oh, it's for a Dreepy, actually. Okay. So we're not thinking Dust Noir on the active.
Yeah, going to just go into the active with Dragapult right now and hope that the 320 hit point threshold is too much for Diego. He only has 4 cards currently in his hand. He has Flipped the Script that can get him 3 additional cards. As you mentioned, Ross, that Enriching Energy has been committed. So that's not a way for Diego to springboard into enough to take out this Dragapult EX.
Well, we need 16 cards. If we get to 16 cards, this game is over. You will need to put the Alakazam down, but you'll do that anyway to draw extra cards. Get to 16 cards in hand, you will end up winning this game. So that Dragapult goes down, you have 1 prize card remaining, and there really won't be much for Henry to do at that point. But, I mean, you can see the hand, Joe. How likely is this to happen?
Well, there's not many of those evolution pieces just yet for Diego. It does start with a Hilda. We have 3 Pokemon that we can evolve. Each of them can draw 3 cards, with 2 Psychic draws from 2 Alakazam plus a Runaway draw. I'm not sure if it's enough when you're also having to manually play these Pokemon down. You're only going +2 on each of these. So I think Henry's found a window of opportunity.
But imagine if that Enriching Energy was still available here and you could attach that as well.
I mean, it is one of those things, but also if you don't put an energy on the Genesect, then it can become a trap target later.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I'm not saying it was the wrong decision. I'm just saying I'd really, you know, if I was Diego, I'd really like it right now.
These are the fine margins of Pokemon, though. You can see the logic as to why Diego did it at the time, as we do see the first Psychic draw from Alakazam. Do we see any more pieces? No, don't see much here. Didn't draw into the Dunsparce.
There is an Ultra Ball, but the Ultra Ball, unfortunately, is kind of a -2 when you play it. So then when you play the Alakazam, you're even. It's not a great use of resources. It's not building your hand size at all. This is very awkward. We're going to put Telepathic Energy onto the Kadabra. And just have a quick look at the deck, see if there are any basic Psychic Pokemon we may want to grab out. There is an Abra.
There is an Abra there. Feels like Diego may just go for a passive turn again. It feels like you've got to reload those cannons after you've just lost a large hand size. So he may end up promoting the Dunsparce at the end of this turn here, or even the Abra, to be honest with you, because he's already got so many energy around this board. He can probably feel fairly safe to do so, but no, instead, Diego is going to go with an attack and put some damage counters into play. Diego has to be far less concerned about Henry having with no Monkey Dory. Putting damage counters into play is far less scary for him. And that's a substantial chunk as well being hit into this Dragapult EX.
Well, you got to think, Diego's winning in if he's winning, he's winning in 2 turns regardless. Here, now, there's no turn where you need an absolutely redonkulous, gigantic hand.
Yeah, that's true. And it also means that if there is a special red card coming out, you can still get close to the Dragapult EX next turn. So probably is the wisest approach. Henry, though, a slow attachment to Dreepy. What else is going on in this hand? Is there anything else for him here?
Not seeing too much. There is an option. Now, if Jamming Tower were to be found, that Abra would represent a very easy second prize on the bench for Henry. Of course, there was a judge last turn. There's only one in the deck. The odds aren't great.
Henry shaking his head. Just going to be the knockout. I think he knows he's got low percentage win at this stage. He's just seeing what Diego can construct. Got to make him have it in the hand, because at the very least, Diego has to build quite a few cards here. He does top deck the Dunsparce, but he has plenty of draws before that. First of all, we've flipped the script from Pheasantipity, but it is looking more and more favorable for Diego at this stage. He already has a Kadabra lined up. Does he have the recovery required to get some of these Alakazam out of the discard pile?
That's what we're going to be looking for here. Really is Alakazam. You only need 6 cards in hand. Cards in hand is no longer an issue. Looks like it is going to be a Dawn, gets you a basic, a stage 1 and a stage 2. That's going to get you your Kadabra and your Alakazam as well as a basic. Of course, we've already got the Dunsparce in hand. And I kind of love the fact that here you need 6 cards in hand. Now, and that is just going to be the concession from Henry. Diego takes game 2. There is too much pressure from the Alakazam line, and that means we are going to a game 3. But the wonderful thing is, we're in top 4. We've got a longer clock. We've got loads of time for a game 3, Joe.
We have plenty of time. And I was about to say, before Henry picked up his cards, that was going to be the picture-perfect board state that Diego had constructed, whilst also going down to just 1 prize card remaining. So Henry could see the writing on the wall. He had 6 prize cards still, or 5 prize cards still to take. Not going to get it done there. Diego coolly, with a much better draw in this game number 2, made light work of Henry's board there.
Absolutely did. And that we've just seen this is what Alakazam does. Let's see it again. Let's go to the replay. See what we've already seen so far. This is just game 2 here, and this is Diego. Early KO with the Kadabra, but crucially with that Ace Nullifier Genesect, making sure there will be no unfair stamp. And from here, it was Henry trying to set up, and Diego just ruining it. We saw the boss's orders, KOing that Dracloak with the energy on 2 turns in a row. We did finally see a Dragapult come up and take a prize. Diego unable to get a 1-hit KO, going, I can just hit it now, and then it's a 2-hit KO, and I never need a large hand size to pull it off. And Henry went, good point. Let's go to a game 3. Henry Chow, who made his name last season winning 3 regionals with Gardevoir. Diego, a well-known player for many, many years, whose biggest championship, biggest result was in the World Championships in 2017 with a different Gardevoir. Now it is a best of 1. Whoever wins this 3rd and final game will be joining us in the Chase Center tomorrow for the World Championship final.
It doesn't get bigger than this, Ross. Just 1 game away from fighting it out in the Chase Center.
And there is the fist bump. We are off game 3. It all comes down to this, and it is going to be, it looks like Henry going first, Dreepy against Abra.
And I'm not seeing much in the hand. I see a Duskull as well as 1 Poker Pad. Will this be for a second Dreepy and just hope that Lily's Determination can help you out? Or do you try and hold this for a guaranteed Dracloak on the next turn of the game? An age-old question for those Dragapult players. Henry opts to pass.
Well, we've got a Dreepy and a Duskull. Hopefully things will get a bit better next turn. Diego here, first turn where you're allowed to play a supporter. Items are not locked, so here we go. Buddy Poffin is going to go and get a couple of basic Pokemon. You're going to have a look to try and figure out which cards are in your prizes. And we are also going to go and grab a couple of basics. Worth noting there are 2 Battle Cage in the prizes, but there are still 2 in the deck compared to 1 Jamming Tower, so not as bad.
But ultimately it means that if this game 3 comes down to Henry just having to throw that stadium out there, there's a much higher likelihood of that actually sticking around for a turn. So still is going to be a little bit awkward. Diego with that early search will grab at least 1 Dunsparce. And he does already have to be threatened by the Duskull on Henry's side of the board. So he may try and look towards getting multiple Abra into play, because You don't want your only Abra to be Curse Blasted too early.
No, absolutely not. That 50 HP is terrifying, and one of the main reasons is Dusclops drops 5 damage counters when it uses Curse Blast. Now, we have gone 2 Dunsparce to only 1 Abra in the active, which would suggest Diego maybe has a telepathic energy, or at least some way.
I hope so.
To get towards more Abra.
Looks like Diego is also thinking about getting an Abra down here. He has just selected 3 targets, but we will, I think there's additional ball search available to him. Just weighing up the options of what's better.
Yeah, I don't think he's actually got 3. I think, yeah, oh.
He's doing that. He's saying that he wants an Abra, and that's because he's got a Poké Pad in hand.
Okay, so Poké Pad, oh no, it's going to be a
telepathic energy, yeah, as you said, Ross.
Love this. Hilda's going to get an evolution Pokemon and an energy, and has to be telepathic energy, which is going to go and get 2 Abra, and there is also a Poké Pad here, but strong argument to play that preemptively for an evolution Pokemon with Badoo on the horizon.
Yeah, nice to see that Kadabra coming into the hand, so looks like Diego's hand is already pretty well sorted. And some additional Abra coming into play. This is a really picturesque turn 1 going second for Diego right now. Ooh, saw the Dedenne. Says, you're not for this matchup.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to Dedenne personally. I think Dedenne's great. I think this matchup, have a little bit of a snooze. Wait for tomorrow. You might be needed more then. Here comes a Poké Pad to go and search out a non-EX, non-rule box Pokemon. Do we get another basic, or do we get an evolution for next turn?
I think picking up another Kadabra is pretty reasonable here. It's actually going to be the Ace Nullifier Genesect, so Diego saying, I want the opportunity to go aggressive if I have to in this game number 3. I don't want to be slowed down by Unfair Stamp. I want to use this Pokemon. He's almost made it a trademark include in his list by playing 2 copies, identifying how important it is to not fall short to that A-Spec choice. And he already has the Air Balloon in hand, so why not?
I mean, yeah, quite frankly. I mean, it's doing so much good. He hasn't been unfair stamped once in this whole series, and it is going to be just that attack from the Abra, flick back to the bench while doing 10 damage, popping a Genesect active just because it's got a little bit more beef.
Yep, I mean, you're already holding on to that Air Balloon. You can feel pretty confident with that line of play. Henry is going to Poké Pad out the 1 Dracloak, but he chose to hold this Poké Pad for this turn just to guarantee that stage 1. And he's also going to do his routine deck check. He does have a couple of those Psychic Energy in the prize cards. It might be a little bit awkward for him. We know that he needs to keep up on these energy attachments. When Alakazam is swinging, it can be swinging pretty hard. So you've got to keep up on those energy drops throughout the entire game.
But also a couple of Dracloak as well. It's not ideal prizes. Oh, it's a
1 of each, yeah.
Oh, it is 1 of each. My apologies. 1 of each is still not ideal. And then we've got 2 Psychic Energy. Dusclops and Boss's Orders, not ideal, but you play 2 Dusclops, 3 Boss's Orders. You'll probably be able to work around them just fine. But 2 of your 4 Psychic Energy when you need it to attack with Dragapult, something to keep an eye on. But most players take prizes from the bottom to the top, so we expect them to be taken sooner rather than later.
Just going to take the moment to acknowledge that we are in such a historic match. Diego Casaraga has been such an amazing player to watch for many years. Has brought us so many moments. Henry Chow, a player of the now. Over the last couple of seasons, he has been non-stop competing at the very highest level. And this Lily's determination is going to be huge for him here. Henry evolving up into multiple stage 1 Pokemon and needs to start seeing some Buddy Poffin as well as energy this turn if he wants to initiate an Itchy Pollen item lock. Failing that, he at least has to protect this Dracloak.
No, absolutely. Diego is in a position to start taking prizes next turn. He has got a decent board of Pokemon. And again, we've said it before, but it bears repeating. All of those Pokemon on Diego's bench, when you evolve, they draw you cards. Kadabra, the Dunsparce, they all draw cards. You wreck Candy into an Alakazam, it draws cards. Everything is drawing you cards as you go. There does seem to be a Dreepy in hand for Henry at least.
It's a pretty strong hand.
Oh, sorry, Joe, I interrupted you then, because we're eyeing up a Dusclops. He is eyeing up the Dusclops to try and potentially take out, presumably, the Abra with the energy on. Hasn't made the decision yet, but is clearly thinking about it. He's edging towards it. He's going to do it. No, he's not going to do it. I think he's going to do it, Joe. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. He's not going to do it.
Diego saying, do you want it on the active, perhaps?
We could be here a while. Unlike the Abra on the bench, which just went away with that Curse Blast. 1 prize to each player, but crucially, the Abra with the energy attached is no more on Diego's bench.
Henry then has a easy recon directive choice of Ultra Ball or Ultra Ball.
I'd take Ultra Ball personally.
Yep, good shout. And it is going to be the Buddy Buddy Poffin now. In addition to, there's already Dreepy in hand, and there's already a Badoo in hand. So Henry can easily reload a Duskull as well as a Dreepy. One of the things that's intrigued me so much about Henry's play throughout this entire tournament is how aggressively he likes to use those Dusclops during the game. Much more aggressive than most players, I would say.
I've been surprised in this tournament, and not in a bad way, but I've been surprised by the situations in which Henry has decided, hey, it's turn 2, I'm going to use Dusclops to take something out. We saw it on a Badoo in a previous game, and it was absolutely crucial. We've seen it on an Abra here, hoping for Henry's sake that it is going to be the same. We see an energy attachment just to manually retreat the Dracloak, and that means that we do get a Badoo into the active, and it is going to be an Itchy Pollen, 10 damage, but far more importantly, there's no item cards coming down. I say 10 damage, it would have been 10 damage were it not for the resistance that we see on Genesect.
Yeah, he's not worried about the damage in this case. He just wants to shut down the flow of Diego's deck. We already see there were a couple Kadabra already in the hand, and a Dawn has just found its way into the hand, in addition to one of his 2 copies of Battle Cage, with 2 in those prize cards, lest we forget. And now we have the runaway draw from Diego. Thanks to this Itchy Pollen, Henry knows that there's not going to be an attack from an Alakazam, but there could still be a Kadabra KO this turn. And we know that Diego was happy to do so in that game number 2, where he came out the victor, as soon as he was able to combine a KO with the Ace Nullifier Genesect. And that will be a board state that he can once again repeat.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got that air balloon to attach to the active to enable free retreat.
Are we lacking energy right now?
Well, I was just about to say, Joe, I don't think we've got an energy right now, so...
Ooh, that's a tough break.
Or is that...
Look how many cards are in that hand, and yet no.
It's going to be a Dawn to go and grab a basic, a stage 1, and a stage 2.
Is it coming down to our final runaway draw for an energy card here?
I think it might be runaway draws, desperate search for an energy. I think that might be the only play.
It's a surprising turn of events where Diego has seen so many cards. You think it's inevitable that there's going to be one in there, but not yet.
Well, there's only 5 energy in the deck, one of which, of course, is hiding away in the prizes, one of which on the Abra that just got KO'd. So that does mean there's only actually 3 energy available. Maybe that's why we're seeing it whiff. So cross your fingers if you want to see a Diego win here. Cross your fingers, we're about to see a Psychic Energy coming off of this runaway draw. Everything else is there. We've got Kadabra, we've got the Air Balloon to both turn on Ace Nullifier and get Genesect out the active. Do we have a Psychic Energy coming off of this draw? Huge turning point in the game. We do! That Telepathic Energy comes out.
That's a big pickup for Diego. You want to pressure the board as much as possible. We've seen what Henry can do when he has access to Curse Blast, so let's speed up the game, start taking these prize cards. It's also the best case scenario, a Telepathic Energy, so that he can also replace an Abra that was KO'd on the previous turn. So now his board is looking a little bit more stable here.
Absolutely huge. Like, whiffing the energy there would have put you a whole turn back. So when you get to the end of the game, you're like, oh, I would have won with one more turn. Well, that's where the turn went. But not to be. The Telepathic Energy did come out. We see a Dunsparce P and pop down to replace the Dunsparce. Battle Cage comes down to turn off all of those shenanigans. We've already seen one Curse Blast. Enough of that, thank you very much. So we see an Air Balloon on the Genesect. That's going to give it free retreat into the Kadabra. And then Kadabra can just come along and Super Psybolt for 30. Get the KO onto that Badoo. Start the prize race. But there will be no unfair stamp because Ace Nullifier on that Genesect is online.
Diego has been so diligent with this throughout the entire set. You have to respect that dangerous ace spec. And Henry already taking a moment of pause here. How can he punish his opponent? He's thinking of promoting a Duskull here, even though there's free retreat with his... Well, the Badoo has just been knocked out, my apologies. But it is forcing him into a Dusclops play here, unless he's going to take another turn off.
Well, the Dusclops would only be able to go to the active, which is not the best use of the damage. I mean, it still gets damage down, but it's not what you're looking for. Henry once again on the back foot here. Diego absolutely the aggressor in this game number 3. Lost game 1, came back and won game 2. Remember, we are in game 3 here. It is top 4 at the World Championships in San Francisco. The winner of this individual game will take a 2-1 win, and we will see them again in the Chase Center tomorrow on stage. And I'm telling you, you don't want to miss tomorrow. That is looking like the best venue you've ever seen for a trading card game championship match.
Rare situation where you may be using your unfair stamp as discard fodder for an Ultra Ball.
No!
It's come to the hand, and we do have a Dawn as the support of a turn for Henry. So confirmation that there's not going to be much of an attack going on this turn, unless you value something like a Curse Blast. We can reload perhaps a Budu here to continue to item lock. It's been something Henry has tried to maintain for a lot of this game.
Problem is, if you continue to item lock, you continue to feed your opponent prizes, that Badoo will go down. That will be Diego's 3rd prize, and he is just building up those Alakazam on the bench as we go. Good news, of course, you haven't played your Judge yet, you haven't played your special red card, so you do still have those hand disruption options. You haven't used your Jamming Tower for your big potential multi-prize turn. So all 3 of those one-offs are still in the deck, they're still options.
Yeah, and that's one of the key choices from Henry this tournament, to have all 3 options of disruption. Players normally cherry pick 2 of those. It's almost always the unfair stamp, then it's either or of the special red card or the Judge. In this case, Henry wanted to have all 3 options, and it could end up being a huge choice for him as we progress through this game. Henry able to pick up a few more drawing cards with that 3rd Dracloak that he can evolve into, and is also going to hold on to the Pheasantipity in his hand for now. He does already have energy that he can commit this turn. I think essentially what he wants to do is force Diego down to 3 prize cards. It's almost allow Diego to go down to 3 prize cards so that he has both Judge and the special red card that he can work into this game.
He's got the Stadium. He just drew the Jamming Tower off of that Recon Directive, so that is going to give that 1 turn of, well, would you say 1 turn? If Diego doesn't draw into his other Stadium, maybe not, but 1 turn at least of, hey, I can actually use Phantom Dive, I can use Curse Blast on the bench, I can do all of my fun tricks. Right now, it's going to be a Night Stretcher to go and grab a Pokemon or a basic energy from the discard pile. It is going to be that Dusclops. You can use that to evolve the active.
I think then just the pass.
Yeah, it has to be a pass.
Now you're threatening on all fronts. You're saying, I want my draw power to stick around, so if you want a boss's orders, I at least still have access to my Dusknoir. If you just take out the Dusclops, I can still manage with that because I'm going to be on odd prize cards, and I can try and force my opponent through multiple of my Dragapult EX. Let's see how Diego wants to respond to this. Can he weave in an Eri perhaps this turn? That could be a huge issue. The knockout is already confirmed. It's really how he can make his board as safe as possible. Evolving up into another Kadabra would be very handy here. Getting another Dunsparce into play would be very handy as well. But if you can find that Eri supporter card, it could be massive. You can try and catch Henry off kilter. If you can catch that special red card, if you can catch something else in that hand, you can really slow him down.
You would catch the ace spec here. I'm not sure a special red card is in hand right now.
No, not at the moment, but Diego's not to know that. That's what he's trying to work towards.
Absolutely.
Does pick up that Pheasantipity EX. Could be a Pokemon that he also tries to weave in. He's got another Air Balloon in hand, so it could be another Pokemon he decides to bench here. Knowing that once you take this knockout, you're going to be in range of that special red card, so you do want to have Flip the Script to help you burst back into some cards.
You absolutely do. Here comes a Pokepad. That's going to go and search out a non-rule box Pokemon. It is going to be, is that Genesect design up
Thinking
here?
about it.
Probably just as a discard fodder for later, or even just to add a card into hand so you've not got, you know, not much else right now. It's not going to do him much good at this precise moment. We've got a Genesect. It's already doing its job. But like that, we've got 2 Kadabra down that can evolve up into Alakazam and draw a bunch of cards.
Look at this, the second copy of Genesect coming into play.
Oh my word, he is not getting unfair stamp this turn, Joe.
That means it's a boss's orders effect. You're going to try and take out the Dracloak here from Henry Chow. Now you're saying there's still going to be no unfair stamp, even if there's a Dusknoir getting into the equation with Jamming Tower. Diego, if you want to have a safe board, that's how you do it. Can even draw 3 cards with another evolution here of Alakazam. Diego finding a spot to use boss's orders, again targeting down the energy. Diego going down to 3 prize cards with double Genesect developed.
I don't think I've ever seen double Genesect on the board at the same time, but it means that unfair stamping, you might as well discard of an Ultra Ball now, I'm afraid, Henry. It is not going to do you any good for the rest of this game. We've got a Dusclops, we've got 2 Dracloak. It seems like we're grabbing a Night Stretcher, I think that was, from a Recon Directive. And then we're going to get what's either Buddy Poffin or Lily's Determination from the second one.
Feels like it has to be Lily from this stage. You could still try and flip the script this turn and try and work towards your special red card. Judge feels pretty poor this turn.
It does feel, I mean, you need energy at this point.
That's
the problem is, if you attach 1 energy a turn, that just tells Diego, hey, Diego, KO this one. This is the one you want. So you need something like a Crispin or a Rosa, but problem is then, you need to get it all in one turn, and then you're not playing Judge. It is starting to look a little bit hairy. Diego just 3 prize cards away from booking his spot to a second World Championship final. Here comes a Pokepad. That's going to search out another Pokemon for Henry here.
Honestly, I'm just so pleased with the play from Diego last turn. The second Ace Nullifier Genesect, also with the Air Balloon, is just incredible because Henry was slowly trying to creep towards this play where you blow up the Genesect on the bench so you can unleash your unfair stamp to be powerful. Diego's having none of that. Not his first rodeo.
No, and that could have been a play. You know, we've got the Jamming Tower in hand. You evolve up into Dust Noir, play down the Jamming Tower, and then Curse Blast will get rid of the Genesect on the bench, and you immediately unfair stamp. It was all there. Diego, he wasn't to know both those cards were in hand, but he also, like you say, not his first rodeo. You're thinking, what is the worst thing that can happen right now? Hey, I've got an answer to that.
So strong from Henry. Oh, sorry, from Diego. And it's put Henry in this strange position where he might even be having another turn where he's putting on the brakes. Doesn't want to put an EX Pokemon into play. The way you only give up 1 prize card this turn means you can still use Curse Blast and a Phantom Dive. It gives him 1 more turn to try desperately to dig towards that special red card on the following turn.
Not in hand now. There's no Judge. There's no special red card. We are just going to see an Ultra Ball. Still holding on to that unfair stamp. Still holding on to a little bit of hope that maybe we can use it here. Oh, did it go into discard?
Well, we've just seen an Ultra Ball to get rid of some pieces and then a Lily's Determination for a fresh hand here. Henry unable to use Judge. Didn't value any other supporter card. Instead is going to go for the Lily's Determination. Didn't want to put the Pheasant Dipty into play either. That would allow Diego down to 1 prize card, and that would essentially diffuse your Curse Blast Pokemon. So you can't go for that just yet.
It's not there yet. Drawn back into the unfair stamp, but hasn't hit the special red card. You were just as likely to hit each of them, but you hit the one you can't play yet, and that means that it's going to be back to Diego in a moment. And, I mean, do you just... I mean, I suppose maybe you do Badoo again because you just don't want the Draclo being KO'd either way. Badoo stays there, and it is going to be a pass over to Diego. At the very least, the KO and going down to 2 prizes is on the board. Could we see maybe a boss's orders to take out the Draclo with the only energy on?
The cheeky lucky helmet from Diego. A decent option to give you that little bit more draw. Diego is really closing in on this game pretty quickly. You're still going to have to probably get through 1 Dragapult EX here. That's the thing you have to still have in the back of your mind, that you're going to have to still springboard into a number of cards. But the Lucky Helmet helps you do that. You're already safeguarded around the unfair stamp. He's done pretty much everything he needs to do. Is holding on to that boss's orders as well, so could just continue to take out energy. There it is.
You go after the Dracloak, you get rid of the energy, and now they can't play Judge next turn. And they can play unfair stamp next turn, so it's exactly special red card is the only thing that you are worried about. We take the KO, and Diego goes down to 2 prize cards remaining. 1 Dragapult KO away from a space at the World Championship Finals. Does Henry have a way back? Still 5 prize cards to take. Draclo goes into the active.
Top deck, no help. It's going to have to come down to this Recon Directive, Ross.
What have we got? It's a Crispin and a Dragapult.
A shake of the head from Henry.
Oh, and if you're Diego, you love to see that. Your opponent shaking their head.
Is it all slipping away for Henry Chow here?
You kind of want both of those cards to start launching an attack. You can't. It's only 1, just to be clear. But both of them would be quite nice. Oh, and what's Henry got other than that? He takes the Crispin. That's going to give
Boss's orders is his only other supporter card, and that's pretty useless. Neither supporter looking great here. It could be the Crispin. But at this stage, again, you have to just give up a single prize. Are you retreating into Dreepy here? as your best line of play.
And that's going to put Diego down to 1 prize card remaining. I think Diego's played 2 boss so far, right?
He has.
And there are 2 in the deck. So boss is now out for Diego. There will be no more gusting, no more boss's orders. You just have to hit what's in front of you. But Henry here, he's got 3 hand disruption cards. None of them have hit the board. None of them have given him any value whatsoever here. And Diego has really just had a very straightforward setup with Alakazam, KO smaller Pokemon. He hasn't had to reach at all. Energy onto the Dracloak, and a second one, and then a retreat into Badoo when you are 5 prizes down to 2 remaining. And it is just going to be an itchy pollen. There will be no item cards for Diego, but he will draw cards for the Lucky Helmet.
Has plenty of draw right now. Henry was really wobbling on that final turn, almost retreated the Psychic Energy away. You can see he's feeling the pressure. And Diego, all he has to do is take a prize card. Diego Casaraga just 1 prize card away. Henry's been holding on to a lot of the puzzle pieces, has picked up a Meowth EX. Could that be one of his final defenses here?
I mean, it almost feels like at this point, what are you looking for? You get an energy, you get a Dragapult, you find your jamming tower, and you just hope that Diego's not able to piece together a big KO onto a Dragapult, because I'm not seeing much else that Henry's got here. He's having a look through his deck, but he's got to be thinking at this point, is there anything that I can do? Where are my outs? What can I do when I'm this far down?
It's going to be the Meowth for Judge. It has to be at this stage. The hand size is too monstrous for Diego. We have the Fire Energy already in hand. Do we also already have the Dragapult EX in the hand as well?
So there we go.
We have the Stadium, though. You could consider playing this card, but you have to be so careful about when you do.
Here comes the only Stadium. That jamming tower comes down. We do see Dusknoir, and it is going to be a Judge. Finally, we get some hand disruption. Henry has got to get a Dragapult, and this is Henry's last stand here. You get Dragapult, you've got jamming tower down, you put your opponent down to a 4-card hand. You know they have no gusting left, and you say, you can't KO this Dragapult, and I'm making a huge comeback.
And it's looking ugly here, but just a couple of turns of Phantom Dive and it can all change.
Oh, yes.
You can still put in a substantial amount of damage, knocking out 1 Alakazam, setting up the benched Kadabra. On the following turn, if you're able to sponge a hit, you can knock out an Alakazam, finish off the Kadabra. If Diego is unable to find another Stage 2 evolution. There's a Pokepad coming out from Henry. I'm not even sure if he has access to the Dragapult EX just yet from his own Judge.
We've got a Dawn coming down. We do have a
come down to the Recon Directive, even if Henry can find this Dragapult in the first place.
We need...
there's Night Stretcher in the hand, so that's okay.
Okay, so that's going to get you towards a Dragapult. That's going to be big.
And it picks up the special red card as well.
Oh, I love that. You've got to take special red card, surely.
Yeah, so you can Judge Phantom Dive this turn, then next turn, special red card Phantom Dive. Henry's done everything he can to be as cautious as possible to still have this chance to Phantom Dive cleanly 2 times. You're asking for a lot here. You need Diego to have a fairly poor 4-card hand from Judge, but he's going to set up the Kadabra and hope that he can take out multiple Alakazam in a turn and leave Diego with no attackers whatsoever.
Absolutely.
Diego, what do you have?
Do we
Promotes the Alakazam already.
Do we draw off the Lucky Helmet?
No, because of the Jamming Tower.
Oh, of course. Thank you very much. The Jamming Tower turns off the Lucky Helmet. No draws from that. We've got 5 cards in hand. We do have a Dawn. We do have a potential Alakazam draw for free. It does feel like we are just going to be hitting and working on a 2-hit KO here.
But already evolving up into the Alakazam is the biggest relief for Diego. That's the most important thing here. Get your Kadabra out of range of a second Phantom Dive.
Yes.
And then you can 2-hit KO this last Dragapult EX from Henry. So the Judge has been just good enough for Diego so far.
Just good enough, I think, is a good way to put it. We're going to go and get a Pheasantipity. That can go down and draw you 3 extra cards. Go and get a Stage 1 to Dunsparce. Not doing anything, but it's +1 card in hand, which is everything this deck wants to do. So we're going to be drawing 6 cards here, 3 from Flip the Script, 3 from Alakazam. Doesn't look like we got a KO this turn, but we can set up for a 2-hit KO and win the game next turn. 16 cards does seem out of reach.
Let's see the 3 cards. There's the Enriching Energy.
Okay.
That's a lot of cards here.
There's the Enriching Energy to draw 4. We can get 3 more off the Dunsparce and then 3 more off the
How many are we at here? Diego, start counting. You've got Flip the Script, you've got Runaway Draw. That could be enough.
That's
There's
enough.
the handshake.
Diego does get to 16 cards in hand. One hit KO on the fresh Dragapult, and Diego Casaraga is back to the Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships. We'll see him in the Chase Center tomorrow, trying to be the second player ever to repeat as a Masters Division World Champion.
Wow. Diego, you're doing it again. In the immortal words of Jay Witz, go Diego, go.
Oh my word, the end of that game, Joe, that was so stressful. I have so much sympathy for the players there. Just, it looked like Diego was running away with it, and then Henry had the turn. We had the jamming tower, we had the judge. We had special red card, lock for next turn. But then Diego, somehow, it's enriching energy, and it's Serendipity, and it's, oh wait, no, we do have 16 cards in hand. Let's go.
Oh, such an impressive result for Diego there. Keeping his cool. Let's see how it all played out. Starting off in this game number 1 then. Diego had a really slow start in this game number 1. Henry was getting in there with Phantom Dive, even with the battle cage established, was able to go up 3 prize cards before Diego was even able to initiate any sort of attack.
Absolutely, Battle Cage was there, but Battle Cage was absolutely not doing anything like you needed it to. And we had this big turn at the end where you use the Curse Blast to KO the active. The Battle Cage will not protect. Big KO off the game 2, where Diego has a much better start. All these KOs with Alakazam, while Henry is not able to actually set up much of anything. Diego is able to then start picking apart the bench, using Boss's orders to take out the Dracloak that Henry really wanted to stay on the board. And then when we finally saw Dragapult come up, Diego is able to just draw a whole bunch of cards. Couldn't get a 1-hit KO, but a 2-hit KO was more than enough, and Henry went, all right then, let's go to game 3.
In game 3, again, a cat and mouse situation. Henry going early with Curse Blast, trying to just limit those Abra as much as possible, knowing that you have to keep replaying these low hit point Pokemon. Henry trying to find situations where he could get 3 prize cards later on in the game. That's why he was getting so aggressive with those Dusclops. But Diego, with a much better opener here, was able to weave in a knockout early on with a Kadabra whilst getting the Ace Nullified Genesect online. And that was really hindering Henry. He was really desperately trying to weave in that Ace Spec. But Diego, with that second copy of the Genesect coming down, meant that there was going to be no shenanigans from Dusknoir.
And that was such a crucial play. And here we see Diego going, no, I know you judged me last turn, and I know that your jamming tower turned off my lucky helmet, but I think I can still get to 16 cards. It turned out he totally could, and he is going back to the World Championship Finals 2017. He took a bit of a risk with Gardevoir GX. The first weekend that Burning Shadows was legal, he played that deck all the way to a World Championship victory, and the community loved it. He's been a fan favorite for so many years. Well, 9 years later, we're back, Joe, and he might be doing it again.
Diego, not getting rusty at all. He is not going anywhere, teaching the new blood how to do it. He has been at Pokemon for so many years. He's seen so many iterations of the game, and he's still able to compete at the very top. He's only able to compete in a handful of tournaments these days, you know. He's a dad, he's doing all sorts of other things in the game, but he still finds the time to come to these major tournaments, still makes it to the World Championships almost every year, and he really has solidified himself as one of the best ever in this game.
I did see a great social media post, which was basically like his kid watching him play in the World Championships. Just that lovely kind of father-son moment. I absolutely get those feelings, although they don't watch me play in the World Championships. But, you know, close enough, Joe, close enough. But it is just lovely, you know, seeing these players who have been around a while, they have other responsibilities, but they stay in the game. And when you're that level of good, you can come back and do it all over again. And still, the only hope for a Dragapult not winning Worlds this year.
That's 1 down, 2 to go. We have a Dragapult mirror match in the other side of our top 4. Will it be Brent Tonneson or Andrew Hedrick meeting Diego Casaraga in the finals? Either way, it's going to be an immense show tomorrow.
It is going to be. I mean, we looked at the top 4, and we looked at all of these players, and we went, any of these 4 players would be a great story, winning Worlds. After everything we've seen, these are players that we followed for years, players we're all very familiar with. And now it's like, well, it's coming down to it, and any of them would still make a great story, but Diego repeating as world champion. The last time we saw that was Jason Klaczynski winning his 3rd World Championships. That was in 2013. That was before we even started casting Joe.
That's a long time.
That's a long time ago, man.
It feels like a completely different game at this stage, and that's what's, again, just so impressive for Diego. He's had to relearn this game year after year. Not only the new cards coming in, but just the sort of tempo and pace of the game as a whole. Entirely different from, back in 2007, he was playing Bennett EX with some evolutions, where there was things like 70 damage being a good number, 90 hit points on 2 prize EX Pokemon at that stage. Now we're looking at 320 hit point 2 prize Pokemon. We've come a long way, but Diego still finds the way to pinpoint a metagame and really cash in on it.
And still, you can see the love of the game. Let's give a little bit of love to Henry Chow, though.
Oh, yeah.
Last season, the Gardevoir player. When Gardevoir was the best deck around, Henry Chow was the best Gardevoir player. 3 regional wins, and going into this season, there was a bit of a chatter of, well, is Henry just a really good Gardevoir player, or can he adapt to another deck? I think it's pretty conclusive at this point. Henry did a great job adapting, picking up Dragapult and going, no, I'm still a great player. Just give me 5 minutes to learn the deck, would you?
And I adored his deck list. A great choice for the weekend. And he really utilized those Curse Blast Pokemon in a very different way, in a very unorthodox way. In a lot of those situations, the cogs just seem to turn differently for Henry. Yes, there were times, time and time again, where it's felt like he's been out of this tournament and he's come back from the bitter death of it and has got himself to a top 4. An amazing result for Henry Chow. Huge congratulations to him, but now it's all about our finalists.
It is all about our finalists, but why talk about him when we can talk to him? So let's catch up with Amy and let's go to the stage.
And here we are with Diego, who is using a really big spoon to carve his name once again into the Pokémon TCG finals here at the World Championships. Diego, how does it feel to be back on this stage?
No, es impresionante. No pensé que después de tantos años iba a llegar a otra final y estoy muy contento de estar con toda mi familia.
It's very exciting to be here after so many years of playing, and I'm very excited to be here with my family.
Family is what it's all about, and I can see these guys love Pokemon too. I have a question for them if it's okay. What are their favorite Pokemon?
Me? Lugia, Cradily, Pikachu.
Yeah, amazing. It's a family affair over here at the World Championships, and as it should be. So when preparing for this event, I've got to ask, Alakazam, the build you went with is what I'd call quite a traditional build of Alakazam. You've got the enhanced hammers to deal with a lot of threats coming up. Were there any cards that you changed out in and out of your deck last minute that you could reveal to us?
No cambiaría nada porque está funcionando, pero con mis compañeros de team armamos el mazo, practicamos mucho y pusimos las mejores cartas.
No, he wouldn't change anything because everything has been working so far, and everything is thanks to his team members.
Oh, that's amazing. Let's get a huge shout out to that team. Do you want to give us some specifics?
No, un saludo para toda mi familia y todos mis amigos.
Hi to all my family and friends.
La última vez que gané el mundial estaba en la panza, ahora ya está acá conmigo. Eso. La última vez que gané el mundial él estaba en la panza.
Well, the last time I was competing like this,
Gané el mundial.
okay, the last time he won Worlds, he was still in his mother's belly.
Oh my goodness, time has passed, but your skill is still here. I'm astounded to see how well that you played, and it's so lovely to see your family getting involved as well. Do you think these guys are going to be world champions one day too?
If they practice a lot, maybe. Yes.
Be a family affair, have world champions across the board. Diego, do you have anything that you're going to do to prepare this evening, ready for tomorrow?
Rest and eat.
Rest and eat. That is the best thing you can possibly do, and spend some time with your family. Thank you so very much. It's been an absolute pleasure watching you succeed today. Very good luck in the finals tomorrow from me and the rest of the crew. So thank you so much. One last big old cheer for Diego, our first finalist. We're gonna go back to Pablo to get some good, juicy analysis of that game.
Thank you so much, Amy. Congratulations to both players. And I'm just going to say this is a preview for the LATAM regional streams you can expect next season. The energy, lovely to see. And of course, amazing play by both players in this semi-final match here at the World Championships. Diego advancing to Championship Sunday, but not without a few hiccups along the way, losing that first game, but having the resilience to come back. And funnily enough, the very first turn really decided that game one, benching that Serendipity to be able to go back into it. That decision, I think, ultimately ended up hurting Diego. He had the Air Balloon available to free retreat and whatnot, but that Body putting 10 damage, that just 10 damage can be the difference between advancing to the World Finals or possibly not. And that 10 damage from the Body, along with the item lock, allowed Henry to set up this play where in the price trade-off, 2 prizes is very significant. It means you have to take 1 less turn in order to win the whole game, and Diego really made the best he could out of this, but ultimately he ended up falling to Henry in game 1. He was able to make a comeback, but in order to maximize his chances of winning, a well-timed airy was part of his plan. He was against the rope, he was stuck in this situation where he needed Henry to ultimately whiff in the crucial moment. The threat of Dusknoir was happening, and airy hit both special red card, but more crucially, a Night Stretcher. With the Night Stretcher and the knockout on Dragapult, that meant that Henry needed a Psychic, the Dusknoir, and a Dragapult as well, which he would have had otherwise, thanks to that Night Stretcher. So perfect timing. The list is obviously very, very good, but ultimately it just wasn't quite enough in order to win this game. Henry had the perfect pieces, found the boss, found the Dusknoir, found the Dragapult, utilized Dusknoir to bypass that battle cage, as that only protects the bench but not the active. And really crazy to see a battle cage coming into play for the whole game, but then ultimately not being enough, and Henry managing to pull out the win. And then in game 2, we saw another very crucial boss's orders pressure by Diego. He was able to consistently apply this pressure, find the boss's orders, take down the energy, and by denying the energy, what do? You force your opponent to find either Crispin or Rose's Encouragement, which Henry only plays a single copy of, in order to force them to be able to attack. And that means no judge, right? With Genesect denying the on-first stamp pretty much all 3 games, with special red card not being active because we're still in a situation where we haven't taken 3 prizes, we're still at 4. That means there's no hand disruption, and that means the hand continues to build and Diego can threaten any incoming Dragapult. This still forced Henry to have to take it slow and steady, and then we had this very peculiar situation towards the end. I'm getting a little, with the double Genesect. I was like, where's the double Genesect? Double Genesect means even if you set up a Dusknoir, you cannot get attacked by on-first stamp, giving you the freedom to take down the energy once again, forcing Rose's Encouragement, forcing Crispin. Denying energy on Dragapult is definitely a way to beat it. Usually this is done in the mirror match with Crushing Hammer. Of course, boss's orders is a great way to pressure the energy, and Henry, one of his deck building choices for this weekend was to skip out a little bit on the energy acceleration. 2 copies of Crispin, 1 of Rosa is usually the norm. He decided to play 1 of each, and that ultimately led to a little bit slower games, but Diego was always on top of things and continued to apply the pressure. And this was a very crucial moment. I think this encapsulates perfectly how the pressure, the nerves, the moment, how important it is to keep your cool. Henry almost made a small mistake by retreating the wrong energy. He had a fire energy in his hand, which we can barely see right there, and he was about to retreat the psychic energy of the Crispin, which would have led to him having 0 chance, or making it even harder for him to make a comeback in this particular game. So both players playing at their best, the pressure of the moment, being one game away for both players from playing in Championship Sunday, almost made that crucial mistake, wasn't enough despite not making it, and Diego advances to the finals. Next up, we have Brent Tonneson against Andrew Hedrick. We do have one small tidbit at the fun zone at Pokemon XP with Amy, Gabby, and Farid. So let's take it away over there as we head back to our next Masters Top 4.
Welcome, guys. We're here at Pokemon XP out in the garden. I know, they let us go outside. I'm with Farid and Gabby. Of course, my name's Amy. We're going to take you around some of the activities that everyone can enjoy here.
So in the Alola region, trainers can work part-time to rescue Pyukumuku by chucking them back in the ocean after they wash ashore. But here at the World Championships, we can have a little bit of a fun competition by trying to chuck them back into the ocean just to see who's, a better Pyukumuku chucker. So Amy, Farid, I think you two need to have a little bit of a friendly competition to see who's better. What do you think?
I think we got to do it.
I'm ready.
We see Gabby up here, gonna save that Pyukumuku real good. She didn't do it, but you know what? They both worked really hard. Farid's gonna get that bonus for working in Alola. Yeah! Good job, everyone, saving the Pyukumuku.
Okay, trainers, we are outside at the pin rally station. And what pin have we just got ourselves?
We got Farathon!
Beautiful little Farathon pins, one available for everyone that's out here, and there's a queue for them, but there's another one that we'd like to get, so stay tuned because we'll be back.
Hi guys, I'm here at the Furfrou Hair Salon and Misty is helping me out with a new look. We're getting some cute braids and they've got loads of different styles you can pick from. Hair tinsel, glitter, accessories, braids galore. There's so much. Goodness gracious, there's just so much. So we're gonna see how the final look comes out. I really love the little braids, they're so cute.
This is a look, this is a vibe. So we're here in the Furfrou Hair Salon, and I am getting special treatment from my new friend Claudio. We're getting green for Pokemon GO. So I hope you enjoy it, guys. The things we do for Pokemon.
Glam. Glitz and glam.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Kevin at the B-Dome, and Kevin, why don't you tell us what's going on here today?
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Well, this is for Planet B. We talk about science education and bee conservation for schools around the Bay Area. We're here making seed balls because bees are the most important pollinator. Did you know that there are 20,000 types of species of bees around the world?
I actually did not.
Oh, you know, girl.
All right, well tell me, what's a seed ball?
Yeah, so it's just a little bit of clay. We put some poppy seeds in there. Kids can just toss it out and then we just help the bees because bees are very important to our ecosystem and environment.
Any particular reason why you're using poppy seeds?
Poppy seeds are native to California. We love California, welcome to San Francisco, and we just want to support more local bees here in the San Francisco Bay Area.
We've had our eyes done, we've had our hair done, we've got new pins. There's so much to do at the Yerba Buena Gardens. Make sure to check it out, but from us, that's a wrap.
And then there 4, 3. Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to the trading card game competition here at the World Championships 2026 in San Francisco, California. We've got Diego Casiraga waiting to play his final match tomorrow, but we've got to determine who his finals opponent will be. That's going to be our job for the next 75 or so minutes. Chip Ritchie here in the desk with Kyle Pukasukovic. It's going to be either Brent Tonneson or Andrew Hedrick facing off in the Chase Arena tomorrow.
What an event we ended up with. We were uncertain as we were going through this event how things were going to play out. You know, a couple Crustal decks made it into the top 8. How are things going to shake out? Turns out Dragapult was the answer all along. But, of course, Diego, congratulations, making it back to the finals of the World Championships a second time with that Alakazam deck. So we will not have a Dragapult mirror match in the finals. We do have one to decide who will join Diego and what a matchup it is between two of the top players in the last couple seasons, Brent and Andrew Hedrick.
Multiple championships between both of these trainers, but only one of them is going to keep that dream alive of becoming world champion. Let's get down to that stage where our players are getting set up and determine who will be playing in the arena tomorrow. Brent Tonneson facing off against Andrew Hedrick. As you alluded to, Kyle, it is a mirror match. Dragapult EX alongside the ever-adored Crushing Hammer.
I mean, Andrew Hedrick was really the person who made this deck. We had the rotation in the standard format. Players were using Dragapult EX, and Andrew Hedrick was kind of the first one to put this on the map. You have a lot of extra spaces for this deck. Why not play some Crushing Hammers, give yourself an advantage in the mirror match, and this immediately became adopted as the way to play this deck. So, in a lot of ways, very fitting in this Dragapult format that we find ourselves in, that kind of the creator of this modern variant of the deck is here with a chance to go to the finals of the World Championships.
Andrew won the Los Angeles Regional Championships this year with this archetype. He had a couple of other strong finishes with the deck, including a top 32 finish at this season's North American Internationals. And even though there's been a new set released, a couple new sets since that first LA Regionals where he won with this archetype, the deck has really not changed that much. A couple of new cards thrown in, the Rose's Encouragement, the special red card. Other than that, the core of the deck is all the same.
Look at the accomplishments for these players. Brent Tonneson, 6-time regional champion. Andrew Hedrick, 5-time regional champion. Of course, won NAIC a couple seasons ago as well. But take a look here, Chip. Neither player had really had huge success at the World Championships despite all the wins, the finals at all other stages. This is really the first time both of them find themselves in a spot to have an opportunity to win the World Championships, and for one of them, this is going to feel like the best weekend of their lives.
Brent has played plenty of Dragapult this year, though most often it has been Dragapult alongside Dusknoir. A change-up for him heading into this event. Prize cards going out for both of these players. A couple of interesting things to note for certain. 2 Psychic Energy for Brent. That could make for some awkward Crispins for him in the future. And speaking of the Crispin, one of those hiding out in Andrew Hedrick's presence.
Yeah, big thing right off the bat, you do need a Psychic and a Fire-type energy to use Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive attack. As you mentioned, Chip, only 3 Psychic energy in Brent's deck. He's only going to have access to 1 at the beginning of the game. This will be something we keep an eye on.
And these players are moving. We're headed down to the table. Let's kick off game 1 of Masters Top 4. And it will be Andrew Hedrick with the opening turn. Starting off with a Dreepy and playing Buddy Poffin. Searching his deck for 2 Pokemon with 70 HP or less and bringing them down into play. And Puka, look at that starter for Brent. That one of Meowth EX.
You hate to see it if you're Brent. Love to see it if you're Andrew. This is one of the premier support Pokemon in the Pokemon TCG right now, but it only can use that last-ditch catch ability when you play it from your hand onto your bench. When you start with it as your active Pokemon for the game, you cannot use that ability, and it is a huge liability. Gives up 2 prize cards and only has 170 HP.
Off this opening Buddy Buddy Poffin, Andrew has placed down one Dreepy and a Badoo. Now Brent is the higher seeded player in Top Cut, so he did choose to go second here, allowing Andrew to take the first turn. That of course means Andrew will be the first player to be able to evolve up into Dracloaks, but Brent will have that advantage of being the first player to be able to play a supporter and the first player to potentially attack.
I also wanted to call out, Chip, even one of the judges at our table, a former top 4 competitor at the World Championships as well, Pedro. This is a star-studded table here. He's been in this seat before.
Absolutely, just in a different position at the table this time around. And we see here Andrew being wary of the potential from his opponent's plays on the next turn, knowing that Badoo's Itchy Pollen more than likely plays out plenty of item cards. Pokepad included in that, and now Ultra Ball fetching out a Meowth EX.
Crucially discarding some maybe important cards, a Crushing Hammer it looks like, and a Dunsparce heading to the discard pile. Those can be important, but I think Andrew realizing, well, I mean, first of all, again, Andrew is kind of like the Dragapult player in this format. He must have played against other Dragapult decks dozens and dozens of times at this point. There's probably not a situation that's come up that he has not encountered. So
he's got to be the most experienced Dragapult mirror player in this event.
So yeah, I think even for someone like Brent, who is such an experienced player and has had such a magical run through this event, right? Started undefeated for a very long time. Seeing you're paired up with a player like Andrew Hedrick could make you a little bit nervous, right? You know you have to be on top of your game against this guy. He's not going to give you an inch.
Brent will match Andrew's opening Buddy Buddy Poffin with a Poffin of his own, searching through the deck now, though his decision's perhaps a little more difficult, considering that Meowth EX being forced into play early, and sure enough, no Badoo found at the start. It will be a pair of Dreepy, and they will also take some damage from that Risky Ruins that Andrew put into play.
Yeah, Risky Ruins was a huge card to play down on the first turn. It's actually the only stadium card either player seems to be using in this deck, but Andrew being able to play down the Badoo before the Risky Ruins and then put it out makes it so that, yeah, that Badoo is going to come into play with 2 damage counters already. And this is an awkward situation, right? You want to retreat into your Badoo and use Itchy Pollen, but then it could get knocked out immediately by your opponents.
The board setup is looking pretty solid here for Brent after the use of the Poffin and that Pokepad, bringing down Badoo, having a Monkey Dory to put into play as well, that powerful Adrenabrain ability, and then throws the hand into the deck with Lily's Determination, shuffling in to draw 6 cards, but since he still has his full 6 prize cards remaining, he'll be able to now draw 8 cards, and looking to find perhaps an energy should he want to retreat and use Itchy Pollen.
One thing I want to call out, we've paid a lot of attention to the deck building choices of a lot of these players coming into the World Championships. I would say for quite a while, it had become standard to go down to a single copy of that Badoo in this Dragapult deck. But a lot of players at this event went back to 2 Badoo in their deck, realizing how important it is not just to have one, but to sometimes use more than one in a game. And both of these players happened to come to that same conclusion. We saw that quite a bit this weekend.
Yeah, I think it was Andrew himself was the original player to go down to the single copy of Badoo, and that made most of the community follow suit. But Brent here will actually attach an energy to the Monkey Dory and use Adrenabrain, foregoing the Itchy Pollen this turn. I'm just going to be content to bounce that damage over to Andrew's side. Now Andrew will kick off his second turn, immediately evolving a Dreepy into Dracloak, benching down that Monkey Dory and using Meowth EX, that last ditch catch, fetching a supporter from the deck, and he'll be able to grab Lily's Determination to get an 8 cards of his own.
Yeah, I think Monkey Dory is one of these cards we'll be seeing a lot of in this match here, Chip. Of course, that Adrenabrain ability has been used for quite a while in the standard format at this point, but the Risky Ruins did force Brent to alter his plans and have to go into the Monkey Dory rather than using the Itchy Pollen. And we'll see if that's going to end up paying off for Andrew, as now he can play any cards like Pokepad that he draws off of this Lily's Determination.
And immediately that first card seen was one of those Pokepad Puka, so Andrew will be able to find out another Dracloak should he want to. Buddy Buddy Poffin also found here. It looks like he'll kick off this sequence with a Recon Directive, looking at the top 2 cards of the deck. And this is going to be the first of many, 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 many Recon Directives we will see in this set.
Of course, one of the reasons this deck is as popular as it is. Every turn, you get to look at the top 2 cards of your deck, take one, put the other on the bottom of your deck. And guess what? If you have more than one of these in play, all of them can use that ability every turn. Just allows you to go through your deck and find the cards you need to set up your big future plays.
And speaking of more than one, Andrew has found his second Dracloak off of this Pokepad, so he'll still get one more peek into the deck here. And with his Badoo in the active spot, he could potentially just go with that Itchy Pollen. I do think he does not have an energy as of now, Puka. So I think that may be what he's looking for, and he does find a Psychic off of this Recon Directive.
Energy is often the name of the game in these Dragapult mirror matches. Of course, with the inclusion of Crushing Hammer, it becomes a very vital resource even in the middle and late stages of the game. And even things like discarding a Darkness energy off of your opponent's Monkey Dory could be a big deal. But this is also a challenging situation for Andrew because Brent has that Monkey Dory set up already. Now again, your inclination is to use Itchy Pollen whenever you can. But if you do that, Adrenabrain, I guess no matter what, can knock out this Badoo. There's already lots of damage counters to move around with the Monkey Dory, but you have to be sitting here thinking, my Badoo's gonna get knocked out, and now I'm gonna have to figure out what Pokemon to put in the active spot if Brent decides to knock me out.
Andrew does use Itchy Pollen, 10 damage placed onto the Meowth, and Brent Tonneson will be unable to play any item cards this turn. As we see, the first Recon Directive does show a pair of items, both unusable at this point, but a second Dracloak found. That is huge for Brent after being hit with an Itchy Pollen.
Absolutely. Often these mirror matches can come down to one player using that Itchy Pollen, preventing the use of item cards, while the other fails to find their Dracloak. Seems like we're going to get into a pretty good game here. But yeah, there are a lot of times when you see these matchups where one player sets up while the other struggles to do so.
And Brent is going to take the first KO here using that Adrenabrain to bounce some damage over to the Badoo of Andrew Hedrick. And now Andrew is left with that choice you called out. What should he promote? And he's going to send up his Dracloak with the energy card.
Yeah, I love this because your opponent can't play any Crushing Hammers. You used Itchy Pollen. Your opponent also can't really do any relevant attacks to threaten your Dracloak in this situation. They've already evolved up into those Dracloak on their side. There's just not enough energy in play to really threaten any sort of attack. So I think Andrew is pretty much saying, I'm going to try to go for Dragapult and Phantom Dive next turn.
And look at this, Brent, off of his prize card that he took, found Judge. And that will be the exact card he chooses to play here, having both players shuffle their hands into the deck, and they'll only get 4 cards. He's trying to slow Andrew down here a bit.
Yeah, and this is one of the differences between their 2 deck lists. Brent is playing that 1 copy of Judge. The premier hand disruption cards in the format are Unfair Stamp. You can only use it after one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's previous turn. Special Red card. You can only use it if your opponent has 3 or fewer prize cards, but Judge, you can use that whenever. And a lot of times it does catch your opponent off guard, but what?
Just a pass, absolutely nothing on the other end of the Judge for Brent Tonneson. And an incredible draw for Andrew Hedrick. He's got himself a Dracloak, he's got Dragapult EX, and he also has a Lily's Determination.
What a disaster for Brent. Can't even retreat the Meowth EX or even attach to a benched Dracloak or anything like that. The Judge ended up disrupting him more than his opponent.
Now Andrew with just so many different paths here. I think the most simple one, though, is to try to find a Psychic Energy. He'll use Recon Directive with this active Dracloak. And all this drawing that he's about to do this turn, the one thing he's looking for is a Psychic Energy. He's actually here, Puka, debating Recon Directive and Evolve or Lily's Determination first. What do you think of this choice?
It's a tough one. I think if you had Crispin, that would be such a huge play this turn. If you could Crispin, get a Psychic on the active, Darkness onto Monkey Dory, you could set up a big knock out the active, knock out the Dracloak that already has 2 damage counters on it. But we've been seeing this a lot this weekend from players like both Brent and Andrew, and even Henry Chow earlier. Patience, conservative play, not going for the home run every time. Set yourself up first and then try to close out the game later. Don't always reach for those big plays.
Here are 8 cards from that Lily's Determination and the first Crushing Hammer flip. It does fall heads, and that means Andrew will be able to discard the Darkness Energy from Brent's Monkey Dory. That Adrenabrain ability going to be a massive part of this mirror match. Here comes Recon Directive number 1. Still no Psychic Energy available for Andrew Hedrick, and he's going to have to look at these top 4 cards to find one. Recon Directive number 2, Monkey Dory and special red card offered up. Neither of those cards going to be super useful in this exact turn, so he'll have to think a little bit ahead as to which one he wants to hang on to in this point. And now Puka, Recon Directive number 3. He needs to find a Psychic Energy if he wants to be the first player to Phantom Dive here, and he does not find it.
Yikes. This seemed like such a promising turn.
He draws so many cards, and he just doesn't find a Psychic.
That is one of the, I guess, few downsides of Dragapult EX. You need 2 different types of energy to use Phantom Dive. But Andrew hasn't found any energy off of all of this. These are the thin margins that come up in these Dragapult mirror matches sometimes. Checking the discard pile. Do I have any Psychic in here that I can Night Stretcher back to my hand? No.
Look at the deep breath here from Andrew, really having to think about how to approach the situation. He does have the Night Stretcher, so he could get back Badoo. He could Itchy Pollen again here.
He's got his other one in his hand.
And he's got, his second one actually already in the hand, so getting to conserve Night Stretcher even better. Is it better to retreat this Dracloak and use Itchy Pollen here? That is his internal debate. Looks like the answer is going to be yes for now. He can recover this Fire Energy he'll discard from the retreat to still get an attachment this turn. He knows this Fire Energy will be safe from Crushing Hammers if Itchy Pollen is the attack utilized.
Yeah, very interesting situation because you know, well, I guess now with the Darkness Energy off of that Monkey Door, you don't know that your Badoo is going to get knocked out. So maybe this is an opportunity for Andrew to lock down Brent's options. It is still a very awkward situation for Brent with the Meowth EX in the active spot. You know, no energy on his benched Pokemon. It's going to be a few turns before he can start attacking. But I'm sure Brent was actually kind of happy with how that played out. Probably expected a Phantom Dive and he was going to be under a ton of pressure, but now, well, maybe he gets a little breathing room.
A very interesting early game here, Puka, as both players have gotten an okay setup, but neither has really pieced together their ideal game plan. We'll have to see how it develops as we continue forward here. Brent playing a Crispin as supporter for turn, does find a Darkness Energy to replace the one he lost on the previous turn, so Adrenabrain is available to him. Recon Directive number 1, and now number 2. Seeing a handful of more cards. Looks like a Fire Energy will be held on to. But still no Phantom Dive. He's going to try to get himself prepped up and is actually going to promote his Badoo here. He will retreat Meowth into the Badoo. He can use Adrenabrain to move some damage counters over. He's going to ping pong 20 over to the Dracloak on Andrew's side, and Itchy Pollen able to score a KO. Brent Tonneson jumping far ahead here, 4 prizes to 6.
Yeah, I think this is what Brent wanted to do on the previous turn, and now just got the opportunity to do it. The benefit of getting this knockout with the Itchy Pollen is Andrew cannot use Unfair Stamp on his turn. And this is going to be an awkward spot now. Brent is up by 2 prize cards, surprisingly. You know, both of those knockouts on those 30 HP Badoo. Will those 2 prize cards at the beginning be enough cushion for him?
And Andrew Hedrick finally off of that third recon directive, able to find a Psychic Energy. He'll be able to Phantom Dive this turn, but he has not been able to establish a Darkness Energy on his Monkey Dory. I don't see a Crispin, but he does have Boss's Orders. And you called it out, Puka, how important Monkey Dory is in this matchup. Andrew wants to clear this Pokemon out of play immediately.
It's just so annoying to deal with. It can set up so many plays on your opponent's side for multiple knockouts with Phantom Dive and Adrenabrain, but what a huge Phantom Dive from Andrew there.
He's gonna tie this game up. 4 prizes remaining apiece for these players. Andrew taking down that Badoo and the Monkey Dory. Brent pushing up his Dracloak, plays a Buddy Buddy Poffin, finally able to play out these item cards he has been holding on to. He's gonna get another Dreepy down into play. Take a look through what else he has in his hand. Plenty of other Buddy Buddy Poffins. Happy to just lay those out. And here it is, Puka. Unfair Stamp, his A-spec of choice, sending both players' hands into the deck. Since Andrew took a KO on the last turn, Brent will have 5 cards to work with, and Andrew will be left with only 2.
Not sure if we could take a look at Brent's prize cards. I mean, one of the things you'd love to have here is another Crispin. Looks like no, he will have access to another Crispin if he can draw into it here. Problem is there's no energy in play, so if he wants to get off a Phantom Dive on this turn, would need to find that Crispin to power up a Dragapult EX.
He's used 1, and there's 1 remaining. It would be a massive draw off of these 5. There are still so many cards he can see this turn, however. A couple recon directives. He could also get Pheasantipity EX into the mix to use Flip the Script to draw a few more cards. He's gonna thin the deck a little bit here using that Pokepad. He cannot get another, oh, he could get another Dracloak, but he wouldn't be able to evolve that Dreepy that just came into play, but he will replenish his board with another Monkey Dory.
Other thing to call out, now there are 2 Darkness Energy in Brent's discard pile, and he only plays 2, so we'll have to use a Night Stretcher if he wants to get Monkey Dory up and running.
Here comes the recon directives, and it will be Brent grabbing onto a Crushing Hammer. That's always a nice little bailout. If you can flip a couple heads, you can always get back into the game. There is a Rose's Encouragement, a card that both of these players do play in their decks. Also a Night Stretcher being offered as an option. It will be the Roses hung on to for Brent.
Yeah,
Here it is, Crushing Hammer, Puka. Gonna be a flip of the coin for Brent, and it is a heads.
Huge flip here. Every Crushing Hammer becomes so important as this game progresses. Also a decision on which energy to get rid of here. Goes with the Psychic. The Rose's Encouragement seems like a great card to have here, but you can't use it unless your opponent has fewer prize cards remaining.
Boss's Orders will be Brent's move. This does mean he's unable to play a Crispin. He was not able to find it, so he's gonna have to just bring this Pokemon up and I guess ask the question of Andrew Hedrick, can you move this Pokemon this coming turn?
Right, well, and with the Crushing Hammer, it means, you know, a regular attachment wouldn't be enough to do another Phantom Dive. This is just a way you can strain your opponent's energy cards and really make it so it's tough to Phantom Dive, it's tough to use your energy on the Monkey Dory for Adrenabrain. You have to use one to retreat, but then you also need your attachments to go other places. This is where Crushing Hammer and these kinds of moves add up.
The perfect prize card last turn for Andrew Hedrick's KO was the 1 copy of Crispin that he prized. It's now in his hand, so he will be able to play that card, get an extra energy into play, and then attach for turn to his Dragapult, so he can Phantom Dive this turn. And the only thing that would make it any better would be if he could Adrenabrain. He's not going to be able to retreat and Adrenabrain, however, so it's only going to have to be, he's going to have to be content taking down a Dracloak. Yeah, looks like he found his second Crispin here as well.
Yeah, also want to mention that, you know, Brent decided to move the damage off of his Dreepy with Adrenabrain, knowing that Andrew could not Adrenabrain and Phantom Dive in the same turn. So he wanted to protect that Dreepy from getting knocked out by a Phantom Dive if Andrew happened to have a Crispin on this turn. These are the little things that add up over the course of a game. Where you're moving damage from, where you're moving them to. There's so many small things that go into these Dragapult matches.
And also which energy cards you pull out at a given time from the deck. With a Crispin committing a Darkness energy to retreat this Meowth means it's one less that's available for a future Adrenabrain. That is going to be his play, however, as Crispin attaches the Dark to the active, and then from his hand he'll bring down that Psychic that he added to his arsenal, and he'll be able to retreat. He'll be able to Phantom Dive and sprinkle some damage over on Brent Tonnisson's side. And he'll jump ahead in this game. But this is a little bit of a scary position for Andrew. He will be going down to 3 prize cards remaining.
Yeah, and it's going to be a big question of where Andrew places the damage counters for the Phantom Dive. You cannot get a clean knockout on a benched Pokemon here. 6 damage counters, not enough to knock out the 70 HP Dreepy. Nothing else in range, and of course you're leaving a lot of damage on your opponent's board to send back your way with Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain. Looks like Andrew's still going to go for it. Sometimes we've seen players just do a simple jet headbutt in these kinds of spots to not give your opponent more fuel, but no, Andrew deciding I can kind of overload damage here on this Monkey Dory and make sure that even if damage gets moved off, a Phantom Dive will finish it off next turn.
Phantom Dive KO for Andrew. Now 3 prizes left, and Brent immediately evolves his Dracloak and plays a Lily's Determination. He'll get himself 6 new cards to work with. That does mean he's not going to be able to attack with a Dragapult this turn, and he promoted his Monkey Dory, Puka.
That's not the plan this turn, Chip.
Yeah.
We're going for Mind Bend, I'm pretty sure. And again, this is part of this Crushing Hammer strategy, a way to really disrupt what your opponent is able to do on all their turns. You can force your opponent to flip for that confused special condition and maybe buy yourself a turn. It's very annoying.
The first flip happening here is the Flip the Script of Pheasantipity EX, and Crushing Hammer was found, so another flip could happen on this turn. Crispin added to the hand for Brent is very, very nice. He's got another Recon Directive to work with here as well. He already has the Psychic Energy in hand necessary for that Mind Bend.
Is that a second Crushing Hammer found off of that? Here we go, Chip.
Here could be absolutely devastating. Here comes Crushing Hammer flip number 1. It does fall Tails, but another one could provide some help. But no, another Tails. That is 2 Tails for Brent Tonnisson on this turn and in this game.
Now Brent may be asking the question to Andrew, are you feeling lucky? If you remember back to when Andrew Hedrick won NAIC a couple seasons ago, there was a big coin flip involved with that in this exact situation with this Pokemon.
It was Andrew Hedrick's Iron Hands EX that was confused by Stefan Ivanov's Monkey Dory. Andrew did go for the flip in that situation, and it rolled heads, ensuring he would be the NAIC champion. Will he have to go for it here in this spot? I think with a Crispin, the answer to that is no.
I agree. I don't think you need to, but it will depend on how much energy is left in the deck. If you can get the full 2 off of this Crispin, yeah, probably not needed. You know, Brent is in such a fragile position at this point, and Andrew knows at this point, I believe 3 Crushing Hammers are gone for Brent, so that kind of scary part of the game is mostly over for him. There can't be any, you know, random, all my energy got discarded off of my Dragapult. Andrew now will be able to kind of plan the rest of the game out without much fear of getting his energy discarded.
Andrew has not used his Recon Directives just yet this turn. He's going to look at these top 2. Unfair Stamp, one of those offered up. Of course, no KO happened, so we'll not take that. It's going to be Boss's Orders held onto instead. Looks like a thin of the deck with a Buddy Buddy Poffin, or maybe just a shuffle of the deck. Wants to get that Unfair Stamp back in the mix before the Recon Directive number 2.
One more thing to mention, just small differences between these 2 players' deck lists. Andrew is running 9 energy in his deck versus what I think is the standard 8 we see in a lot, and that can be a difference maker in these Dragapult matches as well. Simply having access to more energy cards sometimes is the difference.
Pokepad taken off of the final Recon Directive for Andrew this turn, and He's got a Night Stretcher in the hand. He's going to choose to play it. He's going to get that Badoo back in play. Does take some damage from that Risky Ruins. Is he going to Itchy Pollen this turn, Puka?
Yeah, it's a decent play when you're kind of ahead like this and your opponent really has no Dragapult set up to attack you. It might seem weird, because that Badoo is almost certainly going to get knocked out. It's going to be a free prize card for your opponent, but this is something we see quite a bit when your Pokemon is confused. You don't really want to go for the flip. If you flip tails, things can get really bad. But if you just retreat, use Itchy Pollen, it really limits what your opponent is able to do on this turn.
He will use Itchy Pollen, locking those item cards down in Brent Tonneson's hands. So he'll kick off his turn with Recon Directive. There is that fourth and final Crushing Hammer, of course, unable to be played right now. And should he want to attack with the Dragapult this turn, he would need a Crispin. Which, has he actually played all of his Crispin? He does play the 2. Let's get a check of that discard pile real quick.
He does have the Rose's Encouragement in hand, which now he can use.
That's right, yes. He does still have more prize cards remaining. It does look like he does have one Crispin still floating around in the deck, but Roses would be a nice way to get off an attack this turn with Dragapult.
It's a little awkward because you kind of have to telegraph what you're doing here, potentially. You know, if you want to knock out Badoo with Adrenabrain, you need to evolve to Dragapult EX and play the Rose's Encouragement first and show your opponent that's what your plan is for the turn, because once you tie up the game again, you can't use it. So that could potentially influence what Andrew would decide to promote in this situation.
We'll see Brent retreat that Monkey Dory, and he'll use that Rose's Encouragement to bring back the Psychic he just discarded along with a Fire that found its way to the discard pile earlier on in the game. And now Phantom Dive up and running, an extra attachment of this Fire Energy, preparing for some sort of Unfair Stamp plus Crushing Hammer shenanigans. And we're going to see that Phantom Dive taking out Dracloak and taking out the Badoo. Brent Tonneson jumping back ahead. Just 2 prize cards remaining for him. But Andrew Hedrick has the boss's orders to bring up Meowth EX. And with Monkey Dory, he'd be able to take his final 3 prize cards and win game 1.
Yeah, Andrew set that up perfectly. That Monkey Dory had 5 damage counters remaining on it after the Adrenabrain moved 3 off. Just 60 HP remaining meant it was a prime target for the 6 damage counters from Phantom Dive. And then either the Meowth EX or honestly even the Pheasantipity EX plus Adrenabrain was enough there. And that was a clinic from Andrew Hedrick in that first game of how to approach a Dragapult mirror match, I suppose.
We're going to bring Pablo Mesa in to give some thoughts on that game 1 of top 4.
I mean, live or die by the Crushing Hammers, right? They didn't go Brent Tonneson's way. I do believe Hedrick flipped at least 1 heads that match. That can be the difference, but I do want to say that extra energy that Andrew Hedrick is playing, I think he's been playing a base of 9 since his early success in the post-rotation metagame. I generally think that could possibly give him an edge here, just because you find energy a lot earlier, you find energy more often, you're able to easier pay retreat cost as well. So that 9th energy, I generally think could be the difference, and it might have played a role in this match in particular.
And that extra energy as well, being a darkness energy, makes it all the easier to use Monkey Dory, which is such an important piece of this mirror match. Getting ready to get into game number 2 here. Now Brent did get to choose in game 1 first versus second, and it did not go his way. Any reason you think for him to change his decision here, Puka?
I don't think so. Shouldn't let one game decide to change your strategy here. If you think going second is better, then you should go second. I mean, especially you've already looked at your opponent's deck list. Ideally, you've figured out what the plan is by now. So yeah, I have to assume going second will be Brent's choice once again.
Looks like Andrew Hedrick has a mulligan, so he'll shuffle his hand back in and still try to find a basic in his 7 opening hand cards. take a look here and see if he's able to get one, and we can get into this next game. Of course, to start a game of the Pokemon TCG, when you draw that opening hand of 7, you do have to find at least one basic to get the game rolling. Andrew was unable to do that the first time around, and that means Brent will have an additional card to work with on his first turn. Let's get into it. Game 2 of Top 4.
All right, we are kicking off game number 2 in the top 4 of the World Championships here in San Francisco. If Andrew wins, he will join Diego Casiraga in the finals tomorrow at the Chase Center in the big arena. Brent needs to win these next 2 games if he wants his dream of becoming world champion to remain a possibility. Looks like a little bit of a weaker hand for Andrew in this game. I don't see a Buddy Poffin in there.
Yeah, the play of the Pokepad initially does usually signal that. Most often if a Buddy Poffin is there, that is the grab immediately. But still, this Pokepad allows him to get down a Dreepy, try to get into Dracloak next turn. And looking at those prize cards, anytime an energy's prized, you gotta definitely make note of that. Lily's Boss, Crush. I mean, these are all good cards, but you gotta prize something.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I think we'll probably see, both players be able to play the game here at least, which is great to see. It's all about, well, there's no question about it. You're going to get Itchy Pollen. Brent did start with it, both players, starting with this key Pokemon that has been emblematic of the Pokemon TCG over the last couple seasons. And there it is, just a pass.
And it's going to be over to Brent now on his opening turn. See what he's got to work with. Of course, able to play a supporter card here. I'm sure he's looking for a Buddy Poffin, but no, the first card of this game is going to be a Crushing Hammer, and this one is also going to fall tails. That's 3 Hammer Tails in a row for Brent.
Another interesting thing, so I think when you're first starting out playing the Pokemon TCG, your first instinct when you're setting up to play the game is to bench all of the Pokemon in your opening hand during setup. But then as you play a bit more, you realize, oh, there's no ways for my opponent to disrupt my hand on the first turn of the game when they go first. So I'll just put out 1 basic Pokemon, keep the rest in my hand, play them during my turn to disguise the strength of my hand. But then it's kind of like the other end of the bell curve where it's like when you're a genius, then you just bench the Pokemon again. Brent playing around the risky Ruins on Andrew's side. That really burned him in the first game and decided to start the game off with more than 1 Pokemon in play just so he wouldn't have to put damage counters on his own Pokemon.
Looking at his prize cards, there's a full evolution line of Dragapult hiding out there. 1 Dreepy, 1 Dracloak, and that 1 Dragapult, and also a Crushing Hammer in his prizes. He does match Andrew Hedrick in that aspect.
Chip, that does not look like a good hand for Brent.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no supporter being played, just a Itchy Pollen. He was at least able to get down a couple of Dreepy, but no supporter on his end, and Andrew Hedrick immediately into the Lily's Determination.
Yeah, no, can't see it right now, but Brent kind of got hands on his head. Yeah, there it is. Realizing he's not in a great situation here.
He's down a game here in top 4, Puka. If he loses this game, this is where his tournament run will end.
Yeah, does have a Dracloak for next turn at least. Can start using Recon Directive, but no energy attachment. Didn't play a supporter card. Wasn't great. And on the other side, things are looking a little bit better for Andrew.
Looks like he's going to get a Dracloak into play, use his Recon Directive. Gets an energy attachment for a turn. He's got another Dreepy in hand. And sometimes, Puka, we'll see players pounce on these situations and go in with the Dragon Headbutt.
I don't think we'll see it here, Chip. There's just not a good reason to do it here. Your opponent could be holding on to Unfair Stamp in this situation. You just don't need to run into that. Just press your advantage here. Try to lock down your opponent with the Itchy Pollen and go from there.
And there is the Meowth EX. That must have been his top deck this turn, Puka. He'll immediately use that last-ditch catch ability, search the deck for a supporter card, and snap out that Lily's Determination.
Whew. That's a nice reset for Brent here. Already got the one Dracloak in play, which is nice. Drawing a lot of cards, so probably not too unlikely to draw another one. And looks like we're gonna have ourselves a nice little Dragapult game here. Get some energy cards in the mix, but right now it's all about setting up your Recon directives and using that Itchy Pollen.
Here is Recon directive number 1 for Brent, holding on to a Crushing Hammer there. It looks like Dracloak number 2 is available for yet another Recon directive. Pheasantipity and a basic Fire Energy, the potential options. Looks like he does already have a Psychic in hand to get his attachment for turn.
Andrew, Pablo called it out. He's playing an extra energy card and was able to attach on both turn 1 and turn 2. But, ooh, look at this.
He's going to choose to use Monkey Dory here as opposed to trying to get an energy established on a Dracloak. And this is going to allow him to strike first yet again, moving that 10 damage over to Andrew's Badoo, puts it up to 20, and then an Itchy Pollen takes it down. First prize card of this game goes to Brent.
Of course, Andrew does have 2 energy on this Dracloak already. Just needs to find Dragapult EX in order to use Phantom Dive on this turn. Ideally would pair it with like a boss's orders to go after a higher impact benched Pokemon here. And with that, flip the script. He's gonna see a lot of cards.
Andrew has prized a Dragapult here, and he's of course unable to play any item cards to search for one, so he certainly could whiff out on the Dragapult attack this turn. He's already used Flip the Script. He used that first Recon Directive. Here is Recon Directive number 2. It doesn't look like a Dragapult was one of those 2 available cards.
You're right, Chip, and I don't see one in hand right now. Got a Meowth EX. That probably won't help here. And you could use it to find a Lily's Determination. Maybe draw the Dragapult that way, but yeah, this is maybe a precarious situation now. So we just see Crispin getting used.
Crispin could load some energy up into play onto perhaps Andrew's other Dracloak to get that powered up. We've also seen at times the Cruel Arrow of Pheasantipity get into the mix, but this is not going to be one of those times, Puka. A pair of energy down onto Dracloak on the bench.
Yeah, I think wise from Andrew there. This is not a situation where the Pheasantipity EX will be particularly powerful once your opponent has Dracloak in play and can evolve into Dragapult EX. The effectiveness of Cruel Arrow goes down quite a bit. Well, as you said, we've seen it be used to great effect in the past.
You just don't want to miss the play when it's available. That is for sure. There is the Dragon Headbutt, though, for Andrew. He's going to take that KO on Badoo, tie this game up. 5 prizes remaining for each player. Dragapult EX taken from his prizes, but here is this barrage of Crushing Hammers. This is what Brent has been waiting for, and there is a heads. And this could be a huge turn. If he could get rid of both energy on the bench and knock out this active, he could clear 4 energy out of play in a single turn, and he does hit heads on that second hammer. Should he have Crispin, Dragapult EX, he would be able to take out all of Andrew's energy in one fell swoop.
These are the swings you can see in these Dragapult mirror matches now, and you can see how important it was for Andrew to find Dragapult EX on that previous turn. Now he is in extreme danger of losing all energy in play. All it takes, like you said, Chip, is a Crispin. Can Brent piece that final puzzle piece together here?
There's an attachment of a Psychic Energy to his active, and it looks like Puka, he's actually not going to try to find a Crispin. He's going for the Judge.
Yeah, all he needs is Dragapult EX. He can use Adrenabrain to move 2 damage counters, then Jet Headbutt for the knockout.
And this is a 2-fold play here for Brent as he's thinning his hand out and then playing a shuffle draw card to cycle through his deck even more. He's also going to hit Andrew Hedrick's hand and leave him with just 4 cards.
Huge swing in the second game here to decide who goes to the finals at the Pokemon TCG World Championships. 4 cards drawn off of this Judge.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here, Puka. Finding a Dragapult may not be the easiest thing for Brent with 1 in the prizes as well as 2 Ultra Ball. but he is going to see so many cards here. Starting it off with a flip the script, and Ultra Ball will guarantee Dragapult comes out this turn. 2 cards from this Recon Directive. He's got an Energy and a Buddy Buddy Poffin available. He's going to hold on to the fire. That'll be really nice on his next turn. And now another Recon Directive to look at those top 2, find a piece he wants to hold on to. It is going to be Crispin. That'll be a nice response to have should Andrew find a few fortunate heads flips on his next turn. And this Ultra Ball is going to get the big piece. Dragapult EX. No need to worry about Phantom Dive, thanks to that Risky Ruins, placing the 20 damage on that Dreepy. Brent is able to bounce it over to the active of Andrew Hedrick with Adrenabrain, and now Jet Headbutt on Dragapult EX lines up for the perfect math KO to take down Dracloak. What a turn!
Incredible response from Brent. What will Andrew do to respond? Of course, he can have Crushing Hammers of his own, and this would be a prime turn to find the unfair stamp.
And there it is in his hand, Puka, ready to play, ready to disrupt, and try to draw through the deck. But before playing his unfair stamp, we're going to see the use of a Recon Directive, looking at these top 2. Finds himself a Pokepad, also Ultra Ball.
See a Crushing Hammer to go with the unfair stamp. These are some of these big, high impact swing cards you can see in this matchup.
And here it is, Crushing Hammer flip for Andrew Hedrick, and this one is going to land tails. Now a decision though. Puka, will he get rid of the energy from the active or the Monkey Dory? It looks like he's going to target down Dragapult.
Yeah, I think he's hoping maybe he'll find another Crushing Hammer and the next one won't be a decision. You'll just do exactly what Brent just did to you. Get rid of all your energy. Still a long ways to go for Andrew on this turn to really get the highest impact outcome here. Brent is in a really challenging situation if he gets hit by the unfair stamp, though. Just the one Dracloak in play. Only one Recon Directive to draw out of the 2 cards he'll be drawing. So the momentum could swing back into Andrew's favor, but I mean, his board isn't the best either. It's just the one Dragapult. He has no Recon Directives anymore.
Ultra Ball gets rid of a Lily's Determination and a Badoo here, thinning the Badoo out of the deck with a Pokepad, finding out Dragapult. He still has Flip the Script to use, but it will be on the other end of this unfair stamp. And look at the sequencing decisions here from Andrew. He had Ultra Ball in the hand. He used the Recon Directive before unfair stamp because he knew he had the piece to go fetch out Dragapult. And I think here, Puka, if he can find a Crispin and get 2 energy cards into play, will be a huge swing in this game.
Yeah, Rose's Encouragement also would be great to find as well. Maybe even the preferred option, since you get them out of the discard pile and not need to take more energy cards out of your deck.
Yeah, I wonder how many energy he even has in the deck now, as we know that there's 2 each of those Fire and Psychics down. We're going to see those 5 cards being drawn. There is 1 Fire Energy here is Ball, so he could use Ultra Ball to get Meowth if Rose's Encouragement would be preferred.
Yeah, and that would let you charge up Monkey Dory as well this turn if you wanted to. You can use the Rose's Encouragement to put 2 energy on your active Dragapult EX, then use your attachment for the turn onto Monkey Dory to set up Adrenabrain.
And that Monkey Dory is eyed up and will be brought into play here. It does receive 20 damage thanks to the Risky Ruins. And let's see if that Ultra Ball is going to be used here. Will Andrew go for that Meowth?
Sure seems like it, Chip. That would be the thing to Ultra Ball for here. It's not even clear that you have the different types of energy in the deck for the Crispin at this point, but...
It looks like he drew a couple in his hand, so that does seem unlikely. Sure enough, Ultra Ball for Meowth, last ditch catch. Finding out any supporter card from his deck. And that Rose's Encouragement is the name of the game here. He has more prize cards remaining than his opponent. Still 5 prizes remaining for Andrew, 4 for Brent Tonneson. He's also going to fetch out a Dreepy here. This will take a little damage from the Risky Ruin, but should he get a Darkness Energy established, he'll be able to move that damage back over.
This is going to be a tough decision for Andrew on where to put damage from both Adrenabrain and Phantom Dive. I think you can look at it very quickly and say, oh, you can knock out Dreepy, move a damage counter over there with Adrenabrain, take a knockout, but then you give your opponent access to flip the script. So it may be a situation where you're just loading the field with damage, but not actually taking a knockout.
He's going to move 20 damage from his Monkey Dory over to Brent's Monkey Dory and Phantom Dive. 200 damage laid into the active and 60 damage onto the bench. Pokepad played right away from Brent. We'll get him a second Dracloak into play. And he's going to be living off of these recon directives.
Yeah, and with just no energy in play besides the one on the Monkey Dory, I feel like Crispin has to be one of the big cards to find here in order to power up a Phantom Dive. But even in this spot, how good is using Phantom Dive with your Pokemon that is heavily damaged?
But what else can he do? He'll go through the deck and try to find some piece. It looks like a Fire Energy was found, so perhaps at minimum a Jet Headbutt could happen and try to start chipping away at a Dragapult. That damage is really difficult to make relevant. He's going to use that second Recon Directive and sees his Unfair Stamp offered as well as a Night Stretcher. Going to hang on to the pink card for now, and he's just going to concede the fact that this Dragapult in the active is going to go down.
That just does not feel good, Chip. Sacrificing a Dragapult EX, 2 prize cards to go with it.
This would feel better, I think, for Brent if he had a second Dragapult and could protect this energy investment, but now Andrew's got a few ways to deal with this. If he finds a Crushing Hammer, can get rid of that energy, but even if he just finds a Boss's Orders, he could get rid of that energy in play from Brent. Here is the Crushing Hammer in hand, and he's going for it, flipping that coin, and this one is going to roll heads. Take a moment and check the discard pile. Figure out if that Monkey Dory is ever worth dealing with, but no. Let's just take Fire Energy out of play, and with Phantom Dive, he'll be able to knock out the Monkey Dory here, Puka. This is looking really tough for Brent. Andrew is going to steamroll ahead this turn.
And Brent played around a potentially disastrous situation by only moving 2 damage counters with his Monkey Dory. If you move 3, then Andrew can just fling 3 on to your Dracloak and set up a Phantom Dive to knock out the active and your Dracloak. Only moving 2 denies that play, but now still something extremely devastating. Phantom Dive, knock out the active, knock out Monkey Dory. Andrew will go down to just 2 prize cards after this turn, and Brent is on the ropes here.
He's got a few different draw abilities available that he'll have to utilize in order to fight his way back into this one. And we see that damage sprinkled into play. A 3 prize card turn for Andrew Hedrick, jumping ahead in this game, just a Boss's Orders away from winning the game next turn, taking out that Meowth EX that Brent has in play. Brent's going to do everything he can to withstand this Unfair Stamp. Ready to go.
Yeah, huge Unfair Stamp here. Could give Brent the chance he needs to win this game. There's a couple different things he could find on this turn to make a huge difference. If he has any Crushing Hammers left, now would be the time to draw one and use one here. The other thing is the Rosa's Encouragement to be able to power up his Dragapult EX now that Andrew is the one with more prize cards remaining. This is a tricky spot to try to come back from. He really just needs to hope at this point Andrew does not find a Boss's Orders to be able to Phantom Dive for those last 2 prize cards.
5 cards here for Brent to try to piece something together. We'll use a Pokepad, search through the deck, thin out a non-rule box Pokemon. Looks like Badoo getting into the mix even here in the late game. Just taking it out of the deck, of course. And there's still a lot of cards he can draw here. A couple Recon Directives, also that Flip the Script of the Pheasantipity. He's going to effectively be able to see the top 7 cards of his deck this turn.
Oh, such a tense moment here. And, you know, Andrew also playing around the Monkey Dory play, only leaving 2 damage counters on any one Pokemon. But here's a huge flip the script.
3 cards for Brent Tonneson. I see a Psychic Energy, Night Stretcher. Ultra Ball can guarantee a Dragapult this turn, and he's going to play that right now before any uses of Recon Directive. But how many energy? It looks like he does have 1 Psychic, 1 Fire left in the deck, so can still fire off a Phantom Dive here if he finds the Crispin. Now, of course, Rose's Encouragement active on his end as well. Those are the 3 cards he's going to be looking for. Let's get one check real quick of that discard pile on Brent's side, and we can see how many of those supporters have been played thus far, if they're all still available. And we see that Recon Directive. Looks like Buddy Buddy Poffin has 1. Recon Directive number 2, Buddy Poffin once again, and the Fire Energy. I don't see a Roses or a Crispin.
Oh no, is there no way to power up Dragapult EX on this turn? Oh, Brent looking through all the options here. There's so many things you have to play around in this situation, such a tightrope to walk. If you're gonna make an attack this turn, but also deny your opponent the chance to win on his following turn, what is it gonna be?
He's going to use Monkey Dory as a part of this sequence and move an energy over from this side to the other. Excuse me, a damage counter. It will just be the 1 damage counter from Dracloak to Andrew's Dracloak, and only a pass. If Andrew Hedrick finds Boss's orders, he will win the game and punch his ticket into Championship Sunday. Andrew Hedrick takes down Brent Tonneson.
Oh, congratulations to Andrew Hedrick. He's gonna head to the Chase Center tomorrow in the big arena. One more match. He'll go up against Diego to see which player will be crowned world champion. Feels like so many accomplishments he has. Many-time regional champion, IC champion, and now an opportunity to become world champion.
And this is all just in the last 4 or 5 years of his competitive career, Puka. He really burst onto the scene in this like post-COVID era of the game, 2022 and onward. He has been a dominant force. 5 regional titles, 1 IC, and now a chance to become the world champion.
Yeah, and he really showed off his skills in this Dragapult mirror match here. Brent did have some unfortunate things happen, starting with the Meowth EX. Not always drawing exactly what he needed, but hey, that's going to happen sometimes. And maybe Brent against some other players may have been able to come back in those situations, but against someone like Andrew Hedrick, where every damage counter is going to be placed precisely, every attachment is going to be pristine, you just have not much room for error.
And it was a Boss's orders for the win in game number 1, and a similar story in game number 2, but not before some resistance on Brent Tonneson's end. I mean, Brent had an incredible turn here where he used a double Crushing Hammer to get rid of both energy on Andrew's side and used the Dragon Headbutt, Jet Headbutt, in order to take the KO.
What a huge turn this was.
I mean, it seemed like there was no way that Andrew was going to be able to come back from this.
Yeah, it seemed like 2 Crushing Hammers, knocking out all the energy, but then right away, a Crushing Hammer from Andrew was able to power up the Dragapult EX and just was able to swing this game, put himself in a position to find the Boss's orders to win this match. And now we're going to head over to the stage to hear from our winner.
Hello everybody, of course we're here with Andrew, the winner of our feature match, heading headfirst into our finals tomorrow. How are we feeling now that that is secured and in place? Has it sunk in?
I would say not really. Feels okay though. Glad to be up here, and it was a really fun set.
Honestly, it seemed like every single Pokeball was just in your court. Were there any moments where you were like, oh no, that's looking a bit fishy?
Yeah, definitely some scary moments in game 2 when you went in with the judge, went through my Dracloak. I mean, I did have to draw kind of well there to respond to him, but I was able to do it and put myself in a really good spot to win.
Yeah, you honestly played flawlessly. I couldn't see anything that could have possibly made that any different. It honestly was just a fantastic set to watch, but also really inspirational, because that is such a tricky matchup. But the finals is going to be a little different. Have you got any thoughts going into that?
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely played against Alakazam's in testing too, but gonna probably be trying to go over it some more tonight and make sure I'm ready for finals.
Honestly, preparation is key. How about its pilot?
Yeah, I mean, former world champion, right, back in the finals. I can't let him win 2 times in a row, right? I've got to try to take him down, but, you know, it's going to be a great finals, right, against a great player, so it's going to be really fun.
Honestly, I cannot wait. I'm probably going to be up all night, just excited to watch. So you make sure you get plenty of rest. Have you got any shout outs before I leave you to rest and get some last minute practice in against Alakazam?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to all my friends who played the deck with me. Shout out to my parents for supporting me, and shout out to Pokecolor too.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Andrew Hedrick, everyone. Bringing the heat with Dragapult, having birthed the fantastic Crushing Hammers build from this man's excellent brain. We are going to throw it back to Pablo for one last really thorough assessment.
Not quite Pablo, but we'll have to do Chip and Puka here to break it down. What an incredible moment. What a run. What a tournament for all of our competitors. I mean, of course, we have to say congratulations to Brent. Oh, yeah. I mean, he started this tournament, I think, 10-0, right? Made it into Top Cut as the #1 seed. Gets top 4. He'll get so many things to go along with that. Trophy cards, a massive Pikachu trophy as well, but the run does come just short.
Yeah, it hurts to get that far and fall short for sure, but it's one of those where it feels bad in the moment, but maybe in a couple weeks you'll look back and think, hey, that was pretty cool. I made it to top 4 Worlds.
Only so many opportunities to make that happen. Let's get a quick recap of the brackets and see how we got to this point where there are but 2 that remain. Andrew Hedrick and Diego Casiraga facing off at the Chase Center tomorrow in the arena to determine who will be etched into Pokemon history forever. Will it be Diego once again, 9 years removed from his first place finish in 2017 in Anaheim in this very state? Will it be Andrew Hedrick being the one to get that victory? 5-time regional champion, an IC winner. If he gets this Worlds win, Puka, I mean, it does not get much better than that.
Yeah, and definitely a battle between the new generation versus the old generation. Of course, Andrew, one of these top players in the last 3 or 4 years. Diego, been around for decades competing at the World Championships. So we'll see who comes out on top. In recent times, it's really been the younger players taking down the World Championships. It's been a while since we've seen one of these veterans like Diego take the crown.
We're going to want to make sure that you are tuning in to Championship Sunday tomorrow, not just for the trading card game, but for all of our Pokemon games, Pokemon UNITE, Pokemon GO, and of course, Pokemon Champions. We will be crowning so many world champions tomorrow. Make sure you tune in at 9 a.m. Pacific time. You're not going to want to miss it.
Yeah, and if you're not in Pacific time, look it up. You can find what time
That's why I
zone
gave
you're
them
in.
Pacific time. A quick little Google will get you there, of course. What a time, what a moment, what an event, and it is not over just yet. The most exciting is still to come. We'll see you all there tomorrow.
Welcome to day 2 of the Pokemon World Championships.
We have a full day of Pokemon TCG action. Next to Bob, he's going to bring the Meowth into the action. He's going to Curse Blast. He's going to KO with Moltres and Henry Tell.
Satoshi Matsui advances into the World Championship Top Cut. Boss's orders, KOs the benched EX, Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon, and Brent Tonneson.
Andrew Hedrick finds Boss's orders. He will win the game and punch his ticket into Championship Sunday. Andrew Hedrick.
Ago does get the 16 cards in hand. One hit KO